fight for freedom and equality for everyone. This is blunt politics. And we ain't stopping till they put us in the grave. We ain't gonna be quiet. And we ain't gonna be scared. And we ain't gonna go along with the crowd. This is blunt politics. And it ain't about left or right. It ain't about them or Republican. It's about right and wrong. It's about us versus them. This is blunt politics. And we gonna do what we gotta do. Because ain't nobody else gonna do it.
All right, guys, what do you say? How's everybody doing? Welcome back. It is February 18th, 2026, and you have just tuned into the Blunt Politics podcast, and I do appreciate you for doing so. First and foremost, we always like to reach out and say thank you to the chat at the beginning of the show. So thank you to everybody watching on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram. Please make sure you hit the respective buttons on the respective platforms that you're on, whether it's a thumbs up, a thumbs down, a comment in the chat, a subscribe, a follow, whatever it may be. Please help us out. We're on our way to 20,000 subscribers. Multiple ways in which you can help the channel. We don't sell you anything. There's no ads. We got no corporate sponsors. There is no gimmicks or bullshit that we sell you. It is totally 100% financed because of the generosity and because of the information that it gives to you people. So I do appreciate you. What do you say we bring in the chat as we always do? And thank you guys. There you are. What's up, people? What's going on? What's up, Tiff? Hope you had a great birthday. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? What's up, Cam? What's up, Moms? What's up, Roxanne? Appreciate you. Hit that like on the way in. What's going on, Evie Zant? How are you? What's up, Roxanne? What's going on? How are you? Appreciate you guys. What's up, Will? What's up, Jay? What's up, Olga? Thank you so much. What's up, Tina? What's up, Dame? Appreciate you guys. Yeah, lots to talk about. What's up to everybody over there on this space as well. Thank you to all the mods as usual over there. Thank you to Matt for including me into this coalition. I am, as always, honored to be a part of it. So thank you very much. Lots to talk about today on the show, on the early show. Only an hour for today, but we do have the 8:30 show tonight. To check in to some of the latest news that we may have not been able to get into on the early show. So a few things that I want to discuss today. Trump may just be panicking because do the Iranians have some dirt? Is that compromise not really coming from Russia as we may have suspected, or is it coming from Iran because of what we know that they hacked into Donald Trump's kind of mainframe, if you will? But now some threats being put out there as to what information they may have and how they may use it, depending on Donald Trump's threats and actions towards Iran. Let me see if I can throw this on the screen because you guys follow along a little bit easier when I put it on the screen. We're also going to be talking about this, right? So we also discussed this yesterday was Vermont Democratic Representative Becca Balint talking about and basically kicking the last crutch from underneath Donald Trump, the crutch that not only Donald Trump, but all of the Republican MAGA political commentators use in order to try to disassociate Donald Trump from the Epstein files, which is the fact that he supposedly and allegedly disowned Jeffrey Epstein as soon as he realized that he had been poaching underage girls that were working illegally at the spa at Mar-a-Lago. The story that everybody tells, you've heard the story come out of Donald Trump's mouth. Well, Becca Balint says that she saw firsthand accounts in the unredacted Epstein files that she saw that would directly go against that story, that would directly go to deny that narrative, so to speak. Well, we also have James Walkinshaw now saying the same exact thing here. So we'll be checking out this clip where he basically says he reviews the unredacted Epstein files, and the lie about having kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago was an absolute lie. So again, more people hopping on the train here, calling Donald Trump out, kicking out that last crutch that he supposedly has. Well, I think he might try to fall back on the Michael Wolff, and Jeffrey Epstein were trying to conspire against me type of bullshit as well. So, but one of the last crutches that Donald Trump has, and all of this is important to make sure that nobody in their right mind could have any path to disassociate Donald Trump from these files, because it just shouldn't happen. We're also going to be discussing a lot about ICE and ICE's new plan and, going around and spending billions and billions of dollars on new facilities and warehouses to likely hold a substantial amount of what they are calling illegal immigrants, or basically just dissidents at this point. It could be anybody. But basically people with no criminal record, Americans, people that have said something online, people that are out there protesting in a way that ICE doesn't like. All of these people are going to be now housed into these. So we're going to be talking about not only, their plan and what they're doing and going around and buying these places, but also the communities that are speaking up, that are fighting back, the communities that don't want this, communities that say they don't have the infrastructure to house or to have the, the facilities to house this many people like they're trying to have here. So we'll be talking about this a lot as well. And not only that, but kind of the one-to-one comparison of like where we are in history compared to where the German citizens were in history. We'll also be speaking about, my love for history and all things World War II. So I'm trying to, again, draw some lines in between what we're seeing now and, what we saw back then. And, remember that the Americans, when they stumbled upon these, these camps and the atrocities that were taking place and the walking skeletons and the mountains of dead corpses that they found upon entering some of these camps, along with the Russians and other nations that also discovered these things. But they did something that I thought was pretty poignant, which was to make the German citizens themselves, who again knew what was going on, could not deny what was going on, actually go and for themselves walk around this fucking camp and see just a fraction of the atrocities, just a fraction of the fucking crimes that were taking place just steps away from their front door, right? So where are we as Americans when we have this government literally buying warehouses that they can use as concentration camps for millions of dissidents that they consider against the political system, people unworthy of being in this country, fucking Untermenschen, right? Sound familiar? But they also are now, we have election interference. They're trying to steal the midterm elections. They're trying to interfere with the midterm elections. We have the death of the Constitution when they're trying to literally take away your First, Second, 14th Amendment. You name an amendment on there, and they're trying to steal it and stomp on it and take it away from you. Whether it's the new SAVE Act here, which is trying to, again, install a poll tax, making it more difficult for married women and making it more difficult for brown and black communities that are lesser, that earn less, right? Excuse me. Sorry about that. I don't know where I just got off on about 14 stumbles on that one, but my apologies. But you get the point that I'm making, right? So not only do we have these camps going up, not only do we have the murder of American citizens in broad daylight on the streets of the United States, but we got the election interference that we're looking at. We got the illegal actions overseas. We got the clear-cut going around Congress for acts of war, and now we have the clear-cut death of the Constitution, with them taking away your right to protest, with them stomping on your right, to carry a legal firearm if you're licensed and permitted to do so in states where it's legal to do so. And now, again, the rights that they're stripping from you left, right, and center. And we got to add this all up, and it's kind of like, it goes back to the boiling frog aspect, and when do you actually know that you're at a point in history where action is needed? And again, maybe even above and beyond everybody getting out there and voting and doing, what the law requires you to do and asks you to do, and what you're required and asked to do as a citizen of this country. Like, when do you know that that's not going to be enough? Right? Because again, I'll be fucking goddamned if I'm going to be if I'm going to sit back and have some of these things, just a couple miles down the road and not speak up against it, and not speak up against, them just blatantly trying to steal elections or trying to, again, in any way affect the elections through their illegal means. So again, it's that frog in the boiling water. How the fuck do you know? When do you recognize that you're the frog in the boiling water, and that water ain't getting any cooler anytime soon? So we'll be speaking about that. Obviously, there's a lot of different articles to suggest how ICE has not only been going and procuring these spots, but just the inhumane treatment of people held in the facilities that they already have running. I mean, we've talked about Alligator Alcatraz. We've talked about CCOT. We've talked about all these other places. We talked about the treatment of children in some of these facilities. Like, when is it become a clear-cut situation in which action, and I don't know what that action is. Again, that's for us to decide as the citizenry of this country. I don't know what that is. But when is it, when is another step justified? When is another step needed in this situation? I don't know. Hopefully you guys can tell me. We're also going to be talking about, we already brought this up a couple days ago on the show, but this is the ICE the detainee, the Irish man that was detained after having a legal business, having been here, trying to go through the right routes and getting his citizenship, but has been held for, I think, 5 or 6 months in ICE detention. And he explains and goes through the conditions that he's being held in. So we'll get a chance to look at that as well. We also have, Kyle Kalinske just put out this video, I think it was a day or two ago, talking about Trump's concentration camps building incinerators using the exorbitant amount of funds that they now have at their disposal to, again, put up facilities like this, to build facilities like this. So we'll be taking a look at that. And like I said, we'll be walking through a few, moments in history. But first, can we do a little laughing, please? Can we do a little laughing? I like to kind of start off with a laugh anytime we can possibly start off with a laugh. So I'm sure you guys have probably seen this. I'm sure you're probably aware. But I just wanted to take the opportunity to laugh at it together because it's one of the more ridiculous things that I've ever seen on the internet, I got to say. This is also pretty clear evidence, a pretty clear depiction of where our government is right now and how just like ridiculous of a timeline we're living in. But this is, again, RFK and Kid fucking Rock in a bar with the bar workout video in jeans in a sauna. The whole thing's bizarre. They're drinking milk together. I can't play the audio, obviously, because of the copyright issues, but can we just laugh at a couple fucking minutes of this? Like, holy shit. Like, how could you be this, like, ignorant as to how shamelessly you look, like, as to how ridiculous you look? And there's people eating this up, again, eating this up like it's fucking ivermectin. They love it. They love it. Check this shit out. Check this shit out. Make America healthy again, right? You're like, all right, what's this going to be? You don't know. Maybe you're just going to, oh shit, that's the end of it. My God. Yeah, right? Look at it. What the fuck? What is going on, bro? What are we doing? What? Come on. Why? First off, where are you? Like, is that a woolly mammoth behind you? Is that a full fucking grizzly bear? Is that the grizzly bear that RFK ate? Does he now have it stuffed and in his something room? Like, what is this chamber that they are now in? What is this? He's got, what is that, a fox up there? He's got, Jesus Christ. I mean, how many forests were killed in the making of this room? How many animals were killed in the making of this room? But, I mean, look at these two right now. Kid Rock looks like a fucking semi-rehabilitated crackhead that has, fucking fallen off the wagon about 6 months ago and is desperate, to somehow hold on to relevance. But look at this shit. Look at this shit. It is a bear. It is a bear. Okay. We got sharks. We got planes. The rock out workout. Should be the rock out with your cock out workout, I guess. Look at this nonsense. And again, you got ball with the ball playing in the background for this the entire time. The entire time. It's just absolute garbage. What is going on? What is this? Why are you in jeans working out? What is that called? What was that exercise called? What's Kid Rock doing here? Oh my Jesus. Why? Who? Yep. Hold them feet tight, brother. Oh, yep. No resistance. No weight on there. Pull them hammies. Why? Why are you in a sauna? Why are you riding the bike and doing push-ups in a sauna? Not only that, but it's not even an on sauna. This thing is not even on. There's not a drop of sweat on any one of these two. There's not a single drop of sweat on either one of these fucking motherfuckers right now. And they're quite literally in a sauna working out. You'd think at some point there you'd break a sweat, especially in Levi's. You know what I mean? Especially in the old dungarees there. You're probably going to break a sweat in the sauna. I'm just saying if you did at any point any substantial workout or just sat in there for any amount of time. But look at Kid Rock. Look at the fucking Bud Light hang from that gut, brother. Look at he's got opposite abs. How do you have reverse abs? Like, I understand having a bear gut. I do. I understand having a bear belly. Seen him a bunch. Have a little bit going on myself here. I got to get back in the gym myself if I don't say so. But I've never actually seen in the opposite six-pack, like a reverse six-pack. Like, he's actually got abs going out the other way on top of the fat. How does that work? How does one get that? Is that like a butt implant? You get the abs implanted over the fat? Yeah, it's diabolical. It really is. It's diabolical. It should be a criminal offense. He should be arrested for that. Anybody that goes into a gym or any establishment made to work out is in jeans and shit should be immediately handcuffed and taken to the nearest fucking jail. No bail. No bail. Look at this nonsense. What is happening? Why? What is this? And then he's gonna in the jeans. Okay, in the jeans. All right. Okay. Oh, shiza. And if you look, I think the sign above him says drama queen, which again, we don't have to dive any further into, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory in this case for these two. But in the jeans, he's now going to hop into what we can only maybe guess as a cold plunge or a lukewarm plunge. I'm not sure. And again, bar to bar in the background this entire time. And I'm guessing it's a cold plunge. Now he's just going to stroll through the house soaking wet, ruin the floor. Where's kid? Probably wouldn't use that statement as the Epstein files thing's going on. Probably could be used as in a different way, but do your thing there, Rob. Do your thing. No, where's kid? Oh, okay, he's in the grotto, and okay, I'm done with this. What an absolute debacle! But if this isn't a clear depiction of like the people that are now representing the United States and running this government, I don't know what to tell you. This is the timeline, people. This is the timeline that we're living in right here. Bar to bar, make America healthy again with Kid fucking Rock, right? Known alcoholic, known to be blazing rails of cocaine at all the parties that he's been to, right? Known to have fucking lyrics about, doing things to underage children, right? Had the whole clip on with SNL talking about the Olsen twins, right? All of those things, but that's who we're going to try to have represent as making America healthy again and making America great again. You got to be absolutely shitting me, right? Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly. As America is the fattest it's ever been, he shows us another way. Eat right, be fit, and do cocaine. Apparently, Liberty Twitcher. Right. You just got to drink a shitload of Bud Light and do a whole lot of blow. Apparently, is what this is trying to represent. Maybe that's not milk they're drinking. Maybe that's just kind of liquefied cocaine. Right. Considering we know how Kid Rock has stayed so skinny. And not only that, but the steroids that fucking RFK has been known to use, as he just said that he used to do cocaine off of toilet seats, right? I mean, what kind of sick motherfucker does it off the seat, right? Good Lord. Unreal, these people. But again, we don't have to watch too much of that. I just wanted to kind of start the show off with a laugh. But Jesus Christ, the people are just, who follows that? That's what I want to know. Who's raising their hand? Who's like, I want more of that. That's what we need more of. That's who I want to be. Like, are there like a shitload of fucking college kids today going up and showing up to the gym in their jeans in Levi's? Like they got 501 day at the gym. Like what's going on? Did this catch fire? All right. Anyway, let's dive into this next clip and this next article and this next piece of news that I want to dive into, because I think this is very important for us to continue to highlight, spotlight, talk about whatever you want to talk about. So for the people that didn't get to see the show yesterday, this is the clip that we played from, again, Democratic Representative Becca Ballot from Vermont. And she had just come from her, I think it was a short, I think she said she was there for like a half hour. She got to check out the unredacted Epstein files. And she's now disputing the claim directly that Donald Trump ever kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, which again, as you'll know, has been a huge crutch for Donald Trump, has been a huge crutch for, again, the right-wing political commentators that love to sniff Donald Trump's anus, that love to walk around with Donald Trump's boot in their mouth, right? Is the fact that they continue to point back to this fucking fact or alleged fact that Donald Trump brings up to say, look, this is what happened. You can't bring him into this anymore. Clearly, he was not involved because he did this, that, and the other thing. Well, if we can now prove that he did neither this, that, or the other thing, then that would be a huge benefit to our case against Donald Trump, and again, in their ability to disassociate Trump from the Epstein files. So just for, for the people that didn't get to see it, here's what we played yesterday. Here's Becca Balint in her comments to Drop Site News about what she saw in the unredacted Epstein files.
Just wanted to ask you, have you had a chance to review any of the unredacted files over at the DOJ, the Epstein files?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, I just came from there.
What can you tell us?
There's a bunch of sick fucks.
And I mean, anything more that we don't know? I feel like that's pretty well established.
I know. I think the part that is just so disgusting is that so many people knew.
Did he have any ties to any intelligence agencies? We've established some in our reporting, but wanted to know based on the file.
I only had about a half hour, so I'm going to go back again tomorrow.
Okay.
So mostly today, I was just trying to go through a couple documents that was particularly interested in finding out.
What were those?
One was related to whether or not Trump, had ever kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, as he claimed.
What'd you find?
It's not true.
It's a lie.
It's a lie.
So there you have it right there. Becca Balint says she saw clear-cut evidence to prove or suggest that Donald Trump is blatantly lying to us, blatantly lying to the American public, blatantly lying to the world about having kicked out Jeffrey Epstein or having disassociated himself from Jeffrey Epstein after having found out that Jeffrey was poaching underage girls that were working what I believe to be illegally, right, at the spa at Mar-a-Lago underage. So again, this is that whole fucking thing that they've brought up. They love to continue to bring it up. Megyn Kelly, Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, anybody on Fox News, you name it. Donald Trump himself loves to draw back to this kind of instance. They talk about the phone call that he made to the police, kind of, wishing them well in their investigation. Like, it all sounds a bit much if you're asking me. But this is Rep. James Walkinshaw talking about the same exact lie here. Right? And the same things. I don't know if you saw the same files. I don't know if you saw the same documents or whatnot, but he's also talking about the reviewed redacted Epstein files and whether or not Trump has been blatantly lying to us, which again would suggest that not only did he not act, again, this is MAGA's, fucking view that we have to think about here. And I know it takes a lot for us to dive into that bullshit. But again, in their view, you have to think now that this is the president who, even when found out that Jeffrey Epstein, even taken away their past relationship, all that we knew about them hanging out, all of the flight logs, all the video, all the photographs together, them fucking Ghislaine, Jeffrey, Melania, all the whole thing. You got to have to somehow put that out of your brain. I don't know how they do it, but they somehow managed to do it. But now, if we can prove this to be a lie by, documents, evidence, and fucking, clear-cut evidence to suggest that Donald Trump never disassociated, never kicked him out of the club, really, then this would go, and MAGA would have to be like, okay, we now have a president that even after all of the association, even after all of the relationships, even when told by multiple employees, multiple staff members at his own fucking club that this was going on, he made up some lie. He didn't disassociate, and he continued to have a relationship. His membership, Jeffrey Epstein, continued to be open and active till about 2007, if I'm not mistaken. And then obviously we know the ongoing, relationship between all of Donald Trump's associates after the fact, after the conviction, and well before the conviction. So how do they wrap that all? How do they justify all that? Again, how do you even put all of the past relationships out of your mind? And then if we could prove this beyond a shadow of a doubt that he's lying to you and he's lying to the world, where do they go from here? I don't know. But let's listen to James Walkinshaw. I believe he was on with MS Now, if I'm not mistaken, talking about this. So let's play this. I just want to hear what he said.
I read a redacted document, illegally redacted, in my view, where Epstein's lawyers had spoken to Trump, and Trump made it clear that he never kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. Why does he keep lying? Why has he done everything in his power to cover this up? Those are important questions, not to take away from any of the other individuals involved here.
Now, again, I would hope that at some point they would be able to produce these documents or show them on the House floor or whatever they have to do to get the public to get to view these documents and the evidence that they're now saying to prove that Donald Trump's lawyers said that, no, there was absolutely no disassociation. He was never kicked out of Mar-a-Lago, even after all of the things became not only publicly known, but privately known to Donald Trump in particular because of the employees, because of the staff, as reported, that went to him to be like, hey, this is going on. this is what he's doing. And then supposedly there was action taken. But now we're hearing that, per the fucking files, per these unredacted files that these representatives are now getting to see, that is a blatant and outright lie. But again, right now, what we have is the statements from the representatives, and what we need is the photographic evidence from the documents to prove to everybody, to say, okay, this is what was stated, this is who said it, and this is the fucking lie, and here's proof of it. Right. But here we go. Here's another one, another representative saying that there's clear-cut evidence to suggest that Donald Trump did not disassociate or did not remove Jeffrey Epstein from the club, even after finding out, or even after having been publicly told by his employees about the about the criminality that Jeffrey was engaged in with the underage girls working at the spa at Mar-a-Lago. Right. So again, another crutch that if you could kick out makes this entire fucking thing crumble even further for the MAGA base, even further for the cult that somehow is still holding on to the possibility that Donald Trump is innocent in all of this. They have nothing left to grasp onto. Absolutely nothing. And we've heard over and over and over again, clip after clip after clip from Newsmax, OAN, RSBN, fucking Real America's Voice, Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, Fox News. All of these people that are more than willing to call out Pam Bondi, more than willing to acknowledge the what seems to be a cover up going on, what Kash Patel's involvement, Dan Bongino's failures, but none of them point to Donald Trump or his association as being the ringleader, as being the reason for all of this. And they actively use this moment, this fucking lie that Donald Trump's been telling about kicking Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, to, again, disassociate Trump altogether from these files. And then go on and say, oh, gee, I wonder why this is happening. Well, again, we need more people to continue to speak about this, more people to kick that crutch out and watch Donald Trump fall flat on his fucking orange face, right? All right, so let's dive into now a little bit of the ongoing talk about the ICE detention facilities, the centers, the warehouses that are now being procured all over the country. Let me throw this on your screen here. This is a state line. Again, not familiar really with the state line, but this is one of many different articles that we could have pulled up. This is just one that I figured, we could talk about here. But this is, again, referencing the communities fight ICE detention centers, but have few tools to stop them. So now, even communities are speaking up about these detention centers that are now going up there, whether it's, again, the inadequate facilities, the inadequate fucking, infrastructure that the towns and these places have that, desperately are needed for the people that live there, and now will be strained even further by these facilities, these huge warehouses that are now going to be actively, housing dissidents of the government. I mean, does that sound familiar to people? Big warehouses, big spaces, meant to house dissidents, people that don't look like you, people that don't talk like you, right? People that you don't agree with, people that said something online that you may not like, people that you were out there, protesting, using their First Amendment right to go out there and speak up against what this government is doing. And now they're being housed in facilities like this and being, mistreated, underfed. We've heard multiple instances and reports of, children, not being able to eat, getting sick, getting diseases, people being, housed 60 to a fucking, to a unit on top of each other, people being released from these facilities in the dead of night, in sweatpants in the fucking freezing cold with no money, nobody to call, no cell phone, no nothing, to the point now where there's actually activists and groups out there ready and stationed outside of these facilities, making sure that when people are released because they got, arrested for protesting and that ICE knew they couldn't prosecute, so now they decided to release them in the middle of the night, that they had a cell phone, that they had a coat, that they had somewhere to go or somewhere to pick them up. That's how bad it's gotten, right? We heard of the health of the 5-year-old that was detained by ICE and how that went drastically downhill the longer he was kept in ICE captivity. But this goes on because outrage erupted last month. Let me make this a little bigger on the screen so you can follow along. Is that a little better? A little better for you guys? I'll even get out of the way so you guys can see it a little bit more clearly. But again, this is a picture. A vacant warehouse in Kansas City, Missouri was among a growing number of properties across the country planned for conversion into a federal immigration detention center. After weeks of public pressure, the private developer that owns the property announced last week it would not transfer the property to the federal government. But this begs the question, obviously, what the fuck do they need multiple facilities of this size all over the country for if they don't have the plan of locking up a shitload of people? And again, what we've seen so far is the overwhelming majority of people that have been wrapped up in this fucking campaign have little to no criminal record and have been absolutely mistreated in their fucking detention while they're in these spaces, right? So outrage erupted last month when Oklahoma City residents learned of plans to convert a vacant warehouse into an immigration processing facility. So again, we're not talking about deep blue districts here. We're not talking about blue states only. This is outrage in Oklahoma City when residents learned of a vacant warehouse into an immigration being turned into an immigration processing facility. Making matters worse was the secrecy of the federal government. City leaders received no communications from the U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement aside from a mandate disclosure related to historic preservation. Planning a major development without city input is antithetical, in-depth, sometimes arcane permitting, planning, and zoning process in Oklahoma City. Mayor David Holt, a former Republican state senator, said that those land use decisions are among the most critical of any municipal government. For an entity to be able to open its detention centers in our communities, potentially next to neighborhoods or schools, regardless of your views on immigration policy or enforcement, which he has to add, knowing who lives around these places, is very challenging because that's a very high impact use. That's the kind of thing that we would expect to talk about. Right. So they got no prior warning. So the communities across the country are now facing similar prospects as ICE undertakes a massive expansion fueled in large part by the record $45 billion approved for increased immigration detention by Congress last summer. During Trump's second term, ICE is holding a record number of detainees, more than 70,000 as of January, across its own facilities, as well as in contracted local jails and private prisons. ICE documents from last week show plans for acquiring and renovating 16 processing sites that hold up to 1,500 people each and 8 detention centers that hold up to 10,000 each for a total capacity of nearly 100,000 beds. The agency also has plans for some 150 new leases and office expansions across the country, but ICE's plans to convert industrial buildings, offices, often warehouses, and again, doesn't make any sense to me. Seems to me like they're going to be trying to cram a lot more than 10,000 people into spaces this big, if you ask me. But the plan, often into warehouses, into new detention facilities, has recently faced fierce opposition over humanitarian and economic concerns. From Utah to Texas to Georgia, local governments have sought to block these massive facilities, but with limited legal authority, city and state officials have turned to the court of public opinion to deter private developers and federal governments. We all have a clear, unified position that really crosses party lines, and that we also have a clear understanding of how limited our options are, said the mayor. Holt, who is the president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, a nonpartisan organization representing more than 1,400 leaders of the city's populations of 30,000 or more, said that cities have little legal recourse over the ICE facilities. Local leaders often cite the U.S. Constitution Supremacy Clause, which says federal laws supersede conflicting state laws. That leaves cited with limited influence over projects that could take off industrial space off tax rolls, cause new strain on city services, raise serious humanitarian concerns given Trump administration's aggressive immigration enforcement, including the high-profile killings of 2 Americans in Minnesota, right? And not just that, because we also have might as well go on and play this one here, because this is more, and this is some firsthand account from, again, that the Irish detainee that has been in an ICE facility for 5 months, and listen to the conditions that he describes, and then tell me if you think that going around and buying another 16 to 20 warehouses to so-called hold only 100,000 people, as they say, but I can guarantee that that plan is for far, far more than that, knowing what we know and knowing how they've already handled themselves in this fucking situation. Listen to the conditions that they already have, and then listen to whether or not you're going to sit by and be silent when, again, these camps are opened all over the fucking country and you start seeing people going in but never fucking coming out. Again, this is from Sam Cedar and Emma on the Majority Report, titled Irish ICE Detainee Describes Concentration Camp Conditions. And I'll let this roll. I appreciate you guys. Hit that like button. Please share the stream out. Let everybody know that we are on and that you are engaged in what you're looking at. I appreciate it. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and let's roll.
An Irishman who has a valid work permit. I think he's married to an American. He has been in an ICE concentration camp for over 4 months. some people will call it a detention camp. He refers to it as a concentration camp. He's in there. The caller is Seamus Culliton. Is that who it is? Who's the host?
Yeah, that's the call.
Okay, I don't know who the host is. But he took this call. We again don't know how he got a phone in there.
The best way I could describe it is probably like a modern day concentration camp. It's a bunch of temporary tents. There's probably room for 1,000 detainees in each tent. I believe there's like 5 tents. I've been locked in the same room now for 4.5 months. I've had barely any outside time, no fresh air, no sunshine. I could probably count on both hands the amount of times I've been outside. So just locked in this room all day, every day. We've got 2 TVs on the wall. We get 3 meals a day, very, very small meals, kid-sized meals. So everybody's hungry, everybody's tired. We've got no commissary. We've got no options to get extra food or anything like that. And the conditions here are filthy. The toilets, the showers, completely nasty, very rarely cleaned. I'm in fear for my life down here, honestly, because people have been killed by the staff here, by the security staff, and you just don't know what's going to happen on a day-to-day basis. You don't know if there's going to be riots.
Again, you call me hyperbolic all you want, but does that sound similar to the description of similar aspects of what we've seen in history? Right? I mean, again, one-to-one parallel, absolutely not. But you can definitely tell that the plans, the goals, and the way they're going about it are definitely derived from a certain fucking thing that they thought was pretty fucking cool, or at least pretty proficient. Like, does this not seem like certain, certain playbooks are being used here? And again, it's 2026. You can't expect it to look exactly like it did in the 30s and the 40s. But again, to say that they've taken the playbook now and are trying to use it to the best of their ability here in 2026 is not a fucking stretch at all. And would you want, 20, 30, 40 of these things popping up all over the country now? I mean, how did it start in the 30s and 40s? It started with Dachau, right? It started with this, right? I don't know if you guys ever saw this. Not too many people did. But this was literally me at Dachau concentration camp. I did a video. This was upon my trip, my travels to Ukraine for the humanitarian aid mission. I had enough time in my stay in Germany to take in the history, to learn about what happened, to see it for myself, to feel what it felt like to be in these places, even to a fucking the smallest degree. And I went in and I soaked it all in, and I made a video so everybody could fucking, so we could all talk about it, so everybody could know that this still is out there, this still happens, and it wasn't that long ago. And that even in a place like Germany, right? Even in a place like the United States, don't think that it's beyond the realm of possibilities. Because we're slowly, I don't even know how slowly anymore, walking ourselves right into the fucking point, right into the mouths of the lion here. And again, I am all for, getting out and casting your vote and doing things and protesting, using your voice, speaking up, causing good trouble. But at what point do you need to be fucking ready for that next step? And what point do we, as a citizenry, have to recognize when we may be on the precipice here of needing to react a little bit differently, because we're not in a normal political time here, and nor have we been for quite some time. So at what point do we have to say, okay, normal political reaction, normal political roots, normal political principles may not apply here anymore, right? The other side's not playing by rules. It's like trying to race, guy, be in a car race, right? And you're going around the track, and the other side there, the other fucking car gets to just cut across the fucking midfield, right? They just get across they can cut across the infield on every lap. Meanwhile, you're stuck on the track and you're doing things by the law, right? You're doing things by the rules. And every time this guy's cutting off half the track and getting the fucking credit for it. That's what I feel like we're against here with the Republican Party. Right? They have totally circumnavigated the fucking rules. They have totally negated the rule of law, totally negated, the will of Congress, stomped on our rights, conducted acts of war, killed American citizens, setting up these camps all over the place. I don't know. I don't know. At what point do we become that frog that all of a sudden just says, okay, we got to jump out of this fucking boiling water here, and some action is needed. And we need to come together and maybe figure out what the fuck that action is, because again, I'll be damned that if in 20 years somebody's walking me, how come you didn't speak up? You saw the fucking ashes coming down on your house, right? You saw the smoke coming from the fucking chimney stacks. You saw the people going out but never coming in. Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you do anything? And we don't have the excuse, to a large fucking degree that the German citizens had, right? We don't have to live under the fear yet that they lived under of the neighbor, listening through the walls, listening to their phone conversations, listening to the conversations in private that they have, so that they could report to the Gestapo, so that they could report, to the authorities what they heard. And then the authorities could take these people and they'd never be seen from again, right? Never heard from again. We don't have the threat of these people just yet, of these people showing up at the door and being like, hey, just stealing you out and shooting you in the streets, right? As much as we can fucking relate to what's going on here, we don't have that excuse. We have every ability to speak up against this government right now, and we should continue to do so. Because like I said, I'll be goddamned if I'm going to sit back and watch, these camps go up and people go in and nobody come out, and this get worse and worse, and hundreds of thousands, millions of people be wrapped up again just for going against the government, for having brown skin, for having a Spanish sounding last name, even though they're trying to go through the asylum process the legal way, or, even in this, the Irish detainee's case, was living in the Boston area, had a business, was trying to obtain his fucking green card, as far as I've been, aware of. They're obviously planning for something bigger than is taking place right now. As much as they've lied to us about a drawdown in Minneapolis, as much as they've kind of softened their rhetoric on this policy, and make it seem like, we're backing down, and don't worry, we're out of Minneapolis and we're getting cooperation now. Okay, so then why the fucking 16 to 20, 10,000, 15,000 square foot warehouses that you definitely want to hold people in? It just doesn't make any sense to me. And the people in the the chat have been mentioning, this was put out, I think yesterday. Yeah, I think yesterday by Kyle Kalinske here. Trump's concentration camps build incinerators. Okay. So I just want to play I think it's the first, I think we can get an idea of what he's talking about in the first couple minutes of this. But again, this is just, to go on with the further mistreatment, the further fucking egregious plans that they have for people that they don't even consider human beings, people that they aren't even treating like human beings. Again, this whole Untermenschen, people that are unworthy of being in the United States, are unworthy of having life at all. To, if you ask Republicans, all of this, ICE holds people in disgusting conditions. Now it's turning warehouses into camps. This is from The Guardian. So again, just to show you how, widely reported this is. And it's not just look at the size of these places. This is like, what they're going around and buying multiple facilities like this. What does that show to you? What does that tell you as far as plans and how many people they're willing to round up, or want to round up, right? What's this one? This is, there's a vast building reportedly the size of 7 football fields in Surprise, Arizona, a suburb of Phoenix. ICE bought for $70 million. Another building along the southern border of San Antonio was valued at $37 million. It's 640,000 square feet. In January, ICE bought a warehouse in Upper Bern Township, Pennsylvania, not far outside Philadelphia, for $87 million. In Williamsport, Maryland, outside Hagerstown, the cost of the facility of a nearly 54-acre plot was nearly $102 million. These are massive industrial spaces built for holding goods to be shipped elsewhere. Warehouses are drafty and difficult to heat, hard-floored and high-ceilinged, not meant for human habitation. But the Trump administration is aiming to convert them into vast detention camps for immigrants. Some of the buildings could house as many as 9,000 people at a time. The rapid slew of new warehouses purchased by the deportation agencies brings to mind the word of the ICE director, Todd Lyons, who told a conference last year that he wanted an effort to operate like Amazon Prime for human beings. Jesus fucking Christ. Amazon Prime for human beings. ICE currently incarcerates about 70,000 people on any given night, holding them across 224 detention facilities. The number has nearly doubled over the past year, but in recent weeks, as the Trump administration looks to accelerate its mass deportation agenda, ICE and the Department of Homeland Security have been scouting and purchasing huge facilities within the $45 billion ICE funding that Congress appropriated in the moldy, decrepit, shitty bill. The agency now aims to use these warehouses to capture and imprison vastly greater numbers of men, women, and children. Men, women, and children. The warehouse strategy represents an apparent shift in immigration concentration and detention practices by the administration, which had previously relied on smaller facilities, but the administration has already come under fire for those conditions in which it is housing the migrants it has captured, including those at a sprawling tent facility in Fort Bliss, Texas, in the hastily assembled alligator Alcatraz tent in the Everglades, as well as unsafe, unsanitary disease conditions reported in prisons like Chrome Detention Center in Miami and the infamous facility in Dilley, Texas, one of several that houses children. These kids are very traumatized, many of them despondent and depressed, said the U.S. Representative Joaquin Castro, who, after visiting the Dilley facility, still, to the extent of the abuses inside ICE's detention camps is not well understood, in part because the DHS has taken steps to limit oversight. ICE has repeatedly refused members of Congress access to the facilities in defiance of the law and has gone to court to prevent House members from visiting the camps as they are entitled to do. It is worth asking what the DHS is trying to hide. Reporters, too, have managed only partial, sporadic, and limited access to information about what is happening in the camps. Though some immigrants imprisoned have tried to make their suffering known, in California, one captive inside the Otay Mesa detention facility wrote on a note detailing allegations of widespread illness and inadequate food inside. Quote, "It's cold here. The food is very poor. For 290 days, we haven't eaten a single piece of fruit." End quote. They wrote, "We're in one big room with no doors or windows. We can't see any grass or trees. We're constantly sick." To smuggle their account of life in the detention center to the outside world, the prisoner tied a note to a lotion bottle and threw it over the camp fence. The Trump administration is seeking to expand and intensify its archipelago of torture. Merriam-Webster defines a concentration camp as a place where large numbers of people, such as prisoners of war, political prisoners, refugees, or members of an ethnic or religious minority, are detained or confined under armed guard. By that definition, ICE already operates a sprawling network of concentration camps where captured immigrants, the largest group of whom committed no crimes, are housed in what countless accounts describe as inhumane conditions, designed to degrade, hurt, sicken, and punish them. Despite Trump's administration claims that ICE facilities are held to, quote, national detention standards, with its new warehouses purchases, the Trump administration is seeking to expand and intensify this archipelago of torture. Mass illness, abuse, immiseration, and death will be the inevitable result. How will we live with the same? To their credit, many local communities in the surrounding areas to the newly purchased warehouses are organizing swiftly and powerfully against the camps, subjecting them to on moral grounds. Protests have erupted, with locals packing municipal government meetings and picketing in the streets, expressing outrage at the building's purchases and pressuring local officials to try to block the facilities. They have had some help from Democratic elected officials. Chris Van Hollen of Maryland joined a large protest against the proposed Hagerstown camp and said the facility would further fuel the Trump administration's cruel and inhumane immigration agenda. Eric Mendenhall, the Democratic mayor of Salt Lake City, sent a letter to the owners of the warehouse ICE was considering on the outskirts of her town to warn them that any use by ICE would violate local ordinances. She called ICE's aggressive and violent enforcement operations in other cities utterly deplorable. And it continues to go on to talk about Kansas City. A Democratic local county legislator, Manny Abarca, uploaded a video online that showed federal officers harassing him in his car when he went to inspect a local facility that was being considered as a potential ICE camp. After the video went viral, the local city council overwhelmingly passed a 6-year moratorium on approvals for detention facilities. They need to understand that you are not going to sell out our community for short-term profit, one council member said. Increasingly, camps are being opposed by even Republicans and even those who do not seem to hold principled opposition to the Trump administration's mass ethnic mass ethnic cleansing agenda. David Holt, the Republican mayor of Oklahoma City, met with owners of a warehouse close to a largely Latino school district that had been targeted for ICE acquisition and succeeded in getting the property holders to back out of the deal with DHS. I commend the owners for their decision and thank them on behalf of the people of Oklahoma City, Holt said in a statement. As mayor, I ask every single property owner in Oklahoma City exhibit the same concern for our community in the days ahead. Even Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi, hardly a soft-hearted immigration dove concerned with human rights, wrote to the DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to ask the agency to back off plans to open a camp in his state. I support the enforcement of immigration law, but emphasized, he said, that the detention center would strain the local economy and infrastructure. He is not opposing the detention center out of the goodness of his heart. He is opposing it because of the vast opposition, but both locally and nationwide, to the network of camps that the Trump administration is building. Those who want to spend taxpayer money and insult American values to pursue this project of mass concentration and ethnic cleansing are relying on non-immigrant Americans to be deferential, quiet, and scared in the face of what is being done to their migrant friends and neighbors. This is one small ember of hope for this country. It is not working. Again, this is Moira Donegan, U.S. Columnist for The Guardian here. So, again, this is solely reliant upon us in being silent and not speaking up and not protesting this and not making the world known that this is going on. And that's something that I'm not going to fucking stand by and do. Okay, I'll be fucking goddamned if somebody's going to look back on me and point to me and be like, he stayed silent. He had nothing to say. He didn't try to stop this in any way, shape, or form. He sat and he watched the fucking ashes fall down on his house and didn't give a shit. I'll be fucking goddamn. It ain't going to happen. I don't care what lengths I have to take this to. Again, I'm all for getting out and voting and nonviolent protests and all of the above. But at some point, we got to fucking take a hard look in the mirror and say, what the fuck is going on in this country? And how can we stop it and stop it fucking quick? Right? Because that's not even the worst of the worst. We also have this that you guys were talking about that I know you guys wanted to dive into. Let me just throw this on the screen here. But this is Kyle's video talking about the incinerators and basically just the overall disgusting treatment and disgusting plans that the DHS and ICE have for these detention centers. So let's dive into a minute or two of this if we can. And then what time we got? And that should probably round us out here on the early show on Blunt Politics. Really do appreciate you guys. Let's dive into this. Hit that like button before you go. Please subscribe to the channel. Really, we're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers. Those plaques behind Kyle would look really nice somewhere in this room. If you guys could help me out, it'd be fucking fantastic. Again, we're trying to, bring everybody down on the right side of history. We are definitely on the left fucking side of things here. So please, if you're following along, if you like what you're hearing, if you like what you're seeing, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, become part of the community. We do appreciate you. All right, let's dive into it.
So the other week on the show, we talked about how they are currently building a bunch of former warehouses that they're retrofitting to become ICE concentration camps. Okay. I believe the number we came across in the articles we read, it was 23 different former warehouses that are becoming concentration camps. NPR even reported on one of these places where it's like the town storage facility and the federal government is just taking it. They're just stealing it. And they're going, this is ours now. And they're going to turn that into a concentration camp. And the town is like, wait, excuse me? What? What are you talking about? What are you going to do? That's insane. That's insane. Well, apparently Migrant Insider has this new article out, and Pablo Reports, the Twitter account, he does phenomenal work on this. It's his reporting. And there's this other mechanism that they're using by which they're basically increasing the funding massively. So they have this colossal budget to build out these like ghost concentration camps around the country. Now, this should scare everybody to fucking death, okay? We already know this regime sent people to CCOT in El Salvador. Well, guess what? There's detailed reporting. People were raped and tortured there. They were raped and tortured. They were so desperate, they cut their hands, were bleeding, and would write messages into their on their sheets with the blood from their hand. This is a nightmare. This is an absolute nightmare, what we're talking about. Not only that, they also had Alligator Alcatraz, which many people, I think, were correctly calling Alligator Auschwitz. Now, I believe that was eventually shut down by the courts. But it was, this big, long legal battle. And about 4,000 immigrants are missing after being sent to Alligator Auschwitz. 4,000. 4,000. And nobody even talks about that. Nobody even talks about that. I mean, I'm sorry. That is disgusting in the sense that our media is not doing their job and our Democratic politicians are not doing their job. If you're not, 4,000 people went missing at a place where they bragged about the brutality.
Not only that, but not the fact that more people aren't speaking up at this point about being, not allowed access, right? About being, clearly intimidated into not visiting these facilities to see what's actually taking place inside of them. To be, the DHS and ICE actively going to court to try to deny our lawmakers access into these facilities to do the oversight that they're fucking legally required to do and what we elected them to do. So putting all this together, I mean, what kind of outcome do you what are the options? What else is there besides the active fucking mistreatment, the horrors that we've now seen continuing in other places, in bigger facilities with more people involved? I don't understand what else people could draw from this.
And the sadism of it. The whole point of Alligator Alcatraz was to be sadistic. Every time it rained, the place would flood. Okay? Just the same as all these other places. Moldy bread, fucking food with worms in it. You don't get taken to get your medicine if you have healthcare needs. They don't take you to the hospital when you're sick. Okay? People getting all sorts of diseases in there because it's unsanitary conditions. And nobody even talks about this. Okay? But this gets even darker. I know you're going, hold on, Kyle. How can it get darker than literal concentration camps? Oh, it can. And it's going to. I hope you're ready. Here we go. Medical and death. The services extend to medical waste management with specific protocols for biohazard incinerators. So in the reporting on this from Migrant Insider, again, I'll read this for you one more time. In fact, here, I'll click it and make it bigger. Medical and death. The services extend to medical waste management with specific protocols for biohazard incinerators and certified inventory of evidence reports for full service laundry operations. In other words, in Trump's network of concentration camps, they're building incinerators. 4,000 people are missing from ICE custody. Lawyers can't find them. Family members can't find them. Friends can't find them. There's been at least 40 people who've died in ICE Gestapo custody under Trump's second regime. One of them, there was evidence, was literally lynched, found hanging with his hands tied.
And again, even if they tell you, oh, this is for just like, the biohazard material, this is for, fucking the sheets that got blood on them, or, blood needles that have been used for the, for the inmates, or whatever the hell they're going to try to say that this stuff is being used for. Do you really trust this government? Do you really trust the people that are now running these agencies to only use it for that? I mean, are they burning documents? What are they burning here? You know what I mean? What are they really using these things for? I'm sure they're going to come up with some, natural excuse for them needing these things. But again, how do you recognize when it's the first step? What is the first step, right? In the recognition that you have actual and literal concentration camps going up in your fucking country. Like, what is the first? I mean, because they can fucking make it sound above board, right? They can make it sound like they need these things. They make it sound like, the incinerators are just, it's typical things used for, medical waste and this thing and that, whatever it may be used for. But do you trust it? Do you trust them to just use it for that? Because I'm sure Zyklon B had a use for something as well, right? And I'll be fucking damned if I'm going to be like this. And I know we only got about a minute or two left with the people on this space. So let me just show you this. Because again, I'll be damned if I'm going to be one of these fucking German citizens here.
1,200 civilians walked from the neighboring city of Weimar to begin a forced tour of the camp. There are many smiling faces, and according to observers, at first the Germans act as though this was something being staged for their benefit. One of the first things that the German civilians see as they reach the interior of the camp is the parchment display. On a table for all to gaze upon is a lampshade made of human skin, made at the request of an SS officer's wife. Large pieces of skin have been used for painting pictures, many of an obscene...
So again, this is German citizens from the village of Weimar being forced to walk around Buchenwald to witness the atrocities, to witness the horrors that were taking place just around the fucking corner. The smells that they could smell, the smoke that they could see, the buses and trains and everything else rolling up to the fucking camps. Those are going to have to go through American cities and American towns now when these are being set up all across the country. And are people going to sit by silently? Who's going to drive those buses? right? Who's going to drive the trains? Who's going to make sure the trains arrive on time to these fucking camps? Because again, I'll be goddamned if I'm going to be one of these fucking citizens that is going to have to be paraded through these camps in 20, 25 years. Who knows? To see what was actually taking place in there. And to have a finger pointed at me to say that you stayed silent and didn't speak up at a time when it was fucking most needed in this world. At a time where your voice could have been fucking used for good, where your platform that you have built could have been used for good, but you stayed silent. You talked about other things. You didn't bring this up. You didn't make it known. You weren't outraged. You weren't incensed. So I'll be fucking goddamn, right? And I appreciate you guys for sticking with me and not staying silent yourselves. You know what I mean? Because I know everybody in this chat right now is right there with me in not staying silent, is right there with me on making sure that people continue to realize what this fucking regime is planning on doing and what they're actively accomplishing. As far as, again, the mistreatment of human beings, the active fucking, starving and just, again, keeping people in inhumane conditions. Who knows? I mean, all of it has to be talked about continuously. I appreciate you guys. I'm going to kick it over to, I believe, Jeff Waldorf, my main man over there on this space. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to Matt. Sorry, I'm about a minute over. I'm usually pretty good at that, but I'll kick it over to this space now. Thank you. Appreciate you, Jeff. Make sure you kick some ass. Everybody on Blunt Politics, stay over here. But thank you, guys. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to this space. Appreciate you guys.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. Jeff here, the logical leftist, right here, this space. Thanks for joining the stream this afternoon. All right. Today, I'm going to dig into the stories the corporate media generally won't touch. Okay. And what the establishment hopes you ignore. So we keep it real. Let's get into it. We've got a lot of interesting stuff here. So let's go and start out with the attacks on voting, mail-in ballots, and how, strangely enough, the Republican Party not exactly on board. Fascinating. Okay, so let's get into it. Watching the Republican Party try to navigate Donald Trump's demands on mail-in voting, it's kind of like watching a snake try to eat its own tail because the head told it to. It's complete and utter insanity. And honestly, it's kind of hilarious when you think about it. So now we all know the line from the top, right? Trump, he hates mail-in voting, man. He hates early voting. He calls it corrupt. He calls it fraudulent without any shred of evidence, right? By the way, he says that it's the only reason that the Democrats can ever win elections. So obviously, well, we have to get rid of it, right? We have to get rid of it. But here's the problem for the Republican establishment. The actual strategists, the state legislators, the people who want to hold on to power, they know something that Donald Trump doesn't care about. Math. They know that the demographic that uses mail-in voting the most isn't college students. It's not the radical left. No, it's the elderly. It's rural voters. It's a big chunk of the Republican base. Okay. And now we are seeing a massive internal legislative pushback where Republicans are quietly and sometimes loudly trying to stop Donald Trump from destroying their own turnout machine. I mean, this is great. So let's look at the demand here. Okay. Donald Trump's been on a warpath against any form of voting that isn't standing in line on election day and pulling the lever for him. Let's be honest. He's demanding state legislators ban no excuse absentee balloting. He wants to ban ballot drop boxes. He basically wants to make voting as difficult as possible because he believes high turnout hurts him. And you know what? He'd be right. Historically, Republicans have relied on voter suppression tactics. That is not new. That's the playbook. It has been even before Donald Trump. But the president, in his infinite wisdom, has decided to turn this into a purity test. Okay. If you're a Republican official in Pennsylvania or Arizona or Wisconsin, you're under immense pressure to ban mail-in voting to prove that you're not a rhino, Republican in name only. You have to signal to the base, virtue signal to the base that you agree that the 2020 election was stolen via mail. But here's where the complete and utter madness comes in, okay? The GOP actually spent decades building up a robust absentee ballot program. In Florida, for example, they mastered this. In Arizona, Republicans created the permanent early voting list. They built the system because it works for their voters. So you have Trump saying, burn it down. We got to get rid of the mail-in ballots. It's all fraudulent. And then you have the local GOP chairman looking at their voter rolls and saying, actually, no, sir. If we burn this down, our voters are going to stay home. So that gets me to the legislative pushback that we're seeing from Republicans in states like Pennsylvania, for example. Republicans are in a bind of their own making. Remember, the Pennsylvania Republican legislature actually passed something called Act 77. They voted for no excuse mail-in voting back in 2019. Why? Well, because it's good policy. And because they thought, rightly so, that it would help them because it helps all voters. So now, fast forward to today, 2026, and Donald Trump is demanding that they repeal the very law that they wrote and passed. Oops. And while some of the louder, more performative ghouls in the state house are introducing bills to ban it, leadership is quietly burying them. Why? Because of something called the Bank Your Vote initiative. Now, have you seen that? The RNC realized that they are getting crushed in early voting. They launched a campaign in 2023 encouraging Republicans, that's right, to vote by mail. They're spending millions of dollars telling their base, oh, hey, you know what? No, it's actually okay to vote early. It's okay to vote by mail. And then Donald Trump, of course, gets on the microphone the next day and he says, don't do it. It's filled with fraud. So much fraud. Tremendous levels of fraud. We've never seen it before. This kind of fraud. That basically creates a schizophrenic legislative strategy. You have GOP legislators and legislatures in swing states passing voting restrictions, like shortening the window to request a ballot, or again banning the drop boxes. Right? They love those. They love to hate on the drop boxes. Okay, all to appease Donald Trump. But they are refusing to actually ban the practice entirely. So they're here trying to thread a needle. Make it harder for Democrats to vote in the cities, right? While hoping they don't accidentally disenfranchise grandma in the rural county who can't drive to the polls. Yeah, kind of hard to drive when you can't see, right? They're playing a pretty dangerous game, okay? They are attempting to comply with the rhetoric from Trump while trying not to comply with the spirit of it that would wipe out their own majority. And that kind of brings me to the funniest part of this entire intra-party conflict. And that's over ballot harvesting. Now, for years, the Republican Party has screamed about third-party ballot collection. That is the root of all evil. It is fraud, man. Ballot harvesting. Doesn't it sound so evil? That is how the elections are stolen, man. But now, you know where this is going. You have local GOP organizations in California and Nevada pushing legislation and party rules to start what? Their own ballot harvesting operations. Oh! Now, of course, Donald Trump, he hates this idea, okay? He hates it because he doesn't see an advantage in it for himself. So you've got this legislative pushback where Republican operatives are trying to legalize or protect ballot collection practices in red states, red areas, red counties, while simultaneously screaming about banning them in blue states and blue areas. It's hypocrisy. Sure, we can expect that, but it's also structurally dysfunctional. Okay? Look, you can't run a national campaign, okay, when your candidate is demonizing the exact mechanism that you are trying to basically run your ground game on. And look, all of this kind of filters down to the local officials. You know, the shit rolls downhill, okay? There was a report recently where a GOP county clerk was begging the state party to stop attacking mail-in ballots because her phone is ringing off the hook with confused elderly voters asking if they are going to jail for mailing in their ballots. Look, these people are confusing their own base, okay? And again, that is actually kind of hilarious how that works out, okay? They have confused themselves and then hurt themselves in their own confusion. It's fantastic. They're suppressing their own votes. And the legislative pushback that we're seeing where, bills to ban mail-in voting die in committees in Republican-controlled houses, that's the sound of the party trying to stop Donald Trump from driving the car off the cliff. But here is, of course, the darker reality of this. Does Donald Trump actually care if they lose because of this? I don't think he does. Look, if Republicans lose because they didn't use mail-in ballots, Trump will just claim the election was rigged, I mean, and the reason that they could lose because of this is the fact that elections are won by turnout. If you make it so much more harder, even for the people who consistently vote Republican, if you make it that hard for them to turn out, especially when you have, a really bad economy and a lot of things that a lot of people are not exactly in favor of going on right now, the policies that suck and people realize that they suck. Yeah, they're not going to want to turn out. But Trump, don't worry. He's just going to say, but the election fraud rigged. So no matter what, he's going to feed the narrative. He's going to feed the grievance machine because that's all he knows. The chaos here is the point. I think he'd rather have a weaker Republican Party that is completely loyal to him and his delusions than a winning one, okay, that actually uses, get this, smart tactics. I know, smart. we don't do that here. Look, the legislators pushing back are actually just trying to save the institution of the Republican Party. But the Trump loyalists are attempting to purge anyone who prioritizes winning over worshiping. It is a civil war inside the party over the mechanics of democracy itself. And frankly, if they want to spend their time fighting each other and suppressing their own turnout while Democrats just, turn out to vote, I say, let them fight. Let them fight. Look, the bottom line here is this. The GOP knows that mail-in voting is secure. They know they need it to win, but they're terrified of the monster that they created. They are stuck between a rock and a MAGA place. And watching them squirm is pretty much the only entertainment that we are getting out of this entire dysfunctional cycle. So there you go. Okay. So let's see. Oh, thank you, Sandee. I do appreciate that. Let's see. Moving on here. Let's head on out to, I don't know, how much the Trump administration is trying to make us pay for gas. Lovely. Okay. $6,000. That is how much the Trump regime is trying to steal from your wallet over the lifetime of your next vehicle. Yeah, that's right. So they're not doing it with a tax hike. Oh, no, of course not. That would be way too easy, right? No, they're not doing it with inflation. Oh, no. They're doing it by rolling back the Clean Cars standards. Standards that were literally designed to keep money in your pocket and out of the hands of ExxonMobil. So now we have the receipts, okay? The legal filings prove that this policy isn't about freedom or safety or whatever mountain of bullshit they're shoveling at you today. No, it is a direct transfer of wealth from members of the working class to the oil executives. And it's insane. So I'm talking about the rollback of the corporate average fuel economy, or CAF standards, or CAFE standards. It sounds really boring, right? Ooh, technical, CAF standards. No, that's what they want you to think, though. They kind of want your eyes to glaze over and roll back into your head so that they can reach into your back pocket. Here's the deal. The previous standards required automakers to hit about 54 miles per gallon by 2025. The current administration looked at that and said, no, that saves regular people too much money. So they gutted it. They rolled it back. And now a coalition of states, environmental groups, and frankly, anybody with a working calculator or brain is suing them. And the arguments the government is using to defend this theft, they're deranged. It reads like a New York Post op-ed, not a legal filing. So let's start out with the obvious. The math. This administration argues that making cars more efficient makes them too expensive. But in reality, the technology would save you on average about $6,000 in gas over the life of the vehicle. You're basically spending $1 to save $6, okay? Now, in any other universe, that's an incredible return on investment. If I told you that you could put $1,000 in a bank account today and get $6,000 back over the next few years, I mean, you'd do it in a heartbeat, wouldn't you? That makes sense. But the administration is arguing that preventing you from making that investment is somehow protecting you. It's gaslighting. Pure and simple. But here's the kicker, right? The auto industry didn't even really ask for a rollback this aggressive. Look, some of them wanted tweaks, sure. But they were planning for a global market. Europe and China are moving to cleaner vehicles. If American companies stop innovating because the EPA lets them make gas guzzlers again, they lose the global market. So then why do it? Why force policy that consumers don't like because we like saving money and that car companies are actually ambivalent about? Because the oil industry, they need you to burn more gas. It's that simple. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a business model. If cars get 54 miles to the gallon, demand for oil drops, prices drop, and you know what that does to the profits. By freezing the standards, they are artificially propping up demand for a product that is killing the planet and draining your bank account. It's a bailout for the oil industry, paid for by you every single time you stop at a gas station. So let's get to the lawsuit itself, though, because their defense is pretty embarrassing. To justify the rollback legally, the EPA has to prove that the old standards are impossible to meet or somehow harmful. So they came up with this argument, right, that efficient cars are unsafe. I'm not kidding. Their argument is essentially, if gas cars are cheaper to drive because they use less gas, then people will drive more. And if people drive more, there's going to be more accidents, obviously. So therefore, efficient cars actually kill people. What? Look, that's the level of logic we're dealing with from the right wing. It's like saying we should ban seatbelts because if people feel safe, they might actually drive a little faster and get into more accidents. It's absolutely absurd, right? But this is their strategy of governance. Literally taking things to the most illogical extreme to justify their predetermined outcome, the outcome that they want. So now they call it the rebound effect, right? And their own experts, career scientists at the EPA, the ones who haven't actually been purged yet, they push back on this. There are internal emails. Staff scientists are like, guys, the math ain't math in here, all right? But what did the political appointees do? Did they listen to the data? No, of course not. They worked backwards. They decided the conclusion, oil companies need more money, and then tried to torture the data until it confessed. This is why they're getting sued by California and 23 other states. And this brings us to the hypocrisy of states' rights. Do you remember that? That's a quaint concept, isn't it? The conservatives, well, we love states' rights. Yeah, until a state like California decides it wants clean air and more fuel efficiency. California has a waiver under the Clean Air Act to set its own standards. It's been there for decades. The administration is trying to revoke that waiver. They're literally trying to use the power of the federal government to crush a state's ability to protect their own citizens just to ensure that Chevron executives can afford to buy a third yacht. Wow. It's not just illegal. It's unconstitutional chaos. They are attempting to break the system. Now, we've got to ask the question, who are these people? Who writes these rules? Well, if you're not familiar with how this works, let me tell you, it's not the scientists. It's lobbyists. The people running the EPA right now, the ones pushing for this rollback, they are former coal lobbyists, former oil industry lawyers, also known as the swamp. Look, at the end of the day, this is not about rule of law. It's not about what's good for the country. This is about patronage. It's about using the levers of government to reward your friends in the oil industry and to punish your enemies. Green car companies. Their friends, of course, are the fossil fuel donors. The enemies also include you, members of the working class, the people who actually have to budget for gas. Look, and even if they lose this lawsuit, which they likely will, because their legal arguments are trash, they win by stalling. They'll drag it out. They'll create uncertainty. They'll run out the clock so that for another 3 or 4 years, they can keep the regulations super weak and the profits high. We're in a war of attrition. They know their arguments suck, that they're garbage. They know the judges, even the conservative ones, the Trump-appointed ones, are mostly looking at them like, why are you wasting my time with this nonsense? But they don't care. The chaos is the point. So the next time you hear about them talking about consumer choice or freedom regarding these car standards, remember this number, $6,000. That's the price tag for their freedom. The freedom to price gouge you. Look, the clean car lawsuit isn't just about the environment. It is a labor issue. It's an economic issue, and whether the government works for the people who drive the cars or the donors who fund corrupt politicians. So there you go. Maybe American car companies should get into the bike business. Yes, well, wouldn't that make sense, though? Okay. All right. So, next story, let's see. Humanity is running out of time because we have crossed 7 of the 9 planetary boundaries needed to sustain human life for a much longer time than scientists are projecting. Oh, yeah, no, things are bad. Things are bad environmentally and are going to get that much worse. Yeah, it's not good. Very, very bad things are on the horizon here. And I wish Trump had not won for many reasons. And one of those, of course, is the future habitability of this planet that we call home. So rough future, man. Rough future. Okay. So let's move on. And let's have a little fun at the victimhood mentality of MAGA people and how they're getting rewarded from that. So that's actually not fun. So you may remember the lady who went on a media tour because she said a gym kicked her out for wearing a MAGA hat. The one who turned a polite, no thanks, please remove your hat, into a national, I'm being persecuted story. Yeah. Well, that same person is now doing public affairs at the Department of Homeland Security in the Trump administration. From how dare this private business refuse me service to I now speak for federal law enforcement. Wow. Great. So this is partly F around and find out, right? So they effed around, building a system where businesses could be allowed to discriminate. And then they found out that it applied to them, cried about it, but then got rewarded with a federal job for playing the victim. I mean, this story perfectly encapsulates the timeline that we are currently living in, the hell world, okay? So I'm talking about Katie Zakaria, a minor right-wing professional victim who is now holding a senior public affairs role at DHS under President Donald Trump. Now, if that name rings a bell, it's not because she did anything important. It's not because she has years of experience navigating complex political issues. It's because she became a mascot for the help, I'm being oppressed because people don't like my hat genre of right-wing media. Yeah. They're discriminating against me. Sure. So let's start out with the gym thing, because that's where the hypocrisy is the loudest. So here's what happened. Katie Zakaria goes to her gym while wearing the red MAGA hat, of course. So the story goes is that one woman confronted her during a workout class And then 2 others, of course, emailed to complain about that hat. So after she got complaints, what did she do? She immediately ran to Fox News, where she is a contributor, and the right-wing podcast circuit to cry, "I'm being persecuted. Oh my God, I am a victim of liberal intolerance. Oh, so much for the tolerant left. I am a victim of discrimination." But wait, hold on here. For years, decades really, Republicans have fought for one very specific principle: that private businesses should be allowed to refuse service based on their values or their conscience. Remember the whole, cake thing, the Masterpiece Cake Shop? Hey, if a baker doesn't want to make a wedding cake for a gay couple, tough luck, man. Go somewhere else. That's freedom. Religious freedom. Okay. If a florist won't do your wedding because you're LGBTQ, hey, man, their business, their rules. What can you do about it? You know what I'm saying? These people went all the way to the Supreme Court to defend that idea. They backed laws that made it easier for businesses to say, "Nah, man, we don't want to serve your kind here." Of course, that only applies if your kind is queer, trans, or otherwise inconvenient to their pretty narrow worldview. Okay? Their line was always, "Hey, man, it's freedom. It's about property rights. Don't worry, the free market will sort everything out. And if you don't like it, you have the freedom to go to another business." Okay, fine. Hey, look, that's the world they wanted. That's the legal framework that they spent millions of dollars constructing. And now they've got it. But when a gym looks at someone wearing a MAGA hat and says, "Hey, it's kind of a bad look. We really don't want that kind of negativity here." You'd think by Republican logic, that would be totally allowed. I mean, it's freedom, right? You know where we're going here with this. At the end of the day, MAGA's politics are about cruelty and exclusion. So, of course, decent people are not going to be vibing with that. And at the end of the day, that's literally the conservative dream scenario: a private business exercising its sacred right to choose who it serves. But the moment these folks get told no, well, suddenly I'm being discriminated against. Cancel culture. Fox News emergency. I got to go to Fox News. Somebody call them up. I need to do 47 breathless segments on it. It's funny, Republicans spent decades passing laws that let businesses discriminate based on their personally held beliefs. And then when one business applied that logic to them, they lost their minds. And this isn't the first time we have seen this entire thing play out. And of course, Katie Zechariah didn't say, "Well, I guess this is what we helped build, and it's all about freedom. I guess I'll just go find another gym, a MAGA-friendly gym." No, of course not. No, what she did instead was fully lean into the victimhood narrative, milk it for every single media booking she can get, man, and then build a mini career off the idea that she is oppressed. Because a business did exactly what Republicans wanted businesses to be able to do, to be allowed to do. Of course. But here's the thing. Who is this woman who now has a very high position at DHS? Well, she's a longtime political strategist and legal advisor. Now, in 2024, she actually got picked up by the group called Fix California. Fix California. Now, that sounds great. I mean, there are certainly things that are broken in California. Who doesn't want to fix things? We like fixing things. But they actually don't. Because look at what they're actually trying to do. Pushing aggressive voter roll purchase. Hyping election integrity panic to try to justify making voting harder. And deliberately feeding suspicion about mail-in ballots and normal election procedures. Look, the real goal of this group isn't to fix anything. It's to make a deep blue state less democratic. So maybe Republicans couldn't win without changing any of their abhorrent, extremely unpopular policies. Now, that same year, 2024, she gets picked up by one of the most hardcore Trump loyalists out there, Rick Grenell. If you're not familiar with him, he is Trump's former acting director of national intelligence. He's the guy who used his intelligence declassifications as a political weapon. He's somebody who sees government not as a neutral institution, but as a tool to crush his enemies and reward his friends. Now, in this administration, he is serving as the special presidential envoy for special missions, and that's been there since 2025. He's been in that position. So now, following that, this woman, getting back to her, was brought on as a contributor to Fox News. So, putting this all together, you've got a person who demands special protections when a private business treats her the way Republicans said businesses should be allowed to treat people, is part of an operation whose core mission is to make it much, much more difficult for certain people, disproportionately young, poor, and non-white, to vote. This woman is not some random staffer. As a legal advisor, she is helping craft the arguments, the strategies, the messaging behind the system is rigged and we're just asking questions while systematically making participation in that system more difficult. It really is amazing. And the resume, that ability to spin loss into victimhood and disenfranchisement into integrity, that's the resume that the Trump Department of Homeland Security is thrilled with. They love it. And now she is in public affairs at the Department of Homeland Security. And let's be very clear about what that means right now. Under Trump, that title is not some neutral communications job. It's not about issuing press releases on weather safety. DHS sits on top of, a lot of different things. Immigration enforcement, the border, detention centers, or concentration camps, domestic terrorism designations, cybersecurity and election infrastructure protection. Public affairs inside that machine means controlling the narrative on state violence. Yeah. It means deciding how ICE raids are described to the public, framing migrants as families, basically framing migrants as invaders, labeling which groups are considered to be domestic terrorists and domestic extremists and which ones are just concerned patriots, spinning stories about election security, especially when those elections hurt the president's allies. Under this current regime, agencies are expected to be loyal, not honest. We've seen this playbook before, and we're seeing it on steroids now. We see DHS reports on right-wing extremism watered down or buried. We see briefings reshaped to fit White House talking points. We see officials punished if they dare say, actually, the reality is the threat is coming from the far right. So now ask yourself, when there's another white supremacist attack or another armed standoff with a MAGA group or a conflict over election infrastructure, you think somebody like Katie Zechariah is going to push for frank, accurate language about far-right threats? Or are we going to get more of, Antifa, lone wolf, no politics here? Or in the most recent mass shooting, trans people. Yeah. They're taking people forged in the MAGA media outrage ecosystem where everything is persecution and nothing is their fault, and putting them in charge of telling you what's happening with national security. That is not just hiring a press person. That's embedding movement propagandists into the machinery that defines reality for the public. It's taking alternative facts and institutionalizing it at the federal level. So look, why do people like this keep failing upward? That's a question, right? Why do we see this specific type of person getting these kinds of jobs? Because this is how Trump world works. Trump doesn't care if you're competent. He doesn't care if you know the first thing about Homeland Security. No, he only cares if you're loudly loyal, willing to repeat his narratives, no matter what the facts are, and are willing to use government power and government platforms to protect him and his authoritarian movement. And Katie Zachariah checks every single box. She took a mundane go to another gym problem and turned it into a national persecution narrative. That shows you that she knows how to play this game. She worked directly with an election undermining operation in California, which shows you that she's willing to get her hands dirty. Absolutely. So she has demonstrated repeatedly that she will frame any consequence of right-wing policy, like a business exercising its right to refuse service, as an attack on conservatism. In Donald Trump's system, that's not a red flag. That's a reference. This is patronage, pure and simple. Reward the people who scream witch hunt on TV. Reward the people who help you cast out on elections. Reward the people who pretend that basic accountability is tyranny. And where do they land? In DHS, DOJ, the intelligence community, anywhere that can be used to launder movement propaganda as official government information. So when you see a bullshit hire like this, it's not a mistake. It's a feature of how Donald Trump is rebuilding the state. Loyalists first, country second, and truth dead last. It's about building a government that serves the person and not the people. Now, here's the thing. I want to go back to the gym one more time, because it really does perfectly expose the mindset running this entire thing. Logically, if you fight for businesses to have the right to refuse service, cheer when that's used to deny cakes to gay couples, tell LGBTQ plus couples or people to go somewhere else, snowflake. Then when a gym decides your MAGA hat is bad for business, you should just shrug and go find another treadmill. You don't cry on cable news. You don't demand special protections. But that's not what we're dealing with, because they don't actually believe in neutral principles. They believe in power. The logic here is businesses should be free to discriminate against people they don't like. Government should stay out of private choices, unless, of course, those choices happen to inconvenience them. Free speech is absolute until somebody criticizes them. Then it's censorship. The moment the right to refuse service boomerangs back at them, they declare themselves victims and demand the exact protections they spent years trying to deny other groups of people. I mean, Katie Zachariah turned that hypocrisy into her brand. And now she's bringing that rules for thee, but not for me worldview into DHS communications. And that matters, because if you think like that about a gym, you're going to think like that about, well, a lot of different things, honestly. Protesters, journalists, immigrant communities, anyone who doesn't fit your ideological club. So look, Katie Zachariah is one appointee in a sea of Donald Trump loyalists, but she is a perfect example of how this entire thing works. I mean, you spend years building a system where businesses can throw people out. You build a system where elections can be undermined in the name of integrity. You build a system where the government is treated as a propaganda arm for one man. Then you take power and use it to make sure that they never have to follow their own rules ever again. And there you go. Let's see. Many brown and Latino people sign up for ICE. For many, it's the bonus money that gives incentive. They should read the fine prints because, you know, a lot of people, they're not getting that money. You have to be on for 5 years. 5 years. And, you know, if you don't make it for 5 years, you got to pay it back. So it's amazing because, you know, here you have so many of these MAGA chuds, you know, that have signed up for this, not reading the fine print because they don't know how to read. Okay. And being very surprised, being very shocked, Pikachu face, that they're going to have to pay back all that money. Oops. Oops. Sad. Baby. Okay. So let's go to something that we've been, well, that I haven't talked about, but, you know, it's going around Blue Sky and, you know, establishment press. And it's actually about Colbert, right? And James Tallarico. So this is a really interesting story that I'm going to get into. It's about censorship. All right. David and Larry Ellison, the billionaires who own Oracle, didn't buy CBS to protect liberal democracy. No, they bought it to control the narrative. And they installed Barry Weiss's ideology to act as a gatekeeper. But here's the thing about trying to censor the truth in the digital age. Actually, it's a nasty habit of blowing up in your face. They thought they could bury James Tallarico's interview on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert because he said the quiet part out loud about Christian nationalism. They thought they could protect their investment by silencing a progressive voice. Instead, they pretty much triggered the mother of all Streisand effects. The interview they tried to hide is now it's everywhere. And James Tallarico has actually raised over $7 million, specifically because they had tried to shut him up. So I want to be very clear about who's pulling the strings at CBS now. This ain't the liberal media your uncle complains about on Facebook. All right. The controlling interest in CBS now is held by the Ellison family. Larry Ellison is a top Trump donor. David Ellison is the one making the business moves. These are people deeply embedded in the MAGA oligarchy. And so who did they bring in to help steer the editorial direction at CBS? None other than Barry Weiss, the self-proclaimed free speech absolutist, who only seems to care about free speech when it's conservative speech. The report is that CBS executives, specifically the new leadership regime, killed the Tallarico segment. Why? Because Tallarico, a devout Christian himself, went on national TV and basically dismantled the hypocrisy of Christian nationalism. He didn't attack Christianity. He attacked the political weaponization of it. He attacked the exact tool the far right uses to control their voters. And that's what the Ellisons and their ideological enforcers like Barry Weiss cannot allow. They can handle a debate about, you know, cancel culture, right? But they can't handle a moral critique that exposes the grift at the heart of their own power structure. So I think that's really interesting. Here's the thing. When you try to suppress a story in 2026, you don't bury it. You validate it. By pulling the interview, CBS sent a signal to pretty much everyone. This man is saying something so dangerous to our agenda that we have no choice but to hide it. You know what that is? That's blood in the water for the internet. That's like catnip. The clip of Tallarico, the ones that they didn't want you to see, got posted to YouTube where it circulated anyway. Went viral on Blue Sky, went viral on TikTok. Independent media, they picked it up. Especially after Colbert hyped it on his own show and basically called out CBS leadership. Now, the result is Tallarico didn't just get views, he got resources. He raised $7 million. That's a massive war chest for a state-level politician. And every single cent of that is a direct result of CBS attempting to silence him. Look, honestly, if they had just aired the segment without a problem, maybe it would have been a 5-minute clip on late night TV. And maybe a lot of people would have scrolled past it the next morning. I'm sure he probably would have gotten some positive effects from it as well. But by censoring it, they actually inadvertently turned James Tallarico into a martyr for the truth. They turned him into a symbol of resistance against the billionaire media control. And this right here is a good case study in why the right-wing billionaire takeover of legacy media is actually going to be a rather bumpy ride for them. I mean, they think they can buy these institutions, and they have largely, CNN, CBS, Washington Post, and just turn off the tap of information. They think they can sit there and perform surgery on reality and remove the parts they don't like. But, the audience isn't stupid. We know when we're being managed. We know when the narrative feels artificial. And more importantly, we also have other places that we can go. The Ellisons and Barry Weiss, they played this hand wrong. They proved Tallarico's point for him. Again, he argues that Christian nationalism is nothing more than an authoritarian power grab, which is true. And the billionaire class responded by using authoritarian power to silence him. I mean, there you go. Point proven. The lesson for CBS should be pretty simple here. You bought the network, yes, but that doesn't mean you own the truth. As for Tallarico, I kind of have a feeling that he's going to be sending a thank you note to the Ellison family because they may have just won him a Democratic primary. Oops. Yeah, exactly. Mega Streisand. That's perfect. That's the first thing I thought of. All right. Let's see. I got time for one more story here. Let's go to the VA. You're going to love this one. Okay. For years, we've heard Trump and the MAGA movement scream, "Oh, we got to support the troops." They wrap themselves in the flag. They use veterans as props at every rally. And they attack anybody who questions them as unpatriotic. Yeah, you don't love America. But now that they're in power, the flag waving has stopped and the accounting has begun. You see, the VA has just quietly rolled out a new rule that changes how disability ratings are calculated. And if you're a veteran, this rule is designed to do one thing: cut your benefits. The new policy says the VA can now rate your disability based on how well you function while on medication. Now, think about what that means. If you have PTSD or a severe physical injury and you take medication that helps you sleep or manage pain, the VA can now say, see, look, the medication's working. You're not that disabled anymore. And then they cut your check. This isn't healthcare. This is a complete betrayal. And certainly something that they're probably going to expand out into disability in general. Now, I talk a lot about the difference between what MAGA says and what MAGA actually does. They say they love the military. They say they want to take care of our troops. But when it comes to actual policy, it's always about cutting costs, protecting wealthy tax cuts, and screwing over the people who serve. This new VA rule is a perfect example of the grift to government pipeline that I've talked about before. These people get into power by promising to rebuild the military, and then they appoint bureaucrats who look at disabled veterans and see nothing more than a line item that needs to be cut. So let's look at the details of this rule, because mainstream media kind of busy covering the latest palace intrigue to tell you about the veterans that are losing their livelihoods. See, the core of this rule change is actually pretty insidious. Historically, the VA rated disability based on the severity of the condition itself. If you have a service-connected injury, you were compensated for that injury. But under this new framework, the VA is shifting to a model that penalizes you for seeking treatment. That's insane. Veterans groups are, of course, furious about it. They're pointing to the obvious, right? Medication does not cure chronic conditions. Yes, it manages it. But if a veteran stops taking their medication, the condition comes back. But under this Trump-era VA logic, if the pill works, the check shrinks. This creates a perverse incentive, forces veterans to choose between getting the treatment that they need to attempt to live a normal life, or to keeping the disability rating that they need to be able to pay their bills. Because remember that disability doesn't go away. Now, who's pushing this? Well, again, these are the same people who claim we can't afford to help veterans, while they blow up the deficit with tax cuts for the rich who never served a day in their lives. We're the MAGA influencers who get all upset, bent out of shape about people disrespecting the flag. Now, they're pretty silent right now. Because for them, veterans are only useful as political weapons against the left. Once a veteran actually needs health care, once a veteran needs the government to hold up its end of the bargain, suddenly, veterans is freeloader. Suddenly, that veteran needs to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Again, that's the reality of the MAGA agenda, okay? This isn't about populism. This is corporate austerity wrapped up in a flag. That's it. They sold veterans a bill of goods. They promised strong military and America first. What veterans are getting instead is bureaucracy looking for any excuse to deny them benefits that they had earned. And look, this isn't just about the money. This is actually about the trust. When you sign up to serve, there is an implicit contract, right? You risk your life and your health. And if something happens, the country will take care of you, if you come back broken. This rule breaks that contract. Tells every active duty soldier and every veteran that their value to the government ends the moment they can no longer hold a rifle. And let's be clear. You know who this is going to hurt. The most vulnerable. It's going to hurt them the hardest. The older veterans, the ones with complex chronic conditions, the ones who rely on the disability check to keep a roof over their heads. So, look, if you know a veteran who voted for this administration thinking they're going to be treated better, you might want to show them this story. You might want to show them that while Donald Trump plays golf, his VA is working overtime to figure out how they can get away with paying them less. This is the find out phase of the election. Okay. And tragically, it's the veterans who will end up paying the price. So there you go. It's simple. If what MAGA says sounds good, it's a lie. If it's something bad, it is the truth. Very true. These freaks want to bring slavery back and dress it up as, don't worry, we provide. And of course, austerity is murder. Indeed it is. And look, every cut to these types of programs it should be considered violence. I mean, because that's what it is. It's state-sanctioned violence. All right. So with that, that's all the time I have for you, unfortunately. So now let's go here and basically welcome in our next presenter. Okay. But before I do that, please, if this resonated, please hit like and subscribe. Okay. To this space. Helps the algorithm push this to the people who might actually need to hear it. And head to Patreon if you want to support the work directly. Okay. Every dollar goes back into research and production. You can find me, of course, on YouTube at The Logical Leftist. Instagram at Logical Leftist, and at Blue Sky at jeffwaldorf.bsky.social. Check those out. Follow for, daily updates and video clips. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Up next, coming up right now on this space, we have Andrea Rovenski. The sign is up ahead, and it says, "Welcome to Fuckville. Population, us."
Hello, welcome to the show. I am doing a show today. Today is show day here in this space. Day Industries. We are doing a show today. So if you've been paying attention to the news, you would be under the impression that we are about to go on World War III for the 9,417th time. World War III is imminent. It is upon us. The United States of America, if that is its real name, as well as Israel, are constructing a very large war fleet of both planes and boats. There might be people in the boats and planes. Unsure. This is 2026. People aren't required to murder grandmothers in other countries and to kill children and to bomb their limbs into pieces and snipe them in the face. You don't need human beings anymore because we are in the age of robots and so-called AI, if that is its real name. I'm pretty nervous. Does anyone feel like this is coming out of nowhere? It feels like this is like the whack-a-mole war, since Donald Trump got his way back in there, wriggled back in. Feels like Iran has been a little bit of a whack-a-mole war. Is it going to happen or not? Kind of happened a little bit last year, and that was like a test case. That was Israel and America kind of seeing what they could get away with. And now they, I guess, have learned from those lessons. I'm not sure, and they're ready to go back in. I would like to remind everyone that Donald Trump does not have very much time left on this earth, and the Republican Party has not quite collapsed the government completely, in the sense that they have practically and effectively destroyed the federal government. But the theatrics of the federal government is still in play, right? So, if Donald Trump just declared himself king and canceled the elections, could he get away with that? That's the big question. I don't think at this point he could, which is why they're trying to engage in subversion instead of outright cancellation. But that all goes to say that as long as Donald Trump is still alive, we are in hell. When Donald Trump goes, we're still going to be in hell, but the full-blown, just driving off the cliff is only going to be possible as long as Donald Trump is here. For whatever reason, this is my, understanding of the world at this point. But for whatever reason, Donald Trump, a pedophile rapist, managed to convince 70 million people to vote for him multiple times. Now, we've been here before. You know, oh, the people who voted for Trump, are they going to regret it? Did they regret it after 2016? No. They voted for him again. Did they regret it after January 6th? No. They voted for him again. So are they going to regret it after the Epstein files? Probably not. However, do I think that J.D. Vance or any Republican is going to be able to slurp up the 70 million just like Donald Trump did? I don't think so. And I don't think they think so either, which is why as long as Donald Trump is still alive, they're going to try to do whatever it is that is on their agenda, Project 2025 and then some. That's why Cuba is on the chopping block as well as Iran. But this is definitely going to be a world war scenario. If Iran is engaged in a full-scale war for its survival, and the United States and Israel are in a full-scale offensive situation, that doesn't look good for Europe. You know, Europe's a lot closer than the US. Is OTAN going to get involved on the belligerent side? You know, I know it's a little silly question, but OTAN's been a little bit, they haven't been best friends as of late with the whole Greenland thing. Remember that, or was it Iceland? One of them. Greenland or Iceland kind of destabilized the OTAN relationship, the alliance of nations, if you will. So will OTAN come and join the United States and Israel to destroy Iran for seemingly no reason? The answer is probably. You know, there's like a 99% chance. Let's be honest, right? Maybe 98% chance OTAN will go to war with the United States and Israel against Iran for no reason. Iran has not attacked anybody. Now, Iran is not a great country, but you know what else isn't a great country? The United States. You know, it's even a worse country than both of them combined? Israel. So, you know, spare me with this whole Iran sucks kind of thing. You know, everywhere sucks. This world sucks. We as a species are a bunch of losers, and we let these old boomer rapist pedophile warlord freaks run our planet. There's only about 100,000, maybe a couple thousand, depending on how you factor in family trees, people that are in charge of the planet, whether that be presidents, pedophile rapists on islands, or shadow billionaires of other sorts, or religious institutions such as Vatican City, which is a fascist state in its own right. But we'll leave Vatican City alone for now. They're not as bad as Israel in their defense. But our world, we just kind of let about 1,000 or so pedophile, rapist warlords just tell us what to do. Because we're a bunch of morons. That's just how it is. We're a terrible, terrible group of people. We being the rest. We deserve it. We deserve to be pillaged for what we have done. We deserve to be destroyed for what we have done. And letting the worst among us make all of our decisions, we deserve to bear the brunt of their chaos. We deserve it more than they do, because they won't be here. Donald Trump is going to age out of the hell that he is bringing about this world. Same thing with Putin. You know, maybe a couple of these guys are young enough, they'll be able to hang on for that life extension. But still, these people are going gonzo, and they're not going to be here for what they're doing. Climate change, for example. Do you think the rich are planning on sharing the planet with you and your fuck-ass family? Do you think Mark Zuckerberg is planning on waiting in line at the grocery store for you and your friends? No. This is all part of the plan to kill every single person that they don't like. And anyone that is left over will be in the new servant class. The rich don't want to completely kill everyone. They need a population to look up to them. They need a population to sing their praises. Every good billionaire wants to have their own little kingdom, something like North Korea in the propaganda articles, like if you look at their military parades and how they treat their leaders. Leader, I guess. There's only one of them in there. But you know, that's what every billionaire wants. So if there's about 1,000, maybe 2,000 billionaires, you know, they're going to destroy the planet, and each one is going to want maybe 1 million, maybe 500,000, just slaves, peasants. Or do you live in Apple, or do you live in Tesla? Oh no, I live in the United States of Ford, you know, and whatever. I don't know any other car companies. But this is where we're heading. Anyone who doesn't die in the wave of disease that they've been unleashing over the last 6 years, if you haven't died or have gotten infected with the disease that will eventually kill you in the next 10 to 20 years, anyone who hasn't been killed in a hurricane, in a tornado, in a tsunami, anyone who's left over, the light that you have at the end of the tunnel is to be a servant, to be a pet, to be a slave. Unless we do something about it. There's a lot of people who have suggested doing something about it. Maybe we could vote. Yeah, let's sign up a ballot. Drop it in a box. That's going to get the pedophile rapists with nuclear warheads to really get their act together. Well, we voted in 2024, and the Republicans managed to somehow invalidate over 3 million votes in swing states. So, I don't know. To me, it looks like voting doesn't really work. Now, of course, you should vote while you still can. It feels good to vote. Hey, we all grew up in a country that allowed voting. How quaint. How cute in some capacity. But it's going to take a lot more than voting to get us out of this mess. If anyone is familiar with being depressed, I've been depressed many times. Sometimes you wake up, you become lucid in your depression. You look around you and you see the empty pizza boxes, and you see the fast food wrappers and the soda cans and the garbage bag that is kind of filling up over the edge, and you realize, should probably clean up this mess. But then you also think, well, it is quite a big mess, and wouldn't it be easier to just order some more pizza and just kind of maybe take the rest of the day off? Maybe I'll wake up tomorrow. Yeah, I'll do it tomorrow. Well, that's our entire species. We've been doing it tomorrow for the last, 10,000 years, and it appears that tomorrow is finally going to come. World War III is not going to be pretty. Now, of course, World War III is kind of a silly phrase. World War I and II, it's debatable. Are they even two distinct wars? Or are they one larger war with an intermission in the middle? What even is war? The concept of war, wars leading to other wars, wars leading to treaties that lead to a break, that sets up the dominoes to another war. Are they all the same war? Is this just the one 10,000-year-long war? Is that how the future is going to look at this era? The era of war, genocide, and death. What's the difference between genocide and war? If you look at Gaza, there doesn't seem to be that much of a difference. Half the planet calls it a war. They even say it's the Israel-Hamas war. They put two sides in there. Yeah, there's two opposing sides. Half the planet calls it a genocide. But that still leaves billions of people who are calling it a war. What is war? I don't know what war is. So by that notion, is this World War III? What does that mean? It probably doesn't mean anything. But what I do want to say in regards to the imminent destruction of the planet is that we've had wars for the last, since World War II, right? They haven't been that big. They haven't been huge. They haven't been colossal. For the people that live in the countries that are being constantly carpet bombed, they feel colossal. But Europe hasn't been involved. Well, Europe hasn't been the battlefield, so therefore it's not a world war. Because the only time that the world calls it a world war is when the troops are marching in Europe. But we have troops marching in Europe on the eastern side of Europe. There are troops in Europe, and those troops are aligned with Iran. Is Russia going to go to war with Europe to defend Iran? I don't know. Maybe then we can call it a world war because, it's got to qualify as a specific thing. Just like genocide, we have to constantly have our magnifying glass to the atrocities at hand. Just, make sure all of our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed. Is it really a genocide? Well, it appears that only 700,999,000, I added extra thousands, and 999 babies have been sniped in the face. And you need 800,000 in order to be qualified as a genocide. So this is just a war, I'm afraid. I don't know. But the United States economy has collapsed, past tense. Most people that have not made it in the lottery of the American economy are not doing so well. If you're working for a shitty corporation, if you work minimum wage, you're not doing so well, either mentally or physically or economically. How many more years of getting sick every single couple of months and never getting a wage increase in, 10, 20 years? How many more years of watching a pedophile rapist destroy your planet? How many more years are we all going to be able to survive before we hit rock bottom, lose our homes, and then get swept up in homeless encampment sweeps? Bipartisan support for the destruction of the homeless, by the way. Bipartisan support for sweeping all homeless people into concentration camps. Gavin Newsom loves doing personal. He goes out there himself. He says, bring on the cameras. Everyone watch me commit crimes against humanity. Gavin Newsom would gladly send homeless people to concentration camps. We've seen major Democrats such as Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton talk about how homeless people and migrants are causing destabilization to the family and to Western ways of life. That's Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, not Donald Trump and Marco Rubio. These are Democrats. The death and genocide of homeless people, that is a bipartisan issue in the United States. The Supreme Court not too long ago said that being homeless is tantamount to being a criminal. Just sleeping on the street means you're up to no good. So what happens, right, when people get sick one more time and then they lose their job because they can't go into work and then they can't pay their rent and then they're out on the street and then they get swept up and sent to a prison? And guess what? 13th Amendment says if you're a prisoner, now you're a slave. Isn't that great? So I don't know. It feels like now or never is kind of the situation here. But of course, I don't know. It looks like we're living in the never timeline, although who's to say? Maybe we're living in the now timeline. Maybe when my show is over, I'm going to read the news and boom, worldwide revolution. And everyone is happy. Everyone gets a teddy bear and a puppy. I don't know. Maybe. But it seems more likely that when my show is over, I will look at the news and see something like, oh, Israel has dropped a carpet bomb on Iran or some shit like that. Who knows? Maybe not today, maybe not in the next hour, but maybe next week, maybe by the weekend. Who knows? It feels like we've been here for a couple of weeks. You ever think about how religion is such a major part of what's happening in the world right now, and how you don't really see any national discourse or discussion on how religion is playing a part in the end of our world? You have an ethno-state called Israel, which is founded on a religious doctrine. a religion based on genocide, a religion based on rape and torture. And they base their state, their government, on that religion. And they use that religion to discriminate against people that aren't of their specific religion. It is a religious, it is such an absurd religion that they've created an ethnicity around their religion. Make that make sense. But so you got these guys with nuclear weapons, by the way, going after another religious theocracy. Hey, you know, Iran's done a lot of really shitty stuff domestically with their Islamic so-called Revolutionary Guard, but at least they haven't done as bad as Israel. You know, let's be honest, right? Like, Israel's number one when it comes to religious war crimes. It almost feels like a lot of this was very predictable. If you were a historian in, like, I don't know, 1400 Anno Domini, you'd probably be seeing this shit coming. And then you got the Christians from Europe and America. They're coming in with their holy bombs of war, because a lot of Christians in the United States especially believe that when Israel bombs the entirety of the Middle East into smithereens and kills every Muslim in the world, and then they can conquer the entirety of Asia and Africa, and once Israel does that, then somehow that's like the cheat code for Jesus Christ to come fucking back from the world or whatever the fuck. And then so everyone's got their religious end game. But it's not really about religion, right? It's not like these people really believe in the sky daddies. It's just a convenient scapegoat. That's what a lot of people say, to convince themselves that religion is somehow acceptable in our society. Religion is the scapegoat that allows the billions of people to think that there's nothing wrong with pedophile rapists in the White House. Well, he voted for Supreme Court justices that took away your right to an abortion. So it doesn't matter that he's a pedophile rapist. Doesn't matter. Religion is okay. It's fine. It's okay to be religious. It's okay to worship a pedophile. Which religion am I talking about? You decide. That's fine. We decided as a species, you know, let's not talk about how billions of people on this planet worship a pedophile, how billions of people on this planet worship a book that says that God is allowed to kill children. And God even commands his own followers to kill their own children. Think about that. The religion that tells you to kill your own child is the same religion that the followers of are using to snipe babies in the face on a daily basis. I don't know, man. It seems like religion, no good. But you don't even see any discussion in the mainstream news. No one talks about religion. I don't see candidates running for office talk about religion. I don't see pundits talk about religion. Maybe they're out there. I don't watch the news that much these days. But doesn't it seem weird that these major religions now, by the way, upgraded DLC, nuclear warheads, are going at it? I don't know. It seems like it's something to be concerned about. That billions and billions and billions and billions of people, multiple billions of human beings, can be convinced to kill each other with such a stupid fucking thing, such as religion. It's just, imagine if, like, fucking, you know, sports fans, and, you know, I don't have to imagine this too hard because they actually do this. Sports fans actually do kill each other. They riot in the streets and do kill each other, but it's, you know, it's not. But imagine if, like, football fans went to war with football fans over who's allowed to call it football. Yeah, figure that one out for a second. So football fans worldwide decide, we've had enough. You have colonized our language. You have taken our words from us. And they invade America. And they say, you are no longer allowed to use the word football to describe your sport where you throw the ball with your hands. Why do they call it football? Whatever. You are no longer allowed to do that, for this is our holy word. And then the football American fans, I don't even, does it have an alternative name? Does anyone know? Because you have soccer as an alternative name, but that's disrespectful to football. So I would rather disrespect American football. So I don't know. But imagine, just bear with me, that the American football fans wanted to defend themselves. And imagine that they did defend themselves. And then they created a stronghold in America, maybe in Europe. Well, Europe loves real football. And then maybe they decided, you know what? We've had peace for a couple years, but we're going to go out on a crusade. We're going to get back our land. We're going to tell people that our football is the real fucking football. And then imagine millions of people join the military. Because that's the thing about this, is the pedophile, rapist, warlords, they're not going to fight each other. You don't see Jeffrey Epstein going in the ring with the Ayatollah. You don't see that fucking shit happen. Imagine Donald Trump puts on the boxing gloves and walks up to the ring with fucking Xi. That would never happen. They're going to get you and your fucking stupid fucking family to die in their fucking games. How ridiculous is that? And how do they do that? With religion. Religion is how they fucking manipulate your fucking mind into believing that killing children is acceptable. You see this fucking guy in Israel talk about, he quotes the Bible all the fucking time in Hebrew. I don't speak that language. All the time. He's citing the Bible, the Torah, whatever it is. He's citing it over and over. This story is why we sniped that baby in the face. This exact story, this paragraph, this passage is why we bombed that hospital. Right? And then in Israel, all these fucking people cheerlead. Israel supports the genocide. Most Israeli citizens support the genocide. Why? Because they believe in Judaism. And Judaism is a religion of genocide. Maybe I shouldn't say that on a collaborative channel, but that's what it is. And they convince their population that, well, you like God, right? And Jesus is, well, I guess not Jesus, but God's watching you jerk off, right? And God's put us here. He put us here. And, you know, sure, God put the other guys there too. But don't question that part. And hey, if you like God so much, we'll give you a draft exemption. And that's a big deal in Israel right now, because they're gearing up to go on a crusade. They're gearing up to go on a crusade for their Holy Land. That's why they want to go to war with Iran. They want to go to war with Iran so that they can get into a wider war. They can take out Lebanon. They can take out the rest of the guys in Syria, maybe even take out Egypt. Then they can build their little super Jewish Holy Land, and then boom, boom, boom. We got the Crusades again, right? But in Israel, they have this thing where if you're super Orthodox, you love God so much, you're jerking God off, right? Imagine that. You can get exempted from mandatory genocide service. If you don't know, if you live in Israel, the moment you turn 18, you must compulsorily, participate in genocide. You know, you go through high school, but before you graduate, you got to go snipe some babies just for being babies, I guess. I don't know. They're the wrong kind of babies. Christian babies, too. If you're American and you like Christ or whatever, think about that one. Some of the oldest churches in the world. Christ was, of course, born in the region of Gaza. So some of the oldest churches in the world have been destroyed in the genocide. But, of course, you know, Christians don't give a fuck about their own history. They don't give a fuck about anything. So again, right now in Israel, there's a lot of protesters going out there, not anti-genocide protesters, of course. They all love genocide in Israel. But protesters are like, hey, I dedicated my life to researching how much God loves genocide. Therefore, I have earned the draft exemption. Well, also, the government of Israel, a religious sycophantic cult, is going to want to do a wider crusade. So we're going to need more bodies for the meat grinder. And turns out they're discussing revoking the ultra-Orthodox exemption. And now it's leading to some fun images of ultra-Orthodox genocide supporters getting tear gassed in the streets. Because now the non-ultra-Orthodox, I guess the regular genocide religious fanatics, they're like, hey, You're the ones who told us that this whole holy book is all about genocide and killing. We're the ones doing the genocide and killing. You're the ones who say it's about genocide. How about you join us? Join us. That's what they're saying. The water's fine. Think about that. That's the domestic politics of Israel. Should the super duper religious people who endorsed the genocide and who gave us the roadmap for the genocide, should they also have to participate in it? I don't know. That's the eternal question here for Israel. And this is what religion brings to our world. It brings to our world such disgusting fucking garbage. Because let's be honest, most human beings writing down books 6,000 years ago and those books surviving, right? Chances are a book, about gardening and about how to feed your fucking family forever, that book didn't survive 6,000 fucking years because no king could use that book to take over a fucking country and rape and pillage their own people. Kings could only use a book about God, a God that tells their own people to kill their own children. That's the only book worthwhile to dictators and freaks and warlords, right? So those are the books that survive, and those are the books that get cult followings. And now here we are in the next major chapter of religious warfare, and no one's mentioning the religious angles of this. I don't know. Very strange. But there's no toothpaste going back in the tube if the United States, Europe, and Israel decide to go to war with Iran. For once again, I would like to remind you all, for no reason. It might not seem important, but there is no goddamn fucking reason. They haven't even given us a fucking reason. They have not even tried. They have not even attempted. They haven't even thrown a fake reason. With Venezuela, it was fentanyl or whatever the fuck. Then it was oil. Then it was just like, oh, Maduro was dancing or whatever, and that's mean. They at least gave us some reasons. With Iraq, they gave us like years and years. Like, we got to watch an entire TV show. It was like watching fucking like one of those fucking TV shows. There was some like TV writer, that kind of TV show. They got like killed or whatever recently. Some call it an assassination. We don't know what it is. But those kind of TV shows. It was like watching an old TV show in 2001, 2, 3. There was like seasonal arcs back in 2002. You had multiple season-long arcs. Like the United Nations. That was a crazy season. That was like an anime arc. That shit would have lasted like fucking several dozen years in a fucking manga. Right? Now, we don't even know the reason. What's the reason that we're going to war with Iran? They killed their own people. You know who else is killing their own people? Israel. By every designation here, Israel owns the land of Gaza. Therefore, the people that live there are their own people. They are Israelis in that sense. So Israel killed over 1 million at this point of their own people in just the last few years. So again, what's and I know this is hypocrisy, doesn't work here, but again, I just want to note that they haven't even given us a fucking reason. If they would have bombed Iran like at least 2 weeks ago, maybe there would have been a fucking reason or something, but that whole thing died down. They didn't have the warships ready in time. The Israelis were scrambling. So then they lost their reason. Now they don't have a fucking reason. We're still going to go to war anyway? Very strange stuff. Very strange stuff. But again, who is fighting these wars? Is the Ayatollah fighting this war? Or are his millions of loyal soldiers who are supporting, in this instance, I can't even say religion is really the motive behind Iran. Really, the motive is just like, these people are going to fucking kill us all. So, you don't really need to be motivated by religion at that point. But Israel is directly motivated by religion. They cite religion as the number one reason why they're doing it. All the people participating in the Israeli genocide are doing it for religious reasons, right? So, again, how the fuck is it possible for like a couple thousand people to manipulate millions or billions of people into hating each other? That shit is crazy to me. Like, I with a burning fucking passion in my soul, I hate motherfuckers that like the new Bethesda Doom games, right? I think they're low IQ. I think if you like Doom 4, 5, or 6, you're just dumb. You're a silly person. You're probably, you have like a 40 IQ maximum. That being said, I wouldn't go to war with you. I wouldn't burn down your fucking family's house. I wouldn't burn down your grandpa's fucking, like mausoleum just because you like a shitty fucking video game. So how the fuck do these people get convinced to murder millions and millions of people? Again, Israel has been around for about 80 years or so. It's been a genocide experiment the whole fucking time. They've been murdering millions of people over the course of these millions of years or decades, millions. Decades, over the course of these decades. My apologies. So I don't know, man. Over a fucking book because they read the wrong book. That's crazy to me. I just don't get it. I just don't understand. But either way, what I do understand is that if this country being the United States of America, if that is its real name, does decide to go to war with Iran, the whole world is donezo. And what do I mean by that? It means that you're probably not going to be able to eat in a very stable fashion. The foods that you like eating are probably not going to be available in the quantities that you like eating them in. We're talking about worldwide food shortages. Food shortages are already happening at record rates because of stuff like the war in Ukraine. For example, a lot of food exports from that region have been halted to zero, right? So that has caused a lot of problems. Climate change has destabilized several areas around the world when it comes to food production. Of course, we've had all kinds of wars going on in the Middle East. It's hard to produce food in a desert, but also it's hard to produce food when there's carpet bombs every 15 minutes, right? So, again, food shortages are going to be coming. Climate change is also accelerating water shortages. You might be thinking, well, aren't the glaciers melting? Isn't there going to be more water? Yeah, it's going to be salty ass water, and no one's building desalination plants. Maybe China's building some of them. No one's teaching kids how to make their little fucking things with straw and leaves on the fucking beach or whatever to desalinate one spoonful of water every 15 fucking years. So there's, and then not to mention the data centers. Woo! Oh my fucking God, we are so fucked. And it's not even fair, honestly. Holy fucking shit. It's not even fair. I was born after this fucking shit was already spun up. After this fucking yo-yo or whatever this fucking Jack in the Box was already spun, I was born into this mess. It's not fair, man. You motherfuckers that are 80 years old, you had a chance to do something. You fucked us. I'm blaming all of you. Holy shit. But anyway, again, the data centers. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, man. That's just sent me over the edge. Just thinking about data centers sent me over the edge. But fucking, they're consuming all the water. Yeah, that's right. Because they cool data centers, they cool computers with fresh drinking water. Why don't they chill out the salt water? I don't know. Because it's harder to clean the pipes, I guess, because of all the salt. I don't know, whatever, dude. But so they're wasting our fucking clean drinking water for the data centers. Again, we are so unbelievably fucked. We being human beings on this planet. The only saving grace that I can think of, the best case scenario that I can see here, assuming that this Iran war happens and it's not one of those fake wars, the 12-day war, this fucking bullshit garbage, that's a fake war, it's all theatrical. But assuming a real war happens, assuming an actual, genuine, actual, real, full-scale holy war happens, right? A genocide cult with nuclear weapons versus, just, hey, I mean, let's be honest, Islam is a really dumb religion, but hey, they're fighting against genocide here. So, again, they're the good guys. Regardless of what you think about the Islamic religion, terrible religion, but they're fighting against genocide here. So, critical support, but I'm on their team on that one. But again, we got a genocide cult with nuclear weapons that has other genocide cults with nuclear weapons at their disposal. I don't know, man. The only saving grace is that enough people die that it offsets the crises when it comes to food and water. If let's say so much food production is destroyed, but 80% of life on Earth is also destroyed. Well, maybe. I mean, maybe in a net sense, we'll have more food per person, right? So if you look at that, if you look at the food per person index, that's the best case scenario here, that they drop the nuclear weapons, 5 billion people die in like a week or whatever, and then another billion, maybe 2 billion people die over the next little bit of time. And then we all survive off of canned goods while we fucking get our farms back up, and then there's no one around to eat our corn or whatever, and then we just do this whole thing again in another 10,000 years. That's like the best case scenario that I can see. As someone who is maybe not the most educated person in the world, but knows a little bit about world history, that's the best case I can see here. Best case scenario if we have a full-scale motherfuck war in Iran. I don't see any good thing happening here. Like, again, they have fucking nuclear weapons. You don't think these motherfuckers, you don't think Donald Trump would hesitate to drop a nuke on Iran? You don't think they would hesitate? Or Israel, they're fucking closer. You don't think they'll hesitate to drop a goddamn nuclear warhead on the center of Tehran? I don't think they wouldn't fucking bat an eyelash. They wouldn't even think about it twice. All they need is a good enough excuse. I mean, think about it. They have killed, murdered over 500,000 children in Gaza. Over 500,000 children have been brutally tortured and slaughtered. Not just imagine, like, if you died and if you got shot and killed, sniped in the face, blown up, kidnapped, tortured, skinned alive, flayed, burned in acid, blown on and fucking trapped under rubble in like October 9th of 2023. That's probably, you're probably not as bad off. At least you were well nourished, at least, to the Gazan standards like a week ago. Motherfuckers that die today, imagine dying today and you've had to live in literal hell worse than any horror film you've ever seen in your life multiplied by 15 million.3, right? Thousand millions. Think about that. But like, imagine having to live all that for multiple fucking years and then you get sniped in the face. Imagine having to watch your fucking brother die, your other brother, your sister, your other sister, your fucking uncle, your cousins, your other uncle. Imagine watching one by one as all of your family members, boom, sniped in the face, boom, stepped on a landmine, boom, dropped in the fucking rubble, boom, sinkhole, boom, like fucking fed poison or whatever, like just carpet bombs, right? And then you die, but you don't die from getting sniped in the face like your little brother did. Good for fucking him. You die by getting fucking blown up. Your leg gets blown off and you get captured by an IDF soldier and then get sent to a fucking camp where they feed you just enough to keep you alive and they cauterize your wounds just enough to keep you alive so that they can do some fucking scientific experiments so that they can fucking rape and torture you for days and days on end. I'm not making this up. This is shit that really comes out of the Israeli torture camps that they have, their concentration camp death facilities, their extermination facilities. If you are an unlucky enough survivor of Gaza, you don't get shot in the face, you get shot in the arm, your fucking unconscious body might get dragged to a fucking torture camp where they're doing shit we couldn't even imagine. We couldn't even imagine the shit that they're doing, all in the name of God, because they love God. Their God is the real fucking God. Everyone else's God is a fucking poser. In Israel, their God is the one true God. But that's the plan for the world. If Israel has no problem announcing a new Gaza, new Gaza, they're going to build a new goddamn Gaza. It's going to be a lot better than the old Gaza. We're going to have AI robots. Woohoo! Yeah, we're going to have skyscraper. Well, we're new skyscrapers. Yeah, with like corporate logos on them. You know those 2,000-year-old churches? Fuck them. We're going to build a 2-month-old church. Yeah. And it's going to be an auditorium. Hell yeah. We're going to get those fucking guys with the fucking like those like TED Talk microphones to go out there and preach about God. Yeah, buddy. Or maybe the Jewish God. I don't know if they're going to let more churches in Gaza. Let's be honest, But, still, like, if they are going to do that with all of the documentation that's been done on Gaza. And again, Israel has said that it plans on purging the entire internet of all information on Gaza. That is what Netanyahu announced at a speech like a few days ago or a week ago, whenever it was, that he wants to do a full-scale war on the internet to destroy all documentation of the genocide in Gaza. So their plan is to kill millions of people, then erase the story from ever even happened in the first place. No one will know that they even lived, let alone died. Then to build a new super city on top of the corpses of 1 million plus babies. If they have no problem doing that, they have no problem nuking Tehran. And if they're going to nuke Tehran, well, guess what? The whole world is going to get involved in this chain reaction of hell. It is about to be unleashed on our brain stems. And it's not very good. And I'm scared. You know, I sit here in my nice little warm bedroom in the middle of a winter time. It's warm here. I have food to eat. I have video games to play. I have things to do with my life. I'm not looking and foraging for food on a daily basis and watching my friends and family get sniped in the face or getting blown or torn apart or whatever the fuck they're doing. I'm not seeing that, and I'm scared. I'm pretty scared. But you know what I'm scared of more than the warlords? You know what I'm scared of more than the rapists? And you know what I'm scared of more than the pedophiles? Are the people that support them. The religious people. I see all religious people as being one and the same to me. They're untrustworthy. All else notwithstanding, if you believe in God, especially a Christian or Jewish or Muslim God, I know that there's a couple other religions out there that have some other stories or whatever, but the big three, if you are any one of those people, to me, it collapses all down to untrustworthy. If you are so ridiculous that you trust a book that was written over 1,000 years ago or 2,000 or 5,000 over your material reality, over the world around you, then guess what? I'm scared of you. That doesn't mean that I wish ill upon you. It just means I'm fucking scared of you people. You people are fucking scary. That is scary fucking shit to believe in God. That is scary. That is like, we are not the same if you're believing in that shit. Like, if you want to say, I believe in like a higher power and like it's abstract and how did we get here? And that's one thing. But if you're just like, yeah, you know, the majority religion in the country I was born in, I think that's the right one. You'll believe anything. You'll fucking believe anything. I bet you believe there's a war in Gaza. Not a genocide, but a war. And I bet you believe that only 50,000 people died in Gaza and that they were all Hamas. And I bet you believe that Hamas actually destroyed all their own hospitals in Gaza. Israel never bombed the hospital. It was a misfired jihad missile. I bet you believe all that fucking shit too. Like, again, there is no way that we could possibly build a future that's not terrible if we have anyone still believing in this fairy tale bull fucking shit, okay? This fairy tale garbage fucking shithole fuckface motherfuck shit is going to get us all fucking killed. This fairy tale bull fucking shit is spearheading a genocide, right, in Israel, and they have plans to destroy the entire fucking world. And you know what? Let's be honest here, right? Let's be honest, and let's just take a minute here to think about it. What is Islam? What is Christianity? But not really even more fucked up branches of another religion that has, a very genocidal undertones to it. Have you read the fucking Bible? That shit is fucking crazy. The shit in the fucking Bible, the original Bible, that Old Testament, the old one that they passed down. They kept those stories alive. The flood killing everyone on the planet. The book that worships a God that killed all life on earth. That's the book that they worship. The God killed all life on all land life. I guess the fucking fish were doing just fucking fine, right? But like, they killed all mammals or land life. I guess the dolphins were doing just bear with me. They killed all humans on earth except for Noah and his fucking boat. And they worship this fucking book. And then we got spin-offs. Yeah, they made spin-offs. Say what you will about Jesus Christ, and I got a lot to say about Jesus Christ. At least Jesus Christ, he was a reformist. He was like, this Bible could use a little work. Could use a little work. It's not the best work of fiction we've done. Okay, we could. What if we introduced, let's say, Son of God, right? Son, pretty good. No one's done that before. So we have a Son of God, but he's also like what if he's like half human or something? And because he's half human, he knows what it's like to be a human, and he knows what it's like to be a human in the face of God, in the face of this higher power. And so if God is going to be mixed with the human, and then therefore going to realize that all humans have value and love thy neighbor and shit, because we're all human fucking beings, right? That's at least, say what you will about Christianity. And again, that shit got co-opted really fast in like -3 seconds after Jesus got pinned up on the cross. They were like, okay, how can we abuse this shit to get back into the genocide? All right, Jesus, that was cool for like 30 years. Now let's get back to genocide. How can we use this to do some more genocide? How can we use this to do child rape, like in the Vatican City, for example? Which, by the way, did you know the Vatican City is a fascist state? It was they were appointed by fascists. They were created by fascists. It is a pedophile rape cabal in Italy. It's called the Vatican City. It's not a real country. It's a fake country. Okay, they were constructed by fascists. They are fascists. They're a pedophile rape cult, just like Israel. They just don't do the same kind of stuff as Israel as openly. Okay, just throwing that one out there. Right, but again, and then you got Islam, and I'll admit, I'm a white American. I don't, not only is that my favorite kind of cheese, but it's also my cheese, my particular brand of cheese. I'm a cheesy individual, right? So I don't know too much, as much as Christianity. I had to live in this country for quite a while, so I know quite a bit about Christianity, but I don't know as much about Islam. But either way, it's just another spin-off of a terrible fucking goddamn fiction. That's what, it doesn't matter how many spin-offs you make. If the source material fucking sucks, the stink is going to be goddamn motherfucking everywhere, okay? And so, hey, there's some other religions. They got some fucked up shit too, but at least they're not just copy-pasting the fucking whatever we're doing with these big three here, okay? Because this shit is going to get us all killed. It's going to get us all killed. And I'm sorry, but I don't care about, my mom really loved the Bible and I read the Bible to connect with my mom. Okay, I don't give a fuck. All right. Does that have anything to do with the Sky Daddy being true or not? If you admit the Sky Daddy's not true, okay, then you're just a fan. You're a Bible fan. We got Harry Potter fans. They're very questionable, very dubious individuals, right? If you're a fan of the Bible just because you like books and you like classic literature, hey, okay, whatever, that's one thing. But again, we're talking about the ability to convince billions of people that not only is their God the real God, but not only that, but it's, the other guy's gods are causing us some problems. Like a Muslim person pulling out a fucking carpet and pointing his fucking body at a rock or something, and then going up and down doing a workout routine. And they're doing it 5,000 miles away from me. That's a problem. That's a fucking problem. Hey, I got some weird workout routines too. Are you going to bomb me? Right. So I just don't understand. Right. I do not. How can you convince someone that it's okay to just murder people thousands and thousands of miles or kilometers, whichever one you want, away? I just don't get it. I don't see how that's possible without religion. Now, you could argue, okay, maybe human beings, if it weren't religion, maybe we have some sort of thing in our brains that just makes us want to kill each other or something. It's just human nature, right? And if it weren't for religion, it'd be something else. I don't know, but all I do know is that having this shit that separates us, religion, nations, countries, borders, all of this shit has got to go. And you know what? Maybe it will go in the nuclear hellfire that awaits us. Maybe we are living in the last generation of the before times, before the nukes went into the sky and rained hell upon the planet, before everyone realized that this whole capitalism thing probably not so good, before everyone realized that whole militaries, why do we have so many militaries? Why are we spending billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars on fucking militaries just to kill each other? Maybe this whole thing is actually kind of like a big fat waste. Maybe instead of spending all that money on fighter jets, we could build some cool monuments. We could have a statue or something. I say this, if I were to run for office, I would say redirect all of the military budget to an art project to construct statues across the planet of dogs and cats. Throw them a bone too. I know they don't like bones that much, but hey, whatever, throw them a bone. Cats and dogs. I want to commission 1 billion statues, 1 billion statues, marble, gold, whatever. Make them out of whatever we can. We're going to redirect all the military funding on planet goddamn Earth to creating statues to dogs and cats. Throw parrots in there. Why not? Let's throw all of our beloved favorite animals on this planet. What if we did that? That's going to be my campaign promise to you all in my next future campaign, of which, it's going to happen any minute now in the future world, in the post-nuclear hellfire world. I don't know, man. But I just think this whole thing has got to go. And one way or another, it's going to go, whether it takes another 10,000, 100,000, maybe the next species, maybe a non-homo species on this planet will take over on the goal of building one civilization, reaching civilization. We're trying desperately to get to civilization. We haven't gotten there yet. It's like climbing up a goddamn mud hill. Like you just fucking, you think you get a hold and boom, the whole thing collapses. You fall back into the mud hill. I don't know what I'm doing here. But anyway, war is upon us, everybody. I'm scared. I'm a little nervous, but I'm sitting in a nice warm bedroom and I've got food to eat. I've got a dog to play with and I've got a bunch of movies to watch and video games to play. So I'm pretty lucky in that regard. But again, if people out there are living in genocide land, maybe the end is coming. Maybe the light at the end of the tunnel is coming. If you're living in Gaza, maybe you want there to be a war with Iran because maybe Iran will win the war and maybe you will be allowed to live in the future. Because if Israel and the United States win this upcoming war, and it's not just a war against Iran, it's a war against all life on Earth. Since the 1970s, did you know this? Since the 1970s, human beings have eliminated 80% of wildlife populations on this planet. If you were born in the 1960s, right, the world you were born into has been almost entirely eradicated. 80% of wildlife on Earth has been destroyed since my parents' generation. That's some crazy fucking shit, dude. I think about this stuff. Keeps me up at night. Right? But if you're the perspective of a whale, maybe you're rooting for this nuclear war. Maybe once the nukes drop, maybe you will die, maybe your buddy will die, but the humans will finally be gone. It's something to think about. That's where we're at right now. Hell on earth is upon us. That doomsday clock, maybe they should put it to 1 second. Maybe they should put it to 1 decimal point of a second. Yeah, maybe a 1 atomic second. Or I guess an atomic second is still just a second. But the one that the atom flicks around. One of those, whatever that unit is called. Anyway, thank you for watching my show today. I appreciate you for watching my show. This space is going strong. We are a strong show network. We're very strong, as you can see. We're very, very strong here on this space. This is my workout. I'm working out on this space. This is my workout tape. This is how strong we are. So we're very powerful. And I had a lot of fun before the nukes dropped on this space, and I hope you did too. Tell your friends, subscribe to here. Subscribe here to this space.tv. Tell your buddies, tell your pals about this space.tv. It's our website. You can go there in the address bar. This space.tv. Check it out on the internet.org. For a while, you still can. You don't need to upload your passport to access this space.tv. Unlike Discord or other services, they're not going to demand you upload a passport to Palantir. Peter Thiel gets personal access to your driver's license or passport, but not on this space.tv. Check it out. Tell your friends. Coming up next, Left of the Box with Sandee. Lovas. Goodbye.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh.
Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. Nailed it this week. Last week I was a little out of sorts. There was some breaking news here in Canada, and so my Canada swag that I decided to wear today. That was really devastating, and I have a couple short videos that I wanted to show on that. Actually, I don't know if I can show the second one. Am I allowed to show things on YouTube that have video games? I don't know. I don't normally do that sort of thing. It's a clip on YouTube, if that makes any difference, from a news channel, a legitimate news channel. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a nice shirt, isn't it? I do like this shirt. But hello, everyone. Yeah, so I've had a week. It's been a week. It's, talked about it on Sunday during my regular news live stream. Updates on the mass school shooting that happened up here in Canada. And just the fallout with it online and everything. And then I hit a thorn. That's not the right phrase. That's not even a phrase. I was doing some research for my TYT video essay, and I stumbled across a spike, a pain, just something I wasn't expecting on seeing necessarily. Like I was expecting on seeing some nasty shit, but So if we can get it set up, we might do a sneak peek of the TYT essay so I can share my pain with everyone. Let me know in subspace if you would like to share my pain and have a little sneak peek at my TYT essay, what I was just working on. Even as late as today, I was working on this particular segment of it. It's the longer it takes me to do this essay, the more that has to be added because, you know, way back when Anna did her whole 9/11, like, I don't know about it. I wasn't going to add it because it was just one off. Then, jank. So what can you do? What can you do? Other than I now need to add it to my essay to show how utterly insane those two are going over there. So, yeah. Oh, we got a private chat. Are you telling me if it's going to be okay? I think I'll be fine, Sandee. Okay. So we can all blame Nicholas if there's, well, like I said, it's a news clip on YouTube from a legitimate news source. So, you know, if they can show it on their channel, I'm fairly certain we can show it on mine. Because I haven't seen it first. I just kind of saw it when I was looking up the one that I wanted to show you guys today. And it was off to the side. I'm like, this could be interesting. Let's share it together. Now, here's a little bit of an issue that I had. I thought I had saved the link to the main one that I wanted to show you all. I thought I had saved that link. I hadn't. And so it's like, okay, now I have to find it. And the first news channel I went to, it was wrong. So I thought it was from one news channel. It wasn't. And so I'm like, oh God. I have to go through my watch history on YouTube. I spent, I would say roughly 2 hours yesterday. Fixated, just absolutely insanely fixated on finding two 20-second oddish clips from the Majority Report. I finally found the first one I was looking for, but it was done in a very low quality short by a right-wing nut job, so obviously I didn't want to use that. So I could at least find out when this person posted it. When you click on the little thingy, the little dots or whatever on the short, you can see when it was posted. It's like, okay, 2023, May. Got it. And then I had to go to the majority report, go to their lives, scroll down to May 2023, and do a double click. Because you have to click on the initial one, but then you have to click on the unlisted one, which gives you the full show. Then I had to open the transcript. Then I had to do a word search. At least that one was that one was fairly easy to find because it was posted the day after. It was just a lot of scrolling and stuff, that one. But the one I wanted of Sam, I found a short that was posted by a legitimate source, but still it looked like crap and I didn't want to use it. So I had to open up the source, find out when they posted. But the thing is with the majority report, like officially majority report posting, it was officially majority report posting, they can get a little behind. So the clip was also in May 2023 when it was posted. The comment was made 2 months previous. And how do I know that? By clicking on all the ones where he was wearing a similar shirt to see if I could find it. And it got to the point where it's like, okay, I have the crappy version. I can just go with that. But I get into this headspace where I'm like, no, I need it. I've already put all this effort into it. I am not stopping until I find this fucking clip so that I can clip it proper. Because I thought it would be relatively soon, before that clip was posted. And so I would do some, but then forget which ones I did. And so I was redoing some. And so then I'm finally, fuck it, I need to go in the system. So I backed up to January, February, March. I backed up to March. And I just started going through all of them. And I had to signal, which one I was on. Because you can't just click on the video. Because if you do, when you go back, it'll take you back to the top of the page, which isn't handy. So what you have to do is those 3 little dots there, you have to click on that. It'll say share. You click share and copy link, open it up in a different tab. That wasn't the worst time I did that. The worst time. You see, the thing is you do have to be fucking insane to put together this TYT video. Like, absolutely. Like, no sane person is putting themselves through this. There was a comment that Anna had made, and it's part of the segment. And it's coming up relatively quickly in my editing or my script making. I already have these clips together, which is good. So I already know I have that source material put together. I'm just writing out the script and then I'll be putting it into the video editing program. Anyway, Anna had accused Emma of saying her assault was titillating. Well, titillating is an uncommon word. It also has a very uncommon beginning. So when you do a word search for it, like the uncommon 4 first letters, there's not too many words that actually start with that. So it makes it super easy to search in the transcripts. I vaguely remembered Emma saying the word titillating, but I knew that it was in a different context than what Anna had said, which is why I was so desperate to find it. I went through over 2 years worth of the majority report in one sitting to find all 6 incidences of the word titillating being used on the main show. I did find the ones that I was looking for. Over 2 years worth. Do the math on that one. How many links I had to open. I did it in one setting because, you know, the whole obsessive ADHD thing kind of gets into your brain. It took about, I think it was like 10 hours. I was not okay after it. I really was not okay. Because I remember I started it like early afternoon. Because I sometimes my brain doesn't compute time math well. And so I was thinking, yeah, I can just go through this. It shouldn't take too long. We're talking like 50 episodes a year. Because I was thinking weeks, not days. Like the only ones that I could kind of rule out were the ones where Emma wasn't there, which you know, she took a week off here or there. But yeah, that's neurodivergence doing research for you. And I just hope all of what I'm going through is worth it. But a raw nerve, that's what I was looking for earlier when I was talking about what I stumbled over on, I think it was Monday. Yeah, I stumbled over it on Monday doing some research. It hit a raw nerve, what I found about what I've just added into my video essay. I don't know how you guys follow me. This is like my sentence, like, oh, now I'm going to start talking about something I opened with just randomly. Because I finally remember the word that I was looking for. It hit a raw nerve when I saw these they're tweets that I found from someone. And it really hit a raw nerve on me on Monday. And so that's the raw nerve tweets is what I'll be showing you. But the whole titillating thing, like I already have that set up in a different video editing thing, like it's already pre-clipped and whatnot. So I just need to add it into my current video editing thing, and it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. I had better get another 100 subscribers when I am done this video essay. But I'm working on it. It's a slow haul. No, fuck. It's a slow drag. No, fuck. Anyway, you all know the word I'm looking for. Anyway, thank the stars that YouTube actually got to the point where it would automatically, you know, the one good thing about AI would make auto-generated transcripts of videos that you can word search in. Otherwise, there's no way, none, that I'd be able to do this video. Because the amount of word searching I've had to do in these things is just, you know, like I would have to like watch and then clearly document like every point that I wanted and then try to figure out what I clearly worded meant later on because I'm running into that. I'm like, I have, you know, a sentence about what this link is. I have no fucking clue what that means anymore. And I thought, and at the time, I'm fairly certain I thought it would be obvious. That's how it works. That's how, holy, okay, yeah. I'm like totally rambling away here. But I did want to start with a couple videos about the shooting that happened here in Canada. One I've already seen. And there's a very interesting, slog does feel like a weird word. There's a very important thing I wanted to show in the first video on how to handle this in the news, because they did an impressively good job. Because At first, when the news was breaking that the shooter was a trans girl, a lot of the news articles and stuff put, she was biologically born male and started transitioning. And I think they actually woke up to the amount of pushback that they were getting of people saying, why are you putting down that she transitioned? Like, why do you have to put down the sentence, she was born biologically male? Why are you doing that? Like, sure, still refer to her as a trans woman. You can mention she started transitioning 6 years ago, but why are you doing these extra steps? And I've had this rant before because I've seen, people on the left feel like it's somehow okay to misgender someone who did a horrible thing. And so it's almost like they don't deserve the respect of being gendered properly or something of that sort. And I've seen, some pretty prominent people do that. And my pushback to that is, especially like in a case like this where the shooter herself, she's never going to know that you misgendered her. That sign of disrespect that you're showing her doesn't matter. And even if the person that they are misgendering is still alive for whatever reason, but they were doing horrible things, so they think it's okay to misgender them, chances are that person that they're misgendering also will never know that this one person was making that comment. However, what this communicates to the audience is the acceptance of my pronouns is conditional on whether they think I'm a good person. That the whole accepting of anyone's pronouns is conditional. That if you stray from what they think is a good person, then suddenly that doesn't matter. And what that communicates to me is that when push comes to shove, they're not really an ally. They're not really that supportive because it's not about the person they're trying to hurt. It's about everyone else in their audience that thought that this was a safe place for them to be. And sometimes people have to think outside of the box to understand this, that as much as the person they are targeting is a horrible piece of shit and doesn't deserve respect, fucking use their right pronouns. Because it's about everyone else in your audience. With that said, like I was saying, at first the news was very hit and miss on how they were handling this. And I'm talking mainstream because if you go to right wing, then they were all misgendering her, referring to her as a man, a boy, a male, all that. Piers Morgan had a very disgusting tweet out there saying, this was a man, how dare you try to, like, it's just really disgusting tweet from him. And also, I can't say I'm surprised that man is obsessed with trans folks. Piers Morgan is just utterly, completely obsessed with trans women. So the right wing was a write-off. And the mainstream media here in Canada, I think, started to clean up their act. And so this became interesting because on my coverage on Sunday, I didn't include this one clip because I didn't know the validity of it. Because again, I like to wait until something like this actually hits the mainstream media here in Canada, because then I know there might be somebody who's actually checked it to make sure that it's a valid clip. And so the clip, or they're just using a written statement of the shooter's estranged father. The shooter's estranged father did not accept her, quite plainly did not accept her, which might have been part of the problem as to what led to mental health issues. So yeah, it was interesting and really reassuring in some way that they were doing a very good job of balancing this, of trying to read the father's quotes where he is misgendering his daughter. So it's kind of like they were doing a very good balance of the public, what's the word? The public responsibility of what they were doing and like the actual factual stuff that they were dealing with. And so this whole clip, I can't recall if they ever referred to her as a biological male, but they didn't trip over pronouns. They used her proper pronouns, and when dealing with the written out quotes, did a really good job of it. And so I wanted to show that this is what media integrity looks like. I haven't plugged in my headphones yet. Okay, let's get this queued up. And so this is from City News, and I need to actually share it. Share screen. That one. You see, I really don't like sharing the screen when I'm doing it on here, because when I share the screen when I'm doing my own channel, I actually block out all the recommends and things of that sort and whatnot, because I like some modicum of privacy. But since this is open in my new channel identity, there's only 2 channels I follow, which is mine and this space. Everyone should be following this space. And so all the recommends are basically based on, the news that I've been watching, usually because of the clips I'm trying to gather for here. Anyway. So yes, this is from City News. Biological father of suspect Tumbler Ridge shooter speaks out. Let's make that big. There we go. Oh, I need to unmute it, don't I? There we go. Now let's do it.
Where Monica Gould is in Tumbler Ridge and has the latest on what we know about the suspect.
The biological father of the Tumbler Ridge.
Because when I first heard her saying like biological, I was like, ugh. But then, oh no, they're talking about the father. Okay.
Shooter has released an emotional and heartfelt statement offering his condolences to the victims and revealing more information about his relationship with his child. In the statement,
so again, his relationship with his child. And the other nice way that they deal with this is they don't shame the father. They don't make that the central issue that he is misgendering his child. And they read this from the perspective of someone who is heartbroken, which I think also, again, is, really shows some professionalism from this news organization.
Justin Van Rootselaar starts off by saying there are moments when words feel far too small for the sorrow we are carrying together. What has happened has left an ache in the heart of our town that will not soon fade. To the families who have lost loved ones and to every person who has been affected by this senseless and unforgivable act of violence, I offer my most heartfelt condolences. I cannot begin to imagine the depth of your grief. Please know that you are in my thoughts and prayers. He goes on to say,
So I just... Okay, yeah. So please, so they didn't finish the whole statement. It's just a repeating, I think, of that part, but I think it gets, this is the next slide is where the professionalism comes in.
And prayers. He goes on to say, as the biological father of the individual responsible, I carry a sorrow that is difficult to put into words. I was estranged from Jesse Strang. Their mother declined my involvement from the beginning, and I was not.
Notice what she did there? She skipped over this part here and said their mother declined. And it's just, again, it's a very subtle way of acknowledging it. So I just want to go back.
Involvement from the beginning, and I was not given the opportunity to be a part of.
I didn't go back far enough.
Their mother declined my involvement from the big sorrow that is difficult to put into words. I was estranged from Jesse Strang. Their mother declined my involvement from the beginning, and I was not given the opportunity to be a part of raising my child.
So there again, let's see, let's back up. She said a part of raising my child as opposed to what the father actually said. So she's not she's not changing the context of this. She's just keeping it so that the gender is being respected. And again, it's not about the gender of the shooter. It's about the gender of like all the trans folks who might be watching this news to know that there's a certain level of professionalism going on, that their pronouns are being respected. And I'm talking about like the audience's pronouns. Should it ever be the case that they're the ones being respected, and they don't make a big deal about it on this news channel. They just do it. And that's the easiest way to have change happen when it comes to the narrative around language, is to just do it and not make a big deal about it. Don't try to pride yourself and like, look at me, I'm saying all the right new woke words because I'm so whatever. You just casually switch over and do it. That's all it takes. And when enough people start hearing that, then it starts picking up and it starts sounding more natural when it comes to this.
In the beginning, and I was not given the opportunity to be a part of raising my child. Justin also says Jesse did not use the Van Rootselaar family name at any point. While that distance is the reality
Again, just finish the sentence here.
of our relationship, it does not lessen the heartbreak I feel for the pain that has been caused to innocent people and to the town we call home. Justin ends off by saying, this is a time for compassion, for holding one another close, and for supporting the families who are grieving such unimaginable loss. The RCMP were the ones who said.
And again, she's also respecting the father, as in she is reading it from the perspective of somebody who is heartbroken over this tragedy, not as like a deadbeat father who rejected his trans child. Just, giving the father a benefit of a doubt that, they're sincere in their heartbreak. And I suspect he is when it comes to this, because he still lost his child. Whether he accepted his child is, again, it's a character and it's an issue, but it's not the issue. He still lost his child.
Jesse's last name was Van Rootselaar. Mounties have also previously said that while born male, Jesse began transitioning to female a few years ago. The statement comes as the community continues to try to heal from Tuesday's tragic.
And I do like just that even while Jesse was born male, they started transitioning. To me, that sounds a lot better than born biological male because, there's reasons. It's a slow grind trying to get this language out in the mainstream.
Events. A memorial just outside the community center continues to grow. There's also an 8-kilometer run walk planned for this afternoon in honor of the victims. And there's also a vigil planned for this evening. In Tumbler Ridge, Monica Gould, City News.
So really, I think very professional on her part. Okay, so this is the one that I haven't watched yet, that I was curious about. So the title of this, and it's also from City News, Online Presence of Tumbler Ridge Suspect Shows History of Engaging with Violence. So I was actually very curious about this, like what they meant. Like, did they just play violent video games, or Was she spewing violent rhetoric while she was on there? Because there are some people out there saying she was a Nazi, that she had tattoos, right-wing tattoos. I have not heard that from an official source yet. And so until I hear that from an official source, that is not to be, don't take that. Don't accept that. Don't take it. You don't have to discount it, but don't take it as truth until you hear it from an official source. Because as of this moment, as far as I know, we still have zero clue as to why she did it. Just none whatsoever. And the same people saying, well, she was a Nazi or something, are also the same people that was saying the shooter was trans before there was ever any idea who the shooter was, because they just like leaping to these conclusions. So I was just kind of curious as to what it's not a long video. It's just a couple minutes long. So I was curious as to what this would say. Let's see. So this was just posted. Oh, well, it was posted 4 days ago. Anyway.
It's a game marketed towards children with the promise of allowing them to create the world they want to see. This was the world the Tumbler Ridge suspect created. A shopping mall where the only merchandise is guns and users are encouraged to go on a shooting spree. The game's developers say this experience, as it's called, was not widely available to others, and they've since removed it and deleted Jesse Van Roetselar's account. It's one of a number of disturbing elements of the suspect's online presence that are coming to light, including posts detailing psychotic breaks, childhood traumas, and interest in mass shooters elsewhere.
So just massive mental health issues. All the signs were there, I would imagine. If she had gotten the mental health care that she needed years and years ago when these were first being expressed, this tragedy might have been avoided.
Most cases involved in mass shootings. Oftentimes, suspects throughout the globe have a significant online presence, and there's sometimes indicators or communications with other like-minded individuals. We're trying to pursue all of those leads.
Investigators have a lot to sift through, but it will be difficult to get a full picture, since Van Roetselar appears to have deleted much of her posting history at some point before allegedly committing the worst school shooting in BC's history. Archive posts of what is believed to be her Reddit account suggest a history of engaging with weapons, including altered long guns. Mental illness was also discussed, with one post titled, "I went crazy and burned my house down my second time trying shrooms, but still have a desire to try alternatives," explaining that she had recently been discharged from a psych ward. And as first reported by the New York Times, posts attributed to her on a different website dedicated to gore and death contain perhaps the most alarming red flags. One comment claims that, as a child, the user watched her stepfather attempt to commit suicide. And another says she finds watching violent content addictive. And a tracing tool shows that she recently visited the profile of an American school shooter. In Vancouver, Jack Rabb, City News.
Yeah. So it looks like the signs were there. Whew. That's the thing. Like, no sane person goes off and does mass shootings or mass killings of any sort. Some of them are ideological driven, full of hatred, they're predominantly like right-wingers and things of that sort. But even the most hateful right-winger can still be mentally sound. It's only the ones that have some real bad mental health issues that go out and actually enact on these things. But yeah, it's sad. It's sad that it happened. It's sad for all the people involved. As of right now, they're trying to find different accommodations for the students so the students don't have to go back to the school. Because again, there was only I think 167 students at that high school. They all knew all of the victims. they would have to pass by the library where it's happened. A lot of them would have PTSD. They wouldn't be able to go into the library or past the room that they were locked in at the time where they might have heard the actual shots. So it's it's a tragedy all over. So yeah, right now they're just trying to find different accommodations so that the children don't have to go back to the school where this happened. Oh, yeah. Come on, Johnny. I ain't no gamer. You'd be watching me play Mahjong. That's it. You'd be watching me play Mahjong and Spider Solitaire. And it's not Hearts I was thinking of. It's what's the name of it? There's a card game, a solitaire card game that I play. It's not Hearts. It's not Solitaire. It's not Spider Solitaire. It's Free Cell. That's it. Free Cell. I like playing that one because they're all winnable, even though my brain doesn't compute why they're all winnable. Whereas, you know, Solitaire isn't necessarily winnable, which is annoying. But I like playing games where if you stick with it, you can find the answer. Johnny Too Late is down with watching me play Mahjong. I like my solitaire games, or like those jewel games where you have to move the jewels around to get the connections and things of that sort. It might be good for decompressing. It's just, it would probably piss off the audience. It would probably really piss off the audience. And I'll tell you why. Because if you're watching it on screen, you might be noticing something else that I'm not noticing. And so while I'm sitting there like, oh, where's the match? Where's the match? You might be screaming at the computer. I see it. It's the 3 dots. It's the 3 dots. They're there and there. It's the 3 dots there and there. And you'd be getting so frustrated and upset that I'm not seeing what you're seeing. Oh, my curls are looking weird today. That's the thing. I love having curly hair, but it doesn't necessarily work well with me. Sometimes I get like beautiful little ringlets coming down, and other times it's kind of messy like this. Yeah, rage Mahjong. Let's speed run it. It was Jet. It wasn't John Martinez who found it. It was Grand Theft Autobot who found it. It's a game called, I don't know how to pronounce it. I always just refer to it as PEPI, P-E-H-P-E-I. And I was playing it addictively. It is like the most addictive fucking game that I've ever played in my entire life. And I crave it. I crave it. But it comes from a site that Windows doesn't like. It's a very sketchy game site. And so my computer started blocking it, and I don't know how to unblock it because I really, really loved playing it. It's a solitaire type game. The sound effects in it and everything, like if I could reprogram it, I would make some adjustments, some minor ones where you could like Control Z, you know, back up a move or two, and actually make all of them winnable as well. Because I hate playing, because the problem with that, with like solitaire type games, or I have one version of Mahjong where not all of them are winnable. Like literally you can open up the board and it's already over because there's no matches available. It feels a lot like a waste of time, and I'd probably play it more addictively if I knew that there was a win at the end of it. So I do have like a Windows version of Mahjong where they're all winnable. So that one, I can spend a good 45 minutes on one board. Trying to figure out the different combinations to get to the win. But it can get so frustrating with that PEPAGANDA game because there's a mid-level that is like super hard layout. Could play it 30 freaking times and not win. And it's not because I'm not doing it right. I'm making all of the best moves. It's just simply not winnable. That's all. That's all. Okay. Let's see. So, let me know if you all are interested in that sneak peek of my TYT video essay and the raw nerve I hit because of the shooting that happened last week, and then seeing what this person had tweeted out just really, hit a raw nerve, and it really kind of upset me seeing it. And I've managed to put it in order. Like, I had to type out all the tweets into the script. It was very draining having to do that, arrange them, group them, all of that sort of stuff. I'm seeing a yes, please. Let's see, kind of make sure. Because I'll have to open up my script for this one. Because again, I have this one at least all scripted out. And the segment is thankfully done. I might be doing some tweaking on it, but it's thankfully done. Jet says I might be able to help you unblock it, or alternatively, if you use a different browser, that might work. No, it's the computer itself that's blocking it. It's not the browsers, unfortunately. But hey, if you can unblock it, I'd be forever grateful. Even though it has ads and it's super annoying to have ads, like, it doesn't interrupt the game, but it's all around it, and I just totally ignore them. Okay, so we have people interested in the sneak peek. So in order to make sure that you get this sneak peek, I want everyone to say thank you to Nicholas for being such a wonderful producer, because I had to contact him today and be like, yeah, I might not be able to do the stream because we have freezing rain right now. And luckily, it's like a slow rain, but it's building up. And also, luckily, it's not like a freezing rain storm. It's just rain that's freezing on contact. So I'm looking at the trees, and all the trees are like, so all it would take is one branch to break and the power would go out. But luckily, there's no wind, because then that would definitely cause some destruction. So it's supposed to warm up later on. So fingers crossed, because accidents also happen a lot in this weather. The roads are very, very icy. Don't be out on the roads if you don't have to be. Especially, again, because a lot of people aren't thinking, well, it's not a storm, so it should be okay. And it's like, no, those roads right now would just be an ice rink. Just don't. It's all covered in black ice. So I had to let Nicholas know. It's like, yeah, I might not be here today, or it might just cut out halfway through. Well, nobody has said, has given Nicholas any praise yet. I know there's a delay, but come on, folks. You want to see this or not? Lots of people saying black ice kills, and that is very true. I'm glad I work from home. Yeah, not ice. But while I'm waiting for somebody to praise him, I'll see if I can actually get this up. Like, oh, no, that's not the button I want to do. I want to do share screen. Window. Well, let me, oh, there it is there. There we go. Okay, we got to thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, reference frame. Okay. So I think a lot of you will go, oh, Johnny also thanked them. Missed that. But thank you for thanking him. Does a lot of work. So a lot of you will go like, oh my God, yeah. When I mention the name, Brianna Wu. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, she's a transsexual. She does not refer to herself as a trans woman. And she is very transphobic. And she tried to get all cozy with the TERFs, actually. She tried to get friendly with transphobic people, saying she was like the biggest pick-me ever, that she was one of the good ones, all that sort of stuff. And I'm in the part of the video essay where we're talking about Sam and Emma's falling out with Jank and Anna. And Jank went on to an episode of Dollcast, which is a podcast that Brianna Wu has with a few other trans women. I don't know if it's still active or not. And so I figured this would be a good point to introduce Brianna Wu into the video essay because she's going to get brought up again because, she's a Zionist, an out and loud proud Zionist who's getting quite the hefty paycheck from TYT. Funny how she was allowed to stay there, and I think she only left recently because Jank changed around Rebellion PAC, and Rebellion PAC is where she was getting her money. So she'll be brought back into the video essay later on. So I figured that right before this clip of Brianna bitching about Emma, I thought would be a good point to introduce her proper to the audience. And so this is going to be very annoying or terrifying for me because I'm going to have the script up, which means I won't be able to see the screen fully. And I'm like paranoid that I'm going to be missing something. Let's see. Yeah, I'm paranoid that I'm going to miss something. So I'm sorry, folks. I'm going to move the Word document that I'm reading over top of the chat. So I won't be able to see what you're saying because I'm very paranoid about the screen. Like being able to see what's on the screen that you are seeing. Okay, and then let's make sure that I can add this proper. So there we go. Actually, let's. No, that one will be way too small. Yeah, let's do this one. Yeah, you're going to want to see my face for this one. I don't have a Brianna Wu impression at this point. I wish I did, because it would be so funny. I think I might work on it. So let's go back up to where I start this. Now, I'm going to take a moment to talk about Brianna Wu. It's relevant for the next video clip I'm showing. You may have noticed her picture pop up on screen in the first part, and there's a different image that will show up in that when I say that, of her and Ben Glebe. She's not some random player in this. Brianna wasn't a content contributor to TYT. However, she was executive director of Rebellion PAC. Rebellion PAC, the organization founded by Jank and launched on TYT. More on that later. Let's properly introduce Brianna. According to Pink News, in an article titled "Brianna Wu Says Sorry for Caving to Transphobes, but it's too little too late." The 48-year-old who described herself as a transsexual woman has regularly faced criticism for her rhetoric around LGBTQ+ issues, particularly on trans community. She, Brianna, describes herself as a trans medicalist, an individual who believes being transgender is a medical issue that I might have mistyped something into here. Medical issue that must, I put much. Okay, that must, let me change that. Sorry. Must be treated via healthcare such as hormones or surgery. Trans medicalists typically believe falsely that non-binary people are not legitimately transgender. As for the inspiration behind the title, in this now deleted tweet, Brianna publicly came out as trans and spewed turf horseshit about trans women being a social contagion, activists being reckless, saying people shouldn't transition unless they have to because the downsides are immense. Oh, and that last line, there's a lot of life left after your 20s and 30s. If your primary interest in becoming a woman is sexual, I hope you have a plan for your 40s and onward. Because, when you age out of being sexually desirable to incels, your life might as well be over. According to this Medium article, responding to that was back in September of 2024. Since then, Brianna declared herself the Pope of the Trans, dictating who is and isn't trans, became the biggest pick-me turfs had the pleasure of rejecting, and making her hatred for NBs known across Twitters in hopes that her groveling to the right wing will spare her their violence. That's a real fucking tweet she put up there that she sent out in response to Charlie Kirk's murder, begging them to not hurt her. Here's a small sampling of what she proudly posts. We're insisting we belong in women's sport, and it should self-ID into locker rooms and rewrite culture to announce your pronouns and ostracize people that fuck up. And we're making kindergartners question their gender by having no sense of age appropriateness. Trans leaders need to have the integrity to finally admit the truth. The extremist version of trans activism you have led, which did not exist 10 years ago, helped hand Trump the presidency. You're not just hurting us, you're hurting our country. It's not right-wing to believe this insane spike in female-to-male young girls is a social contagion. I want to be clear. I oppose this. It's forcing fringe gender ideology on children, and all this does is invite non-trans children to question their gender. All this does is make parents feel, yeah, I'm missing an L there, is make parents feel trans people are trying to brainwash their kids. Disney pulled an episode with a transgender theme. My reaction is, thank God. Fringe trans activism just handed Trump the presidency. Is this really the moment to double down on introducing gender confusion in children? Am I the only T-slur here with room temperature IQ? So, we're talking Celsius, are we? Non-binary is not the trans community. It's colonizing the actual trans community, says the Zionists. Non-binary, all this progressive self-ID transgender non-binary nonsense is barely 10 years old. Declaring you're a woman without being on arduous path to castration and vaginoplasty is actually a very new development, and it's very obviously a bad one. But there's no evidence. I think I've got some tweets out of order. Anyway, but there's no evidence that non-binary is gender dysphoria. We actually don't even have a clinical definition for it, a treatment protocol, a good test to administer it. That was this one down here. It's not transphobic to be hostile to non-binary. It's just rude. Non-binary is not trans. Yeah, that's because you're trying to be perceived as a woman and didn't pass. A non-binary person generally looks like someone with poor grooming and progressive social signifiers like blue hair. Our political project only got targeted once we added non-binary people. Did you know that non-binary identities are highly correlated with clinical neurosis? Says the person who tweeted this on fucking Christmas. If it were my own kid, I would be highly inclined to not affirm either non-binary or trans man. The core problem that you're getting out here is that there's no actual clinical condition called non-binary. We have no way to really treat it. We have no way to we don't have any proof that accommodating these identities lead to better mental health like it does with transsexuals. I can't fix that for them, but I can also choose not to be an asshole. So, if you can choose not to be an asshole, then why didn't you? So, on February 10th of this year, a mass school shooting occurred in Canada. These kinds of horrific events are a rarity in my country. And then there's it won't be in the proper order here, but I'm showing an article of it, of the headlines of this. 9 people dead, including the shooter. 6 were children. Over 20 were injured. We were grieving the victims as a nation. Then it was released that the perpetrator of the shooting was an 18-year-old trans girl. The right wing went into a feeding frenzy, blaming all trans folks for the action of one, accusing us of being hateful and violent, even though this was the first non-cis man shooter in Canada. Statistics and facts didn't matter to the people looking for reasons to justify their hatred of us. We were under heightened threat. It was an important time to come together and support trans folks. So what was Brianna busy tweeting? This trans, not really trans, only the shooter was actually trans. So this trans, not really trans, mass shooter is why actual transsexual women should be the strongest advocates for aggressive clinical criteria, because without them, we get lumped into fetish cross-dressing, mentally unstable men and a bunch of non-binary silliness. The far left is serving us up for lunch to the far right. Fact check, there are no male to female transsexual mass shooters. Well, apparently there is one now. There is a wave of mass violence by males claiming to be non-binary and self-ID female identities, but none of them have ever transitioned. Additionally, we do have multiple NATO females that went on testosterone that have committed mass murder, but zero transsexual women. She then goes on to misgender, spread lies, label facts, and she then goes on to misgender and spread lies labeled as fact while correctly claiming the right wing is trying to mislead people into thinking all trans women are dangerous. She was desperate to throw vulnerable groups. She was desperate to throw a vulnerable group to the wolves. I am begging you to stop misleading people into thinking trans women are mass shooters. There are literally none of us. It's all this non-binary self-ID nonsense. There is no evidence any trans woman is a murderer. All these mass killers are actually non-binary people who never medicalized. Now, Brianna might claim she's not MB-phobic the same. Now, Brianna might claim she's not NB-phobic, the same way Zionists claim not to be Nazis. Yeah. Okay. And then I get into the Dollcast video and stuff. Because Brianna also has a podcast called Dollcast, which features a panel of trans women. I don't know the ins and outs of it, and I've only watched one episode, so I can't comment on the other panelists or what the intent of the show is. I can say that one episode I watched was the most painful, cringeworthy video I had to watch for this essay. That episode had Jank on as a guest. So, with the stage set, this is what she had to say to Jank about Emma. You're not going to see that till it comes out. Yeah. Just going to quickly check the comments because that pretty much wrapped up my time here. Let's see what people are saying in subspace. Jet, you apologize and are forgiven before fashion takes over, not after. And make amends, as somebody's saying. Yeah, fringe trans activity. Very loaded language. For those Americans who don't know, the Celsius joke about the room temperature IQ, room temperature in Celsius, you're looking at about 23. Yeah, oh my God. slut, internet dipshit, referring to Brianna Wu, of course. Yeah, I wasn't thinking we're thinking of me, but yeah, just it kind of hit a nerve seeing her try to blame all non-binary people, misgender the shooter, because she wouldn't understand that even though I was assigned female at birth, that language is about me. I'm non-binary. It doesn't matter if you were assigned male or female at birth. If you're non-binary, you're non-binary. And so to label all non-binary people as the violent ones, as the unhinged ones, as the ones with, you know, fuck, you know the word that I was trying to say. Well, she is busy tweeting out this garbage on fucking Christmas. Yeah. It's, yeah. But anyway, so that pretty much wraps up my time here. I'm just trying to think if there was anything else I needed to show. I'll probably be working on more on this tonight, as I'm getting into the groove of working on it, which is the important thing. And considering all the ice out there, I'm not going out anywhere tonight. I'm just staying in where it's nice and safe and cozy. So with all of that, thank you to the mods. Everyone, please check out this space and subscribe. We would really like you to hit that button, but only once. And thank you to everyone watching. Don't forget to check me out on Left of the Box and Sandee Lovas on YouTube. Left of the Box for my political commentary, Sandee Lovas for my art takes. Buy my book. As Johnny just put the link in. It's a good book. I love it. I love it so much. And the sooner I get this video essay done, the sooner I get back to working on that book. And I feel like I'm at the Oscars, and there needs to be like that poll, or they start playing the music to get me to shut up, because if not, I just keep on rambling all the thank yous. Anyway, see, this is what Nicholas has to put up with me. Anyway. Thank you, Nicholas. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Кокаином.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
And they believe that they can then shut us up.
F around and find out.
Up yours. Woke moralists.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
Up yours.
We'll see who cancels who.
Well, hello, everybody. Just getting started here. And Matt joins as soon as we start. I knew it. I was going to take over the show and make it about video games, and then you came here, so now we have to talk about politics. Damn it.
Hell yeah. I always make it just in the nick of time.
Well, that's great timing. But I'm not sure how many other members will trickle in, but we actually do have a treat for you all today because we have not one, but two guests today. Let's bring in Letterhack and Alex. How's it going, guys?
How you doing?
What's going on?
How are you?
Nice to have you both here. Nice to see you again, Matt. Nice to meet you, Alex, for the first time.
You.
Yeah,
very
guys.
Excited.
Alex, Devil's Advocate Productions, one of the best kept secrets on YouTube and Twitch. I swear to God,
Thank you very
they're
much.
out there.
Love that.
Productions. I got a T-shirt that I made years ago before any of this ever happened because I knew one day Devil's Advocate Productions will mean something to
I
somebody.
like that. You wish casted it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It came true. That's
Let's go.
amazing.
I even got a tattoo for a copyright just in case.
Do you really?
Yeah.
It's like
Just
mailing
to,
it to yourself, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the exact way I thought of it. I was like, they can do carbon dating on the ink. And I'm like, I don't think that's the way that works.
Well,
But you
that's
know what? I
just
gotta
that. If somebody tattoos the Humanist support logo, I'm so screwed then.
That's
If
what I'm
that's the way it
saying.
works.
Hey, real quick, Matt, way to hold it down today, man. You three did a great job on Majority Report.
Oh, thanks. I
It
feel
was,
like
Matt
I
Jordy.
feel like Matt Leck should take the most credit for holding it down, but yeah, Brandon and myself and Matt Leck certainly it was the boys, all the boys
Especially with the
episode of
boys
Majority Report.
Thursdays.
Yeah.
It was good. Yeah, it was good because I don't know if you saw the chat, but they were like, "Uh-oh, how's this gonna go?" And then you won them over, like slowly.
Oh,
but sure.
yeah. I had no doubt about it. I felt like with the topics we had to talk about, I felt like it was going to be a cruising into the episode through the episode. It was we were lucky to have such a great.
What happened today? Did anything important? I miss anything important?
Yeah, I mean it's heavy topics every day, all day.
I mean, we were basically just talking on the Majority Part today. Basically, just talking about a lot of Epstein stuff.
Oh, good. That's fun.
But yeah, other than that, yeah, I mean, what's going on in the world?
And Bondi yelling at Congress.
Oh yeah, we talked about that too. But I feel like that's an extension of the Epstein stuff because it is. Yeah.
There's quite a bit. It's really hard to keep up with all of the Epstein stuff and all of the Gestapo stuff. It's hard to keep up lately. So it's nice to kind of I guess
that's the
debrief
point.
with you all. But there's a purpose for both of you all coming here, and I want to lead with that. So you're all doing a subscriber drive on this space.
Yes.
For anybody not familiar with this space, tell us what that is and tell us what your goal is for the subscriber drive.
Yeah, it is a working class media collective, independent media collective. We have been up and running for, I think, 9 months now. It is a how long?
June, I think, right? Was the first?
Yeah, that's right. It was like second week of June or something like that. We launched. We are by design focused on contributors, not necessarily view counts or sub counts. But in 2026, we feel like we are stabilized. We have built a thing that has like a strong foundation. It's more of a mechanism than it is like a network, I think, for media. We are, we're trying to break away from all the norms where, like traditional workplace norms, like decision making by management or some sort of authority or something like that. We want to be as decentralized as possible, and that's not the kind of thing that you can just do right off the bat. We're like working up to it and getting better and better at it all the time. And so in 2026, especially in the primary season and leading up to the midterms, we want to be as focused on growth as possible. And so these past 2 weeks, we're doing our first ever subscriber drive. We didn't really have a goal. It was just more about like getting everyone in the, that NPR style, not the full on take over 30 days, just doing like, get your tote bag and mug, but like, getting everyone up to speed on what that means for us in terms of conveying what the nutritional value is to being a part of a collective like this, and like explain to people like we will jokingly say that we're the actual home of progressives, but like we don't really have like slogans and stuff like that because we aren't marketing ourselves that way. Like it's not like a monetized thing where we're focused on revenue or profit or anything like that. We're really focused on just letting people do what they want, come and go as they please, and keeping as much of a variety of diverse content on air for as long as possible, as many days as possible a week. So, you know, Alex,
the way Matt pitched it to me, because Matt and I only know each other through Twitter. The first time we talked was after he had already offered me to have a show on this space. And because I'm always in the Discord, promote your channel. And I'm like, hey, I made a new video on this and that. And the way he pitched it to me was, we're going to start 3 days a week, Tuesday through Thursday, go from like 1 p.m. all the way till maybe 11 midnight, depending on what show is on, and eventually build out this network of creators to be the rising tide that can lift all boats, and eventually go 4 days, 5 days a week, 6, 7, beyond 24/7. I don't know if there's a 24/7 anything online other than like security cam footage of a zoo, you know, when they have the little panda bears. But we got our own zoo going with so many creators. There's my lead in to so many different creators talking about all on the same page. That was another thing you said. You're like, nobody's gonna leave this space and go grift somewhere else and not get heat from everybody.
Oh, we will go after them. Yeah, nobody's gonna leave the left on our watch. That's the thing, is like we're all coming from like a lefty perspective, but it's not the same. Like we don't like, tell people what to do on their show. And
my channel is Devil's Advocate Productions over on YouTube and Twitch. Movie reviews, trailer reactions. I just tried to do the Spider Noir trailer reaction, but YouTube blocked it, so you don't get that. Album reactions, like video game trailers and playthroughs and stuff like that, because that's stuff I'm interested in and I like talking about. But I also have good politics. When I talk about an album by Rage Against the Machine, I'm pointing out what they're talking about and not just being like, well, I really like the drums on this and the guitar, and trying to avoid politics as much as possible to, you know, appeal to a wide audience. I'm doing what I want to do. And Matt has allowed me to be part of this space where I can do what I want to do in front of more people and interact with other creators. I mean, the first week I'm on Tuesdays at 6 p.m. Eastern. Deter McBizness, who runs the channel American Wasp, which is a great channel. His videos are like college level essays on the ethos behind the conservative movement and elitism and whatnot.
Great,
and
yeah.
His show is on Wednesday, and he was like, "Hey man, I like your show. Do you want to come on?"
The first week,
and then we've just been doing his show on Wednesday together ever since. So there is
it's you're free to do whatever you want, collaborate. People merge shows all the time. One of the best examples was, remember when the whole thing went down with the Chorus, right? Who could forget? But there was a show that was on talking about, you know, they didn't agree with Taylor Lorenz's expose, basically, right? And they were very critical of it. The very next show was me interviewing Taylor Lorenz, right? So it was, you know, and I wasn't being like hostile or critical to her. I was mainly just focused on dark money and what that means and explaining that to everyone. But it was like to be able to have those things back to back. And then the very next show is somebody talking about what the two previous shows discussed. I think that's very interesting. And I think that it makes for like a healthier environment in terms of disagreeing versus just doing reaction videos on your own channel all the time.
So, and constantly sniping on Twitter and being able to actually have conversations and hash it out in real time. And also the variety. Like I said, like sometimes I'll be playing a game on the channel. Like I was playing This War Is Mine because, you know, we're in dystopian times and it's a very dystopian resource gathering game. Sometimes Andrea will be playing Mega Man because she feels like speedrunning while she talks about we could say the name of her show, Welcome to Fville, where she talks about how we
Andrea
live in
Rovenski.
Fville. So there's we got movie night extravaganza that had Adam McKay
Just strictly
on
pop
just
culture, pretty
recently.
much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm already sold, but for people who aren't sold, I think one of the biggest selling points is that yours truly is on this space and the Leftist Mafia.
That's
and
true.
so if that doesn't make you tune in,
No, exactly. It's for me, actually. Hey, Mike, can I share a graphic or do I need, is it okay?
I don't know if you're able to. Certainly
It
try
looks like
to.
I can. I just
Okay,
didn't
yeah,
want
feel
it to
free.
pop up without you're okay. But
Oh, no. Take it away.
this graphic doesn't even hold all of it. Yeah, go ahead and show that graphic if you have a second. That's going into 2026 is where we're at. And you'll see like Leftist Mafia isn't even listed on there because there's just no room at this point. But like we'll get it on there, right? But like this is
We're not included.
I know,
It
there's
was.
more than
It
more than
was.
one of these going around.
And then
Trust
we
me.
kept
Yeah, no,
building
this is really
more and
cool.
more.
There's a lot. It's a big
Yeah.
collaborative effort, and it's really nice to see that. You see Rebecca on here. You see David Dole.
Yeah,
Very cool.
Rebecca's show.
Oh, I see the Humanist Report. Look at
The
that.
Humanist Report.
Humanist
Yeah.
Report plays on there. So
Or
if
is
you
that
ever
Matt
missed,
Walsh? No, that's the Humanist Report. Yeah.
Just added the Valley Labor
Bizarro
Report.
Matt
Do you guys know them? Very strong.
They're phenomenal, yeah.
union-oriented. Yeah. So we're happy to
Yeah,
have
This is
them.
really cool.
new people all the time. I
Yeah,
can't
in
believe how
fact-
fast you keep picking up people.
In fact, I was texting with Georgia Fort right before that whole ordeal. And I was like,
Really?
oh man, did they look at her phone? Because I was probably one of the top numbers
shit.
on there. You know what
To
I
be
mean? But
fair, you're
anyway.
probably already on the list, Matt. So
That's true. That's true. I'm pretty radical. But I think, it was like that's just one example. We're talking to all kinds of people. So we're always getting people
Very
on
cool.
and it's just like, it's easy to get them in because it's really up to them how much went. Like you can have a weekly slot and not show up for months and we'll just hold the slot. You know what I mean? Like if
And
we
we'll
can't, we'll let you know.
syndicated
But like
content in that space.
but people are allowed to, I mean, in any other scenario, they would say it was broken. But this is what, it's not chaotic the way we do it. It makes us stronger to be able to say, oh, you can't make it? No problem. Oh, you're going to send in video instead of live? Whatever. Like the second that we just let go and we let it be whatever it was, we learned how to adapt. And so now it's like, we're calling our finale to the subdrive a marathon, but we put it in quotes, a marathon stream, because on average, we're streaming for 12 hours a day, and we are 4 days a week now, 12 hours a day, and like with as many shows, like 10 or 12 shows in that time. It would be like
That's
if
impressive.
Leftist Mafia didn't have everyone on screen together, like you just did individual hours, and then in between you have palate cleansers, like 15 to 1 hour long videos in between, other content. Here's
Or you
like
do choose to all jump on together like we've done for the election
So,
streams.
that's where it gets nuts. We've done what we call an
you have like
all-in.
25 people on screen all at once. How does that work?
Like we have to filter in and out. We're like, all right,
okay, that
3
makes
people
sense.
come off, 3 people.
Someone
Because
needs
there's
to
like
go
a
to the bathroom if somebody
12-person
else
limit
pops
or
up.
9-person limit on StreamYard, right? I'm not sure about
Yeah.
Discord. Or...
We've
yeah.
hit that limit several times.
I mean, with all of us, we talk over each other when there's like 5 or 6 of us. So I feel like that would be a nightmare if you had more than that.
And
We
we've got the international perspective too, because I know you guys have Canadians, but we have Canadians too. But like we're talking to people in the UK. We have a streamer who is in Australia, all kinds of, and that was just in the news, right? Like there's all kinds of terrible stuff going on everywhere. So like, plenty to talk about. But when we do our all in, it really is, one of my motivating factors for doing this at all, having a collective, is to show strength in numbers, right? It's like right after the 2024 election, we were like, shit, like, what's going to happen? Are we all going to are we going to splinter? Are we going to fracture? Are we all going to go our separate ways? And that kind of happened. But now I was like, let's just get as many people as possible in on this. We'll tell them your commitment is up to you, right? We'll promote the heck out of you. Let's say somebody's making tons of content and like how it is. You make like 5 videos in a week and the very next week you're like, I hope everyone saw that. But okay, so like Mike, for example, you get great views on your stuff, right? But I think there's a lot of people out there who are making videos where they're like, that was my best work, and the news cycle has moved on. Well, we will keep that stuff on air. We will keep that stuff in the spotlight. You know, it's not filler content. It's prioritizing it. It's making it, it's letting people know that it's important enough not to just say, well, that was last week's video. No, this video needs to be going around forever. Like, we all need to be seeing this.
Yeah, for sure. No, I love this because I think that there isn't enough collaboration on the left. I mean, we certainly try. That's what Leftist Mafia is. But yeah, I really like that you're doing this because part of, I think, the reason why so many young men in particular, I mean, there's a number of reasons, but part of the reason why they kind of got sucked into the right wing is because you have these really long podcasts with bros who just sit there and talk and they just want something to listen to.
Yeah.
And there's endless of that. Whereas with, you know, the left, there's more options these days, but there's not always that 24-hour option or 12-hour option or whatever. So I think that it's really nice to have something that you could just put on in lieu of like Joe Rogan or in lieu of CNN or something like that, because it's much more substantive and you're getting straight leftist perspective. And what's nice is it's a range of leftist perspectives. You know, there's, like you said, there's people who have the correct opinion on Taylor Lorenz, and there's people who are wrong about that story. But you know,
right? Yeah.
I'm not disclosing which side I was on. No, but it's just nice to have that. So yeah, I'm appreciative that you're doing this, and I wish you all luck with this subscriber drive. Everybody who's watching right now, make sure you go over to this space and you subscribe. And tune in, because I'm always checking out what they're doing. They always have something going, and it's really nice to just have something to put on in the background.
Yeah,
while I video game or build Lego sets.
In between people posting videos, you know, in between Majority Report and whenever Hassan goes live, you got this going on. Whenever
instead of CNN headline,
instead of CNN,
it's a constant feed of political brain rot that we all yearn for.
But also with breaks, like I'm saying, like. You know, and like Matt was saying, you know, older content, or I just put so much work into this video and it got 3 views, but then my next video that I spent, you know, half an hour on got 1,000 views, you know, and then you can just throw that stuff up on in between shows, or like we said, we have syndicated blocks. And so like my Superman review that I took a long time to edit and find pictures of everybody and cut it down, that can still be in the rotation and people can still be like, oh yeah, Superman, like let's hear about the political ramifications in that movie and the obvious Gaza analogy and Elon Musk analogies again, you know, and be like, oh yeah,
that analogy first made it into the comic in 1939. A lot of the stuff that happened in that movie that people are like, this is so woke and leftist. I'm like, yeah, that's from the first 2 years.
That's what I talk about. It before there were supervillains, it was greedy industrialists. It was
Superman went after
crime bosses,
went after slumlords, banks, private prisons. This is all in 1938 and 39. Like it was amazing. Like he was so left, it was crazy. But like here's another aspect to this though that I like to stress is that we are doing a lot of like strategy and organizing behind the scenes. We've got a private Discord that seems to be, you know, in flux.
Yeah, just to talk to each other. Yeah.
But like we could easily, like as a unit, move anywhere. Do you know what I mean? We could just all pick up and move together to another place to keep you know, organizing and strategizing.
Yeah,
but like
YouTube
on the private
cracks
Discord.
down.
Yeah, but it's like well, and that's the ultimate goal, is to have our own streaming site.
Yeah.
Outside of just for us, like outside of,
because Matt's a punk.
YouTube or
like we know Matt Binder is a punk, but Matt Letterhack is a punk too, because you're all about, it's all pirate radio is what this is.
Exactly. Yeah.
Keep it alive.
Yeah.
Keep it alive so that no one can shut us down ever.
But we've got like a private mod channel on the private Discord, just like a working Discord. But we have a channel just for the mods, and no decisions are made without the mods collaborating. It's not even like that big of a deal, but we are steadily putting together like, you know, best practices for moderating a YouTube chat, right? And like how, I don't know if you guys have been going vertical, but when you go vertical, it's a wildly different like dynamic. Have you done vertical streaming on YouTube yet?
YouTube?
Mm-mm.
Oh, check it out. We've got we got a guy
like TikTok.
Yeah, one of our guys
Yeah,
is
I've been
doing this
avoiding
on
that.
he was doing it on his channel, and he had 114,000 live views one night.
Yeah.
And he
Pep
does
Talks.
not do those numbers, right? And it was like, whoa. So I'm getting thousands of views when I go vertical. Now, of course, we have to take into account the YouTube counts like 30 seconds as a vertical, but we're all on our Discord, like in heavy dialogue, talking about the ins and outs, what this means, is it worth it, and what does it mean to moderate your vertical? Because if you over moderate it, YouTube pulls you from like the feed. They don't push you, and
What
so
do you
it
mean by
kills your
moderate?
views. If you just start banning tons of people, or because you get a
like
lot
the
of
chats, I
trolls
see.
all of a sudden,
Yeah, because it is the TikTok like mode on YouTube, so you can just scroll through and see people live, chatting,
Right.
reacting to whatever, playing games, whatever YouTube has. And
But
if
they let
they
you're
stop
going to get a lot
to
of new viewers.
call you a dumb leftist, and the mod bans them immediately, then YouTube's not going to push your channel apparently in the feed.
Okay, I see.
I don't
It's
know
about
how much this works.
engagement.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about engagement. So
Yeah,
we're
those
working
things are
that
hard
out.
to
We'll
figure
keep the
out.
pet trolls in the vertical, is what we're saying.
There you go.
Yeah, but then like there should be different ways to mod something like that than the standard, sweet spot, like your regular community, right? Like you want to protect them, but when it comes to like thousands of all new viewers at one time, like in a 1-2 hour live stream or show, like that's going to be kind of nutty. So we have different ways of like strategizing for moderating that, and we're not even doing that yet. So what we're trying to do is like build up like practices, and I call it best practices. It's really just techniques that you could share with other mods and other chats, right? Like when I'm a mod for David on Rational National, and when you guys are doing like an election night or debate coverage, it's wild, right? It goes way faster, and there's a lot more trolls in there. And you're like, do I just keep zapping these people, or do I time them out? What should we do? And so we take all that into account, and we try and have a
Because we have
dialogue
different
about
styles. Like if I'm streaming on my own channel on Twitch or something, then I'm letting whoever in the chat, if they are really egregious and like upsetting other chatters, then I'll time them out or ban them. But I'll keep pet trolls. I like it. But some other people, it's too much, and they don't want to deal with it. So trying to find that balance. It's also giving me an opportunity to reach out to people to talk to and just have guests on. I got to talk to Hank Thompson, who's making the TYT documentary. Lindsay Boylan, I reached out to, and she said yes, my first guest. Now I'm volunteering to on her campaign for city council.
Very cool.
Got to meet her in person. Like it is a magical channel. There is so much on there. Like Sandee left of the box. Shout out Sandee. She's writing a book about a vampire and cosplays as the vampire and does the show as the vampire character.
I've been on their
we've
show.
had a lot of
Sandee's awesome.
cosplay.
Boston
We've had a
Brian
lot of
had on
cosplay
one of
on
the
there. It's
guys
kinda
from Dropkick Murphys to
Very
come
cool.
on and talk about.
Yeah, he interviewed
the
because Boston Brian and what's his name, Matt? What's his name? The lead
That's
singer.
awesome.
They were in Ukraine
Ken
together.
Casey, I think.
Yeah, Ken
Yeah.
Casey. And so then he had him on, and he's promoting. He's got like a charity that he runs and promotes all the time. So, it's cool. It's like you could just turn it on and check out. Like you could just turn it on and let it rip, or
There's
you could just
something for
tune in
everybody,
for
basically.
whoever you want. Yeah, and that's really why
And there
we're
is a
more-
schedule.
Very, very.
Yeah, there kind of is a schedule, but
There is a schedule, but it
we allow it
fluctuates.
to stray.
We're like CNN. If Wolf Blitzer was like, "I'm going to take a break today," or "I can't make it," have somebody fill in.
And you have actual humans, presumably, not robots like Wolf, which is
Definitely.
always definitely a plus.
But like Sandee was on when Charlie Kirk was killed, and she was like, she was just gonna do like her show. She had a whole show planned, and then that happened like minutes before, and she was like, "What should I do?" And I was like, "I'll jump on with you." And like she and I tag teamed it, and we did it pretty good.
Then I hopped in, and then we
I'm
kept
very
going.
I'm very hesitant to do like breaking news because I'm not a news guy, and if we don't have the
Brave
facts,
man.
I don't really want to talk about it. So we had it was delicate, but we wanted to be open about
Dude, that
our
day, I
feelings
was-
and everything too.
That day, I was streaming Lies of P, playing that game for the first time, trying it out. I'm going to make a video on it, and I made a video. But you can hear in that stream my reaction to finding out what happened. And then as soon as I was done, I was like, they're live over on this space. Let me just hop on and see if they need help. And, I'm there to just, here's what I saw. Here's the updates. And,
Did you finish Liza P? This is a tangent, but
I did not. I kept going.
That's the important thing.
I kept going, and I do have a video on it.
What boss
on
did
my
you
channel.
get to before you quit?
I didn't quit. I'm still. I got
before you
Ring,
took
Shadow of the Earth Tree
hiatus.
to finish still.
Okay.
I beat. Oh, I just passed the boss. That's like a everything's a marionette.
Oh, the King of Puppets?
No, it's the second one after that.
Okay, that's pretty far.
boss. Yeah.
The
Well, I like
Brotherhood
that
of the
game a lot.
Rabbits. Okay, nice. I like it. Yeah.
Recently, I've been addicted to Ball Pit. I can't stop playing Ball X.
I've heard that's great.
Oh, I can't stop. It's an
Sorry,
addiction.
you mentioned video games, so it got me on a tangent. But obviously,
know.
there's something on this space for everybody. There's video games, pop culture, movies, politics, and yeah, I love to see it. Thank you for telling us about your subscriber drive. I hope that more people check it out. I'm assuming it's going to continue to grow. I know you wanted to jump on to plug this, but if you want to, we'd love to have you for as long as you want to stay, both of you.
Do you have the trailer, Matt? The trailer for the channel?
Hey, do you want to we made
do
the
have a
promo
trailer?
trailer.
Yeah, that's a good way to close off this segment.
One of the benefits of having a sub drive was I got everyone to plug this space at the beginning and end of their show, so I could just cruise back through and know exactly where to grab those clips. So I put together a trailer.
Oh, that's cool. I love yeah, let's watch that.
Yeah, we've got like a handful of these, and I keep saying these should have a shelf life. There, that's a
keep making new
link
ones.
to my
constantly making
Google
new
Drive.
stuff.
Here we go.
Okay,
Thank you for watching This Space TV.
You don't know what this space is.
We are a working class independent media collective.
It's a great opportunity to get involved with a community that is absolutely trying to do the right thing over there for the right reasons.
We are here Monday through Thursday. We do live content. We do syndicated content.
Amplifying the voices that you definitely know and the ones that you probably should know.
There's the thesis.
I like that. Very cool. Very
huh?
cool.
That's
Good
nice.
job, guys. Good
So
job.
it's just my amateur editing skills or ability.
No, that's
but
amazing.
It's good editing.
I
As a
like it.
professional editor, I could say that is good editing.
That is good editing. It's hard to put together a compelling trailer. I like that.
Yeah. But anyway, that's what we're doing. Thanks for
where
having
we're
us
here.
on.
That's
And
where we're
tomorrow's
from.
gonna be fun. We're gonna be on from 6 p.m. Eastern till well after midnight. Just
we're
we'll
starting
have
at
all
6?
lanes.
Okay.
We're gonna do
Very
different
cool.
shows. We're gonna do game shows. We're gonna have a watch party. I'm not revealing the movie, but it's like an allegory for anti-communism.
Oh, okay.
If that's a hint.
Starship Troopers?
No.
Total
No, well,
Recall.
we have to be able to show it. It's public domain too. So there's another-
Okay.
We should probably disclose before we move on to the next segment that they are paying us $5,000 for this 30-minute sponsored segment. So I just wanted to put that.
We got
you guys
a pool
are camp.
together.
You guys are cool. Thanks for letting us come on and just talk like this. It's
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
And,
no,
you
of course.
I did message y'all like a couple months ago because I all at the same time, Leftist Mafia, Vanguard, Majority Report, I think even Francesca said
Fiorentini.
Why aren't there more channels that are talking about other things besides politics, but also infusing some of that into their channel? And I've already started doing that. Like I started making regular YouTube uploads in 2024 after I saw Joker 2 Folie à Deux, and I just couldn't stop, and I kept going. And then I'm like, oh, I made that channel that you're talking about, where you wouldn't know it by looking at it. Just it's album reactions, it's movie trailers and stuff. But if you watch the videos, you're getting some of that knowledge. And I hope to be the counter
Propaganda.
to like the quartering and geeks and gamers and nerdrotic and like all those losers, because it's so frustrating. I know, Matt, you did a lot of reporting on Gamergate when that was happening. I found out about it after the fact, like 2017, 18, and retroactively learned about what that was and how it happened. And now we're getting the Epstein revelations about like he was involved with like pushing some of
I'm
that.
curious.
You should.
What did you guys have lined up to talk about tonight?
He's the reason we have microtransactions. Sorry.
Well, the first thing we have to talk about, of course, is what we put on the thumbnail, which is the cancellation of Hassan Piker.
I actually do not know anything about this, so please tell me.
Oh, well, you are in for a treat, my friend.
Now,
because Hassan Piker,
like I said, I've been fairly offline since the beginning of this year. I just been disconnected. So when it comes to like these more online stories, I'm out of the loop. Tell me what's going on.
Well, this is actually great because we have a blank slate here. Matt, if you had to guess why would Hassan Piker be canceled, what would a reason be? I'll give you a hint. He was canceled by liberals this time.
Oh, did he? I mean, obviously he criticized the Democrat, right?
Definitely.
Or the
Within
Democrat.
that category. Yeah, it's within that category. It's a conversation we've had every single year since we've been doing podcasts.
Is it about? Wait, are you asking for a specific person he criticized, or what?
No, just if you had to, you already kind of are in the category, but like, what exactly do you think they would cancel him for? What would liberals cancel him for this time? If you had to guess,
I'm gonna go for still supporting ICE in general.
No,
in terms of like not wanting to dismantle
is he?
ICE.
Oh no, you're way off. You're way off. Okay, you're not going to be.
Okay.
You're not going to be
It has
surprised.
to
though.
do with voting.
Yes. Yeah. Ding, ding,
Oh.
ding. Okay. So he was.
Oh, wait, he's
canceled.
talking about he's still talking about Biden and Kamala.
No. Oh no.
Sorta.
We're
like
talking
how
about the
offline you are.
election.
That's nice.
That is several
nice
years
over there?
from now.
And this
About
is not usual for me. Like I'm usually way too online.
know.
I just needed the break. You know what I mean?
Oh yes.
Yeah,
After
so
2024.
this is about Vote Blue No Matter Who, not the last one, but we're doing it again for the election and a Democratic primary that hasn't yet taken place. And this one, I saw the controversy online and I didn't think there was anything to it. And then I saw Philip DeFranco talking about it and I'm like, what the fuck? Why are we talking about this again? Anyways, this is the clip in question where he was asked about whether or not he would vote for Gavin Newsom in 2028. If he were against JD Vance. I think this conversation is way too early to happen. We all have thoughts, I'm sure, but I'll just play it and let you all kind of judge for yourselves.
Vance or
I'm disappointed in
who do you vote for, JD Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hassan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive but also unconscionable. And I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently like promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. And I'm like, I am incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right? Mm-hmm. If I had this singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to me every day and being like, let me do a collab with you, please.
Totally.
Right? That's not the case, of course. And they know it. That's why they didn't do it. But the campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they are able to win the crowds, win the population over, and you know, combat against the couch. Not necessarily even against the Republican Party, but usually you're fighting against the couch, people who just don't go out and vote. And for me, the way I see it is if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with Hillary Clinton, just as they did with Kamala Harris, and in some ways just as they did with Joe Biden as well, which led to Trump too, then they just don't care. And there's not much I can do.
Let me tell you
that.
something. I agree with everything you say, but as a person who lived in a red state for 50 years, I would crawl through 10 feet of concrete to vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think he's duplicitous, a hypocrite, a thirst trap, hungry for power, all of the things that you say, and harms the Democratic Party and sets the psychological soil to be more prey to fascism. All of that I agree with. But there are so many young, queer, Black, brown, marginalized people in red states. And even though this corporate Democrat is, you see it in a long-term game. In the short-term game, a President Newsom over a President J.D. Vance.
Okay, so I'll read you the criticism before we discuss. So this person,
guess where they stopped the clip
for JD,
where they cut the clip, which after he said third party, and then
right, there's additional context there. Yeah, before we get to that, let me read their criticism really quick. So, when asked if he'd vote for Gavin Newsom or JD Vance for president, Hassan said he'd vote third party. This proves Hassan doesn't care about any of the marginalized groups he pretends to support. All he cares about is taking money from them so he can buy more outfits for a stream. Now Hassan responded saying shit libs who don't care about losing to Trump now want you to obey in advance to their hypothetical establishment candidate while there isn't even a guarantee there will be an election 2 years from now, using marginalized people as a cudgel as Gavin threw trans people under the bus. Okay, so yeah, Alex, can you give us the additional context there?
I mean,
because it's a short. I mean, it's a relatively long clip, but there is more nuance
that
there.
is the full context. Well, there is even longer context if you watch the entire show. That every clip is a shorter version of a larger conversation.
Right.
But then the clips I saw going around stopped after he said he would vote third party. So it's even more like, he's really a MAGA guy and he's trying to, So it's that same argument again. I remember what he said. I talked about it on my show, 6 p.m. on this space, Eastern on Tuesdays. The clip he was talking about with Don Lemon, which I'm so happy Don Lemon got fired from CNN. I think it's hilarious. And I think the value that he brings the credibility from the mainstream to these internet people that he's now forced to interact with because this is the only way he can keep doing his show. And he had Hassan on, and Hassan's talking to him and Ana Navarro and, these regular CNN people. This is why Democrats keep losing and doing baby talk to them. And, we were talking before the show, Matt and I, that the frustrating part about Jennifer Welch is that she's a white woman from a red state, and she's just saying all the things you guys have been saying, Sam Cedar's been saying for 20 years, Bernie's been saying for 60 years, just coming out of this filter of blonde white woman from suburbia.
That's my hot take.
It's hitting people different. And, my hot take is like, if that's what it takes for them to fucking hear the message, fine. If it takes, a black kid scrolling on Twitter, seeing FD Signifier talking about Kendrick Lamar and Drake for him to get in the door. Get in the door so they can hear the actual good nutritional message.
I agree with that. I love that people are reaching people. My frustration is that we are still at a point where people need to be reached, or people don't get it, or they haven't pulled their head out of their adult ass yet. You know what I mean? Like that to me is the frustrating part. And I can foresee like a cottage industry of lefty streamers or streamers in general who are just gaining ad revenue from the fact that society is crumbling, or that the planet is dying, you know what I mean? Or that Trump is awful. It's like the worse it gets out there, the more profitable this sort of venture can be.
Yeah.
And the same is true for, and I think that's a really good point, because yes, it is the case that views are up when things are worse. That's true for leftists. I'm sure it's true for conservative streamers when, a Democrat is in charge. Maybe not, I'm not really sure. But that's also true for Democratic Party consultants who fundraise off of every single terrible thing. So I feel like that's also another angle that I wish that liberal types would look at. Hey, do they really have an incentive to win? Why do these people who just ran losing campaigns fail up and then they go on to run the DNC? Case in point, Jamie Harrison. That right there in and of itself is, I think, a worse incentive than like a streamer who just says, hey, vote third party so that way things will be worse and my views will be better. I think that what Hassan says here is authentic. I think that the liberals who are criticizing him are doing so in bad faith. Yes, I understand that harm reduction is important. With that being said, I think that we need to have some self-awareness and realize that we don't even know if the November election is going to be free and fair, let alone an election in 28.
Yeah.
They're already
and like
before they had.
But with that being said, the thing is that, like, okay, let's say you suck it up and you're going to vote for Gavin Newsom if he's the nominee. That's an idiotic decision on part of the Democrats, right? Because they're choosing somebody who is going to once again embolden fascists when nothing changes. They get, really depressed, they go for another fascist. Anyways, but you can't say, yeah, I'm going to, like, I love Jennifer Walsh, but I think that her saying I would crawl through glass to vote for Gavin Newsom, that's not the message that you want to send. You want to present yourself from a position of strength and say, actually, no, if you want my vote, nominate somebody who's not a complete fucking dipshit. So, like, even if you are going to suck it up and vote for the lesser of two evils, don't tell them that 2 years in advance. That's kind of that's the thing that I'm struggling with.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I get, like, I totally understand it. Yes, things were better for marginalized people under a Democrat. As bad as Democrats are, yes, of course it was better. Kamala would have been better than Donald Trump. But make them at least think that you're gonna beat them in this game of chicken. I don't know. That's just my 2 cents, because I've been on both sides of this. You know, I voted third party before. I voted for Kamala Harris, but I'm in Oregon, so it doesn't matter what I do so much as it matters what somebody in like Pennsylvania does or in a swing state does. Sure, I have a platform, and I think the main criticism with Hassan is that he has a platform and he shouldn't be encouraging people this. But the ultimate point is that it's going to come down to the candidate. You always blame them. You don't blame what streamers say. You don't blame what anyone says but the candidate. If they want these votes, if they want these people to get off their asses, they have to give them something. And I think that the base has been pretty clear. No genocide. We want Medicare for all. And we want you to abolish ICE. If you can't meet these small requests, then you can't blame anybody but yourself for losing. I'm sorry. That's my take on it.
You're
But
right,
I'm
dude.
sorry.
I
Feel
mean,
free to take it away. Matt.
I like, who here used to vote Republican? You know, this is where I'm coming from. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was, and believe me, I'm making up for it every day. Okay, I started a lefty
I can't
media
believe you,
collective,
Matt.
so get off my back.
How dare you?
Okay, I'm doing penance all
He
over.
drew everybody. Come on, get off his back.
Yeah, like, I really try to promote the hell out of all of you. So my thing is, like, why are we? You're right, Mike. It's like, why are we talking about 2028 acting like the primaries have already happened? We should be talking about all, and that's what I mean. It's like Gavin Newsom, 2028. That just seems too clickbaity to me.
No.
Why aren't we talking about the Democratic primaries that are already underway? Like, early voting started in Illinois already. North Carolina primary election night is March 3rd, and then Illinois is March 17th. This shit is happening right now. We can have the exact right best candidates in office all over the place, or at least securing nominations, so that we can then in the general vote for the better candidate, not the lesser of two evils, or like in most cases where you're just voting against somebody else, not necessarily for something that matters. I don't know if you read the Bulwark.
Once in a
It's
while.
not, so it's bad.
It's
like,
very liberal.
there's a new article going around from what's today? It's from today. It's how Democrats can crush the midterms, and it's basically just be the actual Republicans.
Oh my God.
It's like, do targeted tariffs, not the chaotic tariffs. And it's like, you know, more cops, less ICE. That's a winning strategy. You will crush the midterms. And I was just like, oh my God, this is terrible. And they're like, Bill Clinton had more cops in the 90s and Democrats loved it. And I'm just like, this is terrible.
But
right?
it's not the
And
90s
written
anymore. It's the
but
30s.
It's written by somebody who says they're a former Republican because they no longer vote Republican. That doesn't mean they aren't still a conservative.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, when I admit to having voted Republican in the past, that was me trying to do some sort of conservatism where it didn't really exist. And when I realized that, I was like, well, we just need to, this whole thing needs to be more or less corrupt, more legit. And so that's why I thought there was a fighting chance with the Democrats. But come to find out, we're existing in a low intensity democracy. It's low stakes. There's just two players
both
at the table.
bought by the
It's so
same
boring.
people.
And that's the other thing, is they're all bought off by the same super PACs and mega donors.
So
all the
that's
way.
why I get inspired by candidates like Kat Abigazela in Chicago and Graham Plattner in Maine. People have divided opinions about him, but I think he'd be better than Susan Collins. And he just made a fireside chat video talking about masculinity, and his answer to the loneliness crisis is union halls and creating unions and beefing up the labor of this country. Candidates
Any
like
Elks Club members here?
Abdul
Anybody?
Abdul El Said in Michigan. I feel the tide turning, and this is maybe wishful thinking, but I feel the patience running thin of our generation and Gen Z and Gen Alpha, whose attention spans are even shorter, and they're going and see the future as even darker than we saw it after like 9/11. And they're going, no, we got to fix this faster so that we can live our lives even at a modicum of what like Gen X had or the boomers had. And I think I feel the tide.
Let me say one more thing though. I'm this, cis white guy, right? Like, what do I care or matter, right? My opinion. But so I'm constantly looking at it from the perspective of everyone else, right? If having Newsom again means, sorry, trans community, suck it up. We don't want JD Vance, right? Like, that isn't a win.
Yeah.
And this is an argument that I've heard from like, Cenk Uygur types who say, oh, careful, that pendulum's going to swing back further. Why are we not fighting for equal rights and the basic human needs of survival? Why are we not just fighting for that?
Back and forth? The pendulum swings back and then it hits a stop when the Democrats are in power. Because
I'm saying lose the pendulum analogy. I'm saying just
the
give
ratchet
people their
effect.
right.
If you've seen that,
Yeah,
I think
right,
the ratchet effect is something that is much more astute, because it really is the fact that like Republicans, they destroy the country. They, cut taxes by, I don't remember what the exact percentage was for Donald Trump, but he cut taxes. And then when Biden proposed an increase to the corporate tax rate, it wasn't as high as the cut was. So, we take 2 steps backwards, maybe one step forward if we're lucky. And part of the reason why people like Hassan are trying to use their votes as leverage, or at least, scare the Democrats into thinking that they're going to use their votes as leverage, is because if we don't recalibrate, we're just not going to have a country. Like, I genuinely don't know if there's an America after Donald Trump's term. I don't know what that's going to look like. He's going to try to, like, he's in the process of trying to steal the 2026 election. And I hate that, like, it's always, there's this like, we've seen some blowouts in primaries, lots of progressives win, right? But there's always this expectation that the left needs to shut the fuck up, suck it up, and fall in line. But that same expectation is never there for centrists. I mean, we just saw Chuck Schumer did not even endorse Zoran Mamdani. Hakeem Jeffries waited until like a week before the election to endorse him. And these same people weren't saying vote blue no matter who then. So it's really frustrating to me, because there's this double standard. And I think that they're interpreting what Hassan is saying in the most bad faith way imaginable to make it seem as if he's trying to, chum it up with Republicans and embolden JD Vance, when that's not the case. It's about trying to get Democrats to be better, so that way we get out of this, perpetual cycle of lesser evilism, because as we have each cycle where you have to suck it up and vote for the less bad candidate, like, the candidates get progressively worse. Like,
and
for
worse
example,
and worse.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom, he made anti-trans comments. Yes, he's not as transphobic as JD Vance, but I'm sorry, like, we shouldn't water down our standards because Gavin Newsom thinks that being transphobic is going to appeal to Republicans, that he's not going to win. And it's not just that he said that thing about sports on the podcast with Charlie Kirk. He also went on a different podcast. This is lesser discussed. I don't remember the name of the podcast, but he was talking about how he's really he's not sure about gender affirming care for trans youth. That doesn't mean that he's going to ban it. I don't think that he would do that as president, but he is willing to throw this community under the bus, not fight for what little rights they have. And I think that's so damaging. We saw the way that, when Biden and Kamala Harris were trying to be tough on immigration, and they just let immigrants like hang out they left them out to dry. And then the entire country ended up voting for the candidate running on mass deportation. And now
you can't out Republicans.
Exactly.
And the ratcheting up you've been talking about in the 90s, it was Newt Gingrich starting to pull levers of power that haven't really been touched in a long time and brush off the cobwebs and see what still works and what can be bent and broken. Then here comes Bush and Cheney and Rumsfeld doing that on a national scale and international scale. And then you get Sarah Palin in 2008 and going, maybe you can just let the mask off a little bit. and go in that direction. Then they
Yeah,
tried
look
to
at it like this.
ratchet
If
it
you
back
were
with
gonna-
Mitt Romney, but then Trump in 2016 just let it go.
If you were gonna, let's say you're having conversations with Republican voters, right? And they're like, dude, I'm sick of the Republicans. And you have a chance to win them over. And they're like, okay, yeah, I like your progressive politics and what you're talking about. I think we should fight for that. So am I going to get that from the Democrats? Oh, no, you won't. You will not get that from the Democrats. In fact, the Democrats vote with the Republicans and they're passing through Trump's agenda and all his nominees and judges and whatnot. And so it's like, there's the perfect like example of what's wrong is that you can't even win over Republican voters because voting for Democrats isn't necessarily the better option.
But
so
you say to
anyway.
them, you got to
Hello,
vote for the
Ariana.
people. Some of the people running as Democrats are good candidates. Hello, Ariana. Welcome.
That's why I say the
I'm Alex,
primaries
nice to
is
meet
where
you.
the focus should be. But like Hassan mentions
Yes.
third party, there's no candidate. He just said not Democrats is what
Yeah,
he's saying.
and like the way it's been working, like I said, the ratcheting up, the Republicans get in power and they do it's if you think in binary, like I do sometimes, it's like 0 is nothing, right? 1 is doing something, and -1 is harm. So the Republicans get in and they do negative, they do harm. And then the Democrats get in and they just try to maintain that new status quo of whatever they
yeah.
just broke
That's
and
exactly
make
right.
sure that the dust is off the floor and whatever, but the thing's still broken. And then the Republicans get in and smash it more and more and more. And I think we are at a point where people it's down to the bone, and people are like, well, ICE might show up in my neighborhood, so I got to talk to my neighbors and figure out myself. Zoran went on the street talking to people, going like, how do I get your vote? You voted for Trump, you voted for Biden. How do I get your vote? What do you want?
yeah,
What were
that's
you
what you're supposed to
disappointed
do.
in? Yeah, exactly. And we're getting more and more grassroots candidates coming out, just being like, fuck it, I'll run. Like Kat Abigazela. She's working at Media Matters. Elon Musk sues Media Matters for whatever the hell he wants. And then they cut her and she's floating around. She's at Zateo. And then she's like, fuck it. I'm going to fucking run. I'm going to do something. There's a show on this space called What You Can Do, hosted by Jake Draugelis. That is something that you can do. You can run. You can go out and meet your local candidate and hand out hand cards for Lindsey Boylan or get signatures on a petition for the special election for city council. There is more that you can do than you've been told, that you think. And maybe starting a podcast is not the thing to do, like we were talking about earlier. But I think Hassan is showing through example, like it's not about the making money. Like someone like Destiny or Vouch or whatever, like they're doing it because it's a trend. We can make money doing this. I just want to play video games. Really, that's all they seem to want to do. But it just happens that talking about these hot button issues get viewers. Hassan's like, I will put those viewers in front of good candidates. I will go to wherever in the country and put them on things that I think are important to pay attention to. That's,
by the way,
I think a better example.
Matt, I'm sorry for kicking you out. I was trying to remove the other window and it kicked you too. My bad.
I do that with people all the time.
Okay, so you understand.
It's totally cool. I knew exactly. I was like, oh, I know what happened.
I was like,
so
oh no.
I should have
no.
removed the image of myself. But I just want to be totally clear. I think everyone should fire up a podcast, have a mic, have a camera, go for it. You can come over to this space and be a part of ours if you can handle the commitment to streaming.
It's not the only thing you can do.
But what stresses me out about it is that there's still a need for podcasts who make the news more digestible and accessible. Like the mainstream media is still very much like a problematic thing. And we're still trying to reach people to explain to them the value in voting and how you may not do politics, but politics does you. And I think it's very frustrating that we haven't gotten there yet, or that it seems like it's always going to be an issue where people are like, huh, politics, what's voting important
a constant
for?
thing throughout human history.
Yeah. So, but that was my point to saying another podcast. Christ. Like,
can I jump in here real quick?
Yes,
Sorry.
Yeah, because Ariana went through this exact same cancellation not that long ago.
Sorry, I'm not entirely sure what I heard a couple things that I want to comment on, but what's the concept of what you guys are talking about right now? 'Cause I
Hassan
can't-
said instead of if the choice was between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance, he'd probably vote for the third party because essentially
okay.
we're cooked by then. If that is the choice,
I think
Ariana, I think it's the wrong mic, by the way, just real quick.
Give me 1 second.
no, you're okay.
Yeah, I remember you went through hell because you said as a Middle Easterner you're not going to vote for Joe Biden or something like that, or
Yeah.
But yeah, you were dragged for the same thing that Hassan is being dragged for, and people didn't understand why you felt like you were in that impossible position. So yeah, I'm excited to hear what you have to say because I know you have some thoughts.
Yeah, they dragged me for my life. Like someone had screenshotted, I had tweeted, I was like, I'm not going to vote for Joe Biden. I didn't say anything about Kamala Harris. I never endorsed third party. I never said anything bad about Kamala Harris. I was trying to encourage my following to vote Democrat without distinctively telling them to go vote Democrat because a lot of my followers are Middle Eastern and or Muslim, and I knew if I was like, go vote for Kamala, I would turn them off, and I knew I had to reach them in some shape or form. So I would talk more about policy rather than candidates, and just kind of tying that into my family and our struggles with healthcare and stuff like that. But I want to say a couple of things. Yeah, I got dragged to hell for that. One thing that's really important to talk about here is that Hassan is a voter within California. Quite frankly, it doesn't matter if you vote for fucking Harambe in California.
Yeah.
Young America, hold your head high now. We can win. You must never stop dreaming. Face reality, yes, but don't stop with the way things are. Dream of things as they ought to be. Dream. Face pain, but love, hope, faith, and dreams will help you rise above the pain. Use hope and imagination as weapons of survival and progress, but you keep on dreaming, young America. Dream of peace. Peace is rational and reasonable. War is irrational in this age and unwinnable. Dream of teachers who teach for life and not for living. Dream of doctors who are concerned more about public health than private wealth. Dream of lawyers more concerned about justice and the judgeship. Dream of preachers who are concerned more about prophecy than profiteering. Dream on the high road with sound values. You must never surrender to inequality. Women cannot compromise ERA or comparable worth. Women are making 60 cents on the dollar to what a man makes. Women cannot buy meat cheaper. Women cannot buy bread cheaper. Women cannot buy milk cheaper. Women deserve to get paid for the work that you do. It's right and it's fair. I'm often asked, that's it, why do you take on these tough issues? They're not very political. We can't win that way.
If an issue is morally right, it will eventually be political. It may be political and never be right. Fannie Lou Hamer didn't have the most votes in Atlantic City, but her principles have outlasted every delegate who voted to lock her out. Rosa Parks did not have the most votes, but she was morally right. Dr. King didn't have the most votes about the Vietnam War, but he was morally right. If we're principle first, our politics will fall in place. When you see Jesse Jackson, when my name goes in nomination, your name goes in nomination. I was born in the slum, but the slum was not born in me. And it wasn't born in you, and you can make it. Wherever you are tonight, you can make it. Hold your head high. Stick your chest out. You can make it. It gets dark sometimes, but the morning comes. Don't you surrender. Suffering breeds character. Character breeds faith. In the end, faith will not disappoint. You must not surrender. You may or may not get there, but just know that you are qualified and you hold on and hold out. We must never surrender. America will get better and better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. On tomorrow night and beyond. Keep hope alive. I love you very much.
Welcome to episode 9 of Absurdity Space. R.I.P. Jesse Jackson. Keep hope alive.
That man should have been president.
Yeah, it's crazy that like it's that speech hit so hard even now, and it's been 1988. I mean, things really haven't changed that much since 1988. But I don't know. It's crazy. It's such a good moral clarion call. I'd say.
It's kind of weird because growing up, I was told like Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton were like these black supremacist, separatist types, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, not really Jesse Jackson, but Al Sharpton just seemed too grifty for my taste.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he's just when people talk about race hustlers, he's the first person.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't know. He wasn't on the same level as Jesse Jackson, who was literally standing on the balcony at the hotel when MLK got shot. Traumatizing moment for, and he said the famous quip where he said, "White America just lost their best friends," which is weirdly what they tried to say about Charlie Kirk when he died. They're like, not white America. They're like, the left just lost his best friend. It's like, I don't want that friend.
No, I don't. Get him banned. We don't do that here.
But you wanted to talk about Wuthering Heights, and I'm shot, so I'm gonna let you sound off on it.
Yeah, so I was talking about this yesterday, but I saw Wuthering Heights this weekend, and I don't understand why people are mad. From what I never read the novel because my English teacher never read the novel herself in high school when we were doing British literature because her mother, who was the English teacher, forbid her from reading the novel because of Heathcliff's dirty fingernails, and she felt that it also romanticized abuse. So when I see
I hear the novel's pretty insufferable. I have not
it's not a great love story. It's just, from what I understand, it's a story about abuse and manipulation and power and shit. So it's like, okay, why are we mad though that Emerald Fennell's adapting a movie about abuse? I don't is this not I don't understand. This version's romanticizing abuse. So does the original novel. When I was looking up information about Heathcliff, I'm like, yeah, this guy's not a good romantic lead. He's not they would have to definitely clean him up in a Jane Austen style, male lead or whatever they really want to, I don't know. But it's not steamy, it's not hot. The only sex scenes there is just one, and then a 2-minute montage of their affair, and that's it.
Yeah, I feel like the way that it was marketed or whatever. There's a lot of bad marketing rollouts for movies this year. I feel like within the last whatever, and the way that it was rolled out was like Jacob Elordi's fingers down Margot Robbie's throat.
You're like, see, this is what's steamy and hot and gets the girls to diddle. And I'm like, not really.
And also, I don't know. I was like, is her because I just saw that part. I was like, is her husband gonna be watching this movie? Like, because she's like, oh,
Well, it's her and her husband's production company.
Yeah,
because they also did Promising Young Woman. Because a lot of people are like, why would Margot Robbie work with Emerald Fennell? I'm like, Emerald was also Midge in the Barbie movie. They have a history. Like, it's fine. Like,
yeah, but I don't know. It was just funny. It's like I was.
This is her most tame movie.
Well, I mean, it's an Emily Bronte like novel, so yeah.
Yeah, but loosely adapted. That's what made people mad. They're like, oh my god, this is like a raunchy, pornographic, freaky deaky sex fest of a movie. I'm like, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah,
this movie could have been rated G.
I don't like this thing where like people on Twitter try to like they've decided that like I don't know, they've turned like freak and pervert into like a consumer. It's like consumer consumption pretty much, and it's like you can only there's like the terms are now just used to like denote like preferences for like commodities. Whatever happened to sex? Whatever people having sex and then being like, I like to have sex, I'm a pervert. Now it's like I like to watch a Yorgos Lanthimos movie, and I'm
yeah. Everyone, listen. You thought Wuthering Heights was bad. And, I remember the discourse surrounding poor things about how she was being raped and stuff, and it's inappropriate because she has the mind of a toddler. And I'm like, but she grows up to become a young woman, and she's like going through life again. Like I don't understand. Like also Emma Stone produced this too, so it's like, are you not gonna be mad at her? Why are we only mad at the men?
I don't know. I just why are you mad at men? I feel like it's this weird thing that we have like any sex movies gets like deconstructed by people, especially on Twitter, but just in general, right? Like
young sexless Gen Zers who are growing up in a world where it's like, sex ed is not a thing anymore. They're being told to be pure, even though TLC has a TV show called Unexpected where 12-year-old boys are impregnating 15-year-old girls. And it's like, what the fuck is going on here? An abortion would have been a lot better. So like, it's getting to the point where I'm like, sex is fine. It's so like, oh god, it's like in Bridgerton when poor Francesca has no idea what a pinnacle is and no one's able to explain it to her what it is, and it's like, oh,
I haven't seen Bridgerton. I have no frame of reference for that.
But like but like back in those days, girls were not taught about sex. They had to learn on their wedding night if their husband actually knew what sex was. That's why there's another scene of Bridgerton where the one of the mothers like, when he inserts himself in you, and the one daughter's like, inserts himself where? And I'm like, oh,
well, if you're, I don't know, in that time, I feel like if your husband knows what he's doing, you have to go check like the chambermaids for unmentioned pregnancies and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the whole entire Bridgerton clan went almost halfway through the entire alphabet. So I feel like if the father didn't die, he would have gone all the way to Z.
I just feel like we're in like this really weird time where it's like, on one hand, you have people that are gooning, where they've just watched like they've become so
AI shit too, no less. I'm like, seriously, guys, you really want to?
Maybe more now, but it's like a lot of times, it's just like regular porn, but they turn it into like these weird porn compilations, and it's like people are sitting there for 12 to 14 hours just jacking off, and that's like one side of this entire thing.
Yeah,
and then the other side, like another part, like I don't know, it's like a pinnacle of different like weird things that people have literally poured themselves into as like a. I mean, I don't even want to call porn watchers consumers at that point when they're watching 14 hours. Like, it's not even real. Like, it's just massive consumption, I guess. But it's like on the other side, though, you have like women that are completely like enthralled by like romance novels or like fan fiction on like different fucking platforms and stuff that they're just like getting more and more like into describing what they do to fucking fictional characters. And
why are you talking about me all of a sudden? What did I do?
No, but I'm just saying, like, there's all these weird, like, it feels like there's all these places that we're like pouring this untapped sexuality into.
Yeah,
and then
that's why people love like yearning. Like, I get that's why I love Bridgerton. It's like, I mean, the novels were a lot steamier. I mean, season 1 had a lot of sex. Season 2, the two main leads didn't finally get it on until like the 8th episode, the last episode, because they kept doing like the yearning and like will they, won't they, tug and pull, like kissing. I hate you, you vex me. I like, oh my god, will they, won't they, enemies to lovers, and then it's like, oh, they only get one scene where Okay, well, it was worth it. It was worth waiting 8 episodes for it.
The whole thing about yearning is you're not supposed to want to be yearning.
I don't know, but women love the urine, man. They're like, they're like, this is sexier than the actual sex.
The whole thing.
I'm like, you're basically at this point.
Other people yearn, but like the whole thing is that you would write like you'd be yearning so much for your like husband to come back from war or something, and like write out this this nonstop diary of like all the stuff that like the sexual thoughts going through your mind or whatever.
And then you're pregnant and you're like, it's totally yours, husband. It's not your friend who stayed home during the war. What?
It is funny to be like a Jody, you know the term Jody, where it's like a guy that fucks military wives.
Yeah,
it's like some guy gets his legs blown off, and then he comes back and his wife's like, "Yeah, I didn't do anything," and it's like, "Yeah, Jody came to visit."
There's literally the Netflix movie with Jack O'Connell, Lady Chatterley's lover, and it's and the husband's like, I'm now handicapped. I'm infertile. Find yourself a man to have a child with. It's fine. But then when he finds out it's like they're like, guy who does all the yard work and housework and shit, he's like, oh no, not him. And it's like, okay, you said you gave her permission to find a man to get her pregnant. So what the hell?
I don't know. I just feel like we've really like we've commodified sexuality in such a weird way. Like at this point, in time, we've turned it into like, I don't know, all these like consumer products, and I don't think it's not good because it's like no one's. Well, I'm sure there's people that are having sex, but at least not with like the people that are overly online. It feels like nobody's having sex that's pouring themselves out online, and it's all like through the commodification of consumer culture. And it's like my sexuality is expressed through consumer culture, and it's like it shouldn't be. That should not be what your sexuality is expressed through. You should not be pouring your sexuality into like I mean, watching films is great, but it's like it's weird to be like, oh, I'm a real freak. I watch like mainstream films, and it's like even if they're like art house films, it's like I don't. Think that's, like it's not like you're not doing the old fashioned thing where you like go to the cinema at night and sit there with the adult the adult art house.
I never understood theaters where they actually would like screen like pornographic films that you can't it's like when with Paul Rubens. I'm like, really, you're gonna arrest him for that? And what are you supposed to do when you're watching pornography on the big screen? Not do something like. It's gonna get aroused. Like, what are you supposed to do? Just hold it in. What's going on?
I mean, people just jacked off, but it's like it's a legal thing, right? Like it's the cops that would come in and raid the places. It's not they weren't saying, "Hey, don't jerk off in here," or I mean, I'm sure that they said it on like the sign or whatever, but they expected that's what people.
But that's just the stupidest place to be like, you cannot engage in like self pleasure, and I'm like, why? I'm like, seriously, what? I don't get it.
And I mean, that was more about railroading a gay person than it was.
Yeah, anything else?
Like, it was like. I don't know. They're like, see, he's a perverted. He's gay. And it's like, I don't know. They like destroyed that man's career for that. But you give it a few more years and like that wouldn't have been the case. That I mean, maybe it would have been with a vice raid or something like that. But it seems like it. I don't know. I don't. I don't
Jeffrey Jones's career when he was when the Bill Clinton's favorite comedy is this movie called Who's Your Caddy. They filmed it right over here in Aiken, and I remember it was a big fucking deal that Jeffrey Jones was in town because there's children around. They're like I forgot who else was in this movie. I gotta look it up because I was like, damn, really? I like a lot of.
So that's Bill Clinton's favorite movie.
Yeah, directed by Don Michael Paul.
Damn, Andy Milonakis.
Yeah, I mean it was kind of like James Avery, Uncle Phil, Terry Crews, Tony Cox.
First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil.
Yeah. Jennifer Lewis, the amount of actors that I love that are in this movie that I actually don't remember barely remember seeing is kind of crazy. Cam Gigante from the Twilight movies.
It feels like looking at this.
Lil Wayne was here.
Looking at this list, it feels like this movie wonk so Marty Supreme could run.
Yeah, literally.
It's like let's use a bunch of rappers and random fucking whatever.
A million. Sorry.
I only see a square. Is that it? What do you mean you only see a square?
What square?
I don't know.
Hello.
Is it the famous blue square that fights anti-Semitism?
Oh God, did YouTube have a meltdown again while trying to fight VPNs? I don't know. Yeah, that was weird last night.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like, because it seemed fine on my end the entire time. I don't.
Yeah, but my thing is never log out of your shit, guys. People are like, why? Why do you log out? They'll be logging out, stay logged in. You never know, because this is the thing. When you log out, I feel like you're more inclined, and you're not active. You're more inclined to get hacked that way, because if I'm online, I'm constantly getting like, oh, so-and-so, here's your verification code. I'm like, someone's trying to get in, but they can't. I'm impenetrable. Like, you cannot, like, knock on wood. Knock on wood. I've never been hacked in my life.
But so what do you think about the Jasmine Crockett thing?
I think my conspiracy theory is she's behind all this, because I've said it once before and I say it again. She's just Trump if Trump was a woman of color.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. Ego-driven, self-centered, like clapbacks. And
it's also I was thinking about it today. She reminds me of Eric Adams, but like,
yes,
if Eric Adams could read.
if Eric Adams could read. Well, also too, a lot of like liberals who are like, big Jasmine Crockett fans are saying that, like, well, CBS is claiming that Colbert lied. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna listen to the pro-Trump Barry Weiss network now. Okay, you people, seriously, like, shut up.
This is the way I wanted to play the clip over, and it's all weird conservative accounts that are like boosting her videos, because it's like I guess tomorrow starts early voting for the primaries, which seems really, really soon to start with these primaries, I guess, but maybe not. But like, so there's this whole thing where all these accounts that are like MAGA accounts, they're like boosting the fact that, and I think there's something behind this, but they're boosting the fact that you can vote. I guess you can change your registration on the day of and vote as a Democrat or a Republican. And I feel like this is actually like kind of 4D chess to help Cornyn out, because the only way Cornyn is going to win, I feel like, against Ken Paxton in the Republican primary is if the craziest people go and vote in the Democratic primary, the craziest MAGA people, and try to influence that, and then realize, because that none of them are smart enough to realize you can't vote in both primaries.
Yeah, it's so. Yeah, I mean, it's like in South Carolina, we have open primaries, and like, people don't like that, and I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, I liked the rollout of ranked choice voting in New York City.
Yeah, of course, Trump wants to get rid of that, and it's like, loser.
We did receive information suggesting that the federal government did not shut down this segment. Number one. That is my understanding, that the federal government didn't shut this down, and we will do an official statement once we get another official statement that we anticipate is going to be coming from Paramount. All right, so we will read what they say, and then we'll go from there. It is our understanding that Colbert, either Mr. Colbert or CBS, decided that they would get on Paramount, and this was because of a fear.
Are they doing this by a fucking airport? What's going on?
I do like
that. There may have been
everybody does
advice
press conferences
to
now
just
at
have
the
me
airport.
on, and then they could clear the issue. It was my understanding that someone somewhere decided we just don't want to do that, and instead we're going to just do it this way.
Yeah, I don't know. It definitely feels like an op, but the worst possible thing to do right now is to cast doubt on, like, people in media. Like, number one, to boost Barry Weiss as like a truth teller, as the person who can adjudicate this. Like, that already fucking sucks of her. But and of anyone that's doing that, really. And like
me, and then you make it like ads with AI, and people attacked me on my TikTok for it. I'm like, but I'm right though. I'm sorry, we're not doing this. I mean, there's no way. The only district, the only red districts that are getting flipped, or in like places where where the DNC and all that are not even like concerned. Like they're focused on like the big Senate, and then it's like smaller state legislators, smaller congressional districts that are flipping like blue for like an R+21 district. And then Democrats are like, we did that. I'm like, no, you didn't. You didn't know, but that this race happened until this Democrat won,
Yeah. I don't know. It's going crazy right now. I do like the strategy of that one lady that's running as a Republican, but like is a progressive, and it's like, but I feel like
people I know are doing that.
I feel like you're not supposed to say it though. But then I don't know how.
Yeah, don't be saying that because they'd be like, "Wait, you're really a Democrat?" Nope. You have to do reverse psychology. You can't be saying I'm actually a progressive. No, the way you sell is by not admitting your actual like politics. You just
You
gotta
gotta do that. You gotta
policies.
do you gotta do the corny thing that people love doing, where they're like, "I actually want to make America great again more than Trump does."
Exactly. We are like fucking like Kamala did it, but it still didn't work because again, you know why? Because she was a Democrat.
And God is a Democrat. That's why he
God
won't.
is a Democrat. You know what's so sad though? I was watching a clip of the 5 because I hate myself, and of course, you know, with the whole Epstein stuff, you know, Republicans are now just downplaying like, oh, Jeffrey Epstein was just like a guy who gave girls to grown men, like whatever. And of course, Jesse Waters, and I'm over here thinking to myself, how did his liberal mom raise him to turn out to be like that?
I feel like we're so close to Jesse Waters just being like, I actually fuck 16-year-old girls all the time, and then just
actually they're 13. I'm also in the files.
His 8:00 show or whatever is that, or 9:00. He has the good slot now. And
Yeah, no one really watches him because he's trying too hard to be a
because people were saying for a long time, oh, it's the slot, that slot, right? Because that slot's always the one that, for at least in the past, has
the
crushed
9:00
ratings.
slot.
Yeah,
Woo.
and it's like that's the one you want, and that's why like Tucker got it for the longest time when he did the Tucker Carlson dog whistle hour, and everyone was like, well, nobody's gonna watch Tucker anymore now that it's the slot, it's not him. Which I don't think that's true, because it's number one, who the fuck is watching Jesse Waters, and number two, his podcast is still huge. But even though he's pissed off everyone that likes Israel, and I think he's in Israel. I think he's doing Tucker in Israel.
Yeah, I was watching some Majority Report clips because Anna Kasparian is getting wrecked again. I'm like, yeah, because she's an idiot.
I like I don't know. I just really like the idea of him wandering around like an Israeli grocery store. What is this? What is this? What's going on here?
Yeah, that didn't he do that thing in Russia where it was like, this is Russian propaganda? I'm like, no, this is what Aldi's does.
Well, because he was like, everything is really clean at this grocery store, and look, you can just take the shopping cart right in there because they have so much social trust. And look, all the shelves are full of stuff, and everyone's walking around the grocery store. It's like, all right, and then he walked down to the subway. He's like, "Look at the subway. The subway."
What is this? The interview, the James Franco interview movie when they did the North Korea shit. Oh my god, I remember when that was like a big thing. We pirated or whatever because America. And it was during Christmas time, and we watched it. And my friend and I were like, that really wasn't that funny.
I remember someone wrote this really crazy blog post at the time about the interview where it was they found like a guy that advised on like from the freedom, like whatever, the FDD, like the freedom, like whatever, Foundation for Defense of Democracies. I could not think of the word because I'm exhausted.
And let me guess, it's probably not a pro-democracy association, right?
No, it's the neocon one that all the people from the Bush administration.
They always have those names, like centers for. It's so stupid, like South Carolina Equality Project. Oh, cool, that sounds great. We want to ban abortion. Okay.
The Trump ones are gonna go crazy. The names of them, I bet they're gonna be like Restoring Election Integrity Inc. or something, and it's gonna be like all the people that fucking did election denial working in like a think tank. and the goal of it is just to like overturn all the elections. I don't know. They don't make like neocons kind of great names for their shit. Like like I mean, Foundation for Defense of Democracy though is the big one that it's always the one that when we're about to invade Iran, you can always tell that they're behind that. They're like they're always the ones that are doing the policy papers. They're like, if we overthrow the Ayatollah right now, and install Patrick Bet-David's friend the Shah. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. The Shah has to do podcasts.
I feel like politicians should not have podcasts while they're in office.
I don't think he has, but he goes on them. Like that's even more humiliating. I feel like.
Again, they should also be going back. That's the new medium now. But it's like, Gavin Newsom, you're governor of California. Why do you have a podcast?
They should make the Shah go on that one. The one with Steiny, that fucking those kids that had Netanyahu on.
Oh yeah.
They should make the Shah go on that one. And they should make the Shah. They should make the Shah hold their like their Happy Dad seltzer or whatever, and like have to take a sip of it.
Yeah.
We're like, come on, bro, finish the seltzer. I don't know. I feel like we live in a humiliating time.
We really do. I saw a video of cops going to like this fraternity at a college, and a bunch of the like dudes were like naked, tied up in the basement. I'm like, hazing has gone way too far.
Yeah, I saw that. It almost
also,
I would like if I didn't know that was what it was, I would be like, is that AI? It kind of looks like AI.
yeah. Well, also too, I remember doing the whole like I remember ABC, would do that show, What Would You Do or whatever, and a lot of people noticed that when it came to hazing, no one was intervening with all the sorority hazing, but oh my god, the fraternity hazing, people left and right were intervening. I'm like, yep, that sounds about right.
Well, people don't talk about the sorority ones as much.
Yeah, because they don't think that they're doing weird, disturbing shit. I'm like, yeah, they are.
Yeah,
this is not Legally Blonde.
But I like the version of it that's in fucking the Linklater movie. Why can't I think of any names today of anything at all?
Know.
But yeah, like Dazed and Confused when she's like, "Come on, freshmen, get on the ground, get on the ground." I don't know. That's the solid version of sorority style hazing, and they were doing it to high school kids back in the fake 1970s. That's actually the 90s.
Yeah, sometimes it's like, that's not.
I guess it's different than the 50s. That's supposed to be the 80s is actually supposed to be the 50s. Is actually 2026 with Timothy Chalamet going, "I'll dare to rob you right now."
Yeah, the ping pong movie. Remember that movie? It's a good movie.
Remember the ping pong movie? If people don't talk, people don't talk about it anymore. Should I watch it? Should I watch it? Oh, should I watch it?
I'm excited to watch Blue Moon.
I want, dude. It would go so hard if Trump had to talk about Marty Mauser. Like Marty Mauser,
Supreme.
What a kid! It was like, what a kid. He was running around. Oh, and you saw him. He was hustling the guys. He took their money. Marty Mauser. They don't make him like that anymore.
Yeah.
he lost to the guy from Japan, but it's okay. He won in the end. end. Oh, it wasn't
like an underdog.
And it was very unfair. They treated Mr. Marty very unfair, if you ask me.
Japan, they make us look weak.
Like, but it was the Indians. They don't like us. They're not treating America fairly over there. And the international.
I remember during the first RNC for Trump, and Cenk Uygur was like making fun of like Trump's mannerisms as he's speaking, and I'm over here like, where's this guy? I missed that Cenk.
And we're gonna be looking into the International Table Tennis Association very strongly. We're gonna be looking into it. They treated Marty very unfairly.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's exactly what happened.
He'd bring like Marty Mauser to the White House and like put a medal of freedom on him. He'd have like,
what am I doing?
He'd make JD Vance do it.
Yeah.
JD Vance would have to be like, and put the other president's medal of freedom
with
on,
this weird nervous chuckle.
And I don't know, he'd be like, say a few words, and then Marty Mauser would have to like just come up with some riff. He's riffing. Yeah. He was riffing hard throughout that movie. It's like 2.5 hours of him riffing.
Yeah.
Oh, I wanted to. I don't know if it'll flag this, but I think
wait.
I think we should be good because it's from PBS when it was owned by the government. But
oh, Jesse Jackson, I love this.
Yeah. If we get flagged, I'm sorry. I got us flagged if we get flagged.
Stop? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. I am somebody. I am somebody. I may be poor. But I am somebody. I may be young. But I am somebody. I may be on welfare. But I am.
What is this woke nonsense?
I may be small. But I am. Somebody. I may make a mistake. But I am. Somebody. My clothes are different. My face is different. My hair is different. But I am. Somebody. I am black. Brown. White.
I speak a different language, but I must be respected, protected, never rejected. I am God's child. I am somebody. Give yourself a big hand. Ready on the stump?
See, you know what's interesting is that, you know, conservatives like, oh, Sesame Street is so woke, but I'm like, it was more woke back then in the 70s when they're talking about like welfare and like racism and like everyone, you know, you got all these white kids saying, I am black, I am brown. Like, come on.
I am gay.
Yes, I am. God. Okay, let's do it. I'm a Jew. I'm Italian. I'm a woman.
As a New Yorker, I am gay. No, but like you can see why Sesame Street like really pissed some right wingers off though. It's like they had Jesse Jackson on doing that. Like,
yeah, they had Margaret Hamilton on, and parents and kids were like, oh my God, it's the Wicked Witch. And they banned that episode, and you can find it now. So she had to go on Mr. Rogers to be like, let's do this without the green makeup.
I was thinking about 2020 when Jesse Jackson endorsed Bernie, and he had like a great statement that was like, he was like, you know, this is Bernie Sanders is the way forward for any progressive politics in the United States. And then obviously, you know, he lost, and there's no more.
Did you see that clip of Chuck Schumer basically boasting about the Jackson plank that he banned because it just acknowledged like Palestine? He's like, did you see that or no?
I read, like, I saw it while I was scrolling, but I didn't watch his
okay, let me look it up and send it.
The whole big thing with him, right? And I was watching the clip.
Also, where's that Chuck Schumer? He has more balls there than he does now. Okay, here it is.
Because when it's time to stop people from all right, here it is. Well, when it's time to stop people from supporting Palestine, Chuck Schumer has all the balls. Chuck Schumer has all the balls in the world. But when it comes time to stop Trump, he's like, well, we sent a strongly worded letter.
He's wearing a yarmulke too, man.
I begin my speeches by saying I'm glad to be here.
Oh, I thought he was going to say I'm black, I'm gay.
That when I walked up the stairs, I was pushed. That when I came here...
Man.
His accent is so thick here.
Side.
I was pushed.
You don't want to hear the other side.
They tripped me.
Don't stay in this room. Go wait for your candidate and listen to him and make yourself feel good. Okay? If you don't want to listen to the other side, please leave. I may not convert you to my point of view, but I will tell you something. If you believe in your argument, you can withstand very easily the argument from the other side.
Oh, that's why he can't withstand. He doesn't believe any of his arguments now.
And I ask you to leave. Let me remind you the last time I was booed publicly, and this was the last time.
This is making me anti-Semitic.
Something you all abhor.
I don't know. This is crazy. It was like,
and he's like, I am proud to block the Jackson. And after, honoring her, everyone's like, well, Chucky, here you are in 1989, talking shit about him.
Well, there's the same thing with it's the second time he really did this, but Bill Clinton, the first time when John Lewis died, I was just thinking about this, and his his statement, pretty much dead. I guess dead naming isn't the right word for this. Well, it is. Well, he's literally dead, but he was like, well, the greatest thing that John Lewis ever did was take down Stokely Carmichael, which number one, Kwame Ture is the guy. Like, I don't know, it's just he dead named Kwame Ture in that statement, call him like. And you have to imagine just like the inflection on his he's like Stokely Carmichael, so he had that statement, and then yesterday his statement, his long statement on Jesse Jackson. It's like Jesse Jackson was the target of like the infamous Sister Soldier moment, like literally one of the most racist things that that like we've seen in that kind of like 90s politics, where it was like
like the Democrats, right?
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about that. But that was like the buck stops here moment for Bill Clinton being like, we're not tolerating this race hustling anymore on stage. But like, I don't know, it's just he had Jesse Jackson right there next to him, and he was like trying to publicly humiliate him.
Yeah, because this was Clinton's way to court centrist voters, because you know how we need them apparently, and not actual Democratic voters, and it's.
I also just think Bill Clinton's straight up racist. Like,
yeah, he's from Arkansas. What do you expect? So did you see the poll where it says like moderate voters?
Arkansas.
Yeah, that's how I pronounce it. Just saying.
Arkansas.
No, it's Arkansas. Okay, get it right.
Arkansas, my Kansas, all of our Kansas.
All the Kansas is south, north, east, west, south, central.
It does. In my head, I always do pronounce it Arkansas. To be honest, I know that.
Well, it's like this town in
It's Kansas for our words.
Well, it's like, there's in Georgia, there's a place called Martinez, right? But guess what? It's spelled like Martinez, but we pronounce it Martinez to sound pretentious, not just rate. I don't know, but we're like,
I mean, that is like a classic Georgia accent. You can say Martinez. I was going on down there to Martinez, and I was going to get myself some peanuts at the peanut farm.
Yeah, but did you see the polling from like moderate voters saying the Democrats have moved far to the left? I'm like, on what issues? They're not promoting Medicare for all. They're still hung up on Israel. They've abandoned transgender people. They're moving to the right on immigration. I'm like, exactly what have the Democrats moved too far on the left on?
I feel like it always means identity stuff. Like, and I don't mean like, when I say identity stuff, I don't mean like,
abolish ICE. Oh,
I mean like wording, like the wording kind of stuff that is like the identity parts of it. And I feel like that's what people translate as like too far left. They're like, it's like, oh, black person.
Yeah, because again, my one friend who's like a young moderate white dude. I'm like, dude, what exactly? And I'm like, what have they moved to left on? Like, they really haven't. They're moving to the right. They're trying to court. I mean, it's so ridiculous to court moderate voters, because no matter what, you poll moderates, you poll them, and every time they're like, yeah, no, I'm gonna vote for a Republican. Yeah. Every time they do. It's like watching Marie Guzicamp Perez and all these other rotating villains. I'm like, guys, how many times do we have to go through this? When there's a Democrat in office, they always vote against the Democrats. These moderate Democrats vote against the Democratic president's agenda, but they will vote in favor of the Republican president's agenda because they do well in their swing districts or whatever the hell the excuse is.
I have another crazy this is one of my favorite ones. Another crazy Jesse Jackson moment that I really forgot about happening in 2008, and this is magnificent. This is when he got caught on a hot mic saying
talking shit about Obama, right?
Yeah. He says, I want to cut his nuts out. But he was right. They made him apologize, but he was right. He was right.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that like one thing that can't believe the right got away with was making Barack Obama out to be some black radical, when I'm like, he was raised by his white mother and his white grandparents.
Yeah.
Well, he spent little to no time with his dad. Okay, like stories of my father are not like. I'm like, would you get the title? And that's about it. Like, it was just so funny hearing my uncle talk about like, oh, his dad. He spent all his time with his dad, and he was majorly influenced by his dad, who ate dogs and shit. And I'm like, what?
They said the most racist shit, which is why I found the Zoran stuff kind of funny, because it's like they were like Obama's Muslim, he's from Africa, he's a socialist, and then a guy comes out and he's like, I'm actually a Muslim from Africa, and I'm
who's a socialist. Yeah.
And I don't know, I was just like, that's pretty funny. Like, you guys fearmonger to the point where you actually got some
actual thing you kept fearmongering about, and now you're pissed that it actually worked.
Although I will say, it went hard when Barack was reading Dreams to My Father, and this moment did go hard. No, why is it? I want to have ribs and
no ribs either. Gotta have them ribs and pussy too. Don't talk about no pussy.
Where's that guy at?
No ribs.
Imagine if like that's what Barack Obama talked like when he was like behind the scenes
before the drop. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
gotta have them ribs.
Pussy too.
I always think about Jason Miles when I watch that because he's played it a bunch. Oh, here's another. Well, this was going viral the other day, and this is a Michael Brooks clip, and I always want to play Michael Brooks clips when they're going viral.
Yeah, I wonder who clipped those.
This one I think was from Majority Report, but he goes hard here.
Told. So you were in your early 20s, and this was the first guy that inspired you. And then you had 8 years of materially declining life prospects with sort of airy homilies about civics. While you couldn't own a home, your economic prospects declined, and a global drone war raged across the world, and Wall Street bankers that wiped out $5 trillion of wealth got recapitalized without any meaningful reform. And then that he reemerges from essentially being a lifestyle Twitter to coordinate the Democratic Party to destroy the only shoot of hope that we see. I've always called for a strategic approach, actually, to Obama. He's extremely well liked. He's obviously a historical figure by definition. He has a lot of appealing personal qualities. I mean, we're not talking about somebody like Hillary Clinton here. But let's be honest. I mean, it was an atrocious administration on any number of issues.
And Joe Biden is an embodiment of the deterioration of that party. He could have re-energized.
I don't know if Joe Biden was going to re-energize anything, but
No. Here's the thing: we were told that we needed to put Joe Biden. We needed a harm reduction candidate to fix, things, do a little tinkering, and then after his one term, right, we're gonna get the progressive bona fide we're hoping for, and guess what? We've been doing that for like decades now.
Yeah. Well,
I'm tired of liberals not understanding this argument here. I'm like, we do this over and over again, and guess what? If you're not going to make enough change for the average American to notice a difference, a positive difference, then we're gonna keep getting Republicans as presidents. Okay, I don't know what else to tell you guys.
They did say a lot of times they're like, "Oh, we're gonna get worse Trump next time." And it's like, "Well,
there is no worse Trump.
Something worse than Trump next time." And it's like, "Well, no, we just got Trump, but worse."
Yeah,
we got ping pong balls with orange.
Yeah, like I always say, like everyone's like, "Oh, JD Vance." I'm like, "What charisma, man? Like he doesn't have it. Like he's a good spinner. Like he can good. He's good at deflecting, but like he can't get like an audience to be captivated by him."
I will say he's like a guy that would be on Facebook Messenger at 4 a.m. and I do.
You mean you like yourself?
Yeah, he's that kind of guy. But for the longest time he was getting his group chats and like text leaked because of that, because he would just talk to people online at like 4 a.m. and it's always like 4 a.m. and he's like yeah, Trump is like Hitler, sure, like blah blah blah. And then the journalist like, "Oh, what happened to that?" And he's like, "Fuck, I shouldn't have just said that in a text."
Yeah, it's kind of like that Dan Wilber guy who does a really good JD Vance. I love his stuff because it's just funny as hell. We should get him on the podcast because I think
I haven't seen his JD Vance. Wait, let me see. Dan Wilber is his name.
Okay, you know what? Let me see. Let me find a good one. Let me find a good one. If I can do.
I think I've seen this guy and then not clicked on it because I was like, this is too on point. His face.
All right, here we go. I found one. Okay, wait. Let's see. It posted in the. We want to post it in the chat. This is a good one because it's like, oh.
I forgot to say today's Ash Ketchum Wednesday.
Yeah. I'm a Catholic. There, I did it.
I'm a Pokemon Go kind of guy. We have an absurdity space Instagram that I forget to use every time. Hang on.
That I've been kept up all night. And there were some signs. Every time Charlie Kirk asked, "What is a woman?" I drooled and went into a trance and pointed at his wife. The Bible clearly asks us not to covet our neighbor's wife, but he is dead. And last I checked, I don't live next to a cemetery. I wish I did, because I'd like to practice another ice cold body before I Erica again. You elected a king. Infidelity is part of the deal. We around with your money, and now we're going to all your wives. If Donald Trump is allowed to sleep with multiple teenagers, then I can get my little VP off. I'm the vice president, and my vice is blasting holes into Erica Kirk. I just want to fill the space Charlie left behind.
The space?
Specifically, Jesus take the wheel and Satan dim the lights. I'm a man's man now, and not in the way that I was when Peter Thiel owned me. Wouldn't you rather have a white first lady instead of whatever race Usha is? Yes, we have 3 kids, but they're mixed. I want a normal.
4.
And my hope that one day Usha can convert to Christianity so she can forgive me for what I'm doing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go practice my speech. Usha, I've met someone. Yes, Erica Kirk and I.
You think he's gonna? You think if he loses the next, if he loses the election, he's gonna divorce? He's gonna divorce Usher, and he's gonna get it like a
probably.
Because I don't know. It'll be crazy to see him run for president, and then like
also apparent. You know, it's so funny. I remember people were like, you know, fuck Erica Kirk's not involved in some child sex trafficking thing. She can sue you. But guess what? We found out her like top like preacher whatever is involved in like an organization that sex traffic kids. I'm like, oh, so I was right.
I remember I got like the movie night account got backlash even, and someone was like, yo, there, and I didn't know that you were getting backlash because I wasn't on Twitter that day, like really.
Also too, like I didn't even pay attention to any of it. Like that. See, this is the thing about Elon Musk's Twitter now, or like it's like you don't really get like the notifications from people who don't follow you. So when you do go viral, you're like, I'm not gonna read it.
Yeah. Well, but I was like. I just saw a comment, like a bunch of comments that were like, we're going to sue you. And I was like, oh, what did I do? I just assumed it was me.
Yeah, because you always get in trouble.
Yeah. I was like, what the fuck did I do now? And then I was like, for your comments about Eric Kirk. And I was like, okay, that's probably not me. I probably... Yeah. maybe I got drunk and I forgot and
you made a weird tweet about Erica Kirk from the movie night podcast.
It's like account. We're like more like Erica twerk, am I right? And then the next day I wake up and they're like, she's gonna sue you. For what? For saying that she twerks? But yeah.
Also like the fact that she lied. She's like, I never dated anyone until Charlie, and I'm like, no, you what? No, you're like 10 years older than him. You've clearly been with other men. It's fine. Imagine saving yourself for Charlie Kirk.
We are Charlie Kirk.
God, I remember every time I would go onto Hassan's stream, you know, in the chat, he would start singing that song, and I'm like, oh my God, this is his vocal stem for the next month.
One of the funnier videos that I've like just made randomly in the last like year was it was the Degrassi scene where Drake gets shot. But as he gets shot, it slowly goes down.
Charlie Kirk. Yeah.
Yeah. She has like I want to say that I was reading that she has like Syrian and like Lebanese. She was like
I'm like what?
And Sweden. Like she has like a weird. She's truly the American dream. She's a turning point USA.
Yeah. Why does this video look? I saw the video of Trump honoring Rush Limbaugh. Here's the problem, though. No one cares about Rush Limbaugh anymore as much as they did. I mean, no one talks about him. Same like with Charlie Kirk. Besides few people who are like, oh, he would have been a great president. I'm like, no offense, but Charlie Kirk wasn't even a good podcaster nor debater. So I don't know about president.
Did you see the thing that this is so fucking weird. I guess I think the guy's name was Quentin. And there was this tweet that was like, the left killed Charlie, and now the left's killed Quentin. I just almost said Clinton.
Everyone's like, who's Quentin?
And then literally all the
Quentin
comments.
Collins for Dark Shadows?
Like, yeah. Like, I don't know. I was like Quentin Tarantino? Or is it Quentin, like someone was like Quentin Reviews? But this is like Quinton Reviews.
They're like, it was some like Charlie Kirk of like some other country. I'm like, if we're having Charlie Kirks of other countries, that's not good.
We are Charlie Kirk. I like the somebody made a Latin music version of it where it's like Yo soy Charlie Kirk.
Oh god.
That's how Bill Maher died. First they killed Charlie, now they killed Bill Maher.
Oh no, that is terrible. We miss him.
But it's like
the man who fucked Ann Coulter. By the way, Ann Coulter has gotten both Dinesh D'Souza and Bill Maher. Girl, you gotta do better than that. There's still hope for you.
They always say they're always like they kill, and it's like who? Like it's just some like if it wasn't some like I don't know like larger conspiracy or something that we're not gonna ever know about, right? Like it's some kid that I've never heard of that killed Charlie Kirk. Like there's no they, and then they're like okay, well then you guys celebrated it. It's like I saw like 2 people on TikTok celebrating it. Like most people were just like nonplussed, but
I was laughing, but it doesn't mean I was celebrating.
I don't know. I had people get mad at me because I was like, it's just kind of crazy to say like, oh well, there's necessary gun deaths if you have the Second Amendment and then you get shot.
Yeah, people were getting. I mean, again, people were literally quoting him and getting fired. And I'm over here like, listen, the man died doing what he loved doing, and all I can say is, not all of us are that lucky. Okay.
Somebody got really, really mad and was like, "You fucking bald." It was like a girl that like I don't even really know, but like she was on Facebook that I kind of know that we have like mutual friends. She's like, "You fucking bald scumbag," and blocked me because I quoted Charlie Kirk. Because I was just like, dude, like it's just crazy it's crazy to be like, talk about like, there's a certain amount of gun deaths that are going to be inevitable if we want to protect the Second Amendment, and then you get shot, and it's like,
well,
I guess you're one of them. Like Jesus,
yeah.
I don't know. Like there's a lot of people that on a list that I think that should have gotten killed before Charlie Kirk. It's like Charlie Kirk was perfectly placed that it's like it did nothing except like really, really energize people
for like a few minutes.
Yeah, for a few minutes. Well, we're going to, but yeah, it's like it's the mid-level kind of person where it's like they'll never stop fucking talking about it when they get reminded about it anyway. And
but yeah, also too, why there's this one okay, so for some reason the right wing's up in arms about this transgender shooter that had like showing like a photo of like a very masculine like I'm like was there another mass shooting? Like is this not the Canada one? But I'm like, what are we doing here? Just because you're transgender doesn't mean you're liberal. I know plenty. Look at fucking Caitlyn Jenner. Transgender is not an ideology, okay? Like what there are plenty of conservatives who are trans. I mean, look at Blair White. Like I saw that I've been seeing this going around. I'm like, where's the source? Where did this all start?
By the way, I have a green screen thing on that I forgot to turn off, and that's why behind me the pictures have taken on our frame. It's just there's a green screen thing. But I don't know. I just like, yeah, that one in Pawtucket, which it's weird it's weird when a mass shooting happens in a place that you've like been, you know, like the Pawtucket is somewhere that I've been a bunch of times, and it's like it's crazy that there's just like a mass shooting there. But it's like that person's account was crazy. It's just somebody's like their tweets, they were all in caps, and they were like, MAGA, I love Trump, MAGA, but I'm also trans. But then they're like I'm a tranny. With like they use like the slur part, you know what I mean? Like whatever. And they're like MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. And it's like I don't know, they seem like it seems like this was just a crazy person that was having a fucking long breakdown.
Yeah.
That's sad, but it doesn't seem like it has much to do with the trans part of it. Yeah. I mean, like it seems like something was going to cause that person to snap.
Yeah. Like, also, I got some bad news. It looks like the third 20 Years Later movie is not happening.
Damn, they're not going to do it because not enough people went to the movie. They picked like the worst time. Like I wanted to go see it, and then it snowed too much, and I just like.
I mean, it's sad because it ends with Cillian Murphy's character coming back, and it's like fuck. Anyway, maybe we should cover it later. Eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see it. I just didn't get to it. Like it was only
Rocky
in the
Road to the Bone Temple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Did you damn that shit with Shia LaBeouf in New Orleans?
I'm so happy Mia Goth left his abusing ass over a year ago. Good for her.
It is crazy to like not mention it for a year, and then he like gets in a fight and gets arrested. You're like, oh yeah, I left his.
Yeah, where's his baby mom at?
Which person is his baby mom? Is it
Mia Goth? Mia Goth. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I thought they were married or something. Or
no, I don't think they were married, but you know.
spouse. Yeah, spouse. It says
spouse?
they'd gotten married. Yeah.
Gross.
He's like a real life character from Pearl.
Yeah.
I don't know. I get why like somebody would be like into Shia LaBeouf, I guess, like even as like whatever, like in that age, like in her age bracket or whatever. But it's like, I don't know, that guy seems like he's just he's like two steps away from just like killing somebody in a fight or something and going to jail forever. Like he just seems perpetually on the brink of that.
Yeah. God, I got another message from another account that's been hacked on Twitter. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, we should probably it's 6:59, so you know. We'll be back next week. I totally forgot to turn on the so I'll upload to our channel later.
Yeah.
I completely forgot to do that when I jumped in. I'm
This
shocked.
is what happens when you jump in like a minute before we go live.
Yeah. But I couldn't turn it on until then anyway. So you know. All right. Well, next week we'll be back. Same time, same. I mean, I won't be in the same place, but
yeah.
We'll be in this void, this room.
That's right.
All right. Peace out.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to this space. I am Deter McBizness, American Wasp, and I will be hosting you with Alex Haha of Devil's Advocate Productions. We are I-95ers talking to you about national politics, and we are going to be starting today off with a little bit of some commentary on the consulting class.
Yes.
Who is actually talking to these political figures, because I think AOC's appearance in Berlin was evidence that these politicians are not being coached very well. And I don't know, Alex, what's going on with you, man? How are you? How are things back east?
I'm all right. I'm very sick. So forgive any raspy voice or just me looking lethargic or tired or anything. But are you saying you were displeased with AOC's performance over there and that she should get better consulting?
Yes. Okay. I think with respect to her foreign policy chops, I think she was way out of her league. She does not understand these international conflicts. She does not understand what the U.S. would be willing to do, capable of doing, and actually end up doing given certain scenarios. I think she's great on domestic policy, but I've said this from the beginning about AOC. She's not executive branch material. She's just not. She's beautiful and she's smart and she's got guts, and I really appreciate everything that she wants to do for this country, but she is better served, and our cause is better served by her going and taking out Chuck Schumer. And I don't know, I know that that's not a popular opinion necessarily on the left. A lot of people want her to be the saving grace of the party, but I honestly just don't think that she's that talented. I don't think she's got the chops.
That's interesting. We have a disagreement.
Good.
A rare disagreement on this space, which is good, and we should disagree. Because I started out, it's always early for horse race politics, but at this point, it's always going to be early. I started out being like, I think like you, I think she should take out Chuck Schumer, run for the Senate seat, or leadership in the House. She's more useful there. She knows the terrain better. and that someone else, I was thinking at the time, Vanguard, echoing the Vanguard's opinion of the big boy from Illinois, J.B. Pritzker,
right?
Or
Except he's the Zionist. It's turning out to be revealed
yeah,
that he's a
and also his
he might be a
cousins,
Zionist.
like in the Epstein files, the runner of the Hyatt hotels. Like,
right.
I'm already like, no, you're no good. And I've kind of come around on AOC and been like, I think she is ready because one, we have Donald Trump as the president, and he is not ready at all. He's a lunatic. He had no business being president, and I think her performance in Munich was not for the consultant class. Was not for New York Magazine wrote a thing that she's not ready and she's stumbling and blah blah blah. I've seen every clip on Fox News. It's just a montage of her saying and like a lot, which is honest. Like, that is how we talk. That is how our generation talks. Not all of it, but most of it, and especially the younger generations, Gen Z, Alpha. I think at this point, first of all, the fact that she put out a statement afterwards being like, every article is talking about this is a step for me running for president, not taking into account what I actually said. And what she said was, there is a global network of fascists who have been working towards one giant international fascist, cabal, and we need to fucking unite and stop them. And here are different strategies to do that. Different policies, economic, cultural, that all lead to people embracing fascism. And here's how we can fight against it. And I think it was pretty good. I think it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I have some clips later that we can react to from that. But
since we're on the subject, why don't we just deal with this right now?
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, let's deal with AOC right now, because I'm fine with talking about her. I think it's an important topic, and talent evaluation is really important.
Sure.
And I just let's see here.
And I think the thing that gets me with her is that, again, I don't think she's not speaking to the consultant class, the elite class, the people who are media trained from the time they come out of the womb.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but she's been in the public eye for what, 10 years now?
8.
8. Okay. I mean,
and none of these things are like.
Go ahead, let's see the clip, and then I'll show you how I would have answered the question.
Okay, please. This is about market concentration and monopolies.
United States antitrust is such a foundational bedrock value, not just because the ascent of monopolies create the abuse of power in corporations and market power, but there is a level of market concentration and corporate consolidation where a massive company can get so big that its consolidated power can rival that of nation states. And democracies, we have elected leaders. And in massive corporations that then begin to consume the public sector, gobble up the spending, they start to call the shots. And we're starting to see this with some of the billionaire class throwing their weight around in domestic politics and in global politics as well. So it is of utmost urgent priority that we get our economic houses in order and deliver material gains for the working class, or else we will fall to a more isolated world governed by authoritarians that also do not deliver to working people.
Okay, so that was Monopoly. Oh, hang on.
That was her on corporations becoming as powerful as countries.
Yeah.
Even more powerful than countries.
Yeah. And I think a lot of this, the way it struck me was a lot of people just haven't heard talk like this. This is a big international stage for her to say things that we know, right? That we've heard before, but that a lot of people might hear for the first time and go, you know what? She's right. I haven't really there's been some feeling that I've gotten, but I couldn't really put my finger on it, and now I can. And here's her talking about the sheer numbers that we have in terms of people who agree with our policies.
But it is important to remember that there are more of us than them. And to your earlier question, when you said, what do you say to people who don't know what to do in this time? Every one of us can be sand in the gears of an injustice. And whether it is a delay, whether it is saying no, I think about how all the people in Minneapolis refused to let ICE officers use the bathroom in their establishments. I mean, it's a small thing, but it matters. It matters. It matters. Because to you as one individual, you are a person that's kind of closing your shop to someone like that. And it's, it may seem almost petty or personal or whatever. But when a whole community bands together and does that, first of all, it creates a culture, which is part of what the ascendant right is doing, right? It creates a culture. We create a culture of protection of one another, a culture of solidarity with one another. And it's rebellious. But more importantly, it is it does put a very real strain on them. They have to run around. They don't know what to do. Maybe they have to get their own facilities. And it starts to disorganize this apparatus that originally seemed very impenetrable. And that they could go around and do anything.
Again, this is echoing the themes of Andor to me, any little thing that you can do to impede their progress.
Right,
is an
but
act of
there's
rebellion.
okay, so you'll notice though that she's speaking in generality. She's not speaking in specificity. The specific example she gave was that restaurants, bars, and club owners don't allow ICE to use their restrooms, which is like a little thing that can add up into a big difference if you unite. Okay, how do we unite? And this is, obviously I'm a big advocate of the DSA being the catalyst for change in the Democratic Party, but she needs to be as well. More important than all that, okay, in neither clip did she say anything along the lines of, this is war. We are in the middle of a civil conflict akin to civil rights or the Civil War. My country is hanging on by a thread, and we are about to experience huge generational change within the ranks of political leadership in our country. See, there's like a buckle up, Western civilization for a new America starting in 2026 and continuing in 2028. Because we're never going back. This is going to be a 40-year counteroffensive where we have generations of Americans growing up realizing that conservatism is fascism. Fascism is not a form of conservatism. Fascism is the end result. The eventuality of conservatism is fascism. Where's that?
That is, I think, again, she's not going as hard as you will go, for sure. For sure. But I think she's, again, saying out loud what no one has said in the last.
But she's not saying it she's not saying it with confidence, and she's not saying it with authority, because she's not as strong on international issues as she is on domestic issues.
What do you mean she's not saying it with authority?
She's not expressing herself with confidence. So let me give you the Taiwan. Taiwan question. Let me give you the answer she should have given to the Taiwan question.
What was the Taiwan question? Because I've seen
the Taiwan question was basically, what would you do if China invaded Taiwan? Okay.
Okay. What did she say?
Okay. So, she gave some word salad, but the answer that she should have given us is, if the Democratic Party is allowed, or if voters come to realize that the Democratic Party can, should, and will be a vehicle for meaningful change within the United States, it will also be a vehicle for change without the United States, meaning externally. So the possibility of China invading Taiwan once we have a Democratic president and a Democratic Congress is far less than if we had a Republican president or a Republican Congress, because they are antagonistic and we are not. China is an important ally. We should treat them as an ally. Yeah, they do things differently. Yeah, they have a different culture, society, and country than we do. And we shouldn't pretend to understand it. We should just respect it. So the relationship to China would determine how we resolve that conflict. But one of my first foreign policy priorities for whoever becomes the next president should be to make the relationship between China and America a healthy one, and make it conditional on them not invading Taiwan. And by the way, they're not going to invade Taiwan. They would have done it already.
Well, I mean, why not?
Why wouldn't they?
I mean, they would have done it already. Fair. Like
they're doing great.
I agree.
China's kicking ass. China's kicking ass. They're very risk-averse leaders in China, and they have everything's going well for them. Their investments in Africa are doing incredibly well, and because people are severing ties with the U.S.
Right.
Basically, China is becoming what, when I was a kid, was the Soviet Union. China is becoming that now, and rather than take that head on, let's figure out how to navigate the waters. Like, foreign policy is different. Foreign policy is navigating a very complex maze with a lot more there's a lot more variables to be considered within the context of foreign policy than there is within the context of domestic policy. Everybody can relate to domestic policy. It's the foreign policy that is really difficult. And that's why you have to, I would have loved to have seen some sort of almost self-promotion with some of these answers. And by the way, like, for all of you worried about the United States and our standing in the world, a new generation is coming. Like, circle it back to your message.
Yeah,
so these are media opportunities. See, that's one thing too. Like, when you're getting interviewed, this is one. Here we go. The Wasp is going to teach you something about the Wasp is going to teach you something about entitlement right now, because we can do it better than you. When you're being interviewed, if you're a political figure, when you're being interviewed, if they ask you a question that you don't think is fair, call them out. I'm not going to answer that until you phrase it in a fair way. That's not a fair question. Here's what you should be asking. Take control. Take control of the communication. They are on your time. You are not on their time. They are on your time. So act like it.
I think a good example of that, I always go back to the clip of, I can't remember who she was talking to, but when Olayemi Olurin was on the Hill, the first clip I saw of her actually go viral, it was like Robbie Suave or Emily Jasinski like framed a question to her, and she was just like, I reject the framing of that question.
Yes,
like, she didn't even say it really.
Reject the
premise.
premise.
She was just like, I'm answering the actual issue here.
Yes.
And then he kept trying to bring it back, or she did, I forget. Kept trying to bring it back to their framing, and she was just like, no. You asked me about the problem with prisons. Here's the problem with prisons. I'm not going into your trans, hate.
Right, and that's why, and so once you've made your point, and they continue to pepper you with the same questions, trying to trap you into that either or situation where you look like an asshole no matter which side you choose. You just say, you're being intellectually irresponsible with the way you're asking me these questions. So I have no respect for you or your news outlet, and by extent, and as a result of this, I'm never going to
Wasp
answer.
Entitlement. Yeah, you think that's going to go over well?
No, because it's going to turn heads. It's going to be provocative, and it's going to catch media fire.
If Gavin Newsom did that in an interview, of course, media would fucking bend over for him. They already are. But if she did that, it would be, oh my God, how this woman is getting hysterical. She must be on her period. She's not. She can't rule the world. Like,
and then double down.
That's why she's being a little more.
Right, and I think that's because
she's also not announcing that she's running for president.
Right, but don't you think that she's toning it down a little bit because she's being coached by the establishment on this stuff?
No, I think she's toning it down so that she doesn't get called a fucking communist and snatched up by whoever the fuck wants to snatch her up. I'm surprised that she goes anywhere, Honestly, I would be fucking terrified if I was in her
Yeah.
position. And every day, the right wing is putting a target on my back.
Right.
Terrified. But I think she's fucking brave. I think she went out there again, saying shit that needs to be said, because. Look, I started paying attention to the news in 2012. I was reading Breitbart and Daily Caller alongside Huffington Post and Vox and all these to get the different perspectives. And I saw on those right-wing fucking boards that they are ready and willing for a civil war. They've been itching for it. They want it. They can't wait for it. These are the people who signed up to be ICE. They are incels. They are fucking losers. They're fucking Proud Boys or militia people or like preppers. They just have their chance now to legally beat up immigrants and white and women, and they're taking their shot. I think she is just explaining to the world, hey, by the way, this is what has happened. We need to fight against it. Nobody's been talking about this because it was Obama who didn't want to address it. It was Biden who didn't want to address it, who didn't want to put the blame on Republicans, because we need a strong Republican Party in this country because we're fucking feckless losers. And she's out there being like, by the way, if you didn't know this was happening, now you know. There is a global fascist cabal working internationally to bring fascism everywhere. And we have to unite and fight against it with policies that make it so that people don't want to join. If people are economically stable to an extent, they'll be less willing to go out and grab a gun and start hunting down immigrants because they're like, well, I don't really care if there's immigrants here. They're not taking my job. I'm okay. But if everyone's out of work and then you have this fascist party pointing at immigrants all the time, that's just fuel for their fire that they're trying to build. I think she's out there trying to get a coalition together, the fucking super soak, the fucking raging embers of hatred in this world.
Yeah, I mean, and to qualify my comments,
and she's in Berlin. Like, I get that she doesn't need to explain to these people in particular the dangers of rising anti-immigrant sentiment.
Right, xenophobia. I just want to qualify my comments as she might get there eventually, right? Like, this is a start, but it wasn't a good start.
And I was all fair. I'll say it's shaky in the way it looks. I'd say the substance of what she was saying, though, is spot on.
Yes, again, the sentiments, but that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying is, like, the medium is the message, dude. Like, if you don't communicate your message in the right way, you might as well not be communicating it at all.
Yeah, but again,
and she has to own the room. This is why she needs coaching. She needs a personality coach. She needs both, actually. She needs policy on foreign policy coaching, but she also needs to, like, learn how to give me the I-95, like, delineation here of the facts and give it to me like a machine gun, because that indicates to people that you know this shit like the back of your hand. And, I love AOC, like, as a person, but sorry, dude, I don't think she comes across as well-read. I really don't. Not yet.
Well-read.
Yeah.
I think the ums and the uhs and the likes.
Verbal pauses.
Immediately just multiple generations of people are just like, you're not ready. You don't know what you're talking about. I came into this year, I don't know. I came into the talk of the horse race thinking she's only been in Congress since 2018. She's going to jump from congresswoman to president. That's a pretty big leap. Don't you want some more time in there? But then I check myself and I'm like, well, that's just thinking about every other person who's run for president who's in their fucking 60s who has multiple career moves. And, like, you know what? Again, fuck it. Like, fuck it, we ball, dude. It's fascism. Like, who cares? I think she can win. I think she could win. I'm fucking crossing my fingers and knocking wood. But I think she could win, and I think she's the leader we fucking need, honestly. Like, I knew that. I knew that she is the leader that we need. I didn't know if she could win. I think the more it goes on, I think she could win, and I fucking hope she does run. And if she doesn't, I hope someone like her. Someone of the same ilk.
So the name that comes to mind in terms of, like, if it's not AOC, who would it be? Is Ro Khanna. But then you have some cultural issues there too. But there's a guy and he just worked with Marjorie Taylor Greene on the Epstein Transparency Act. Like, and he's not a huge advocate for bipartisanship.
I wouldn't hate that. I wouldn't hate that. I think Ro Khanna's. It's funny you mentioned like the way she talks and like communicates. I feel like Ro Khanna's worse at that because he's so
gentle.
Used to he's
Too
very
gentle?
gentle. He doesn't like to make waves. He's non-confrontational. He's also worked for in Silicon Valley, right? He represents Silicon Valley, so he's used to talking to these tech bros and this and that. Like, I don't, and I also don't trust him. Like he'll do something good, like the Epstein thing, or like initiate the billionaire tax in California, but then he'll go right back and like be like, we should invite Elon Musk back to the Democratic Party. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, pick a side.
I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know about that.
He did this after like Elon and Trump had like the falling out initially. Like maybe we should just like be nice to him, and he'll like. It's the same begging of billionaires that Chuck Schumer does. I don't want more of that, and I also don't trust where his donations would come from either.
I mean, it's a fair criticism. I just think in terms of skills, he's better
in terms
than AOC,
in terms of better than Newsom. Yeah, absolutely, I would go for him. But what is this? What is this clip that you sent me?
Okay,
this
so
goes into the consultants of it all.
Let's go ahead and bring it up. This is a woman who is part of the consulting class. Her name is Anat Schenker-Osario. And scroll it back to 41 minutes just so we get some context. Okay. I recommend that you all watch this episode of The Left Hook with Wahajat Ali. He's actually really great. He's tried and true progressive, and again, talk about being a little too nice. We're gonna watch this reaction, and then I'm gonna tell you what's wrong with it and why I think Anat Schenker-Osario epitomizes everything that is wrong with the progressive establishment that exists within the Democratic Party, people like Neera Tanden, and has actual influence and had influence in Kamala's campaign in 2024. Anat had influence in Kamala's campaign. Don't forget that as you watch this clip. Go ahead.
All right.
Your name in the ether, because for lots of people it's kind of like, well, I don't really know what's going on, so this is who I'm going to pick. And so it does, as you noted, boil down to money a lot of the time. But this is where, and I keep coming back to this, like, I also don't want us to have a fetish around polls. If getting children out of concentration camps was polling at 2%, I would still be yelling and screaming that 100% is what we need to do. I don't care. And obviously that's not where it's polling. It's extraordinarily popular. It's even more popular than anything having to do with ICE. I also don't care where ICE is polling. And that's because it is our job to mobilize the people who understand what is right and correct and needs to occur, and to get them to persuade other people.
Yeah.
Because as I said before, the majority of people are these good point people. When we do really comprehensive looks, and this is true not just within the United States, but in other countries where we work, it generally, more or less, depends on the issue, breaks down to 20, 60, 20.
Wrong.
20% of people are diehard left-wing. You can lecture me to the end of all time, lock me in a room, hostage with only Fox News playing. I'm never going to hate immigrants. There's nothing you can do that's going to make me hate immigrants. There's nothing you can do that's going to make me anti-union. There's nothing that you can do that's going to make me believe the flat tax is a good idea. I'm unpersuadable. I suspect you are unpersuadable in a similar way. Just as there are people like us, there are people like that on the right. They will never be moved. They won't be. And then the vast majority of people are these good point people. They are misnamed middle of the road moderate, but what they actually are is truly and deeply conflicted.
Wrong.
All right. So is this the end?
Yeah,
of
you can
the-
pause there. That's fine. Pause there. Bring it back to us. Maybe we'll go back. But okay. All right. So the breakdown is not 60-20-20. The breakdown is not 60-20-20.
She said there was 60% of people who agree
that
with
are
us.
conflicted.
Oh,
She
that are
said that
conflicted.
she said that 60% of the people are conflicted, 20% are hard right, 20% are hard left. Bullshit. Look at the election denial polls following the 2020 election. Now look at the approval polls in today's world. There is at least 1/3 of the voting public that is MAGA. It is not 60-20-20. It is 1/3 versus everybody else. It's really roughly 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, where you've got 1/3 is MAGA, 1/3 is in the middle or politically homeless, and then you got 1/3 as supporting the left no matter what. But she does not have the right proportions breaking down, and it's because she doesn't have good political instincts. She is a product of data. Now, data is useful if you know how to tell the story of the data, and you know how to actually build on it and embrace what the left has that the right doesn't, which is creativity. These people that she's talking about, these voters that she's trying to go after, they're not conflicted, they're confused, or they're very ignorant, or they're what I think you and I both like as a word to describe them, apathetic. Oh, both parties are trash, I'm not going to vote. That's the problem. That's the problem. It's the people that don't vote. At no point, bring her back up real quick. We're not going to play, but okay. So I just want everyone to know, okay? Anat Schenker Osario, and I want to get a meeting with her if anybody out there has a contact with her, because I need to have a serious discussion with her about how she formulates her advice, because I think her advice is garbage. There is no creativity, there's no artisanry, there's no balls. And by that I mean guts. By that I mean courage. By that I mean calling Trump trash, calling them white trash fascists. Like I've said on here before, WTF has a new meaning. She at no point does she mention the Democratic Socialists of America in this interview. At no point does she mention Democratic Party primaries in this interview. At no point does she mention demographic shifts according to age and how baby boomers are where MAGA actually lives. At no point does she mention neoliberalism. She has no advice about talking shit to the bullies because she doesn't know how to talk shit to the bullies. She mentions Israel and Palestine, not at all. Doesn't mention AIPAC. She doesn't talk about FDR and what used to be the New Deal Democratic Party. She doesn't mention at any point that this is war related to what we were talking about at AOC. You have to start these conversations about American politics today with this is war. We are at war. We either win and the country lives and hopefully heals and hopefully grows and evolves into something better, or we lose and the country goes to even a darker place. So, and just looking at Anat, okay, and listening to her talk, do you think that it is possible for someone like this, who, by the way, went to Berkeley, to actually comprehend the sociopathy of the American right? Do you think this woman knows the American right a tenth as well as I do?
No, I think what she's doing is, you're right. She's more data driven. She's thinking about this in terms of politics and the way it's always been and demographics and this and that. And we're past that. We're past that. We're at the point where people are calling the Gestapo on their neighbors to drag them to a concentration camp. Like it's past, like, I don't know, the suburban white people and blah, blah, and urban and black. Fuck that. I don't know what I think what she means by good point people is people who can be persuaded with a good point. That's my guess.
Yeah, so she actually defines her term earlier. She defines her terms earlier in the... Okay. So I'll define it for you. It's, that's a good... They just constantly listening. They don't really ever have an opinion of their own. Like, that's a good point from the left. Oh, that's a good point from the right. Oh, that's a good point. And never really taking a stand, never really taking a position. But there you go again. You have to, again, we're back to leaders. Like, you have to have the leaders to convey the message. My issue with Anat Shenker-Osario is that she thinks the message is all that matters. When I'm here to tell you, as proven by the I've Had It podcast popularity, the messenger is what will determine whether or not the message is successfully communicated. And that's why, like, I just, you know, she does a podcast on words to win by, as opposed to like winners to win by, winners for politicians. Like, it's just, I respect her pedigree. I respect her intelligence, but she is not in touch with American pop culture in the way that I am or you are. And that is why she's not saying things like we are in the age of white trash fascism. A lot of this started back in the Clinton years. Yeah, that kind of thing. Going after the establishment. Why? Because the establishment feeds her. She's part of the establishment. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
I think I think you're right to an extent. I think I was on Leftist Mafia last Thursday, and I brought you up because we were talking about Hassan getting heat for saying he won't immediately endorse Gavin Newsom right now when he was talking to Jennifer Welch of I've Had It. And Matt Letterhack was on with me. Well, I was on with him, rather, on Leftist Mafia to promote this space. And he was voicing his frustration that all of a sudden people are like, oh my God, I guess we should listen to this white blonde woman from Oklahoma who's repeating a lot of the same shit that we've been saying. Sam Cedar's been saying for 20 fucking years.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw your appearance. Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. And you know, it is frustrating. I get it. For people like us who know this shit, who are just like, oh, you're just learning this now. Come on. You needed this person to tell you. But I brought up your point about, you need the right messenger. Yeah. And the establishment media is not going to listen to AOC. They already barely have AOC on, other than Fox News, who likes to have her on as much as possible. Not on as a guest, but like talk about her as much as possible to scare their voters. If you vote for Joe Biden, you're really voting for AOC and her crazy communist New York woman politics, and just feeding off racism and bigotry. If you get Jennifer Welch out there on a podcast that I guess seems to be gaining speed over the last couple of years, talking about these same issues, they're going to invite her on CNN. Exactly. And try to convince her the other way. They're going to try to get her to concede on things. Matter of fact, this Hassan thing, also, they were like, people were passing around this clip, being like, can you believe
I know. I saw
said this
it.
to her?
And
she
fake
came out
is
with a video going, no, he's right. I changed my mind. Like, he's right. We shouldn't endorse this guy. He's also going to be more of the same. We're going to have the worst version of Trump in 4 years after that. Like, she came out as the white woman host who people were kind of using that internalized misogyny and racism to be like, Hassan, oh man, this scary Muslim buff guy is kind of disagreeing with the fragile white blonde lady about this issue. But
she's tough. She's tough, so she took it.
She comes out and she's like, yeah, no, I was wrong. It's red state trauma. I go for the bluest I can because there is no one blue here. But you're right. I shouldn't just do that because then we get the same cycle over and over again. So I think you're right. She is not a good messenger. I also don't think AOC would be a good messenger for the kind of message that you have. I think the I don't know, what do you call it? Subordinates, people who support her can have those fights and say those things. She cannot go to fucking Munich and go, we are at war in our own country. Because then here comes Donald Trump going, oh, you say we're at war, do you? Well, now, as soon as you land, you're fucking arrested. So is everybody that I don't like. And I have like an excuse now. Not that he needs much of an excuse, right? But I'm sure she's very careful with the words that she's saying. And yes, this looked like a first-time international it would look like her first time speaking to a broader international audience. I don't think it is, but I think it's the most publicized international moment that she's had,
Appearance, yeah.
and especially leading up to 2028, and everyone's already talking about the presidency, regardless of if there's going to be midterms. You know what I mean? But I think
So I just want to I want to respond to what you, because those are all really great comments about both Anat and AOC. But the two things that they're not talking about enough is the Democratic Socialists of America and Democratic Party primaries. And actually that second one, Democratic Party primaries, that's the real vehicle for change. And that isn't being emphasized enough. And if I were to coach or comment or work with either Jennifer Welch or even Hassan, I think Hassan missed an opportunity to take that attention that he was getting from that comment and say, yeah, let's make sure Gavin Newsom isn't the nominee by showing up for Democratic Party primaries. You vote twice in even years, America. That's the message. You vote twice in even years. At no point in the Anat video does she talk about participation over persuasion. So, and that's like, persuade people to participate. Don't try to persuade people to get away from their investment portfolios, because it's not going to happen. Like the triple Trump.
I think that's the best distillation of the criticism. Keep encouraging people on, like Jake's show is called What You Can Do.
Right.
What you can do. You can primary the people that you don't like. You can vote. You can run yourself. You can help a candidate who you like petition to get out. Like I'm doing with Lindsey Boylan. Like, you can do stuff, and it's not just gloom and doom. I mean, AOC was even talking about like things that you can do, you know, in terms of being sand in the gears of fascism and whatnot. But that is also a call to action. Here's things that you can do that are outside of electoral politics, and not just, all right, wait for the next election and then we'll see if we get it.
But we're in that, like, what you can do. We're in the what you can do part of AOC's answer is the Democratic Party primaries. I mean, she's just like, where is that? We need a new Democratic Party. Look
again,
at the
I don't think
polls.
she's going.
But she's not going to do that.
She's
not going to do that.
She's going to let everyone else who are
that's not her
behind
style.
her.
It's not her style. It's not her prerogative. She wants to go along to get along, and that's just the kind of person she is. Very, very few people are going to advocate the kinds of politics that I suggest here.
It's the same thing as remember when Chi Osei was going to run against Hakeem Jeffries? Because I got Hakeem Jeffries. Remember when Chi Osei
the Gen
was
Z
going to run against Hakeem Jeffries?
Yeah, and
the
then
DSA was voting on it, and
Zoran showed up.
Zoran was like, I don't think this is a good idea.
Right.
For sure, right? There's people disappointed. Oh, how could you do that? And whatever. He's playing a different game. He's playing a different game with bigger players. Y'all can still fucking run against him. You can still run this candidate. You can still organize against Jeffries and Schumer and Richie Torres and these fucks. But he's not going to do it himself. Like, I'm the leader of the party, or, you know, this faction. I'm not going to be seen trying to battle with the lords and kings over here. I'm just going to say, like, you know, I'm not going to say anything. But my people know where I stand on this shit. And they're going to fucking attack. And they're going to make their strategies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I get what you mean, that she's get along to get along. But I don't think she's doing that. I think she's standing on her principles and not giving inches where it doesn't matter that much. That's what I think. I think I think Zoran is doing the same thing, and a lot of people.
Well, Zoran's definitely doing that.
I've seen
Zoran definitely did that with the Jeffries thing.
Us,
and we've talked about that before. I do not agree with Zoran influencing the New York DSA in that way.
Yeah.
I think he should have. I think that's a difference between local and federal government, and he just not being a white privileged asshole, but I really think he should have kept his mouth shut. And he said, and maybe the DSA is their own thing. They supported me, and I'm grateful for their support, but They operate independently,
what they're gonna do.
and so
Yeah.
and so if they want to
That could
take
be an
on
answer.
Jeffries, you know, and if they think Jeffries isn't living up, if the constituents of Jeffries district don't think that he is living up to their standards, then the DSA can do what they want related to that run. But
And
I'm
I
not
said
going to
this
get
during
involved.
the primary. I said this during or the election, the mayoral election, that I think it's purposeful that nowhere in his platform was anything targeted towards the NYPD, except for we're going to create a new department that is like outreach, and so they can handle mental health calls, and the cops
Right,
can go
social
back.
services, yeah.
Cops can go back to solving crimes, playing up cops' own inflated view of themselves like they are fucking SVU crime fighters and doing good jobs to get them to not be on his ass as much
Right.
during
that was that was the play.
and to keep Tish as the commissioner.
Yes.
And I think I always thought the strategy was they'll fail on their own. They're the fucking NYPD. They're violent. They're crazy. They're gonna fucking have problems. And when those problems occur, I go, well, you know what? I thought the commissioner had a handle on it. I guess she doesn't. Maybe we'll have to replace it. Like, use their own inevitable bad decisions to then blame it on Adams and corruption and whatever, the administration before him, and then reform it after you've already gotten your policies that you ran on implemented. You know what I mean? Like, don't start a fight with the cops before you're even mayor. Start a fight with the cops after you're mayor, after people like you as mayor and like the policies that you've implemented, can feel the change in their lives. And then you go, oh, the police just killed somebody. We're going to fucking prosecute that officer. We're going to go after the chain of command who allowed that to happen and allows this culture to keep happening. And maybe, there's an abuse in Rikers. We need to investigate that. Maybe we need to close Rikers. That kind of thing. Where, like, he already knows all this shit, but he's just not going to pick this fight before he's in office.
Timing is everything.
Timing. So with Jeffries, I wanted to transition. To
let's do it.
From the same show. A couple days ago, Jeffries was on with Wahajit and Joy Reid, and he's asked a question about ICE.
Oh yeah, he won't say it.
Law-abiding immigrant families now.
Yeah.
How can we stop the abuse that is taking place, the targeting of sensitive locations like schools and hospitals and houses of worship and, of course, polling sites now? And how can we stop ICE agents from behaving with violent impunity?
But
now?
wouldn't it stop them if they just stopped being an agency? Just abolish ICE.
Yeah.
But I don't know what you're suggesting in terms of the funding fight that's in front of us now. What we're with the one big ugly, but what we're trying to achieve, for instance, I think
I hate the way he moves his fucking hands.
Yes, I know.
I hate the way he moves his hands. You're not Obama. You cannot do that. You're not even Bill Clinton, who started that shit. He's like consciously thinking about it. You know what I mean? Like, you could tell
he has
he's
been
thinking
coached
about how his hands are moving in each moment.
Because it's a
when
distraction.
I say a certain word. It's so frustrating to watch. He's bad at it. But yeah, this is him essentially getting angry about being asked that question. Well, what does it have to do with the fight that we're in right now? It's like, well, just don't fund the government, and then they can't have funding.
Well, it's also really popular. It's also good politics to be in
Right.
favor of abolishing ICE right now. So he's an idiot. He's
Apparently
not a
I
smart
was
person.
wrong. That was not Wajid's show. That was Joy Reid's show, but Wajid was the guest host. This is Ayanna Presley on Joy Reid's show, having no problem with that question.
Talk about ICE. We had Congressman Hakeem Jeffries on, leader Hakeem Jeffries, and he was very, very reluctant to even sort of consider the idea of proposing abolishing ICE. That seems to be something that the Democratic leadership is not comfortable with, even as a forward-leaning plan, that if you get back power, this agency will go away. Is that kind of the way that you see it inside the caucus as well?
Well, let me just say this. Let me say how I see the issue, period. I've been in Congress now since 2018. I ran on a platform to abolish ICE. We were, as pace-setting Black women often are, accused of being hysterical and hyperbolic, extremist, radicals, and we were really just the canaries in the coal mine. I didn't need one more person to lose their life or have their human rights violated or their constitutional rights denied to know that ICE needs to be abolished. It's only been in existence since 2003.
I mean, these are the perfect answers for this. I ran on it. It's only been in existence for 20 years. This is not this is not trying to get rid of the CIA or the FBI,
right?
Which also maybe should be talked about. But this is getting rid of an agency that was created after 9/11 to spy on Muslims.
Yes.
And as we're talking about ICE, I wanted to show you what I think you'll appreciate very much is people not tolerating white trash fascists in their communities. This is, I don't know where this is from exactly, but this is ICE agents being run out.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? Just like you've been saying, they are not welcome in our communities. They're not welcome in our neighborhoods. Like AOC said, there are more of us than there are of them. And I know you saw this video.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, the other thing is, too, about this idea of using force to get them out of our communities and how people might be reluctant to do that because the left is where a lot of kind souls live. It's the only thing they understand.
Yeah.
Take it from someone who understands conservatives. They really don't understand anything other than fear. They are fear-driven people, and that's why it's not good enough to stop them once this is all over in 26 or 28, hopefully if elections go well and the pendulum swings the way we all think it should, if historical patterns hold up, it's not going to be good enough to say, okay, back to sanity. It's like, no. We're never going to forget what you did to this country.
Yeah, you can't just take your Trump flag down.
No, you got to punish
Go to your neighbor. Hey,
it's got to be
bygones.
It's got to be punishment. It's got to be what we've talked about on here before, the politics of social exclusion. Do not come to Boston, New York, Philly, Chicago, DC, Baltimore, hell, Miami, Atlanta. Don't come to these cities wearing that MAGA hat.
Yeah, you better not. Now, this is a clip that made the rounds on the weekend. I'm sure you've seen it, where there's an anti-ICE protest happening in a high school. The person filming is being an asshole. Hopefully, you get like Ben Shapiro or Fox News or start their media career as an aggrieved conservative high school kid. And he is confronted, let's say.
I support ICE. That's crazy, bro. I don't know what's crazy about this.
Yeah, I'm going to punch you.
You're going to punch me?
Yes.
And you're going to get in trouble for that.
Okay.
It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it.
Now, he has been memed.
There you go.
He has been, this image, the okay, and then the clap. I love the clap and the rear and back. You see this dude's hand go up because he's like, I didn't think he'd actually do it.
Right.
And then,
and that's the message too. I think for people, again, the biggest obstacle for the left adopting the politics that I want it to adopt is the soft, loving, kind-hearted people on the left that don't want to stoop to their level, so to speak. And my response to them is akin to what I just said earlier about using force, is that not only is it the only thing that conservatives understand, but it's the only option we have if we want to save America. And the line is, America's worth it. She's worth it. America is more important than the feelings of the ignorant, the uneducated, and the sociopathic, also known as Republicans.
My appeal would be more to your own selfishness and your own self-interest and go, hey, do you want to end up as like a meme? Do you want to end up as on a t-shirt? Do you want to be like Luigi, where he's celebrated? Now, that's a little extreme, right? He's in prison and he's on trial and he's allegedly done these things. But this kid threw a punch. You can throw a punch. I'm not encouraging people to throw a punch. We're not violent here. But I'm saying, this motherfucker's being me. I'm seeing like the hope, Obama imagery where it just says okay on the bottom. I've seen t-shirts already. I'm sure this kid is one of the most popular kids now in his school. Self-interest. Do you want to be a fucking hero on the internet? And look, to a lot of people who don't see it, to the clavicular fans or the Sneeko fans who don't see any way out of this other than at least they can look better than everyone else. That's clavicular's whole thing. Black pill, like there's no getting out of this. The party is the same, apathetic, like you're saying. The only thing I can control is how I look physically, and I can do that. Well, you can also control how you're perceived. And if you're perceived as a hero, like I'm about to show these kids are, in this instance, a MAGA man, let me put this up on screen here. I just saw this today. A MAGA man jumps out of his truck to assault a teen girl at an anti-ICE protest. Now, y'all might be saying to yourselves, haven't we seen this clip a couple of weeks ago? No, this is a new one with a new adult man attacking a teen girl. Do you see the theme here with ICE as well? Students who had been peacefully protesting started punching back at the man, saving the girl from a full-grown adult. This was in Nebraska. Let's take a look here.
Yeah.
Now we didn't get those. But this motherfucker stopped his car. Sorry. This motherfucker stopped his car because he saw a protest he didn't agree with, got out, thought he could punch someone, and then get back in his car and leave. That's the entitlement. We've seen, there was a clip of, even months before the one of the dude attacking a teen girl. There was one of a guy getting out of his truck on like the beach. I think it was in California. And it was also teen girls who were just like hanging out. And he was just yelling at them and disagreed with them. And they were like, started filming because they're like, who are you? What the fuck are you doing? He kept saying like, if you were a man, I'd punch you and blah, blah, blah. These are the people who ICE is recruiting, who Donald Trump is appealing to. The divorced dads, the misogynists, the lonely incels. And these are the people that need to be, checked.
Isolated.
You need to check and in isolation. Because you cannot just run around screaming at teenagers, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Did I tell you about my app idea?
No, what is your app idea?
So my app idea is like a blacklist app where you can sign up for this app, right? And you take a picture of whoever you're with, or you search their name, and the app will tell you whether or not they're MAGA. And then if you're a restaurant, business owner, or club or whatever in a major metro area, then you can have that and be like, oh, reservation for 4 o'clock at 7 p.m., whatever, for 4 people at 7 p.m. Let me just check to make sure you're not MAGA. Oh, sorry, we don't serve your kind here. So, like, that would be enacting the social politics of social exclusion, which, I mean, it's someone like Sagar would have a huge issue with that because it's like he thinks it's dangerous. But I'm of the opinion that there's just nothing to be gained from having a conservative voice in the room of decision makers. There's just nothing good that comes from it. And so that's in line with what I was saying earlier about how it's not enough to just stop MAGA. We need to punish it so that it doesn't live into future generations. Because this is a 40-year war. It's going to take us 40 years to recover from this.
And I think, going back to the polling piece that you were talking about, this was a poll in the New York Times.
Oh, I saw. This is good.
We're talking a little bit more about the Democratic Party. If you had to use one or two words to describe the Democratic Party, what would you pick? Spineless, more complacent than I thought they would be, paralyzed, afraid, incompetent, I guess suffocated or given up. The local government's trying to do a lot. Sold out. I just feel like we're never being governed. We're being looted. What other words would people describe to use the Democrats? Sellouts and suckers, immobilized. Can I say no balls? No cojones. I will say that there are a large number of young Democrats that are really starting to climb the ranks in the party, that are motivated. I'm hoping that word starts to take over a little bit more. These are the people that they polled. A candidate who identifies as progressive or a candidate who identifies as moderate. They all picked progressive. And this is what? 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 plus 6 is 11 people? No.
7 plus 6 is 13.
13. My bad. 13. Small sample size, but all different ages, races, and none of them chose moderate.
Right.
They don't want moderate. They don't
because
want
moderates got us here.
Party. Right. They don't want a strong Republican Party, a healthy debate in this country. They want domination of the enemy. Has anybody seen anything from a Democrat, any candidate or public figure or someone locally that's made you say, oh, yeah, we need more of this? Is this what we should be doing more of? Zohran Mamdani. Clear, concise messaging. It's exactly what everyone wants. It helps everybody. It's the perfect messaging because it's clear and concise, unlike Democrats. Just like Bernie. Bernie has the same thing since the 80s. You've got to tax the billionaires. You got to tax the upper class. He's never changed. That's the messaging. You just got to drill it into him. And Zohran did it. Man, it's beautiful. Mike said it pretty clearly. I can't think of anything to say to that. I love that. Like, yes. And
So this was a result of a focus group that somebody did.
A focus group at the New York Times. That is making the rounds today. I'm sure is making all the right people shaking their fucking little booties. Just like that, the woman who you brought up. What's her name? Let's remind the folks.
Anat Shenker Osario.
Anat
Osario.
Shenker Osario. The Neera Tandons of the world. It's not your game anymore. It's not your party anymore.
Right.
We're taking it over whether you want it to happen or not. It's happening because you fucking suck. And you haven't been doing anything materially for the voters for what, 40, 50 years? They just haven't started noticing till now, till our generation. It's our turn to have a life. It's our turn to buy homes, to have kids, to have families, to have jobs that pay us a living fucking wage. And we're here going, where the fuck are they? And Gen Z and Alpha are behind us going, it doesn't look good for them. We better make changes now. Who's out here right now talking about making change? You got Zohran Mamdani, you got Count Abu Ghazala, you got Graham Plattner, you got Abdul El Sayed in Michigan. It's changing. The landscape is changing.
It's changing
for the better.
It's changing. It's slowly but surely changing. And I think
it's
the
faster.
overall, the macro message in terms of like how we last 40 years, how do we make 40 years happen, is millennials getting Gen Zers to look at us like they're loving, caring, more informed, more experienced siblings, right? I've done an appearance on the Gen Z podcast, which is based in LA, and I'm going to do another one this year as well. I'm going to debate a conservative. And these guys are very informed. They know that Israel is committing genocide.
Yeah.
And they know that Bill Clinton screwed everything up with NAFTA and the crime bill and telecom and
I thought you were just going to stop at screwed everything, because seemingly he did.
Yeah, he did. He took the he took the party of FDR and turned it into the party of Bill Clinton. But again,
Epstein.
like the vehicle for change, I cannot emphasize this enough. If for all of the content creators watching this, just get the message out there. You vote twice in even years in America, and we need to take in line. The only adjustment to what you just said that I would make would be like, who is the enemy? Who are we taking power from? And the answer is the baby boomers. Duh. And they're hanging on to power with a death grip. And it's Latino Mafuni chiming right in, right on time. Yes. So millennials and Gen Zers, the big pitch is, do you want to be the greatest generations America has seen since the greatest generation? Because the silent generation and the baby boomers, and to a lesser extent the Gen Xers, like Ken Martin, like Anat Shenker Osario, they're not doing it.
No, they're just following the lead of the boomers. They're just trying to replicate what they did.
They're not disruptive enough.
No.
They're not
Because
disruptive.
they're getting fed, like you're saying, they're getting fed by that same machine, that same establishment. They found their nooks and crannies to make a life in, and they took up the last nooks and crannies.
Right.
They took up the last nooks and crannies. We have to smash it all, and make a new system.
That's right,
folks. Thank you so much for watching this space. You should share, you should like, you should subscribe, you should tell your friends that there is a 4-day-a-week, almost nonstop leftist news network on YouTube that you can tune into whenever you feel like it. And I will leave you with one thing before you give your sign off, Deter.
Sure.
Candace Owens trying to say the word anecdote. It's my favorite new Twitter thing. I can't stop.
And so I'll give you an analogy, or actually an anecdote, not even an anecdote, a reality.
Anecdote. Anecdote.
You fucking uneducated dumbass.
Maybe she was thinking about Charlie too much and couldn't get the word neck out of her head.
And so I'll give you an analogy, or actually an anecdote, not even an anecdote, a reality.
That's my favorite, because you can tell she's been saying it like this forever. Anyways, Deter, take it away.
Yeah, thank you guys for listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Check out my channel. I'm going to be having a DSA member come on to Left Coast Live, which is at 6:30 p.m. Pacific on Tuesday nights. DSA is going to be represented both next week on Tuesday and then the Tuesday after that. And then I'm going to be working with What Can You Do from here on the 17th of March to talk about a fresh take on neoliberalism from a high school classmate of mine who wrote a book called Strong Floor, No Ceiling. And who loves it? You guessed it, Hakeem Jeffries. So until then, and until next week, please don't forget that you don't get change in America by asking nicely.
Take care, folks.
Canadians have paid for the bridge. The bridge was built with organized labor, union labor.
75%, yes, we're Canadian steel and concrete because we're paying for it.
Conservative MP Jamil Javandi learned a very quick and hard lesson in what it is like to deal with the Trump administration. So in this video, I'm going to discuss how this trip blew up in his face very quickly and get to the heart of the issue here, which is this bridge and the incredible corruption at the heart of this disagreement. And there's also, as I was recording this, another breaking story that's related to this came out that I will get to near the end. But let me first start with the incredible trip, productive trip that conservative MP Jamil Javandi made to Washington, D.C. In his almost 5-minute video, he discusses how this is not about politics. This is about trying to work together, even though this guy is not part of the current government. He's a conservative MP. His purview isn't even trade. Just decides, you know what, on his own, I'm going to go to Washington. I'm going to solve this problem. If only they would make the right argument to Donald Trump, then he'll finally see that all we got to do is work together and it'll benefit all of us. Yeah, Jamil, I'm sure you got the solutions. So here he is with his BFF, JD Vance, who he's been friends with Vance for a while, well before he was VP. Knows Vance well, hasn't apparently helped at all, but I don't know. Let's not pass judgment yet. So this is from the 5th. And as Jamil Javandi said in an interview with Semaphore, saying, quote, part of what I'm trying to do by being here, Javandi said, is convey the message that we're all on the same team and we don't need to be fighting with each other. I think there's a real opportunity to build something with the U.S. administration. Oh, you poor soul. So he writes here on the 4th, productive meetings today with the White House and the State Department. The president asked me to pass along a message, quote, tell the Canadians I love them. I'll have much more to say later. More meetings with senators, GM, and others this week. Wow. Jamil Javani getting things done. Trump loves Canada now. That's why 5 days later he came up with this. As everyone knows, the country of Canada has treated the U.S. very unfairly for decades. Now things are turning around for the USA and fast. But imagine, Canada's building a massive bridge between Ontario and Michigan. They own both the Canada and the U.S. side, and of course, built it with virtually no U.S. content. So he goes on and on and on. I'll get to the actual reality of all this in a second. But he goes on to say, the first thing China will do, speaking about the recent agreement that Canada has with China, the first thing China will do is terminate all ice hockey and permanently eliminate the Stanley Cup. This man is insane. Everyone around him in his cabinet who have not utilized the 25th Amendment should all be put in prison along with him. This is one of the stupidest things I've ever seen any world leader say. Yes, China can't wait to eliminate the Stanley Cup. Like, just so stupid. Going on to say, I will not allow this bridge to open until the U.S. is fully compensated. We'll get to it, but Canada paid for the entire bridge. For everything we have given them, and also importantly, Canada treats the U.S. with the fairness and respect that we deserve. Oh yes, it's Canada being very unfair. So, Jamil Javani, again, worth quoting this. Certainly, there have been people fanning the flames of anti-American resentment in Canada. And I think doing so have created an open-mindedness to doing business with China. It didn't exist before. So I think that's part of what set the conditions for that agreement. What? Fanning the flames of anti-American resentment? What do you think is causing this, dipshit? It's Donald Trump. This complete inability to point out the obvious elephant in the room shows how unserious you are as a lawmaker. So to get to the bridge now, this is from CBC News. This one is the new bridge that's being built, the Gordie Howe Bridge. And number two, which we'll get into when we get to the corruption discussion, is the Ambassador Bridge. So makes lots of money, estimated around $60 million per year. And those were estimates I was seeing as of 2012. I'm sure it's increased since then. But that is how much that bridge makes a year. And that's important when we get to the corruption in a bit. But I do want to quote CBC here saying, before Trump threatened to block the bridge on Monday, he had made positive statements about the new link. Quote, we look forward to the expeditious completion of the Gordie Howe International Bridge, which will serve as a vital economic link between our two countries. Now, to be fair, there's no way he actually wrote this himself. Trump is incapable of writing a sentence like that. But that was back in 2017 in a joint statement with Trudeau. You can see it here on his Facebook page. It's still there from February 13th, 2017. There he is speaking about how awesome this bridge is going to be. And according to Ontario government data, the project has supported 12,000 jobs in Michigan, with more than 8,800 American laborers and tradespeople doing work on U.S. components. So it has, in fact, benefited Americans as well. And of course it will when it comes to the crossing of it. But here is Mark Carney in his reaction to Donald Trump's comments.
We discussed the bridge. I explained that Canada, of course, paid for the construction of the bridge, over $4 billion, that the ownership is shared between the state of Michigan and the government of Canada, and that in the construction of the bridge, obviously there's Canadian steel, Canadian workers, but also U.S. steel, U.S. workers that are involved. This is a great example of cooperation between our countries. Look forward to it opening. And what is particularly important, of course, is the commerce and the tourism and the voyages of Canadians and Americans that will go across that bridge.
So it's a bridge that benefits everybody. Canadians paid for it. I'm going to get to comments here from the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, as well as the Governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer. But it's just worth pointing out, there was about a day or so where people did not understand what the issue with this bridge was. And then when the truth came out, it all made perfect sense. First, though, I want to get to these comments from Ford and Whitmer.
You said there was no U.S. content. That's, again, it's not truthful. 75%, yes, we're Canadian steel and concrete because we're paying for it. 25% was U.S. steel and concrete. Then the interchange going on from the Michigan side, it was all American workers, all American steel, all American concrete. So again, there's fiction, what President Trump says, and then there's true facts that people can look up and see exactly where we stand.
Canadians have paid for the bridge. The bridge was built with organized labor, union labor on both sides of the bridge, including Michiganders. It is a really important part of our economy, the largest crossing in North America. And so it is important that it continues to move forward and open up on time, and that's my expectation.
All right, so to summarize, Trump endorsed the new bridge during his first term. The bridge is jointly owned by Michigan and Canada. Canada paid for the construction of the bridge, and there is both American and Canadian steel in the construction of the bridge. So what is Donald Trump's issue with this bridge? Of course, it comes back to a billionaire supporter of his. So the New York Times reported, bridge owner lobbied administration before Trump blasted competing span to Canada. Just like every other issue with Donald Trump, it gets back to corruption. It is blatant, it is disgusting, and it is ongoing. And there have been discussions about the absurdity of a billionaire owning a bridge between two countries. Going back to 2012, I'm sure you can find more discussions about this. Why does a billionaire own an international bridge? Why is a single family making money off of people crossing the border? It is absolutely insane. Why isn't the bridge owned by Canada and the US? This makes no sense at all, but this is the world we live in. So this gets to the corruption. The billionaire owner of a bridge connecting Michigan with Canada met Howard Lutnick, the US Secretary of Commerce, on Monday, hours before Trump sent out that Truth Social post. So Matthew Maroon is a Detroit-based trucking magnate whose family has operated the Ambassador Bridge between Detroit and Windsor for decades. Shortly after, Trump threatened to block the planned opening of a new bridge between Detroit and Windsor, which would take away toll revenue from Mr. Maroon's crossing. And that family has for decades mounted legal challenges to block or delay the competing project. So this family is so fucking greedy. Their $1 billion isn't enough. They have to try and stop other ways for people to cross the border. This is disgusting. And like, this is a conversation we have to get back to in terms of a family owning this bridge, because that alone is insane, let alone them trying to block the construction of another bridge. But this is where we get to the other breaking story that came out as I was putting this together, is the fact that Donald Trump is privately musing about exiting the North American Trade Pact, the one that he signed. His deal, the USMCA, the new NAFTA. This is why trying to negotiate, trying to work with Trump, Jamil Giovanni going down there trying to, just got to make the right argument, is absolutely insane. This man doesn't even follow his own trade deals. How can you trust he would agree to a new one? And if he agrees to a new one, how can you trust he would follow it? So, a year ago, I think it was fair to try and argue that maybe a different approach from Mark Carney or anybody else who isn't Trudeau might work. Maybe Trump didn't like Trudeau and some other approach would have worked with Trump. At this point, a year in, we understand who Trump is. He doesn't care. It's all about his billionaire buddies and about his own insanity. There is no way you can actually trust this man on anything. So trying to go down there and make the right argument and just got to be nice to them, we know is stupid. Jamil Giovanni's attempt to go down there was a purely political stunt to try and get attention on himself, because I don't believe he's that stupid to think that he would have been able to get something done with Trump. It was all about raising his own profile.
So when you run for president, are you going to impose a wealth tax or a billionaire's tax?
I don't think that I don't think that anyone, and that we don't have to wait for any one president.
Wait a minute. Is this really happening? Is AOC actually running for president? Well, in this video, I will discuss why people are now speculating this based on a recent appearance that she made. I'll get to some clips from this appearance, as well as what some people are saying that know her best behind the scenes. I'll get to that later. So in this video, I'm going to get to a few clips from the Munich Security Conference, which AOC is attending this weekend, offering a working class perspective, as NBC News writes, on U.S. foreign policy at the Munich summit. This is an annual summit where world leaders, in this case, this time over 50 world leaders, are set to attend this year's event. Representatives from all over the world discussing issues, foreign policy being a big focus of it. But you don't normally attend something like this unless you have some larger ambitions. And I'll get to why some people are saying that it may not just be an ambition in terms of running for Senate, which would be, I would think, an obvious, with Schumer's seat being up for grabs in a couple of years, but that it may actually be for president. So she attended two panels, or is attending two panels. One is already online. The other, I don't think, has happened yet. But one on the rise of populism and the other about the future of U.S. foreign policy. So the one on rise of populism just ended. I will get to some clips from that in a second here, because it's really worth acknowledging how fantastic of a communicator AOC is. And this is somebody who has clearly also, I think she was always great, but has clearly improved over the years. You know, going from being a bartender to being a congressperson is quite a shift. And when you're in the media every single day, cameras in your face every single day, you're going to obviously improve your ability to communicate. And I think clearly she has. And her issues in terms of what she has cared about has always been there. You can see from the very beginning, before she was ever in Congress, when she was running, the issues that she fought for, issues like healthcare, a wealth tax, universal child care, which is something that we'll get to later on in this video as well. But her ability to communicate all of this and how it connects to everything else is fantastic. And that gets to this next clip, or this first clip, from this Rise of Populism panel.
One of the connections and relationships that is under discussed, particularly in the security space, is the fact that I believe we're seeing an economy, across economy around the world, including in the United States, that extreme levels of income inequality lead to social instability and drives, in a sense, in authoritarianism, right-wing populism, and very dangerous domestic internal politics. And that is a direct outcome of not just income inequality, but the failure of democracies over decades to deliver. The failure to deliver higher wages, the failure to rein in corporations. You know, the point was just made about antitrust. In the United States, antitrust is such a foundational bedrock value, not just because the ascent of monopolies create the abuse of power in corporations and market power, but there is a level of market concentration and corporate consolidation where a massive company can get so big that its consolidated power can rival that of nation states. And democracies, we have elected leaders. And in massive corporations that then begin to consume the public sector, gobble up the spending, they start to call the shots. And we're starting to see this with some of the billionaire class throwing their weight around in domestic politics and in global politics as well. So it is of utmost urgent priority that we get our economic houses in order and deliver material gains for the working class, or else we will fall to a more isolated world governed by authoritarians that also do not deliver to working people.
I'm not sure there's any other lawmaker on a world stage like this that has put the issue better than that. How we have gotten to authoritarianism. And I'm not just speaking about the US, I'm just speaking worldwide as well. People like Mark Carney, who are great orators, is still a neoliberal at the heart of it. He would never make this argument. But this is exactly what the problem is. You have a situation where companies are becoming more powerful, or are more powerful in many cases, than entire countries. And they're setting what laws are based on their donations and their influence generally over lawmakers. Laws around wages, laws around cutting out their competition through things like non-compete clauses, taxes, how much they or how little they get to pay compared to everybody else, on and on and on, the influence that these companies have had have destroyed the lives of the vast majority of people, leading some countries like the US in a situation where people are just looking for anything different, anything weird, off the wall, crazy. So you get Donald Trump because he's different. Maybe he'll do something different. And it's only gotten worse because he's the most corrupt politician in the history of the world. But as Mehdi Hassan put on Twitter here, it amuses me that MAGA think their attack line on AOC going forward can be, she's just a bartender or she's dumb. When I can't think of a single MAGA congressman who could speak like this for 2 minutes on this topic at an international forum like Munich. Not one. There really is. I mean, I was thinking about this today, like the attacks that Marjorie Taylor Greene, I don't know, she's changed a little bit now, but the attacks that like her and others like her, like Lauren Boebert, would try and lob at AOC, calling her stupid, doesn't know what she's talking about, she's crazy. None of them could ever make any kind of coherent argument like this about what the heart of the problem really is. And it's not even just that. Try to get Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries to discuss this problem, to actually discuss real, concrete issues in a way that actually explains what the reality is. They will not. All they know are talking points. There are very few Democratic leaders, very few leaders generally, that are able to break down succinctly in 2 minutes, like she did here, what the problem is. So it's worth acknowledging that on that point of dealing with domestic issues and improving the lives of people, that AOC has just come out to say, when only the wealthy can afford peace of mind for their children, we've turned childhood into a privilege, not a promise. I'm proud to lead the Child Care for Every Community Act with Senator Warren to cap childcare costs and fight universal childcare. So you even have people now like James Carville, who historically is we're talking about a center-right individual, advisor to Bill Clinton, is now saying in the New York Times, when 70% of Americans say raising children is too expensive, we should not fear making universal child care a public good. James Carville, the conservative Democrat, is arguing for universal child care. David Plouffe, another center-right Democrat who managed Obama's 08 campaign and advised the 24 Kamala Harris campaign, how'd that work out? Recently said that universal child care should be in Democrats' 2028 platform. Yeah. Maybe these people are like, maybe they actually were dumb all along. You know, a lot of the arguments that people try and make for these Democratic strategists is that, no, they know they're wrong. They're just corrupt. They're just taken over by corporations and you know, wealthy individuals, billionaires, and they don't actually believe in things like universal child care or Medicare for all. Well, considering they have moved, maybe they're just now finally realizing that they were wrong the entire time. Maybe they were actually this stupid because they've surrounded themselves with the wealthiest people on earth and didn't have the perspective of an actual person. So when you see people like this finally realizing what the right strategy is, and again, these people care about strategy. They don't care about, you know, actual people. They care about winning. When they finally realize how to win, then maybe there's some hope. Here is another great clip from this panel.
I think one of the reasons why, not just myself, but many of our colleagues here, in fact, many Democrats that are here as well, is because we want to tell a larger story, that what is happening is indeed very grave. And we are in a new era, domestically and globally. There have been many leaders who've said we will go back. And I think we have to recognize that we are in a new day and in a new time. But that does not mean that the majority of Americans are ready to walk away from a rules-based order and that we're ready to walk away from our commitment to democracy. I think what we identify is that in a rules-based order, hypocrisy is vulnerability. And so I think what we are seeking is a return to a rules-based order that eliminates the hypocrisies
around when too often in the West we look the other way for inconvenient populations to act out these paradoxes, whether it is, kidnapping a foreign head of state, whether it is threatening our allies to colonize Greenland, whether it is looking the other way in a genocide. Hypocrisies are vulnerabilities, and they threaten democracies globally. And so I think many of us are here to say we are here and we are ready for the next chapter, not to have the world turn to isolation, but to deepen our partnership on greater and increased commitment to integrity to our values.
I mean, I can't put it any better than that. Hypocrisies are vulnerabilities. So I'm going to get to a couple of bills that AOC recently sponsored that deals with foreign policy and those hypocrisies. But like an example, and she brought it up there in Israel, but how can people, let's put the US aside for a second. People view Canada around the world as people are a country that cares about human rights. But as Canadians, we know better. How can you possibly trust that your government in Canada cares about human rights when they will turn a blind eye to Israel committing war crimes, committing a genocide, yet they will come out and condemn Russia correctly when they commit war crimes? Like, you can put the statements side by side from Anita Anand, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Like, you can go look these up. When Russia commits a war crime, it's called out, it's named, Putin's named, Russia's named. When Israel does it, you're lucky if Israel gets mentioned, let alone Netanyahu will never get mentioned in any statement condemning a war crime that they made. Like, it's changed a little bit. There have been, maybe one or two statements out discussing, mentioning Israel or maybe mentioning Netanyahu. But for example, Netanyahu just flew over Canada on a trip and was in Canadian airspace. He should have been arrested. They should not have allowed the plane to go through. They should have forced that plane to land and arrested him. He is facing an ICC arrest warrant. Are you not part of the UN? Do you not care about human rights, or do you? So you can't have these obvious double standards when an ally commits a war crime or violates international law versus when someone who isn't an ally does it. Like, your people will not trust your government if you continue on like this with these obvious hypocrisies blatant in our faces. So this gets to AOC and the couple of bills that she has recently sponsored. So AOC says Cuba blockade part of new era of depravity ushered by Gaza genocide. So just a bit on that. What has transpired is that now it's kind of become acceptable that the entire Western world will look the other way as they starve and deprive people because they find political actors or political regimes in that country to be objectionable. So speaking of Cuba, which has been now under a blockade or an increased blockade from Donald Trump, they recently ran out of jet fuel, even leading to Air Canada announced that they're canceling flights to the country because they're not sure the airlines would even be able to refuel after they land. So in dealing with that, Lefty Winter shared this. As of this morning, AOC is co-sponsoring two new bills. HR 7521 is lifting the embargo on Cuba, and HR 7545 to prohibit funds made available for assistance to the government of Israel to be used to support certain violations of international law. And you can find those here as well at Fast Democracy. Looking at the co-sponsors, AOC's there, as well as the one on Cuba here. So it's just, it's nice to see somebody actually understand what the problem is. And I should say someone from the Democratic Party understand the obvious hypocrisies and be able to call them out. Now, on her potential of running for president, it appears people close to her or that work with her think this is a possibility. So a fellow female House Democrat who wants to name or remain anonymous says if she wanted a future in the Senate, she could have that future in the Senate, but I think she's looking at something much broader than that. Lawmaker said that Ocasio-Cortez's friends, allies, and advisors around her are asking the right questions and pushing her in the right direction where that is a possibility. So I'll get to the orange in a second here. But I do want to share this fun clip from that panel where she kind of sidesteps this question.
So when you run for president, are you going to impose a wealth tax or a billionaire's tax?
I don't think that I don't think that anyone, and that we don't have to wait for any one president to impose a wealth tax. I think that it needs to be done expeditiously.
And interestingly, when I wrote about wealth tax recently, and of course the big argument against this is always capital flight, the US is actually uniquely placed to do it because you guys tax on the basis of citizenship, so people can't flee, you know? And even if you change your citizenship, there's basically an exit tax because you have to pay a tax on unrealized capital gains. I learned this just recently.
Hey, good point there by the panel host at the end there, but not really an answer. Just kind of avoided the president part. But reading this in NBC News got me to actually maybe take this idea seriously, that maybe she actually is going to run for president. So a New York delegation colleague said they believe Ocasio-Cortez is leaning more towards a presidential bid than a run for Senate in 2028. That's when Chuck Schumer's seat is up for re-election. Because of Ocasio-Cortez's social media following of millions on platforms such as X, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitch, and her status in the party as a fundraising powerhouse and top campaign surrogate for Democratic candidates, this lawmaker says she doesn't need to run for Senate as a stepping stone to the White House. Unlike President Barack Obama, she doesn't need to run for Senate to gain name recognition. To the fellow New York Democrat, who added that conversations among state and city officials are already picking up about who could succeed her in the House. Super locally, people are talking about who's running for her seat. This is a great point. You know, there's been a lot of talk about her. Oh, maybe she'll run for Senate because that's kind of the natural progression, usually, from a congressperson or a representative to becoming a senator. But you have a unique individual in AOC and a unique time where she has a social media following. People already know who she is. She's a lot more famous than many other Democratic senators. I said she's probably as well, if not, maybe not more well known than Bernie Sanders, but at least as well known as Bernie Sanders. And I would argue that he's probably the most popular or most well known senator at this point. And there are many others that people don't know. There is no logistical reason or even logical reason why AOC can't just run for president. Her name recognition is there. Her ability to fundraise is already there. Why wait? Especially when people are dying for somebody who actually cares, has a history of fighting for people, has a history of allies like a Bernie Sanders who helped to influence her in the first place. Like, I look, it's a little early to get into the speculation game, but we're here. This is happening. I don't think it makes sense to ignore it either. And people need some hope. They need something to maybe look forward to right now for obvious reasons. And this would, I think, be a fantastic move. Well, news just broke that Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney is out working on an anti-Trump trade alliance. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is out working on his pecs. That's right. So in this video, I will get to all of that and even more, including some recent polling and what this trade deal or this trade pact, I guess, this trade alliance, what that's all about, what we know of it so far. So first, I want to just point out, this is now official. So Mark Carney tweeted out, we are renewing Canada's relationship with China. As part of our new strategic partnership, China is granting visa-free travel to Canadians. This is just objectively a good thing. Canadians' ability to travel wherever they want is a positive step, and it's really good to see this. I discussed this in the initial agreement with China when that news first broke, but it now is in place, so Canadians can indeed go to China visa-free. Very cool stuff. Let me get to first here, before I get to the pecs and everything else. Some recent polling. So Abacus new poll out. Liberals open their largest lead since Carney became leader as optimism hits multi-year high. I have to say, this is surprising considering usually about a year into any leader, we're talking Canada, the US, whoever, is when people tend to get a little antsy and are wondering, why is my life exactly the same? Why aren't things changing? And this is usually when leaders tend to see dips in their support. But I'm going to get to why I think Carney's has increased, or at least in the when it comes to the Liberal Party. But to show the details on this, so Liberals now sitting at a 44% vote share for the vote intention. So that is up 1 from January 27th. Conservatives now down 2. And Abacus also shows that Carney has a plus 22% net approval rating, while Poilievre is at a -7. There's also this recent Main Street research poll. This is from about a week ago. Did you see parts of all or Mark Carney's speech at Davos? So most Canadians saw that at 74%. This is getting to why I think Carney's support has increased recently, is because people love this speech. And not just this speech, but also the agreement with China. We'll get to the polling on that in a second. But most voters here, 76% of people, are in support, or I should say, are view Mark Carney favorably or more favorably after seeing his speech. And when it comes to the recent agreement with China, again, vast majority of Canadians are in support of that. Now, that gets to Pierre Poilievre. Because on January 5th, poor timing here, Pierre Poilievre tweeted out, Mark Carney has not gotten a single country to reduce a single tariff on Canada. And he even mentioned China there. Just 10 days later, China trade deal. Trade deal results in elimination of 25% tariff China imposed on Canadian lobster crab last March. It also deals a significant trade relief for Canadian canola seed and meal. So I'm sure Pierre Poilievre came out and said, you know what? Credit where it's due. Good job, Mark Carney. I complained about there not being any tariff relief, and now there is. Good job, Carney. No, of course not. He came out and said this is when the deal hit. Carney must explain how he has gone from saying China was Canada's biggest security threat before the election to announcing a new strategic partnership with Beijing after the election. Yeah, so damned if you do, damned if you don't. Carney must lower these tariffs, including the ones from China. He does it. How dare he have a deal with China? It's just there's no winning with people like this. Why even bother? Like this is the worst kind of politician, where there's no principles, there's no dedication to an actual belief in anything. It's all about just hating on the other person. That's all Pierre Poilievre has designed his entire political career around. It was Trudeau for so long, and he you could argue he single-handedly got Trudeau's numbers to nosedive. Carney's in now. It's the same thing. It's just anti-Carney as opposed to having any actual belief system. So in lieu of a belief system, you have this. Pierre Poilievre has a podcast dropping tomorrow with his friend and trainer, Tony Greco. Great to see him finally share his passion for health and fitness. Now, look, I'm never going to criticize anyone for bettering themselves. Good, working out, awesome, great. Why are the cameras here? Why do I have to see this? Why is this a thing that you're doing right now in lieu of doing anything? I mean, I guess that's the reason. This is an attempt to try and save where his numbers are by releasing this.
You might not want to do it, and that's normal. All of us are like that. There are all of us wake up that day and we're like, man, I just really don't want to train. But show up, do a little more each day. Instead of focusing on the discomfort of it, you focus on what you have to do. Just show up even when it's hard, especially when it's hard, and never give up. You might not want.
All right. Just kidding. As Matt Greer pointed out, imagine if Justin Trudeau put out a video of himself working out. Can you imagine the reaction from the conservative base? They were so obsessed with Trudeau's appearance, yet now they have their own makeover in Pierre Poilievre. Just in lieu of anything actually getting done or any actual legitimate critiques, you have a man working out on video. I mean, it gives serious Paul Ryan vibes, when these images came out during the 2012 election. If anybody watching this was alive for that, just very, very embarrassing stuff. It's just like, it feels like this is what you do as a politician. You just got nothing left. It's just like, I don't know. People hate me. Maybe I should work out. Like that tends to be what happens. But in lieu of an actual leader, there is another conservative MP. I got to get this off the screen. Another conservative MP who is doing something a little different, blaming Canada. That's right, Jamil Javani, who I recently did a video on. I'll get to that in a second. But this is a Breitbart exclusive, the far-right news publication, if you can call it news, Breitbart, saying conservative Canadian MP Jamil Javani says country shooting itself in foot with anti-American hissy fit on trade. Oh, yes. It's all the fault of Canadians. America has been perfect over this past year. Nothing. They've done nothing wrong. It's all the fault of Canadians. So, as Jamil Javani said here, I've been friends with JD Vance for 15 years now. Yeah, I know, we can tell. I know the vice president. Let me go chat with him, see if there's anything I can do to help build a bridge between our two governments, because right now it's been 3.5 months of very little dialogue between the two countries. And so I got a chance to meet President Trump as well. You know, good conversations. I found them very receptive to a lot of what I had to say. That is why, literally just days later, Trump threatened to block the opening of the U.S.-Canada bridge, which, as I discussed in my video, has everything to do with the fact that there was the owner of the other bridge lobbying the Trump administration, saying how he would lose money. Just the most complete corrupt administration in the history of the world, Donald Trump. You can connect every single decision back either to a billionaire donor or to a Nazi. But you had that. And then also a few days later, again, this is the week that Jamil Javani is supposed to be improving things with the U.S., you have Trump privately weighing quitting the USMCA, that he signed his own trade deal. So good job, Jamil. Excellent work. He said it's been an insane last week and a half trying to figure out how to get some of these folks to grow up and mature. Exactly. These Americans need to grow up and mature. Oh, no, he's talking about Canadians. So we can hopefully get a deal done with the president. He's literally telling us Canadians need to grow up and mature so that we could get a deal done with Donald Trump. Do I need to say anything else? Amazing stuff, this Conservative Party. Really, really great. So just to remind you what Trump has done over the past year, he slapped a number of tariffs on key Canadian industries, including steel, aluminum, auto parts, lumber, and energy, as well as levies on non-CUSMA compliant, CUSMA being the USMCA for Americans, compliant goods. He has threatened further tariffs on Canadian aircrafts. Trump promised to block the opening of the Gordie Howe International Bridge. He also blasted Canada for reaching a new trade agreement with China, despite the fact that the U.S. does more trade with China. There's also him, the threats, 51st state, Governor Trudeau, then Governor Carney. So again, yeah. But it's Canadians. We're just throwing a hissy fit. We have no reason to be angry. Absurd stuff. If Jamil Javani's your MP, next election, I think it's time for a little change. But CBC, with the report here on Scott Bessent, Trump's own Scott Bessent, warning Carney to stop virtue signaling amid looming trade talk. These quotes are amazing. I mean, this is in line with what the Conservative Party is saying, at least with what Jamil Javani is saying. I would just encourage Prime Minister Mark Carney to do what he thinks is best for the Canadian people, not his own virtue signaling, because we do have a USMCA negotiation coming up. I would not pick a fight going into USMCA to score some cheap political points. Yes, it's Carney picking a fight, not Trump. Trump's been on his best behavior, a perfect politician. Give me a fucking break. You even had the House overturning the Trump tariff, I should say, voting to overturn the Trump tariffs on Canada, including 6 Republicans. But of course, Trump has veto power, so that's not going to go through. But just going to show you, American politicians are aware they are the problem. Yet you have a Canadian politician saying, no, Canada's the problem. Just wild stuff. So, Carney's attempt to do things like this, getting a new person to spearhead the Kuzma discussions, I don't think it matters. It's Trump. Even if you somehow got a trade deal with him or got some agreement with him, how do you trust he's even going to follow it? So, articles like this or moves like this, I don't think will ultimately do anything. But this is a little different. This approach I do like. Carney constructs a mega anti-Trump trade alliance. So this is Carney is apparently spearheading this between the EU and major Indo-Pacific trade bloc. So we're talking about 39 countries. So the European Union and 12 nations in the Indo-Pacific bloc are opening talks to explore proposals to form one of the largest global economic alliances. Canada is spearheading this after Carney called on middle powers to buck trade war coercion last month, just days after Trump threatened to raise tariffs on Denmark's European allies if it didn't cede Greenland. And a little more details. So we're talking about nearly 40 nations. The rules determine the economic nationality of a product. A deal would allow manufacturers, just to mention, this is reaching a deal on the so-called rules of origin. So a deal would allow manufacturers throughout the two blocks to trade goods and their parts more seamlessly in a low tariff process known as cumulation. So don't come to me for the details on this. I'm not your trade expert. That said, working around Trump, I think, is the right strategy here, because other countries you can trust. I do believe you can trust the EU. I do believe you can trust these other nations. I do believe you can trust China when it comes to working on a deal. That makes perfect sense. Trying to work with Trump on anything, to me, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It is worth pointing out as well that Statistics Canada said in its January labor force survey that employment in tariff-sensitive manufacturing was down 51,000 positions from a year earlier. So tariffs, of course, have had a major impact on jobs in Canada. It's also worth acknowledging that free trade deals of the past have also had an impact on Canadian jobs, manufacturing jobs. So any sort of new trade alliance or trade deal would have to center Canadian workers, Canadian jobs, not just Canadian, working class workers worldwide as the focus, which I have a hard time imagining that's the case as of at least the way things currently operate with neoliberalism and the way Mark Carney operates. But that's just something to keep in mind in the discussions of all of this. But with that said, I don't know. Maybe working with other countries is the wrong approach. Maybe all Carney needs is a super sick workout video and everything will be great. I don't know. Let me know your thoughts below the video on what Carney is doing, as well as what Pierre Poilievre and Jamil Javani are doing.
I think that Donald Trump is worried that we're about to flip Texas.
Donald Trump's attempts at censoring free speech is almost getting comical at this point, as once again, his attempt to censor somebody else has backfired. So, Stephen Colbert interviewed James Tallarico. This man is running in the Democratic primary in Texas for U.S. Senate, is right now one of the two favorites between him and Jasmine Crockett. And it appears that Trump is pretty afraid of James Tallarico, as Colbert was not allowed from his CBS overlords to interview James Tallarico on television. So for the first time ever, he had to do an interview only for YouTube. And I'm going to get some clips from that interview in a second, giving you maybe an idea as to why Trump is so afraid of Tallarico. But I just want to quickly show you the numbers right now, because this YouTube interview is at currently 1.5 million views. Now, if you go through Colbert's page and look at some other interviews, including from the same day, Jennifer Garner, 84,000. You can even go back, though. Let's see here. Other interviews. 366, 406, 187, 355, 242. The amount of attention that Trump has now given James Tallarico in an attempt to censor James Tallarico is absolutely incredible. You are not going to win by trying to censor somebody as the president, because all you're going to do is then put more eyes on that thing. Look at what happened with Jimmy Kimmel. when the FCC, Trump's FCC, tried to push Jimmy Kimmel off the air. More attention than, like, the way that backfired. He got more attention than ever. Now he's back on air, hitting Trump even harder. CBS News under Barry Weiss attempted to pull that 60-minute segment on CCOT, the El Salvador torture prison that Americans were being sent to. That segment got leaked from a Canadian broadcaster, got more views than any 60-minute segment would have ever received. So completely backfired again. Any attempts to try and censor from the president is not going to be successful. So let me get to first Colbert setting this up and just discussing some of the details around this. And of course, I'm cutting this down a bit. These are clips from these segments, so I will link to the full thing below the video. But this gives you an idea of what went on. This is before the interview.
You know who is not one of my guests tonight? That's Texas State Representative James Tallarico. He was supposed to be here, but we were told in no uncertain terms by our network's lawyers, who called us directly, that we could not have him on the broadcast. Then I was told in some uncertain terms that not only could I not have him on, I could not mention me not having him on. And this doesn't just affect interviews. The rules forbid any candidate appearance, including by voice or picture. That's right. I am absolutely not allowed to show a photo of Texas State Representative James Tallarico. And because that's not him. That's a stock photo we found when we Googled not James Tallarico.
It's almost a blessing that Donald Trump is so old and assumes that everything is around late night TV still. Like, I honestly don't know anyone who actually watches late night TV when it's on, or even when it's online. I mean, of course people do. You see the views. But like, it's not, it doesn't dominate our lives in a cultural way, the way it maybe did 20 years ago. But Donald Trump is stuck in the 1980s and thinks everything revolves around this. So if he's able to censor Tallarico off of CBS on television, then great, job's done. Like, it's just absolutely absurd. And to show you how afraid of Tallarico Trump is, this isn't the first time he has flipped out over this man. So this was back in a couple weeks ago. FCC opening probe into The View after appearance by Tallarico. They are super afraid that this man's going to flip Texas. The move comes after the agency said it would require broadcast networks to adhere to the statutory equal opportunities requirement in the Communications Act of 1934, while exceptions are made for the bona fide news and interviews. The FCC said in the memo that these exemptions do not apply to late night and daytime talk shows, even though they always have. For years, decades, politicians have been interviewed on these late night shows or daytime talk shows. It's never been an issue before, Republican or Democrat. Now it's a massive issue. And to show you how full of shit these people are, this right-wing, radio guy, Eric Erickson? Christian broadcaster, right-wing broadcaster, Eric Erickson. The broadcast rule is very simple. Colbert could have on Tallarico, but he'd have to give him equal time to Tallarico's opponent. But Colbert didn't want to give a black woman time on his show. Speaking of Jasmine Crockett. So because Tallarico is currently in a Democratic primary, he's going up against Jasmine Crockett. Well, she's been on a couple times already. She's already been on the show. What are you talking about? Even by your own standards, you are failing your own standards. So even if you want to argue the case, well, the FCC is now imposing this rule on these late night shows. Tallarico wouldn't even apply. It wouldn't even work. So it's just so absolutely ridiculous. So it's worth acknowledging as well that not the entirety of the FCC is for this. So while the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, is saying for years, legacy TV networks assume that their late night and daytime talk shows qualify as bona fide news programs, even when motivated by purely partisan political purposes. FCC Commissioner Ana Gomez says differently, saying government intimidation, not a legitimate investigation. The real purpose is to weaponize the FCC's regulatory authority to intimidate perceived critics of this administration and chill protected speech. That is not how free speech operates. She went on to urge broadcast networks to stand strong against these unfounded attacks, saying the First Amendment protects the right of daytime and late night programs to cover newsworthy issues and express viewpoints without government interference. So this is a completely manufactured issue now by this insane FCC chairman at the behest of course, Donald Trump, and it is completely backfiring even in their attempts to censor. Here is the first clip from this interview.
It's not the first time you've caused some drama. FCC opening probe into The View after appearance by Tallarico. Do you mean to cause trouble?
I think that Donald Trump is worried that we're about to flip Texas. And Stephen, this is the party that ran against cancel culture. And now they're trying to control what we watch, what we say, what we read. And this is the most dangerous kind of cancel culture, the kind that comes from the top. They went after The View because I went on there. They went after Jimmy Kimmel for telling a joke they didn't like. They went after you for telling the truth about Paramount's bribe to Donald Trump. Corporate media executives are selling out the First Amendment to curry favor with corrupt politicians. And a threat to any of our First Amendment rights is a threat to all.
I mean, I've been saying this for 10 years. The idea that the right wing ever cared about free speech is hilarious. All they've ever cared about is propping up their own bullshit. I mean, this is the party that supported running over protesters with your car. Like, that's a politician, not a person online saying it, a random person online. Politicians in positions of power in the Republican Party have never shown any dedication to free speech, ever. So it's good to see this being, I guess, as obvious now as it has ever been with Donald Trump, but it's been this way for a long time. Now, it's worth pointing out why this is going on at all. So as More Perfect Union shares here, the real reason CBS didn't let Colbert air his interview with James Tallarico is that the Ellisons are still trying to buy Warner Brothers. David Ellison runs Paramount, which owns CBS. He's using CBS to show what loyal oligarchs they are as they seek FCC approval for a Warner Brothers Discovery deal. That's what this.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening. Welcome to Primetime PEPAGANDA. How is everybody? I am happy to be here. So this is the only show that I've done today. So I had to kind of just say, had a great day today. For anybody that doesn't know, my wife is currently fighting cancer, and we were able to actually give her a really, really good day. So it was a fun day out, and we got some good news as far as her treatment, and it's just, yeah, finally some positive vibes have definitely gone a long way. So I appreciate everybody that has given the well wishes, the prayers, all of it, guys. Like it means so much to us, and I can just say that for me personally, it goes so far, and yeah, I am humbled. But without further ado, I do want to get to some news of the day, and there's a lot of it. But I decided that what I wanted to focus on today is kind of what's going on with Zohran Mamdani. So I noticed on social media that they are going pretty hard on him, specifically on Twitter. Like this billionaire tax that is being misrepresented, like the last 2 days have been insane because then you have the hockey rink shooting, which they're only focusing on one side of that too, which I don't know, guys. I'm really trying not to go to like down conspiracy rabbit holes, but it's getting harder and harder because now it's just like, wait a minute, you're telling me that this fits a very specific mold and you guys are going to use this as as just political fodder? Like, what are we doing here? And then the way like the New York Post is just, they're the worst with it. They're the ones that are out there just being like trans shooter, blah, 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 without mentioning the fact that this person's online history proves that this is like, no, this is a little more nuanced, man, because they were like Trump, Trump 2028, like kind of style, and they were kind of into some white supremacy kind of stuff. So all I have to say is, yeah, why is it that we're in this weird space now where we can't, like, I had to do that even where it's just like, I'm not into conspiracies, but it's like, no, guys, this is kind of obvious, right? Like, all of a sudden the mass shootings that are happening are, trans shooters. Sorry, I don't know why I did the mass shootings. Those are actually happening still, but unfortunately, yeah, we just can't have the actual conversation about what's causing this. Like, we never can. And I always hate the fact that when I even bring this up, they're just like, well, I thought you were a Second Amendment person. It's like, I am totally a Second Amendment person, but having just this attitude of, well, we can't have any, common sense gun laws. Like, what? Why can't we do that? 100% Pep is shit is getting narrated. It's just, it's so fucking weird, right? Like, I know that I'm having a problem with it, and this brings me to Zoran Mamdani. The Zoran Mamdani thing is fucking insane. So here, I'm gonna play this real quick because this is kind of the beginning of it. Actually, I'll make myself a little bit bigger there.
At the heart of this path is a property tax.
All right, so I'm gonna pause it and read the text on screen here for you guys. Mamdani claims whopping 9.5% NYC property hike will be last resort as he unveils record $127 billion budget. And this comes from the New York Post. Grain of salt, this, folks.
Increase. This would effectively be a tax on working and middle-class New Yorkers who have a median income of $122,000. The second path also requires us to raid our reserves. It would mean withdrawing $980 million from our city's rainy day fund in fiscal year 2020.
Now, mind you, this is the second one.
And $229 million from the Retiree Health Benefit Trust in fiscal year 2027. These are steps that have been taken before, but only in moments of extraordinary external crisis.
Right. So, like I said, the reason that the New York Post is disingenuously focusing on only this clip is because the first one here, let's see, can I find the actual first part of this? See, this is I actually have to deep search Twitter for this. This is kind of insane. Proposal full. Got people freaking out about it. Fox News, CBS. Here we go. Maybe this will do it.
We're engaging in the same dance as our predecessors. For those who have watched budget after budget, it is tempting to assume that we are engaging in the same dance as our predecessors. Let me assure you, nothing about this is typical. That's why our solutions won't be either. There are two paths to bridge this gap.
Yeah, this is the first.
The first is the most sustainable and the fairest path. This is the path of ending the drain on our city and raising taxes on the richest New Yorkers and the most profitable corporations.
There we go. That's the part that the New York Post is purposefully misrepresenting.
The onus for resolving
by negating that he even said this. Like, as I said, they're only focused. Notice how that clip was just in the second one.
This crisis should not be placed on the backs of working and middle-class New Yorkers. If we do not fix this structural imbalance and do not heed the calls of New Yorkers to raise taxes on the wealthy, this crisis will not disappear. It will simply return, year after year, forcing harder and harsher choices each time. And if we do not go down the first path, the city will be forced down a second, more harmful path.
And that's where we can go to this. Oh, shit. I already backed out of it. Well, I'll finish this clip then.
For those who have watched in our own control, we have to exercise the only revenue lever fully within our own control.
I don't want anybody accusing me of trying to do the same thing that New York Post was doing.
Have to raise property taxes.
Actually, see, right there, you can kind of say that they were doing the same thing where it's like, no, that would be bad because that would, and he does say it would affect people that are making $122,000, which in New York, that's pretty median. So I like what he's doing with this as far as trying to strong arm the billionaires through letting the people vote and then just telling them like, all right, guys, we literally have two choices. We either eat the tax, like I put it onto you, or we have to tax the richest people. Now, of course, like you could probably figure out, they did not take too kindly to the idea of taxing billionaires. And when I say they, I mean mainstream media and everybody that is in that said tax bracket. So now you have literally the most milquetoast freaking take coming out of it. Oh shit, this didn't load. Hold on. What the hell? There we go. And it's coming from the likes of Jared Moskowitz. Now, I'm sure if you guys don't know who Jared Moskowitz is, that you would recognize him. Let's see. Is he in this video at all? Of course not. Why would he be? Pictures? We got any pictures? Nope. Why would we? Sorry, guys. I wasn't able to prepare as much as I usually do. But Jared Moskowitz is a Democrat from Florida. Seems skeptical Wednesday about the proposal potential effectiveness of the New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani's proposed wealth tax, suggesting it may drive more people to flee south rather than pay. Now, mind you, this guy is one of those guys that you see in like the congressional hearings that he's got the, buzz lines that, actually kind of land. He's also, he gets the clips. But fucking A, like this is just more proof that it's like, no, we just need every single sitting Democrat, and I actually would argue every sitting Congress member and everybody in the Senate, just all of them. Just no, we need a complete whiteboard cleaning. We just need to start over, get new blood in entirely. We can't trust anybody in this administration at all. And if that means getting rid of the likes of like an AOC and like to actually accomplish something like that, I'd be willing. And let's see. I think that if Mamdani's law were to go forward, he would increase taxes. You'll see more people move here, Moskowitz told Fox Business, which, that's bad, I guess. These targeted wealth taxes that we see right from states to state. From states, whether it's California, New York, the wealthy can just leave, right? So these are not going to work. Mamdani, who campaigned on an affordability platform, has been raising alarms about the financial strain on New York City, placing much of the blame on former Mayor Eric Adams' administration, which, hey, well, you know what? Yeah, smart. You've only been in the job for 2 months. Why would you just, like, the idea that, like, everybody expects him just to eat this shit too? Ugh. Have you been seeing that, by the way, where it's like he's not even like he's only been in office for 2 months, not even. He's already accomplished a lot of what he said he was going to accomplish on top of getting to these little, I'm going to call them snags, because this is what it is. It's technically a snag, because he was at some point going to have to like deal with this. And surprisingly, I'm not sure if he thought about this. Like, that's why I'm saying it was a surprise to me, because yeah, for everybody looking at the budget shortfalls and then just being like, hey, you've been here for 2 months. What do we do? And the first thing he's just like, we got to raise taxes on the wealthy. They're like, not that. And then he's like, well, we got to raise property taxes. Not that either. It's like, well, what do you propose? Do you think he hits that point and then everybody just, you hear crickets? He floated the idea this week of raising property taxes by 9.5% as a possible path to close the $5.4 billion budget gap if the state fails to impose a 2% income tax hike on New York's wealthiest residents and corporations. I mean, you could also theoretically like start looking into, different grants, like public grants, leave those alone, public schools, all that kind of shit. But yeah, look at like subcontractors that are taking advantage of the state. Like, I don't know, man. And this is anecdotal, but I've dealt with enough people that have kind of made like jokes at the government's behalf or at the government's expense, where they're just like, yeah, man, like I get paid by the federal government. It's like, yeah, but you're a private business. It's just like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. They got these grants. I'm going to take advantage of them. It's just like, like I said, there's some waste there, but that's just part of it. All right. So we do not want to have to turn to such drastic measures to balance our budget, but faced with no other choice, we will be forced to. Donnie said in a statement outlining his preliminary budget proposal for fiscal 2027. Arguments against the wealth tax typically center on the notion that they are hard to enforce, are largely inefficient at raising revenue. Huh? Is it because they try to hide and like literally that's how they do it? We're not paying and risk driving money and assets out of the area. Whoa. I'm starting to buy that less and less. Hey guys, look, scorpions and buck cherry. Oh man. Someone's mom's gonna have a fun weekend. Wealth taxes promise redistribution. Oh my lord. I swear to God, I'm okay. I just can't read. All right, so wealth taxes promise redistribution. Actually, I can't speak. That's the problem. But more often deliver high economic costs, administrative complexity, and disappointing revenue. Adam Michael. God. Oh, wow. I'm having some little dyslexic moment here. It's because I can't use my dyslexia here. No. I think the Exodus is still going. I mean, the thing is, the Exodus is already happening. They're claiming that this has already been happening. So how, like, dude, how much more can we believe these people where it's just, well, if you keep pushing out the rich, it's like, don't you want, like, I thought the whole point about being rich is that you wanted to live in New York because New York is New York. So you're telling me that you're just going to go to an area that you didn't necessarily want to before, and just be like, yeah, look at me hiding my money. I'm such a good businessman. I decided just to hide my money instead of paying taxes, And then I also expect people to have a good memory of me, because if they don't, then I'm gonna try and make them feel bad. Like, God, sorry, I'm trying not to be too cynical on this, but it's freaking bad, guys. It's really bad. But like I was saying about the whole double standard in the news, I think that it's kind of ridiculous that obviously the mainstream media is hyperfixating on the second part, where they're already assuming that this is where this is going to go, because they have already planned on him capitulating, which I have to be honest, because I don't live in New York, I'm just kind of sitting around waiting to see what happens. It will be interesting if he does go through with the wealth tax. And I do think that this will be the best litmus test as to whether this will work or not. Like, because what they said in that report was bullshit. That was blatant bullshit. The way, oh, this has never been proved to work before. Yeah, get out of here. Oh, there's no proof this would actually raise revenue. Yeah, there's no proof that taxing your constituency is going to raise revenue. Shut up. Seriously, how come we never just tell people to just shut up like that? In the 70s, the rich paid 70% of taxes. Today, they pay 35%. Yep. And they love it that way. they almost expect to keep it that way. Yeah, the rich can leave anytime they want. LOL. Policy isn't going to change that. Businesses might make them move, but NY is just where the money is. Again, when you have that many, exactly, Bloodstone, like this, I hate that we have let a bunch of middle America let the majority that live in cities somehow believe that we have lost, like we don't have the power of populace and like population. It's, I don't know, guys. Maybe it's because I took the day off and it's a little bit later that I am kind of just not able to handle this as well as I usually do, because this really is bugging me. Like, and as I said before, they also are applying this to the shooting story, where it's just like they're only focusing on the trans angle and they're not focusing on the fact that the guy was an avowed Trump supporter that was also he had SS tattoos. They had SS tattoos. Although the thing is, I'm not even sure at this point if they were even legitimately trans based on what the daughter was saying. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Because in one of their ex posts, they did say they were just like, oh, well, I've been trans my whole life. But then, you know, when the family members coming out and saying, no, that was them having a mental episode trying to troll everybody because they were just that type of person. Think about this, though. Like that's what's insane to me is everybody saw it happen. So everybody saw this person shoot their family and then turn the weapon on themselves and end themselves in Minecraft. But I have to say, man, it's fucking crazy that, you know, it's such a obvious, like, holy shit, like they had to have known that this was going to cause like some political uproar or something. I don't know, because like then you hear like, oh, well, we had some, you know, familial issues. We got in a huge fight. It's insane. But like I was saying, I'm only seeing one side on social media. Like you go on Twitch right now or Twitter right now, it's insane. Like it will drive you nutty. You're doing fine, Pep. Keep slashing away at the situation. The truth is covered in poison ivy. It is. And also, you know what? Because I was not able to do this before, cheers, everybody. If you know, you know. Okay. And that was clogged. Fantastic. Unclogged. Excuse me. Oh, wow. Okay. Now, all right, here. All right, so now this kind of plays into what I was talking about the internet being divided. And you know that I love some Philly D.
Off MeUndies. But then diving right back into the news, we've got to talk about how Zoran Mamdani just fired the opening shot in what looks like a full-blown class war between Democratic Socialists and New York super rich. But it is dramatic, it is intense, and whatever the outcome, one thing's certain, someone is going to win and someone is going to lose. But first, to actually understand how we got here, we got to go back a couple of weeks to the moment that Mamdani dropped this bomb.
I will be blunt. New York City is facing a serious fiscal crisis. There is a massive fiscal deficit in our city's budget.
You see what I did right there? I hit the like button. You guys should do the same thing on this stream.
To the tune of at least $12 billion. This crisis has a name and a chief architect. This is the Adams budget crisis.
Now, for some context, I'm going to explain real quick how this all works. As mayor, you're required by law to balance the budget, which means making sure that revenue and expenses equal out. Thing is, though, you don't actually know exactly how much your expenses are going to end up totaling until you get the bill. So you just kind of have to guess how much they'll cost, which introduces a certain degree of honesty that New Yorkers have to count on from their mayor about the future. And Eric Adams, he was not exactly famous for his honesty. And in fact, Mamdani, he claims that Adams intentionally, dramatically, and systematically under-budgeted city services, or in other words, their projected actual cost was far higher than the numbers that he used. So that means that Adams could technically meet the legal requirement to balance the budget, and it would only turn out to be unbalanced later on.
Okay, so here's my question about this, though. Doesn't that mean that he was overpaying for a whole bunch of other shit that Mamdani could theoretically just be like, no.
On, by which time it would then be the next administration's mess to clean up. And
It'll
here we
just
are
be
with one
arcs
very
and infrastructure.
big mess.
For reference, the budget gaps we are facing today are higher than they were at the height of the Great Recession.
But also Mamdani says that Adams isn't the only one you have to blame, right? Because Andrew Cuomo also dug this hole during his decade as governor, right? Alleging that Cuomo extracted city resources to shore up state level finances while withholding revenue from the city. So that as a result,
New Yorkers contribute 54.5% of state revenue and receive only 40.5% back. In fiscal year 2022, New York City sent $68.8 billion in revenue to Albany and received $47.6 billion back.
But regardless of who's to blame, you have Mamdani saying that he's whittled down that $12 billion.
Regardless of who's to blame, it's gonna be Mamdani because, you know, he's the mayor and he's been there for 2 months. God, he didn't fix everything? Fucking A.
Deficit substantial. Right?
Meanwhile, Trump, second year.
Explaining
What do you expect him to do? What do you expect him to do?
By
Work miracles?
Finding savings in the budget, updating revenue estimates, and drawing down in-year
Inflation went down. Gas is down. Meh.
reserves. He got it down to $7 billion. And then you had Governor Kathy Hochul pitching in
Totally
another
different
$1.5
subject.
billion in aid from the state, putting the final deficit at around $5.4 billion. And so that bomb, it's definitely way smaller than the one he initially dropped, but it's still going to make a big boom. And so now the way that Mamdani presents it is that there are two paths forward. Either Hochul and the state legislature in Albany raise income taxes by 2% on New York's 33,000 wealthiest residents who make over $1 million a year, raise corporate taxes as well, and stop the drain on city resources to the state. Or if they refuse, then he'll have no other choice but to raise taxes himself, except it won't be income taxes that go up, but rather property taxes. And Mamdani was direct here. He said this option, it wouldn't just hit the richest of the rich.
This would effectively be a tax on working and middle class New Yorkers who have a median income of $122,000.
So it's either it's literally tax the millionaires or tax yourself. Your call.
So that's a 9.5% tax hike on over 3 million single-family homes, co-ops, and condos, as well as over 100,000 commercial buildings. And you've got the Citizens Budget Commission estimating that that would amount to some $700 more a year in taxes for the typical owner of a 1, 2, or 3 family home. And then actually, in addition to that, the city would dip into its cash reserves and pull out nearly $1 billion for the next fiscal year alone. So that's why you have Mamdani saying it's that first path, the income tax path, that'll provide long-term stability, while the second path, the property tax path, is a last resort that he deeply hopes to avoid because it would cause significant pain. Right? But because the first path is completely out of his hands, the state has to approve it, he's proposing a budget in the meantime that's based on the second path. A budget that would spend $122 billion for fiscal year 2026 and $127 billion for 2027.
This preliminary budget increases city expenses by over $14 billion, expenses that we have to fund because the Adams administration failed to. Of $14 billion, only $576 million is going to deliver new programmatic spending.
Now, with all this is where we kind of delve into the world.
Yeah, but this is where my original question stands. Where the hell is all that other money?
World of opinion. You may have noticed from the clips that I've shown you that he seems like he's opting for a governing style of complete and total transparency. Or whether or not you think he's actually being transparent, he does present himself that way. Like, hey, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. There are a lot of problems. These are the solutions, or these are the best and worst case scenarios. But still, you had one reporter asking, what he would say to supporters who might feel betrayed, saying you ran an uncompromising platform of making the city more affordable for working people. Though in his defense, you had Mamdani saying like, hey, I'm doing everything possible with the tools at my disposal inside of the bounds of the law. And that includes going on a pressure campaign against the state government to force it down the first pass so that he doesn't have to take the second. Which,
oh shit, this isn't going to the citizens.
On that note,
oh fuck, I thought that this was going to be on like one of the primary ballots.
There's actually a Tax the Rich rally that's happening next week in Albany, though Mamdani has reportedly told allies that he doesn't plan to attend. And all the while, like a big aspect of this is that Kathy Hochul's up for re-election this year, so she's facing a ton of political pressure from multiple directions to make the right calculation. But as far as the math there, Mamdani has already endorsed her, and he's so far avoided antagonizing her. You see him frequently thanking her for her cooperation, and then also at the same time, he's going to have to negotiate with the city council, whose Democratic Speaker Julie Menon said, at a time when New Yorkers are already grappling with an affordability crisis, dipping into rainy day reserves and proposing significant property tax increases should not be on the table whatsoever. The council believes that there are additional areas of savings and revenue that deserve careful scrutiny before increasing the burden on small property owners and neighborhood small businesses. And then also, at the same time, you have other critics arguing that Mamdani's
leftover stuff that didn't get paid from the previous year.
Two paths are actually just a false choice, saying that there is a third option.
Well, this is what okay, so maybe the money's not there. All right, maybe okay. So the money's gone, right? But we can definitely figure out where that money shouldn't have gone or too much of it went, and then kind of pull those funds and fund the things that need to, like, I don't know.
cut.
This is why I am not an accountant. This is why
expenses
I do not give financial advice at all
from the budget. And actually, in response to that,
I don't know. Someone smarter in chat, please. If you guys want to step in, I am all for it.
Mamdani saying that they've already come up with an aggressive savings plan, but if they cut any further, it's going to severely impact city services. But for now, we're going to have to keep our eyes on this and see how it plays out because they have until June 30th to agree on a budget. And actually with that, well, not guaranteed, it's possible that other options are going to surface in that time where, like, for example, if Wall Street gains push projected revenues up even further than expected. But also, if nothing budges and Mamdani goes with the second path, many property owners could find themselves squeezed at both ends, right? Because not only would they have to pay more in property taxes, they might also make less in revenue thanks to the partial rent freeze that Mamdani wants, right? And that looks like it might be a reality soon because you had the Gothamist reporting that Mamdani is about to appoint 5 new members to the 9-member rent guidelines board, including the board chair, and reappoint 1, giving him a majority. So when they hold their annual vote on how much rent stabilized apartment owners can legally raise their rents, the answer may be a simple 0, which actually is something that's happened before, 3 times in fact, under former mayor Bill de Blasio. But it is also still a hotly debated topic, with one side warning that landlords need to raise rents to keep up with rising costs, and the other side countering that the data shows that most affected landlords are doing just fine, and the people who really need help are the poor tenants. And actually, something you saw with this is that Eric Adams tried to just short circuit that debate by stocking the board with his own picks right before leaving the office to hamstring Mamdani. But unfortunately for Mamdani, 2 of his appointees.
Hey, Groove Dragon, I really appreciate that idea. Yeah, you know what? I might do that.
Withdrew. So now we could see
I could do a pep. Yeah,
the 4 consecutive.
I like that. Thank you for that.
Increases that he promised for his first term, knocking out yet another one of his core campaign pledges. Because he already got Hochul on board with a nearly $1.5 billion childcare expansion last month, though it's only 2 years, so he's going to have to figure out how to make it permanent after that. And that then leaves a few big boxes to check off: free buses, city-run grocery stores, and 200,000 new affordable homes. And so, with lots and lots of play here, of course, yes, I want to know everyone's opinion, but if you live in New York, I would really love to know your thoughts on what we're seeing play out here. Then next up in the news, we got to talk about how Trump is now moving closer to a major war with Iran.
Okay, so I'm going to actually dip from him on this one and go to the next guy. Well, you know him, you love him. He is the coolest. If that's not enough of a hint. Coolinski. Yeah, I thought that he did a great breakdown on what is happening with Iran and just how big of a deal this is and how close we are to actually having this happen. And then we might even be able to go to Agenda Free Steve. If you guys don't know Agenda Free TV, I'm not sure if you should, but for my show, you should, because man, I like making fun of that guy. So without context, it's not as funny. But yeah, Kyle Kulinski breaks down that we are a hair away from going to war with Iran.
All right, well,
and he also does point out how Donald Trump is kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because so you have Iran claiming that they have very compromising information on Trump and they're going to release it if he does declare war on them. And then you have Israel saying the same thing. So catch 22, anybody.
Welcome to the show, y'all. It is Wednesday, February 18th, and I have a
like that.
Really
like that video.
Really important.
I'm talking about ours.
Show for you today.
Like the
so we're going to get to some breaking news in just a second. It is massive, massive news. But before I get to that, let me just tell you, in this show, we also have, I think we may have found the worst Epstein files. I think we may have found them. I'm going to share them with you right here. You do not want to miss that.
This really is becoming how much worse can this get? And I mean, I don't like asking that because we're finding out that it can get worse daily.
Also have Trump's secret money laundering that he doesn't want you to know about. And then we also have, later on, John Fetterman erupts on Hassan Piker and AOC.
Yeah, you know what? I might have to get into that one after this.
And has a viral meltdown on Fox.
Can we also just ignore John Fetterman?
News. You don't want to miss that either. So do me a big favor and subscribe to the channel below. Click that bell icon so you get a notification every time a video drops. And let's go ahead and jump right in because the major breaking news I have for you right now, y'all, is that an Iran war may be imminent. It may be imminent. And then we'll get to this in just a second. But there's some whispers about tactical nukes potentially being used here.
Yeah, this is the big one.
Okay, so let's start with this. Breaking, Axios reports that there is evidence that U.S. war with Iran is imminent and Israel is preparing for a scenario of war within days, which is expected to include weeks-long, full-fledged war, unlike the Venezuela operation, joint U.S.-Israeli
It's not even the end of February.
campaign that is much broader in scope than the 12-day war in June. The U.S. Armada now consists of 2 aircraft carriers, 12 warships, hundreds of fighter jets, and multiple air defense systems. More than 150 U.S. military cargo flights have moved weapons, systems, and ammunition to the Middle East, and another 50 fighter jets in 24 hours have been sent, including F-35s, F-22s, and F-16s. Oil prices are surging above $64 a barrel on this news, okay? So this is a disaster, y'all. I warned you a million times over. When you look at the...
You know what's funny? I did just see a Republican on one of the New York Post articles about the trans shooter also bitching about how gas prices... Well, you know what? Gas prices just went up today.
Iraq war. We were there for over 20 years. It was a catastrophe. We killed hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians. We displaced millions. Never mind the...
2 carriers. Oh, dang, that's not good. The reason that this is happening now is because they were in Venezuela. This would have happened sooner.
Black sites that we set up. Never mind our own soldiers being killed. Never mind the fact that you broke the region, and that led to the rise of Al-Qaeda, and later on led to the rise of ISIS.
You have 2 if you plan on losing one, or if you plan on encountering Godzilla. Let's be real. It's a long way to get there.
Now we're talking about a country that is way bigger and way more advanced than Iraq. And if what they're doing here is indeed a full-fledged war, then this is going to be an absolute catastrophe. In fact, they're talking about, oh, this is going to be sustained. It could last weeks. It could last months. The fact that they're saying it's going to last weeks or months is the reddest of all red flags, because back at the beginning of the Iraq war, they were saying the same thing. They said, oh, this won't be a 2-year operation. It'll be maybe 2 weeks or
I'm glad that he's saying this.
Maybe 2 months. Now we're getting the exact same talking point.
Oh my God, we're going to be there for fucking another 20 years. This is all because the military-industrial complex needs something to spend our fucking money on. I'm so sick of this shit. They do this every fucking time they get power.
The exact same ones. All right, but you have to take a look at this as well. Nonstop tankers on the move. Absolutely nuts. So here we go.
I'm sick of hearing, oh, Kamala would have done the same thing. Not on this one.
This is what's currently happening as we speak.
No, I'm not that cynical.
We're getting more fighter jets in place.
I don't like her, but God damn it. The fact that we have to have that belief system where it's just like, she would have been just as bad.
We're getting more warships in place.
Prior to that.
In fact, there was report.
Don't like her. Not necessarily, like, whatever. She's not our fucking president, but
weeks ago, that the reason we didn't attack
seeing an influx of that shit.
Iran at the time is because we had so many of our ships were surrounding Venezuela, because of course they did the illegal and offensive war against Venezuela, where they kidnapped, abducted Maduro, and are now stealing Venezuelan oil. But we had plenty of our military assets in the region at the time, which made it so there wasn't the
now they're not even lying about why, they're just doing it.
Correct number to go after Iran. Basically, Israel was even saying, hey, we'd be sitting ducks in this scenario. We don't have enough support here. So
it's not even an argument worth having because she's not doing the bad shit.
This is where we're at now, y'all. This is where we're at. All right, now this is the one that, holy shnikes.
I think that the only reason that that's even in the news is because there was some poll that said that she would win in a theoretical lineup if the election was held today. Like
this,
again, that shit is insane. And the fact that that's what trends, it's just like, oh,
could be.
Which, let's just say it, Elon.
Front of mind for everybody at the moment. So this was just posted on 4chan. Let me read you this. I posted yesterday with a 36-hour timeline. We are now in the 24.
Consider the source?
Hour window. Look for a significant number of Iranian leadership to be exterminated. The leadership of Iran is made up of a secret council of 22 military and political leaders, that's the Revolutionary Guard,
on the 17th,
who meet regularly in a bunker in Tehran. One of their members is a Mossad agent, so they've infiltrated them. Needless to say, this group goes first. Israel knows after the last few years, this is the time to end this shit show, and tactical nukes will take out most of Iran's missile infrastructure in the first strike. Tehran will go in the first wave with a false flag attack.
Anonymous on 4chan, guys. I am grain assaulting the shit out of this.
Up for Israel to kick things off. So according to this guy, they're saying,
yeah, this guy,
you know, Israel and the U.S. are going to pretend like Iran attacked some U.S. Ship in the region or some, you know, Israeli fighter jet or whatever it may be. And then they're going to say, oh, we were attacked first, so now it's all systems go. We didn't start it, but it's going to be a false flag attack. All right, more. Venezuela was a test for what is happening in Iran. A large part of the Iranian military...
He needs to really be careful with like the 4chan shit because he could easily become the leftist fucking Alex Jones if he keeps doing that.
...and leadership will be vaporized in the opening salvo...
Notice how I'm the one being like, source? Because he's just like, guys, this anonymous dude on 4chan said this. We should very much take it seriously. It's like...
Israel will use tactical nukes to take out Iranian missiles and their bases. We are about T-minus 3 days now. Okay, let me just pause to point out, it is very possible that this is just somebody talking shit, doesn't know anything about what's actually going on, right? Just, you know, posting something to get a rise out of people. Of course, that's possible. However, having said that, the opposite is also possible because last night, this was floating around on Twitter. There was an anonymous poster on 4chan in 2023 who exposed the following, that Meta was planning to create an AI that would post for dead people. And then
So, is this your way of being like, see, sometimes 4chan is right? What the fuck does this have to do with anything?
News just came out that actually is happening. That they're creating this technology where you feed this AI like a couple pictures of a dead parent or something, and you maybe play their voicemail from their phone, put that into the AI, and then based on...
I watched that news story where they had somebody do that, where they like had an AI version of like their loved one give an interview.
The voice, and based on...
I would never do that.
The picture, and based on the character...
That's not your loved one. Stop. Like, no. Dude, we are so fucking brain fried if this is what we're like entertaining, and people are just like, yeah, you know what?
Characteristics of like how you describe
what the fuck
them to be.
This is gonna wreck people. Like, dude, that's horrible. That's horrible.
They can then like basically pretend to be a virtual version of your dead parent.
That's so fucked up.
That's actually going ahead, and somebody on 4chan in 2023 posted that was in the works, and they were correct. Okay. Now, again, that's not conclusive about what's going to happen here.
Bro, oh my God, I actually called this, like with Kyle here.
With Iran today.
You gotta be careful with this shit, like I said.
Today, but having said that, I was the one who was sounding the alarm when they were surrounding Venezuela.
Oh, dude, he really is just gonna go full Alex Jones.
With all of these...
Like, that's what started Alex Jones, was him being right about one thing, gaining a little bit of notoriety, and he's just like, you know what? I called 9/11. I'm telling you right now. I saw it coming. We all knew that there was going to be a false flag, and then I brought up the stock markets moving on September 10th.
Warships. And I
called it.
Going, I don't think they're doing that for shits and giggles. By the way, I said the same thing when it was with Russian buildup along the...
Here's your pat on the head there, buddy. I'm happy that you called it.
Ukrainian border. There were a lot of people who were somehow convinced that Putin is not going to attack. I was like, why would you say that? They're building up the military around the border.
Yeah, you know what? I called it with AI. I saw this movie called Terminator, and I was just like, oh, you know what? In my lifetime, they're going to create an AI that's trying to kill us all.
Like, if anything...
Here it is.
Occam's razor is they probably are planning an attack, and they were. So it was true for Venezuela. It was true for Ukraine. And now you look at this and you go, I don't think they're doing this for shits and giggles, right? Some people are saying, oh, they're doing it to gain a strategic advantage in negotiations, right? But here's the problem with that. There are no actual negotiations. What is there to debate? What is there to discuss? The fact of the matter is Obama made the correct deal with Iran. He made the correct deal. Hey, let us regulate your nuclear program so you can't make nuclear weapons, and we'll give you back your own money that we stole via sanctions. That was the deal. Trump came in there and illegally ripped it up. Biden didn't get back in it. Now Trump is back in office. Now what the Trump regime is saying is, oh yeah, maybe we'll make a deal with you, but you need to not only give up any potential nuclear weapons, you also need to give up any and all potential nuclear power, even if it's just for power for your power grid or scientific research. Oh, and by the way, you need to give up all of your ballistic missiles. That's not a negotiation. That's a fucking shakedown. That's a ruse. And they're lying. They know Iran can't accept those terms. So what they're doing is they're going to go, oh, we tried to negotiate and they slapped it down. So it's on them. Now we're going to attack. Right? Meanwhile, again, the terms were preposterous. The terms had a poison pill in it. Of course, Iran can't give up their ballistic missiles. You got Israel, who's threatening to fucking topple their government all day, every day. They can't go through a single weekend without pointing out that they want the Iranian regime to be changed. So what do you want them to just agree to be sitting ducks and then basically get taken out immediately? Like,
anybody else gonna laugh as hard as I am because fucking Israel saying this? Huh?
We saw what happened in Libya, for example, under Gaddafi.
This is our geopolitical situation. It's so serious. People are dying. But I can only laugh at how comically fucking stupid it is that Israel would just be like, oh yeah, we want you to give up all of your ballistic missiles, everything, then we'll feel safe. But then we totally get to keep our stuff, and we're going to keep an eye on you.
His strongest weapons, and then he was fucking toppled, right?
Fucking A.
Like, Kim Jong-un is the only one they can't fuck with.
And now we have leaders that are just like, they said they wouldn't give up their weapons. That was the reason we went in and decided just to go to war with them. It's just like, what?
Because he has nuclear weapons.
It really is just like, we got the bigger dick here.
Have you?
And we don't care. We're coming in. It's just like,
notice that? So they say, oh my God, we need to disarm you and then you'll be safe. But in reality, they disarm you and then they fucking kill you. That's what they do. But we're not done yet, because I also want to show you this. The White House is also under pressure from Israel to constrain Iran's ballistic missile program. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with Trump last week, said Sunday a good deal would require the dismantling of Iran's nuclear infrastructure and limiting the range of its ballistic missiles. Okay. So why is the U.S.
In the first Trump administration, I got frustrated that Kyle was acting like these people were acting in good faith. It feels like he may have overcorrected a little bit.
Under pressure from a junior partner. Stop and think about that. Again, the White House is under pressure from Israel to constrain Iran's ballistic missile program. How could the junior partner Israel put the U.S. and Trump under pressure? Apropos of nothing, I'm thinking about that 2011 Jeffrey Epstein email where he says, oh, Trump is at the house with one of the victims and he's been there for hours.
Yeah.
This was in 2011 before we even knew Trump was going to run.
And if you want to talk about 4chan stuff, this is the big one going around, is the fact, like I said, that Iran has come out and said that we have enough dirt that would end Donald Trump's presidency. And Israel came out and said pretty much the same thing, but because they're our allies, they were a little more, wink, wink.
For president. And it's a casual Jeffrey Epstein email that he thought nobody else would ever read. And he's saying Trump is at one of his properties with the victim, quote, for hours. Yeah. Remember how all of Jeffrey Epstein's properties were bugged to the high heavens? That means there are pictures and videos of Trump doing things with said victim. Okay? For sure, that's in a motherfucking vault in Tel Aviv. Russian intelligence probably also has a copy. Saudi intelligence probably also has a copy. The CIA probably also has a copy, because that's what he did. Epstein was a freelancer and worked with all these different intelligence agencies running his honeypot blackmail operation. But now you have Netanyahu, who can go in there and talk to Trump and say, you might not even want to do regime change in Iran. Maybe you do, maybe you don't, because Trump's a massive warmonger in his own right. But even if you don't want to do regime change, I'm going to need you to go ahead and do it, unless you want a certain tape leaking.
There it is.
This is going to get even spicier, though, in just a second, because my guess is there's some pressure like that being put on Trump, or at the very least that's implied, that Trump knows they have the dirt on him, knows that they could sink him if they wanted to, right? But then take a look at this. The Ayatollah...
Yeah, this is the one that I saw from Ryan Grimm.
...of Iran comes out and says, the island of corruption is only one example. Okay, wait a second. That sounds like he's referring to Epstein Island, right?
Yep.
The island of corruption is only one example. Okay, let's continue. There is much more of this. Just as this was not apparent and then became exposed, there are many other things that will soon come to light. This is the Grand Ayatollah vague posting about dropping some spicy-ass, juicy-ass details.
To be fair, Trump does this when he's pooping, so come on.
Taking down the Western order, taking down the U.S. government, taking down Israel, saying, hey, we got this stuff that's going to change the nature of reality as we know it. Okay? So Ryan Grimm chimed in and he said, according to the search warrant used to search John Bolton's home, Iran hacked Bolton's AOL account 3 times. The cache has not yet been released. Khamenei is hinting at leaks to come as several U.S. armadas float nearby with countless missiles aimed at his head. The not so subtle implication here is, you want to attack me? You want to try to do regime change in Iran? Be my guest. But if you do that, we release all the dirt that we have. And you even have Iranian hackers directly saying, we have video of Trump raping kids. That will be released if you attack us. So Trump appears...
Well, come on. And then all of a sudden, it's on AI that came from Iran. Come on, guys. You actually going to believe this stuff?
To be in a position where if he doesn't attack...
Then the Federal Bureau of Investigation will find that the video has no credible sourcing, blah, 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 blah. Come on.
Israel releases the tapes of him...
Foresight.
...raping a kid. If he does attack, Iran releases the tapes of him raping a kid. Maybe it wasn't a great idea to have a fat, pedophile, rapist, war criminal president
Jesus, dude.
who can be blackmailed and coerced and extorted by literally every government on earth. Maybe, just maybe, that wasn't the best idea. So this is crazy, bro. This is all so crazy. It's like...
He still maintains his monetization, so I'll tell you what, it's not like Breaking Points. I think that Breaking Points actually got registered as like a CNN, and that's why they can't even talk about this as openly.
The plot of a...
Wait a minute. No, because CNN, I think they can do super chat.
Fucking movie. It's the plot of not just a movie, like a bad sci-fi movie. That's a little too crazy, a little too extreme, that you watch it and you go, all right, that wouldn't happen. Come on now. That's going a little bit too far. But it seemingly is. It seemingly is. And so, look, I told you guys a long time ago when they stopped the first round of bombing against Iran, I said, I have a fucking bridge to sell you if you think this is it. Not only is this not it, we're not even at halftime, bitch. We're not even at halftime.
Gotta be careful, though, with giving, Kyle called this one because, his ego might have him ride that one into Alex Jones territory like he is kind of dangerously close to now.
They are just getting started. And the fact of the matter is, Israel was...
I remember using those, the free CDs as frisbees.
Going to stop at nothing to do regime change in Iran and get the U.S. to do the dirty work. They were going to stop at nothing because...
You mean these?
Israel views Iran as existential.
I actually use mine as
to
a
their
coaster.
existence.
Like, this is my coaster.
An existential threat to their existence. They are the one regional power that can actually stand up to Israel. They did by...
For the youngins in chat, this is how we used to get internet.
Funding the proxies, funding Hezbollah in the area, funding...
And if you
Hamas
ran out, tough shit.
In the area, funding the Houthis in Yemen, for example. It's the Shia Crescent, as they call it, right? And you have Israel... basically now being, the Gulf Arab states basically on the same page with them. They're all, everybody here is...
Bet you were expecting that.
U.S. allies in that region. So with the Sunnis, there's corrupt deals. They interpersonally know each other. They're roughly on the same page. But Israel views it as the Shias, Iran, they're the only thing preventing Israel from going absolutely buck wild and murdering more people, taking all of Gaza, taking all of the West Bank, taking parts of Lebanon, and trying to create a greater Israel.
Yeah, that's the whole point. And Jesus can come back on his winged horse or whatever.
Doing more genocide and more ethnic cleansing and creating a greater Israel. They will stop at nothing until Iran is gonzo, okay? That's what we're witnessing right now. And the fact that all of these warships are being moved there, the fact that all of these fighter jets are being...
History will find Trumpo to also be a war criminal, genocidal maniac.
Moved
Yeah.
there. It is not a coincidence. The question is the particulars and the details and the specifics. And on that, we're going to have to wait and see. But it does not look good at all.
No. All right. So with that, I have one final news piece that I want to get to here. Just specifically about this, because, we have some mainstream sourcing that is not the worst to get a take from. And we can only enjoy CNN in its current form, which is already, not center at all. But yeah, it's gonna go completely CBS right wing if this sale goes through. So just be prepared for that too.
military is prepared to strike Iran as early as this weekend, sources are telling CNN. But President Trump, who has privately argued for and against strikes, has yet to make a final decision on what to do. This comes amid a significant...
And people are just like, AOC made a bad... she said a weird thing at the conference, and she didn't give a very clear answer, but...
U.S.
Here you got Trump. Maybe we'll bomb, maybe we won't. I don't know.
Military buildup in the region with another aircraft carrier strike group on the way, and Iran bracing for possible strikes as new satellite images show rapid fortification at several Iranian nuclear facilities with concrete and large amounts of soil being used to bury key sites. Out front now, Seth Jones, former advisor to the commanding general of U.S. Special Operations Forces in
there's a vertical stream?
Afghanistan. So, Seth, the
military... is there?
Military's ready to go, clearly, or they're very close to being so. There are significant assets in the region with this other aircraft carrier strike group on the way. Do you think it is more likely than not that the U.S. will attack Iran?
Well, Brianna, the fact that we've got now 2 carrier strike groups that will be available in the region, those are costly deployments. And so I think without a breakthrough in diplomatic negotiations, which we have not seen, that I do think that we're seeing a higher risk of the U.S. conducting strikes. And of course, that then leads to this question about what's the U.S. objective here. I suspect that the U.S. objective is probably going to be limited to things like nuclear facilities, potentially Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps sites, rather than bigger objectives like regime change. That is a lot more risky. U.S. doesn't have ground forces there. It doesn't look like it's going to ever put any in. So
wait, is there 2 streams?
I think that's sort of where we sit right now.
Really?
So when you talk about what that looks like compared to the strikes that the U.S. conducted on Iran's nuclear facilities this last summer, are you talking about sites in Tehran? Are you talking about sites well outside these nuclear facilities? What are you expecting?
So I think it's important to go back to the Prussian military theorist Karl von Clausewitz, who talks about war as being a continuation of politics or policy by other means. So I think really the goal, the question here is, what's the U.S. political objective?
Sorry, I run a different type of show
with Iran right now. If it is largely about
no, and I was kind of worried. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, am I only able to see the one chat? It's like, oh, how bad is it, guys?
About targeting Iran's nuclear site.
Hey, we're getting better. We are weeding. I hope you guys understand that we're starting to weed out all the riffraffs.
Then I think we'll see something that's somewhat close to Operation Midnight Hammer.
Will it ever all be gone? I don't think so.
But the U.S. is probably also going to have to go after Iranian air defense capabilities, which the Israelis had already taken care of by the time those bombers conducted strikes. If the U.S. wants to go after Iran's missile capabilities or partner forces, or even start targeting some of the forces that are cracking down on protesters, then you're going to see a bigger target set list. And so, again, this all comes back to
the fact that they're manufacturing consent like this. Again, even mentioning the protests.
The administration's political objectives.
Shut up.
Here.
You mentioned regime change and your expectation that is not the goal here. Is that a needle that is easily threaded? I mean, is there a way that the U.S. Objective could, in a way, they could overachieve, for instance, what they may be trying to do? How do they make sure they don't do that?
Well, I think partly it's going to be the target set list that the administration starts going after. So if, again, they're just nuclear sites like the ones you just showed on the satellite imagery, those are pretty limited objectives. But if we see those like Tomahawks, for example, going after Islamic Revolutionary Guard sites or Basij sites or other key political targets, for example, decapitation strikes against Iranian political leaders, that starts to move up the escalatory ladder and starts to look much more like weakening the regime and potentially regime change. But again, there are huge risks if the administration goes down that road.
Meanwhile, Iran state media reports that Iran and Russia will stage a joint naval drill in the region beginning tomorrow. Joining us now is Democratic Congressman Jim Himes, a Connecticut ranking member on the
just casually moving to World War III. Cool.
Committee.
The fuck?
Do you think an attack is imminent? What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, look, I think the president has now conducted a military attack on Caracas, which went.
Oh my God, guys! I'm getting literally flashbacks to the fucking Iraq War.
And he's conducted.
This is insane. It's the same fucking like milquetoast bullshit on
a military attack.
And these types of fuckers just like, oh, the president's he has a very keen eye on the situation, and you know what? We're just making sure that they keep their pants on and
tunnels. the nuclear infrastructure in Iran, that also went flawlessly. So right now the president
we weren't talking about Epstein.
Believes that he can do this stuff without much risk, which is, by the way, a very dangerous frame of mind, because
that's literally how I feel about this news cycle sometimes. It's just like, I can't even keep up.
There's a lot of risk involved. I think that both the United States and the Israelis are aware of the fact that the Iranians are doing carefully what they can to sort of restore what was damaged in the initial attacks. And so, yeah.
They are doing that. They're doing what they can to restore it.
Yeah. Look, they're clearing tunnels. They're restoring electricity. They're doing stuff in tunnels that we can't see. So, I mean, I think they're...
Oh, tunnels. Remember the caves?
Probably.
I remember the caves.
Everything they can to try to rebuild what was destroyed.
That's why we can't find them, and that's why the Taliban will never disappear, because they have their sophisticated mountainous cave system that we can definitely not infiltrate, and we're definitely not following up on any leads that might prove that Osama bin Laden was right under our nose for how many fucking years?
Months ago. So when you say imminent, is it this week? I don't know. The president will be satisfied with something that is cinematic, that makes a big boom and destroys.
Oh, no shit.
And breaks a lot of stuff. That's what happened in Caracas. He doesn't care so much about the longer questions of regime change, which are much more challenging.
So which raises the question, what would be the...
Dude, he keeps handing, like, you do understand if he starts World War III that good luck with that one in the midterms, dude.
Objective of
start a war. You know what? The economy is just about at that point. And I'm telling you guys, don't do victory laps thinking that we're just going to be able to ride the economy and pass or into the midterm election. Once Q2 hits, and if there's a bunch of good news, we can't sit there being surprised, just like, oh, and now we can't use this.
The U.S. action against Iran. I mean, if it's not regime change.
Well, remember, this is President Trump, so his objective would be to do something which thrills people cinematically, right? I mean, this is what
that's the second
president does, right? He appoints people to his cabinet who look good, who play the part. So, he will be...
Stop normalizing that.
Very satisfied with a lot of explosions and a lot of broken stuff in Iran. That doesn't lead to regime change. And in fact, I have a lot of Iranian diaspora folks in my district, and they say, we really hope, especially since Donald Trump told the protesters that we would be there, that he is there. The question is, what is...
All right, I'm going to just end it there. The only cinematic stuff that I'll be taking and be okay with is if, like I said, Godzilla just magically pops out of there and we're all the losers, but then Pep Talks is the winner. All right, folks. I'm going to wrap up here and welcome the Left Past 10 crew next year. I hope you guys stick around for them. It's going to be an awesome show. I appreciate you guys sticking with me on Primetime PEPAGANDA. If you guys enjoyed this content, please follow me over on Pep Talks TV over on YouTube. I do a daily show. I will be on tomorrow, so look out for that. Keep your notifications on. Might be a little bit late, probably like around 5 o'clock. But with that being said, I appreciate you, and I will see you guys next Tuesday if I don't see you on my show. Bye.
Hello? Hello? Are we live? Hello? Testing. Are we live? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello. What's going on?
Good evening,
hear
good
me?
evening,
Hello?
good evening. Carlos is here. Add to the stage.
Howdy, folks.
Hi.
What's going on?
Hello. I didn't finish the video details.
Oh, how's it going?
I made a new thumbnail and now I can't find it. How's it going? How is it going? How is it going, everybody?
Well, just hanging in there.
Well,
It's
good to
going.
see
Am I live?
you.
I
Well-
was very hot earlier, and now I'm freezing. I'm sick.
Oh, God. I
Oof.
saw you on earlier, too.
But I'm hanging out. I'll be here for about an hour, at least.
Okay.
Got Poland Spring. I see.
I got
Have
Poland
more.
Spring. Well, I got
Yeah.
my giant jug of water.
What is
Is there
it?
Poland Spring in there, or is that just
It's
New
a
York City
Well,
tap water?
It's a
It's city
cold?
water. It's good old fashioned New York water, which is as good as Poland Spring, if I do say so myself. And I got all kinds of stickers on here. Lots of band.
Show us the stickers. Let's get
Yeah.
a little sticker show.
This is a new
Not
sticker.
Sticker shock.
I got
Sticker shock.
this rapper IDK, who I just heard of, and it came out with a great new album that I made a reaction to on my channel. I love him so much that I bought some stickers from his website. I even got a keychain over there. I got some I voted stickers.
Nice.
So you voted.
I did vote.
Who did you vote for and when?
It's
Well,
classified.
I voted for Kamala Harris like 10 times last year because, under different names, dead people. Nick Shirley's
Oh.
10 times. Only 10 times.
Only 10. I
You're-
can only manage 10. But
You're
the whole
going
network of
to,
Antifa did like a whole bunch more.
You're going to be going to CCOT.
Oh, no.
Oh, shit.
I don't know about that. I'd rather take alligator Alcatraz
So-
and go try to beat the alligators.
Tonight we have a difficult truth, devil's advocate. We have Andrea and environmentally political Coffeehouse. And I'm gonna say hi to Kim because she said hi. My chief.
Are you hosting
bottle
tonight,
washer.
Sandy? Are you taking
I
over
don't
the
know.
hosting?
Am I hosting?
Go for it. Lead the way. You're the host tonight.
I'm done.
It's on you.
I just said hi, everybody. How come?
All
my
right,
camera-
Carlos.
I
Do you want to
look
host? Who wants
the
to host?
wrong
I don't
way?
want to host. I just want to. I want to participate. Who wants to be the host?
Carlos,
Oh.
what did you?
I'll be
What's
the
going on with you today? How you
Yeah.
doing?
Well, all the host.
Yeah, we're all the hosts. This
There
is
you go.
this is not a letter hack controlled show. This is an environmental coffee
That's
house controlled
true.
show.
That's true. We've
God.
broken free.
Okay. All right.
I do
It's
have a
all-
clip we could watch if you want to.
Let's let's not do clips for a while. Let's limit the clips for.
We're
as
worried
long as we
about
can survive.
yeah, because I've already screwed up things before. We could show if we get bored, we could show memes. Anybody has any memes?
I
Memes are
love
fun.
memes. I got to say, I was looking at memes the other day, and I
Yeah.
was thinking to myself, because I remember when memes were new, and I loved them back
Yeah.
then, and I love them now. I got to say, I love memes almost as much as I love Israel. But memes are
Aw.
Memes back then were so simple. They're like four reoccurring pictures. That was it.
And then when the fifth one came out, legendary. It changed
Yep.
the game.
The fifth one.
Meme 5.
Then I remember somebody starting this meme news. She was doing all the news
Meme
and
news,
she was
that's right.
making it all through in memes. This was years ago. God.
What a
She did it
wonderful
all in
production.
memes. It didn't last that long, but she tried. She tried. People try. They try.
I remember the internet
Oh.
before memes, like Newgrounds and E-Bob's World and
There was
Coast
internet
Car
before then?
Runner, Neopets, and websites. Websites you could go to, spend a few minutes on, spend a few hours on, but then you log off and you'd go do
MySpace.
something else.
MySpace.
MySpace, fantastic.
I remember
Serve.
You
MySpace.
put music on.
I
it.
prefer this space.
Yes. We love
Oh.
this space. Yay. We
Good
love this
transition.
space. Everybody loves this space. Alex says in our chat. Yay. Yeah, we do.
Indeed.
We do. So I suppose Matt's pretty busy. He's very busy. I guess he's artisting, being an artist and doing
He's
his
coming out
stuff.
with a book.
I
Very,
know,
yeah.
I know.
Really?
I'm
Yeah,
very
very
proud
good.
of him. He's
Something
so
like that.
accomplished.
Some sort of comic.
He's very accomplished. Yep. And hopefully Jake will be back soon. I know he's had some technical difficulties.
Deal with the devil. Back.
I
And
did not.
the devil's
negotiate
cashing
this
in.
deal. I did not negotiate this deal. I have nothing to do with
This was
deal.
before your
I'm
tenure,
just-
actually. This was the guy before you actually negotiated this one.
the
guy
previous
before
advocate.
you. Mm. All right. So
Well, in lieu of Matt's absence, I will recommend a book for everyone to read. Absolute Batman. Been loving it. Very anti-fascist. Very giant version of Batman beating up like Epstein cartel. That's
Really?
I really don't like the Epstein cartel.
yeah. So
I don't like
Batman
those
Volume-
guys.
Absolute
I'll
Batman
come out
Volume
here
1.
and say it.
The
Oh,
Zoo.
well, I thought we
I
all
think it's a good
loved the
idea.
Epstein cartel. We just love
The
it.
short pitch is like basically what if Batman was created instead of being born rich and his parents killed in an alley, he's born middle class and his parents were killed in a mass shooting because that's modern, that's current. And
But he
what
was
kind
in
of
the mass
Batman would that
shooting
be?
and survived. Where was the mass shooting?
It was at a zoo. That's why the
At
first
a
volume is
zoo.
called
Did they kill
Zoo.
the animals? Are the animals safe?
The animals, we don't get into if any animals were injured. We know the lion didn't get injured because that's a motif that we keep seeing throughout the book.
That's good.
But
Is the
at
lion
least
just
that-
kind of loose after that? Just kind of walking
No,
around?
no.
No.
But and also the bats. The bats were also not affected, but they did affect Bruce quite severely. You might imagine. But I'm sorry, I interrupted. What were you guys? What were you guys?
I don't know what we were talking about.
Okay,
That sounds awesome.
Memory loss?
we went to Nadia's Twitch stream for her birthday the other night, and she was showing A Difficult Truth, and we were.
I love A Difficult Truth. That's my favorite show.
Yeah.
They make great music. I gotta say, wonderful music. From A
Yes,
Difficult
Carlos didn't know it, but we
Truth.
were
And A Difficult
watching.
Truth is
we
having
were
a difficult
watching.
time.
Yeah, how's that
now I got all.
working out?
There we go.
How's that working out? See, I feel like I'm looking the wrong way.
Well, it keeps moving around.
No, that was my fault.
Keep moving around. It's
I
all
have
right.
I have a meme talk about looking the wrong way. Should I put it up?
Oh, it's meme time, everybody. Left past
yeah.
10:08 p.m. It
I
is
feel like I'm looking
meme
the wrong way. There, I had the
Wow, I
perfect
love
one
that.
for looking the wrong way. It's old. I found it. I
Now,
don't know where
this
I
is
found
a
it.
fantastic meme.
I
I forget
found
that
it.
actor's name, but he's so good. He was a great comedic actor.
Oh.
Young Frankenstein, most
Yeah.
notably.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
I know. I forgot his name too, but how I found this the other day, I don't know.
You were in the rabbit hole of the rabbit hole. You went in the rabbit hole and you were lost, and then you're like, "Oh, what's this? Another rabbit hole." And then you found that
It was probably
beautiful meme there.
It was,
That was
it's
fantastic.
probably Twitter. Well,
Marty
it also,
Feldman.
yeah, Marty Feldman, and it reminded me
Mm-hmm.
of my brother had asked me to make him a meme of Cash Patel. And
Cash Patel is a meme already.
I might have. I know, right? I might have it. I made it for my brother. I don't know where it is, but
There he goes again.
So
Up and
I
back.
made it for my brother, and I couldn't help myself, so I put a little Marty Feldman in there in the meme with it.
Just
I
a
don't
small
know.
one, right?
Yeah, just a small one.
That's
a
just an
small
Easter egg for you.
one. Yeah, I don't
Just so
know if
whenever
I
you
can
see
find it.
that, you're like, I know where that guy is.
Yeah, I don't know if I have it in here. Cash Patel. I have no idea, but my brother wanted me to make it, so I made it. He wanted to put it on some
Sandy, would you
stupid
consider
website.
yourself a meme dealer?
No, I don't deal in memes. It's just that my brother just he wanted
This
this.
is once in a while with some if
Once in a
someone
while.
asks a favor, you're willing to provide.
It's the only time he ever asked me. It was the only one, and he had this idea, and he wanted to use Cash Patel, and he wanted to make it like something about looking at the files. Or I've got both. I'm looking at the files from all angles. That's what it was. I'm looking at the files from all angles. So I can't find it, but I had to put Marty Feldman in there too. Yeah. My way older brother. So he's way old. Yeah. So what do you think you got there, Alex? Just a cold?
I don't know.
Where the hell did you catch it?
We had a nice Saturday. We went out book shopping. That's where I got the aforementioned Absolute Batman books.
Of course,
Nice.
you can wear a
Got
mask.
A bunch of horror books. It was Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
A nice little low key, going to shop and have a lunch. Delicious Korean barbecue. Then much later in the day, my wife started getting an itchy throat.
Oof.
Next day, Sunday, full blown. It sucks. It hurts. Everything hurts. I'm coughing constantly. Like
It was
rapid
full
fire.
blown within
So
24
why
hours or
aren't you
36 hours.
wearing?
Full blown.
Why aren't you wearing Andrea's full face whole thing? You know,
Well,
then
I
you
didn't
wouldn't be
have
sick.
one of those
That's a good
during
question.
COVID, and I feel like
I wear a
should.
mask. I haven't. The only sick I've been this year is back problems. Right?
Oh,
What did
my
I
back
have?
fucking hurts too.
Well, that
You
mine doesn't.
your back is just constantly in a state
Well-
of disconfiguration.
Mine is, or his is.
Yours, well, both.
Well, it's
maybe.
been mine's been this way for 20 fucking plus years.
20
I mean,
plus. That's
yeah,
long.
20. I wear
Most of
yeah.
my lifetime.
But today I was busy. Today I did a lot of work around here. So listening to this space all day long. I won't tell
Heck yeah.
you what I did. You're
Great
too.
quote from
Oh,
Marty.
I'm too old to wait. We'll put it up. Oh, you put it up. I'm too old to die young and too young to grow up.
Great quote.
Great one. That's great. We're having Marty Feldman night.
Marty
couldn't
Feldman
even remember.
appreciation night.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. I should get my brother come watch the show.
Get him on. Invite him on. Call him on the phone right now.
He's,
Call
in
him
Oregon.
live.
He's not going to. He's
Get
in
him in
Oregon.
live.
He's not
Come
going
on.
to.
Let's make this
No,
interesting.
listen. I try to get my family members. Is like forget it. I want to bring my daughter on with me. She's like, well, what are we going to talk about? Let's talk about what you do.
Anything.
You do. She does a whole starving artist.
movie situation.
Well,
She's
she does a-
starving. She's
she does a-
fasting. She's on a hunger strike.
No, she interviews all kinds of Buffalo artists, actors
That are
writers.
starving. Only the starving ones.
Yeah, she calls it the Buffalo Starving Artist Series.
That's
She's got a
great.
website and all that. Yeah, she does a lot
What's
of
the
stuff.
website? Plug it.
Well, I could try to find it.
Here
I
we
guess.
go.
I don't want. I mean, I don't know. Will I embarrass her?
I mean,
I
you'll
mean,
get.
I
50
Well,
will.
I
mean,
think we've already passed
maybe
that
to
point on this
subscribe.
show. Generally, I mean, this is not the first time she's been embarrassed on this program.
She doesn't even
Not
watch
the last either,
YouTube.
I'm sure.
She doesn't even watch it.
May I ask
That's
how
probably
old
for
your
the
daughter
best, I would say.
I don't think she watches. I don't know what she watches. All right, I'm looking it up. Here it is. Is it on Buffalo Star? Okay, hang on. Should I pull it up?
Go for it. Pull it up.
Did I?
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's do it.
hang on. I
Let's-
know
let's
she
go right on
started.
down.
All right, wait. I know she started it back up again. Yeah, but I forgot how to do
Content.
this.
Let's do it.
Wait, I have to pull it up by. It's a link. I forgot now how to do this.
By the way, Andrea,
in there
who
for
ended
you.
up winning Jeopardy? And I love the question that you had for me. That was a really
Wait
good
a
one.
minute.
Yeah, well, I think Christina won. I think.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, but I
She
forgot
was
how to
number one.
add. So I forgot how to add this all of a sudden. How do I add? Oh, okay. Here it is.
Dog sound.
All right. Share screen,
Oh, no.
right? Isn't it share screen?
I believe
to-
share screen is
Okay.
one of the options that are.
There it is. Okay,
Really?
here it is. That can you see it?
Oh,
Or
now
not?
this is wonderful. This
Oh,
is fantastic.
you can
I
see
can't
it?
wait.
You
Not
can
yet.
see it in the preview.
Hold on. I got
Oh, you're gonna do it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Is quite something. So what is
Okay.
this?
It's the Buffalo Starving Artist Series, a bi-weekly interview series for the arts and entertainment space.
Now, what
And
is in that glass on the on that photograph? Is that
who the hell knows? She's
water?
a photographer too. Who knows?
So that's not a
Probably.
stock photo. That's like a custom.
No,
photo.
she takes shit. This is she's an artist.
This is fantastic.
I apologize for the hiatus, but we are so back, baby. And this one was Kyle Tunhouse, comedian and movie guy. Not
And
just
this is on the
Marvel.
third. This just
I like
happened.
that she
Yeah.
specified. not
Nice.
just Marvel.
Yeah, she just did this. So
Wow.
she records it and then she publishes it. Yeah,
You
she's
know,
really.
we've got to
she's-
get your child
she's
on this
cool.
space. This is
Yeah,
what we need.
maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe
Now that's a partnership.
you're
Let's-
right. I think she would fit better on
Syndicated
this than
content right
my
there.
show because she's more towards your guys' age. I mean, she's she's pretty cool. Yeah, welcome.
She's pretty cool.
All
Yeah.
right.
There she is. There
Awesome.
she is.
Identical. You look
Welcome.
identical, I must
You
say.
think so? Oh my
So-
gosh. All right. Well, you think so.
What does that
That's
say
fair.
at the bottom right there? Scroll down. What does that say? Articulation.
It's a
Pork
site.
bun.
It's the name of the
Okay.
site.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess. All
Fantastic.
right. Yeah, she's busy. She keeps herself busy. I
Well,
went there.
This is great. Everyone should go check this out.
Yes.
Okay. Buffalo
And
starving.
definitely tell them that Sandee
Yeah.
shared that.
Remember the picture I
please.
shared that Matt got so upset when she was in makeup for one of the movies she
Ooh,
was in?
that was a
And
great photo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That was a fantastic photo. That was a good episode too,
I
I
guess
think.
I live vicariously through her because I don't do anything anymore.
You know,
Because
Really,
I
I
used to
don't.
do internet
No,
stuff.
I do a
She's
lot.
not
I
doing
know.
internet stuff.
I know. I don't go out much. I went to her house for Super Bowl.
Oh, cool.
And I don't watch. I typically don't watch, but it was a good night. She has a gigantic TV, so it was fun.
How big's the TV? What's
Like fucking huge. Oh my god. I don't know. Over 50 something inches, like gigantic.
Over 50.
I have a
That's a lot of
32-inch TV. She has a gigantic freaking TV.
Wow.
And it was like, oh my God. And she got so pissed at me because I said, oh my God, I kept talking about the TV, how nice it was to see, how beautiful the picture was. And she's like, shut up. I don't want to hear you talk about the TV anymore. Oh, shit. Yeah, it was fun.
Andrea, I started thinking about you the other day because I saw.
Oh, that's not good.
I saw an advertisement for the game Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun 2.
Oh,
I remember when we had our conversation back in the beginning of this space, I mentioned to you that there's a game called Bolt Gun that is very doomed.
There's a Bolt Gun 1. Yes, I remember that conversation. I still have yet to play it. You may be surprised.
I figured because you code and you make your own mods for Doom, so you could literally just mod it to be for Warhammer 40,000. You don't need to get the new version that is an homage to the one that you play constantly. But I saw it and I was like, I still think if you gave it a shot, you would like it.
Maybe I would
There's a
do
little
it
bit
if there were some reason for me to play. Like if we were to do some sort of charity fundraiser, we fundraise for charity and I'll play some shitty garbage.
Hey, that would be something cool that this space can do.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You got a good mic there. Your voice always sounds really good.
Carlos is always—he's a professional.
Why
Well,
does
it
he
comes
sound
from having
so-
a band experience, a musical
Oh.
production, recording. Isn't that right, Carlos? You were part
yeah.
of the band. What is it? The band? What is it called? What is your band called?
A
When you were
Difficult
in?
Truth.
Right, and that's a good band, and that inspired your show that you're doing today.
Yes. The
I
A
did not
Difficult
know
Truth name used to be a band. Well, it's not really used to be because the co-founder of A Difficult Truth is still like around. In fact, the intro music that I always use, that was like the last full collaboration that we did as A Difficult Truth. We both made that intro music.
Oh,
wow.
Awesome.
yeah.
I was wondering.
So you don't play out anymore? You're not
No,
playing
like
out
not play shows like or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, we're still like friends. The people that make up A Difficult Truth we're all three of us are still friends. And the outro music that I use on my stream is from a band of the drummer of A Difficult Truth that I also used to play in a long time ago. So that music is still like part of
The whole universe. You got a whole
universe.
Right?
Yeah.
The whole universe.
The musical universe.
Yep.
That's awesome, dude. I didn't know that. That's cool. So the band did not have any dramatic breakup like you'd see in a biopic or anything.
No,
You guys
no,
are all
it's
still
just friends.
Just like we don't really have time to book
It's
gigs
so
or whatever.
anticlimactic. It's just like three friends.
Yeah, that's cool.
Would you
What do you
say that A
play?
Difficult Truth was that was the ending of it was A Difficult Truth?
Almost.
What kind
But is
of
it an
music?
ending or just something new now?
What kind of music?
Could come back in the future.
Yeah. What kind of music?
Yeah, what kind of music?
play?
It's all a mix of blues, punk kind of deal.
Wow.
Sounds good.
You guys
Yeah.
on
Like, I
Bandcamp
like
or
that.
SoundCloud or something?
No, back then I don't think that was a thing.
Spotify? I don't know.
This is an old band. This
Yeah,
is
you look
I
so
know.
young, and you're saying back then he looks like
Yeah,
a
there's no
baby.
Bandcamp. We
Carlos
didn't,
looks like he's like 17 and a half. But wait, that's not.
I asked him.
Another difficult truth here is.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
I asked because a friend of mine
Shit, you guys.
from high school was in a band, and they made a song, they recorded a song that I used for one of my movies that I made in high school. And I hadn't heard it in years, but it's always kind of popped up in my head. It was very catchy. And so I looked it up on Spotify and I found it. And I was like, oh my God, he's still making music and putting out stuff. And he still had this recording of this song I used in one of my movies. So that was kind of fun to find. That's why I asked.
Yeah, actually,
if stuff was just up online.
If you go on Spotify and you look up the Underdogs, that is the outro music that I always use on stream. I think there's like two main songs that I use. The Underdogs, Get Out of the Way, and Metro. Those are the two songs that I use, and those are on Spotify.
That's cool.
The show.
Yeah, because they recorded those.
Awesome.
They recorded those.
Yeah, everybody in my like my younger brother was in a band, and every boyfriend my daughter has is in a band, and band.
Everyone's banding together.
But
yeah. I'm a Harley people, but her music is like life. Everybody loves a good music.
Harley
Davidson.
Like the bicycle.
Yeah, I rode for 36 years. I've had 3 Harleys.
I was confused. I thought you were talking about there was a Harley who makes music, and I was like,
oh no. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
You're talking about
Harley Davidson,
motorcycle
musician,
motorcycle
solo artist Harley Davidson.
Yeah, motorcycles. Yeah,
that's awesome. I never.
Yeah, well, my back is.
I don't have a driver's license.
I rode in New York City. I used to go down to the city.
Were you one of the people who were on the highway? Because every now and then there's like a whole parade of.
No, it's a long time ago.
On the highway.
Yeah,
I mean, this has been happening for my entire life.
Maybe
every now and then.
No, we used to go down. Mm-hmm.
There's a whole like just
how many? How many would you have, Sandee? In like one.
Oh, I have ridden with like groups 10, of hundreds.
20? Hundreds.
Yeah, I've ridden with hundreds.
So like you just take down the whole highway. The whole highway is taken over. Like
yep.
You ever get like you ever prank people? You ever like throw tomatoes at the cars?
No.
I used to throw water balloons at cars and rocks.
You were a bad boy.
I know. Well, it was me and my friends, and we live in a gated community. So we could throw rocks out through the gate into the street and not have anybody chase us.
You lived in a gated community, right? Little in your growing up.
Well, it's like
when you think about it, we're all in one big gate.
Yeah, really, Andrea.
True.
I actually have a gate.
That's the big brain idea there.
Mm.
But yeah,
but you live in Manhattan.
I don't think I've ever met anybody else who knows what this is. You guys know what chromies are on cars?
Is that the on the wheels?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So a friend of mine and it was his idea. He started doing this on his own, and then the next time we hung out, he brought it to me.
This is a racket you had going on?
Yeah.
We would like pretend to tie our shoes next to cars that had cool looking chromies, because sometimes they're dice or like 8 balls and stuff. Just screw them off, pocket them, have a whole collection.
Oh my God.
You still have any of those?
Spend a lot of money on
I
their
still have
shit.
a box of chromies somewhere.
Do you have any? Could you show us?
They're expensive.
Oof, they're buried in the back of a
buried.
cabinet.
I wouldn't want to go down there either. That's fair.
I know. I used to have all my like old N64 games and like consoles and Super Nintendo and stuff like that, but they were downstairs when Hurricane Sandee happened.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Big sand.
They did not survive.
Damn.
Nor did the rest of the downstairs.
Oh, that sucks.
Yikes.
Tell us about that.
Well, we talked a little bit about it when I was on your show, Sandee.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, it's
Hurricane Sandee. Get it? Because Sandee. That's
true.
good. I like that. That's really funny.
But when it happened,
Yeah.
I think Hurricane Irene had just happened like a few
Yeah.
weeks or months before. And we were told, oh God, this is going to be big, batten down the hatches. And then it didn't really hit New York that much. Hit
Right.
Jersey, but nobody cares about Jersey. So
Hey, I was
Wait a minute, Andrea, that's
I
right.
was there. I lost power for weeks because of that shit.
Right. So, this is my
She's a
New York
Jersey.
supremacy
Jersey
showing. I apologize.
A little bit of an apartheid.
But Hurricane Sandy, we didn't take that seriously because we remembered Irene. We're like, we'll get, my dad got some sandbags and like we were prepared. But I was upstairs playing video games or something. My parents were downstairs watching the news, trying to keep up with the thing. I look on Twitter and I'm like, I'm seeing a lot of reports of flooding. Let me go downstairs and check with my parents. Maybe we should start putting out the sandbags now. And my
You
parents
should
both-
start putting them out when the
Yeah.
flooding is already okay. Wow.
Not me being from Florida. What? Like, oh, no.
My parents were both asleep on the couch, like passed out, watching. And I was like, hey, Dad,
Ankle deep
the
or
water-
whatever?
We have like a sliding door that goes out into the backyard, and the water was up past where
Oh,
you could see
shit.
it. So I was
Yeah.
like, maybe we should start putting the bags out now. He was like, oh, yeah. Oh, shit. So
Oh, yeah. Oh,
we
shit.
tried. We put some bags down and some towels, but like it was coming in. So we ran upstairs, took the dog upstairs. I had to go back down and like get essentials. Like the essentials were bottled water, Coca-Cola, and dog food and fresh water, so we could, take care of Jack, our beloved Jack, who passed away
Oops,
a
wrong.
year or two ago.
Wait. You're like
And,
100 years older than Alex. Yeah, I know. Me too.
And then we just thought, luckily we have an upstairs, but everything downstairs, living room, kitchen, water heater, everything was like totally destroyed.
That's
And I
terrible.
went back down wading in water in my own house, getting the dog food and the water bottles and stuff. It was very freaky. But I will say it did inspire me a little bit because of the cooperation of everyone in the apartment complex and blocks around us too, all sharing resources. Somebody had a generator, brought it to the backyard, plugged it in, everybody could charge their phones. We would coordinate on like, okay, what places are open to get food.
That's when
So-
people are the good people.
Yeah,
The good in people come out in emergency situations.
Yeah, so it was pretty cool, that aspect of it. And also it was just wild to be able to walk around and there's no traffic lights because all the power is out, and you kind of have to just make eye contact with the drivers and be like, I'm gonna cross now. And also the last notable thing that happened was Jerry Nadler showed up to our apartment complex as I was coming back from trekking blocks and blocks to get some bagels for us to eat, one of the only places that was open. I came back and there was a whole crowd of people yelling, and I was like, I'm trying to get through to my apartment. Like, I don't care.
Is he
what's happening.
Jerome or Gerald?
Gerald.
Gerald Nadler.
And I'm walking through this crowd of people, and in the center of it, getting yelled at was Nadler. And I was like, oh, you're familiar. I've seen you on C-SPAN. All right, cool that you're here. Now, I know that in Hurricane Sandy, my neighborhood got power back relatively quickly because it's semi close to the financial district, and they had to get power back real quick. You know what
Of
I'm
course.
talking about? So, but places like the Rockaways, Jersey, were like,
Where
I didn't have power
my
for like
cousin's
2
house.
weeks.
She
I was
lost her house. It was destroyed in the
Yeah.
Rockaways.
so that was a moment of like, okay, we really have to, climate change is here and we got to make preparations for it.
Oh, yeah. As someone from Florida, What was
Or
that hurricane that was just like a couple years ago?
You get hit by
It
like 10 every year.
Ian.
Oh my
Was
god.
was it
Yeah.
Ian? Yeah, that like really ripped up the
Look
West
at me
Coast.
complaining about
Yeah.
someone who lives with
Yeah,
hurricanes.
There was a couple.
we went down there because at that point I had already moved out of Florida, but we went down there. We took 2 Jeeps down.
Are you in
with-
Florida right now?
No, we got
Did you
out of
grow
there.
up there? Did you grow
Yeah.
up in Florida? Wow.
Yeah, most
you're-
of my life
And
was
you're
there in
here
Florida.
to tell us the story.
Yeah, we took
What
2 Jeeps
percentage
down.
of your life do you think was in Florida? 80%, 90?
Pretty much like 90, because I just moved out of Florida a couple years ago. I think 5 years
Wow.
ago, I want to say.
Mm.
About 5. We'll just say 5. Close enough.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
So we have enough information to calculate some age here.
Started to see Ron DeSantis making moves. You're like, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I think no, he was when was Ron DeSantis a first governor?
Isn't he a congressman too?
I don't remember, but I think he was still the governor when we left. I don't know. It was about 5 years ago. I'll just say that. We took 2 Jeeps down there, and it looked like a wasteland.
Oh yeah.
And that was already a week after Ian was Ian hit the West Coast.
Ian. Yeah.
And we brought down a bunch of supplies and stuff, and we just dropped it off at the hospital because they needed the supplies.
That's
We had
great.
2 full Jeeps of supplies, and it looked like a war zone.
Yep.
Even after that.
Fort Myers. Remember the one before that where that whole Mexico Beach was destroyed, but that one house that these dudes built, the one house survived, and everybody was saying, okay, this is the future of how we have to build and all this other shit. Oh my gosh. Living on the water is a stupid idea now. I mean, we saw that this year. We saw that this year in was it South Carolina? Myrtle Bay? Outer Banks. How all those houses on the beach, they're just like gone right off the stilts. People really, I mean, there is really
Once
not
those
gonna
big
be-
ass glaciers up there start melting, we get those. We're going to get like a few feet of sea level rise in the next like 40, 50 years. Man, that shit's gonzo. You don't want to have like a couple,
No.
a couple acres of land when it's
beachfront property.
Yeah, but those people, these are their second homes on the stilts, they're all the second homes, but they were just flying away. There's really no more mitigating. It's all just adapting now.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I mean,
Like I think that at
we're
this point,
done.
like scientists aren't even talking about the 1.5 anymore. That's gone. Forget
Did
about
you
that.
watch my interview last Friday night with Elliot Jacobson?
Did we all
Professor?
watch
Okay.
Sandy's interview? Now we all say no.
Well, I have all the
disappoint
scientists
Sandy.
on, and he does all
This
the
is where
graphs.
we all say
No,
no,
I'm not
Sandy, we did not see
disappointed.
it.
I'm not disappointed. I just wish I could teach guys more things, but
Well, tell us, yeah.
But Elliot was on Professor Jacobson, and he shows all his graphs, and we already hit 1.5. We even hit 1.7 at one point last year. So I mean,
Well, last year, yeah.
we
I mean,
are.
we had a little break on
yeah,
the records
and
this
we
year.
are definitely going to have in the northern hemisphere. We're going to have a tough. It's going to be hot because we're entering. Well, we're going into what are we? We're leaving and going into
This summer?
La Nina. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Oh, it gets so fucking hot and muggy in the city. Oh god. But I can't imagine Florida. Dude, I went to Florida twice, and both times when you step out of a house, like an air-conditioned house,
Yep.
it's like a thick,
You hit
it
like
feels
a
like
wall.
you're going into jelly, like hot,
Mhm.
sticky jelly. The air is
Disgusting, and then there's bugs, and they start stinging you and
Yep,
sucking
and
your
it's
blood.
24/7. It's
I'd
24/7 like
rather.
that.
I used to go to Florida many times because I had relatives there. I'd rather. I mean, I'd rather go to Florida than go to Florida, and that's how you can tell I'd rather not go there.
Yeah, and it's always like that. There's not like seasons. That's not a thing. There's no winter. There's no spring.
terrible.
It's just a really bad sauna with a bunch
Yeah.
of MAGA people. That's it.
Horrible stuff.
Yeah. El Nino. We're going to have an El Nino by the late summer or fall, so it'll be hot everywhere. I mean, even
doing
where
great.
even where I am, it is, which is relatively somewhat stable area. Although we were so cold this year, we had that the Arctic blast. I mean,
You might get another one this weekend.
it's going to be 50 here tomorrow. Fahrenheit. I'm out. I have to get up early. I got to bring one of my cats to get spayed tomorrow. She's 6 months old. Very early. Yeah, that's it. I look at her and I say, that's the last cat I can get because
No more cats.
No,
The doors are closed.
No, I can't. I mean, I can rescue, but I
It's over,
cannot
everyone.
keep them. You know, I mean, I can't keep them anymore.
The cat lady era has officially
No,
ended.
I'll rescue, but I
It
cannot
is
keep any.
February 18th of 2026, and we are saying goodbye.
Right, because what happens if I get too old and I still got a cat? You know, all these people drop dead and they got.
They're gonna
their
start
cat.
eating your carcass. That's gonna be gross.
Yeah, right. That's my story. I say, yeah, nobody would know I'm back here, dead. My like, Dawn, would you
gonna
know?
disappear
My
completely.
kid, they would eat me. Well, yeah, whatever.
I love kitty cats. I just
Me
hate the litter
too.
box. I hate.
Oh, I have 7 of them. Yeah, but I got a big place, and it's extra. I look at it like cleaning is exercise, and then I bring out the litter too. I use compostable litter, so I go all the way in the back. I have acreage, so I go
Nice.
back and
Acreage. What is acreage exactly?
land. I have
You just have acreage.
acres of land. So
How many acres?
go
How many acres are in
almost
this
6,
acreage?
almost 6 here. I wish I had
a
20.
lot.
Build a compound. You
No,
could
I
build
really
a Tim
wish I.
Pool skate park compound.
I have a
You
little.
could build a skate park. Yeah.
Yeah, that's heck yeah.
Get like a half pipe, maybe
I'm not
2.
doing that.
I mean, I've got the beanie, so all we need is a studio, a
Yeah,
skate park.
there you go. Let's
No,
build a skate park.
I got garden and garden sheds.
Rob Deerdeck's.
I'll just act really angry all the time and pretend to read headlines.
No,
I'm
around here,
afraid the
everybody's
hair
got
is gonna have
ponds.
to. You're gonna have to tie it up
Yeah.
somewhere in the beanie, maybe.
Yeah, I'll just hide it in the beanie.
Yeah, you got
I'll
a
take
lot
my
of
glass.
hair.
Oh, Tim Pool does have glasses, right? I don't remember.
He's got a lot of
Sometimes.
hair.
It's hard to
When he
say.
wants to seem intelligent, he wears his glasses.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I wear my glasses because it's part of my outfit.
Yeah, you always wear these like weird glass. Like now you're looking at what are those
Glasses and the
sunglasses
hat.
inside, and then you have like
Look,
those like you love the America.
didn't have a
theme.
hat
you love
on.
America. You
Yeah.
love
Yeah, no,
America.
I messed up. I should have worn a hat like Matt does. The baseball
know,
caps.
the American glasses and the
mine.
flag. I bought that flag I think in 2020 because I was sick and fucking
Ooh.
tired of seeing
There's
those
mine.
Trump trucks. Remember the Trump caravans? Of
They
MAGA
were all over
people
the
and
place. They were
boats
going everywhere.
and stuff.
They
I
were
hate
going
Is that
seeing them
backwards?
try and claim
Is that
the
backwards?
flag.
No, see it.
I don't
I
think
see
so.
it.
WASF. That's our
That
call
means Sandee in particular are so fucked.
I hated seeing MAGA claim the flag. So I'm trying to take it back. I'm trying to take it back for
Oh,
people
good
who
luck.
love the
Good
country and
luck.
want it to be better. But yeah, this
Oh,
is
yeah.
a picture of me
Oh,
from high
shit.
school wearing the
High
same
school.
kind of outfit.
Okay.
Oh, I
Hat,
have one.
glasses,
Look at you.
fingerless gloves, everything.
So
Who else has high school pictures? I found
what
one.
what
Not on
when
hand.
what year was that?
You
What year is
don't?
that?
I
in
found
high
this
school?
one.
Probably,
Don't answer that.
I am an ageless being, but this is probably around when I was like 19,
Hmm.
something like that.
Hey, what's in there?
I really tried not to laugh because every other picture of me, I'm mean mugging or making a silly face. I never took pictures.
That's the
seriously.
only
I
one
always-
that
I
has
found
even a
this.
remote serious vibe to it.
You can even if you look very closely, you can see me trying not to crack a
It's
smile.
too bad you can't put it up.
I was looking for the Twin Towers, but
No, not that far back.
not that far back.
They already
Okay.
gone. The Freedom Tower's not there.
I
yet.
found that one today.
Look at this. Now, what exactly is going on here?
That's 100 years ago.
These are 3 images.
Yeah.
At
Don't
like
you
some sort of
remember-
photo booth. Is that
Yeah,
what this is from?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And what year?
Oh, I'm not telling.
approximately
A
was this?
long time
A
ago.
long time ago.
Yeah, I'm not
70,
telling.
80, 87, 65,
In the
94.
74.
No,
So
2000
this
I'm
looks
old,
like
guys.
I'm gonna say
long time
77.
ago.
2000.
77 August. I'm gonna say August 1977. Final answer.
Maybe.
As the year that was right
But
before she went to go see Star
that
Wars.
came-
for the first time.
that came
1977.
up in my memories today. Yeah.
You just have memories. They just appear
Yep.
in your cognition. You just wake up and then boom, there's no memories.
My gosh. Yeah. God. Get so fucking old. It's okay.
I was gonna say something, but I forgot.
What?
I'm
I thought
sure
you
you'll
look good.
remember
You
soon.
look good in that picture, Alex.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
No
I'll get-
cat's
I'll-
plotting against me.
Thank
The
you.
cat's
Oh,
plenty.
oh, let's see
Mm.
your kitty. Is your kitty gonna jump up? How do you allow a cat in your studio? First of all, I can never have anybody in this room. None of my cats.
Oh yeah.
Oh, they fuck with the
Oh, yeah.
wires and everything. For
No, I mean, Vaquita, she's cool. She doesn't do anything. The worst thing that she does is that she likes to sit on my laptop and then topple it off the thing.
Well, okay,
But-
that's
But other than that, she doesn't like pull wires or topple my camera or like, destroy the whole thing.
Ugh.
Like that's the worst that she does, and I just pick up the laptop and put it back on the stand. She's actually
She's so
very
cool.
chill.
You're
and
chill. That's why she's chill. Because
She's got a bunch of places where she can just chill and hang out on her little cat tower. She's got a beanbag chair.
A whole chair.
Yeah,
An
a little
entire-
cat beanbag
just
chair.
a cat beanbag. Okay.
Yeah, it's small.
She sounds
Mm,
cute.
that's
Didn't you show? You've shown her before.
Yeah,
She popped
sometimes.
up on his
Yeah.
map.
Yeah, sometimes she'll come up. Like she was just testing me because sometimes she likes to. If I'm not paying attention to her, she'll start like nipping. She's got to be the center of attention.
I don't have any cats, I'm afraid. I've never owned cats.
Have you had any pets?
I have a
Oh,
dog.
yeah, she's got her dog.
Yeah, she's got a dog.
Oh,
yeah, of course.
Named
What are we
Max.
talking about?
Huh?
Max is beautiful. We love Max.
Yeah, he's interacted with cats before. Cats have they've sliced them. They've also diced them a couple times, but
Poor thing.
I've never had a cat to myself. I've been around cats before, but I don't have any cat stories, I'm afraid. Other than a cat peed on my keyboard once, and I will never.
Really?
I was in a time of crisis, and I woke up and I was trying to play Minecraft to alleviate my severe depression, and then
Aw.
it's all over.
Yeah, that's pretty gross.
Oof.
Terrible stuff.
Yeah, pretty gross. Pretty gross. Well, I mean, I have all these cats, so it's pretty gross a lot, but not on they're well trained. They don't ever do anything wrong, except the one that just got better from the urinary tract infection. I've been treating him for a month. Yeah, he was peeing in the bathroom sink because it was cool for him. It felt good, and I had to change.
It was
everything.
cool, just like a chill thing to do. Like, hey
Yeah.
guys, look at this.
No,
peeing in the
it
sink.
must
Woo!
have- but I saw something running around your place there, Alex.
There,
Oh, yeah,
that
little
looked
pupper.
like a Canis familiaris, if I'm correct.
Oh, I wish
Yeah,
I
it
could
was a little
bring it.
pupper.
Oh, look at that.
Oh.
He's a Shih Tzu. This
He's a
is
Shih
Rune.
Tzu. Hi, Rune.
He came
Oh,
complete
how
with my
cute.
fiance.
It's a 2-for-1 deal. Excellent.
And now he's here and he's loving
When are
it.
you getting married? I thought you were
We're
married.
getting married when we have the funds.
Okay.
Uh,
You're
wanna do a
married, you're married,
fundraiser?
right,
You wanna have a
Carlos?
little fundraiser situation.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're married.
Subscription drive.
Our plan is to. My original idea was because she doesn't want a traditional wedding, and after watching plenty of seasons of 90 Day Fiance and Love Is Blind, I don't think I want a traditional wedding either. So
Oh, that's funny.
I thought, well, she loves punk music. Her favorite is the Sex Pistols, specifically Sid Vicious. So I
Ah.
thought, well, you went to England once when you're a teenager. Why don't we go to England and get married? And she thought that was a fantastic idea.
That is a fantastic idea, but be careful that you might not get back in the United States.
Right. So we were
if
we
you
were
want to
like,
come
well,
back.
maybe we'll get married like, in the courthouse here and then go do England as our honeymoon and then we'd come back and have a big dinner with all our friends. and
When the
family.
regime is eventually
Yeah,
regime
because
is over and
my
celebrate.
friend is convinced that Orange Turd's going to declare martial law in November, and he's making plans to split to some
I think it'll
island
happen in
off of-
October, actually.
or he's
October
saying- you
surprise?
think?
Surprise!
And
Monday.
he says, well, you get your passport updated, you'll come to Argentina. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to Argentina. He's going to some island in Argentina. I'm like, okay, what do I do with 7 cats? And, I mean, it's not like I can just leave here.
You don't think the 7 cats can come to Argentina? You think Argentina has a no cat clause? You're not gonna let them in?
You see me traveling and forget it. I'm staying right here. I am not leaving.
What's the poly market bet on that? Because that's what's important.
17-1.
Oh my
oof.
God. Really?
That line.
So what is martial law? You can't go out of your house.
You've been cheated. When I first showed my fiance the Majority Report and she heard that line, she was like, I know that. That's from the last show the Sex Pistols did in the US tour. Like she knew exactly where it was from.
She sounds very cool.
Classic quote, yeah.
Yeah. And she hates Johnny Rotten.
Martial law basically means they can fuck your shit up anytime. You have no right.
Right.
Yeah.
It's so like we have like they've got ice everywhere. It's just going to be times 10. Times 20.
It'll be ice. It'll be the National Guard.
Yeah, I mean, if that happens, we're cooked.
Every cop.
I'm not leaving my house for however.
I mean, it might happen soon.
Now.
They're gonna strike Iran. They're gonna strike Minneapolis. They're just gonna carpet bomb all of their enemies. Goodbye, Chicago. It's all over.
Yeah, and then they're gonna bring
Chicago. Really?
They're gonna
They're
bring
going to Ohio too.
Robots. I just did that. That's what my show is on tomorrow. Robots, and all this automation shit.
Yeah, I just saw a clip of what was it? It was like a not a Starbucks, but a coffee shop.
What's
and they had
going
a camera
on
in the corner that had like this barista served 20 cups. This barista served 10 cups, like measuring how productive each employee is.
Oof.
And I'm like, this is just for Starbucks. Forget what Palantir is going to do with this shit.
It's terrible.
Palantir knows everything. I just
they're
assume
analyzing all of your fucking facial data. They know, they're going to analyze your facial data. They're going to sync it up with your cell phone. They're going to look at the faces you make when you're scrolling through your Twitter feed. They're going to share their algorithms. It's all over. They're going to make a complete fucking copy of you. They're going to sign in. They've already got your social security number. It's on the dark web.
Yeah,
unironically,
when Edward Snowden came out and whistle blew about that the government was keeping track, I was like, people don't.
And when
know
was
this
that?
already?
When did that happen? The Edward Snowden thing was like 20.
That was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, so you can only imagine like what kind of stuff they're able to do.
But I was is anyone shocked by this? Of course they're spying on you. This is what.
Yeah, like I just assume they know everything.
I also was surprised that the CIA and FBI don't like to refer to themselves as spy agencies. I'm like,
that's hilarious.
They've been spy agencies.
Have you seen every movie?
Well, they're intelligence agencies because they're very smart.
Yeah. I have to call out to somebody in the chat.
All right, call out time. Go fuck yourself.
No, Lightning Rod says, if you can afford 7 plane tickets for fucking cats, I'm definitely at the wrong channel. No, Lightning Rod, but guess what? I have an enhanced license. I'm coming to your house in Canada. If shit hits the fan, you
have a what? An enhanced what license?
I can go to Canada and Mexico. Like I have, I've had that for years.
Real ID thing.
Yeah, I've had it for years.
You have a real ID as opposed to a fraudulent one.
Fake, yeah.
Yep.
I got that years ago. It's like
you're going to need that to vote very soon. They're passing this voter restriction.
They're trying
to present their blood type and fingerprint registration to vote.
Yeah, this is how you know like they're panicking because like they're trying and like it's kind of like it's not working in the Senate. So Trump is like, all right, if this doesn't work, I'm going to do an executive order. It's happening one way or another. And like, obviously that's not how it works, but that's how he thinks it's going to work.
And then Maduro is going to plead. He's going to admit that he resurrected Hugo Chavez to hack the 2020 election.
That's right.
They're going to send him back to Venezuela.
We're fighting over Lightning Rod's house.
These are things Democrats can do. And whatever leftists can do in office, they can just fucking do shit because Dick Cheney just did shit. Fucking Rumsfeld just did shit. Trump just did shit. Just start doing shit. If the courts come at you, okay, all right, maybe.
Yeah, but have you
heard
have
of
you
the parliamentarian? I don't think you understand. The parliamentarian says that is not possible for Democrats.
Parliamentarian is the most powerful position in the United States. Little known
Yeah,
fact,
seriously, clearly. Have you met the Democrats? Doing nothing is like their speciality.
This is what I'm saying. You get people like us in there. You get people who are running.
What would you do, Alex? Day one, walking in January
Oh,
4th or 3rd, whichever one
I've
is day
thought
one.
about it. I've threatened Nadler with. I was like, I'm going to primary you.
Threatened Nadler. I don't know if you should be saying that on live camera.
I tweeted at Nadler that
you
I would
tweeted at him
maybe
just to clarify
primary
the
him.
statement. Let me just make an official clarification.
at
This was a tweet, and what was in the tweet exactly? Did you say?
Whenever I was displeased with something he said or was talking about, I would say, I'm going to primary you. I'm going to get you. I'm going to come after you. And my plan
yet,
was,
have you signed up for the primary?
I have
Are you
not.
running?
I have not. Because you know what? In the last year or two, he's been pretty good. He's been a lot better than I thought he was. So I'm like, all right, you know what? Let it rock out.
I think old Gerald is
you're
doing
resigning
a good
anyway.
job.
And I'm not going up against.
he's leaving.
I don't
Isn't
even know
he
who's
leaving?
running. Chelsea Clinton, I think, is running in the district.
What? In New York?
I
Really?
think so. I don't know.
What is
I
her
think
pod? We never hear anything about her. Is she? What is she like?
I heard that Ghislaine was at her wedding. Is that true? Ghislaine,
Yes, it
the
is.
Was she?
notorious
Oh, geez.
child rapist, pedophile, sex trafficker, was at.
Well, do you blame?
What was that? What was her name? Chelsea
Chelsea Clinton. But
Clinton.
Do you
Clinton.
blame
Right.
her for her parents? Do you blame her for her parents for what they
No,
did?
but I blame her
Yes.
parents.
Yeah.
Especially after fucking Hillary Clinton's out there today in a clip saying, me and Bill have no association.
Listen,
with
Kim's
Jeffrey
right.
Epstein."
JD Vance gonna have trouble voting since he has a different name. That's right. He said he had three names. That was really good.
But yeah, Hillary
Oh
was
my
out there
God.
saying, we have no connection with Epstein. We met them like once.
Mhm, or another way of putting it,
Hillary
we did not
is
have
one of
relations
us.
with that child.
She's a devil.
Yeah.
That's right.
She's a
Wait. Here's something to talk about Cuba. That's right.
Yeah.
We do give a shit. We give a big shit. I give a big
It's
shit
us
about
doing it.
all of it, Lightning Rod.
Whoa,
Yeah.
Sandy is pissed. Sandy
Yeah,
is
right.
pissed because Sandy
Because
has been.
folks say don't give a
Sandy's
shit.
talking about
Please.
Harley Davidsons in 1974
Educate-
when Cuba is starving. Don't you understand, Sandy?
And please educate me.
Yeah,
on
we
this.
know,
where
and
my
it's
brother
us
went for
doing
his-
it.
He went for
Please.
his. That's
What
right.
What is? Go on, Alex. Alex needs education.
I need education on this subject because I know Marco Rubio has an axe to grind for some reason,
Sure,
and I
he's
don't know
going to do
why.
that.
Well, he studied metallurgy in high school, and he's been grinding this axe for many decades. But basically, Cuba, they had a thriving American capitalist situation, and then and then the communists came in, and then all of a sudden they the thriving capitalists weren't there anymore. And so Marco and his company, they don't like those guys. So part of going after Venezuela was to cut off Cuba's main energy supply.
Right.
Yep.
So now
And
Cuba is being starved of energy.
horrible, and they
Essentially,
want.
and they're relying on Mexico and Russia as well. In some instances, Russia was defying the United States blockades of a couple of weeks ago. So that's
Right,
we
'cause
got
I
a
think
Cuban
that's what
Missile
was
Crisis
confusing
too
me.
going on here.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
'Cause
and I
think
know
that was
Marco
confusing.
Rubio. There's a clip of him. I don't want a regime change. I don't want a regime change war.
There's a
Bullshit.
clip of him
He
like
wants
snorting
to do
cocaine
it.
live on Congress, so I think that we can safely
really?
ignore what he's got. Yeah, he's
This
going for it.
whole administration of regime, they're all evil. You
Yep.
know, they're all evil. They've been fucking around with Cuba since 1962, and
They've
those
been
people
fucking
have-
around with
those
Satan.
people have
That's what they've been doing.
thrived.
They've been doing some satanic goat dances at fucking 3:32 a.m. in the morning on
I
fucking
know,
June
lightning
6th,
rod.
2006.
Oh, Rod's right, and it hurts. We're all who isn't upset about all these things. You just pick one topic. There's like so many. I don't have enough fingers. And
Yeah,
toes.
Yeah,
it's
you don't want
like
to talk
Steve
about how
Bannon.
80% of life on Earth has been extinct since 1970s.
Yeah, there you
80%
go.
of life on Earth we've eradicated through our destructive of events on the planet.
No, we're doing so good.
There's no more bugs anymore. There's no more whales, no more elephants. They're all going bye-bye. Sayonara, bitches. The humans are in town.
So
Homo
essentially,
sapiens.
to
Yeah.
wrap up the Cuba thing,
Right, let's wrap it
I
up.
was confused because
Let's wrap it up. Let's get regime change. Let's wrap it up.
I was confused because I saw they're starving the population like Gaza, and
It's not that bad
was-
yet. It's not there yet,
Oh,
but that
it will
is the
be.
potential
Oh, the
future if they
goal,
try to resist this. Because that's the thing. We have a pedophile rapist death cult with nuclear weapons, so they could pretty much
Yeah,
do
there
it.
you go.
And Cuba's really poorly situated, man. They gotta deal with these guys from all angles, and they're really fucked over on the
'cause I
whole
knew that
geography thing.
Cuba was cut off for many years, and Obama was the one who tried to stop those sanctions or whatever a little
He
bit.
limited
I
them a
remember
little
Jay-Z
bit.
and Beyonce going to Cuba. That's what I remember.
They are
Well, they
so
were,
stupid
that- I
and
don't know
so
too much
ignorant
about
and
that.
so short-sighted, and those people are so creative, and they have made do. And my brother went there on his honeymoon for his second marriage. They love it there. They love the
Second one,
people.
okay.
They love when you get older, you're on
So
your
it's been
second marriage.
escalation since.
Yes, but since Orange Turd.
Well,
And
Venezuela has been
Rubio?
their one big trading partner. So since Venezuela's going down, it's been going down the toilet bowl.
There's learning happening.
You're learning about the toilet bowl. Yeah, we're all going down. Watch out.
Oh my God.
I also have some Hot Ones stickers.
What do we got here? So we have Hot Ones. What is that? Like a movie from
Sauce.
1997?
It's a YouTube
hot
show.
sauce. Yeah, the
YouTube show. So we got YouTube stickers.
Spicy chicken rings. And they
Chicken
have hot
rings?
sauce-
They're
chicken
rings?
Wings.
Like onion rings? Because that
No,
does
they
sound
have
interesting. I don't need
increasingly
chicken
hot chicken wings, and they do interviews with celebrities after each question they eat a hotter and hotter
They
wing.
eat them, right?
Yeah.
And I was interested in what the hot sauces tasted like, and there's a store here in New York where you can go get them, and they are.
And they had
some of them
stickers
are
there?
fucking
Is that
delicious.
where you got the stickers?
Yes, in the purchase, I got some stickers.
Okay, that's great. I like getting free stickers. I don't usually know where to put them.
Yeah,
I usually
me
keep them
too.
on the paper, and I have like a little folder with a bunch of stickers that I never
Yeah.
put on anything.
And I was like, you know what? This is empty. Let me just start slapping.
Put it on the
stuff
bottle.
here.
Yeah.
It's
You have
a
America there? Is that America you have on there?
Yep, America.
Just a
That's what it
little.
looks
Taking
like.
it back. I'm
You know
taking
what?
it back.
It's Canada.
I got Ramones. I got
Nice.
little Rick and Morty there.
Okay,
in the
just a
corner.
little one.
Little Cartman.
Just a small. You got that on the wall too. He's on
Yes.
there.
Yeah.
Yes, I got myself.
You sleep. Is this your bed in the background?
Yes.
So like every day you wake up and like the first thing you see is South Park. Every day you wake up, you just
Yeah.
like before your partner and your dog, and sometimes like depending on the angle.
Well,
you
usually
wake
I'm
up on.
facing this way, so I'll probably see the
Uh-huh.
blank computer screen first.
Right.
But
Okay.
in the case I'm not, then yes, it is. It's
Wow.
Joker probably. That's a Joker drawing. It's blown out. You can't really see it.
Yeah,
But
I know. I can see it now. I can see it
it's,
blown out though. That's crazy.
It was drawn by Walt Simonson, who's a very famous comic book artist.
Is that an original or is that a copy?
It's an original because I went to SVA for a couple semesters. I didn't really attend class, but one of the classes was comic book art, and he was the teacher. And I didn't know who he was initially. He was just a teacher at the school. And then I'm also reading and very into DC Comics at the time. So I start picking up like the Death of Superman run, and I see the name
I didn't know he
Simonson.
died. When was that?
The 90s.
Mhm.
Superman died
I
in the
didn't miss
90s. He
it.
was beaten to death by a giant monster called Doomsday.
Doomsday. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow. This
And
is
then after
very
that,
Rosemary.
there were 4 concurrent Superman books at the time. There was Adventures of Superman, there was Superman, there was Man of Steel, and there was Action Comics. And so they said, well, we just killed Superman. What are we going to do with these 4 ongoing books? Let's create. First of all, they did like a world without Superman and the funeral and this and that. And then they created 4 new characters who could be Superman and had them lead each book. And it was quite an interesting choice by DC to do that. But I kept seeing the name Simonson in these books, and I'm like, is that the same? So I Googled him, and I was like, oh, this motherfucker wrote and drew the definitive Thor for Marvel. He drew the Star Wars adaptation comic books for Marvel in the 70s. This dude was like a legend, and I was just skipping class and not going.
So let me get this straight. So you are a disrespectful piece of fucking dog shit cocksucker, but now you've come around. You boomerang how to draw. You've become a more mature person. So you put a tribute to your mistake.
So what I did was, on the last day of class, I showed up for the first time in weeks, months, and I was like, "Hey man, I'm sorry I haven't come to." He's like, "You know you're gonna fail." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't care about that."
Oh yeah.
But can you draw the Joker for me? Because I know you're a big important artist right now. So can you draw the Joker for me and I can have it? And he was like, he kind of laughed. He was like, all right. So he drew the Joker real quick, had him sign.
And then
it.
he failed you. You failed?
Yes. And his wife was there, who wrote a lot of the Death of Superman book. She's a comic book writer. And I heard her sign it too. So that's signed by both Louise, aka Wheezy, and
Wheezy.
Yes, he calls it Wheezy.
So you failed that class, but in a way, you probably learned more than most other people, because every day you wake up, you remember the lessons. They don't wake up and remember those lessons. Maybe they do, I don't know. But
I wake up and I remember, the person you're talking to could be a prolific person that you look up to. So don't talk back.
Yeah, you wake up, you see the computer screen, you turn around, you remember that important life lesson, and then you remember how much you love South Park.
How much I love South Park, and I cannot wait for more seasons.
Is that are they still talking about Charlie Kirk after he got shot, or did they?
They didn't in that season, and I was like, are they? They could. That'd be funny. But they really just had Cartman act as Charlie Kirk. They didn't have Charlie actually show up in the show. So they could,
I heard that Charlie, when he got killed, he had South Park as his profile.
Yes, he did. Because they were trying to, all of them did it. Whoever got made fun of, they would put it in their profile picture to be like, we're in on the joke. We get it.
And now he's dead. And now RFK is probably decomposed quite a bit by now. Actually, it's been a while. When did
September, right?
When did he get shot? It was September, yeah. So it's probably started decomposing quite a bit. He's probably lost several layers of skin. His organs have probably liquefied. Do you think they embalmed him to any severe degree? Mummified?
I don't know. How much do you think
Who knows?
Erica cares about that? You think Erica was just fucking toss him in the water?
I mean, Erica might have embalmed, like maybe fucking dipped him in epoxy resin, probably made a little fucking taxidermy situation just to keep him around.
What was that fucking Haunting of Hill House? Do you ever see the Haunting of Hill House?
I haven't, but I've seen the Haunting of Erica Kirk. And
that bitch.
There was a good episode in that run that was like a Halloween episode, and they were being haunted.
Ooh.
The White House was being haunted by the woman in the hat.
Holy
fuck! The woman in the hat, of course, being Melania. And then Carolyn Levitt got possessed and started speaking truths and saying Epstein is the reason that Trump is trying to get rid of the butt baby that he impregnated.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I got a whole breakdown on my channel, all the playlist of all the reviews.
Let's just all remind ourselves that the president of the United States is a pedophile child rapist.
He is a pedophile child rapist.
Listen, and Erica Kirk, doesn't she? She has
There were allegations of her being sexually explicit with children. I read.
It's her.
News, according to Candace. I read that from Candace.com. Official news.
Her pastor, Greg Laurie, who is currently embroiled in child abuse and trafficking allegations. Yeah,
at least surprising headline, honestly.
Yeah, and she, it's actually in Yahoo News. He says the church has denied wrongdoing, but that she's full of shit anyway. She's just a lying piece of crap.
I think she was the either CIA or Mossad asset, and I think she decided to pull the plug on old Charlie. That's what I think. Poor guy never saw it coming. That piece of shit.
I encourage.
I don't have any of that.
Brianni Claire has a great video breaking down who Erica Kirk was
Oh,
before she
really?
met Charlie and who she became now. And it's
Yeah.
it's a through line. She was like a beauty pageant
Yep.
Yeah,
person,
right,
and
that's-
a
We got
reality
groomed
show
into a
star, and,
trafficking realm.
yeah, and
Yeah.
just kept trying to become famous in some way or another.
Right.
And I think nailed it with Charlie Kirk.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking. She pulled the plug on that guy. You know, they were meeting with Netanyahu. They had all those meetings going on.
It's just the
Who
fact
knows?
that
She
like
was?
she so quickly
She
took
probably,
over the show.
you know, she probably sent the text. You know, little dog emoji. Boom, the dog is barking. You
And
know, that kind of
supposedly she was a real estate agent in New York, and I mean, I guess
She's
she's
an agent, all right.
she's made her way around, you know, all this
Certainly made her
shit.
way around.
Yeah, but you know, where are her kids? Does she care about their kids?
Her kids are being taken care of by nannies, probably because
The nannies who are
piece of shit
threatened by
Oh, like Howard Lutnick going to the island with his nannies and his friends, and they went with. He has a couple of kids, and they had to bring their nannies and his friend. Oh, he's another one. Oh,
What
I
was that,
cannot
Sandy? What was
stand him.
nannies? Why was that hand?
Nannies. They had to bring their nannies.
Instead
Just for
of
effect, you know, the
nannies.
nannies. I don't know. What a jerk he is. Oh,
What
my
a
God.
piece
Well,
of
they all
dog
are.
shit.
I mean, we could go down the
Yeah, they're
line
a bunch
and
of
say
fuckheads, aren't they?
Yeah, but the one that really gets to me the most is Tulsi Gabbard. Like, I really, really want to slap her face so hard with their
I
lying.
just would
about-
like to remind everyone this
Oh.
space is a comedy show.
It is, of course.
This is a
Yeah, but
sketch
you know,
comedian
when I do
Tonight
that,
we are doing a show called Things You Definitely Shouldn't Say on a
No,
live stream.
you're right.
This
You see
is
that
our
video?
15th
Yeah, but I'm an old
episode.
lady. I can-
We've done
that's
many
like-
episodes of this, and we have our oldest lady here to join us, Sandee,
right.
environmental.
Yeah, I was brought in as a legal advisor.
that
He tells us difficult truths on a daily basis.
When you get to be a certain age, you can say, "I just want to." You know, it's
That always
not,
works
it's not
when
real
you're caught
That is
violence.
actually
shoplifting and you say,
we are
"Oh,
not
no."
we are fact checking things here. That is
It's
actually
not
not
real
true. There is no age where you can then threaten people in the
Yeah, but
government.
it's
That is not true.
comedy.
It's actually
It's-
untrue. Just would
it's
like to set the record
comedy.
straight. I'm not
It's
saying whether or not
comedy.
you should or morally. I'm just saying legally speaking, that is
Okay,
not.
well,
There is
that's-
no clause.
It's comedy and it's a meme.
It's a meme show. We're
it's a
memes.
joke.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever
We
hear of
showed
the
memes
show?
at the top of the
Straight
show.
into the sun.
Well, she had the Off Fossil Fuel Act for a Better Future. The Off Fossil Fuels for a Better Future Act. She
Mhm.
co-sponsored
Fantastic.
that. She wrote it. It was I can't how somebody can do change like this is unreal. How you could sponsor
Well,
that.
she was
and-
an agent. She didn't care in the first place.
Oh my
Yep.
gosh, it's just awful. It's just
Seems
awful.
like it.
So when
Seems
I
like
say that, it's just proverbial, you know, in my mind. It's not-
In her mind, which
Don't
of
get
course will not
paranoid.
take place
You
outside.
guys
of
ever
the
hear
bar.
the show The Whitest Kids You Know? It was a sketch comedy show.
I know
The
some
kids
white
in the
people.
hall?
Have happened.
Not the kids in the hall. Similar show though.
I've
Similar
seen
show.
white people.
Also Canadians. It was like mid 2000s era.
I feel
So it
like
was
the
a little
name is
later than
familiar.
Kids in the Hall. There was
They're
a dude on there
very
called
white,
Trevor
very
Moore.
white indeed.
Trevor Moore, R.I.P. He was
Died in very
amazing.
mysterious circumstance. It could have been Epstein. We
He
don't
did-
know.
Well, you know, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised because this dude was very vocal about like calling out that kind of shit, like Illuminati shit, and we're all controlled by corporations.
He was an Epstein,
He
not
did a
like her.
sketch.
And then he died.
He did a sketch, kind of like
What was his name?
homaging. His name is Trevor,
Trevor Moore.
Moore.
Oh,
with two
okay.
O's. And
As
he did
in no more life.
yeah,
What he said.
unfortunately. He did a sketch where it was almost like a 7 bad words you can't say on television, George Carlin. But it
Yeah.
was this phrase you absolutely
Yeah,
cannot
that's
say
That's
on
right.
television.
Yeah.
The president of the United States should die is a phrase that you cannot
That was
say.
Well, I
on
didn't
television.
say that.
I
I'm
definitely
just
not say that.
joking.
Yeah.
No.
I think.
Yeah, it was like an entire bit. I remember
My
this
thing
actually.
was-
Worse
Right?
than what Sandy said. I think what
His-
Sandy
some of
said
his
was
stuff
was
has been
a
going
meme.
around.
probably a little bit less likely to get us in legal trouble. but I
No,
think,
mine
devil's
is a
advocate,
joking
There's a
meme.
phrase that you
Yeah,
cannot
so again,
say.
as this base
can't
legal
say it.
advisor,
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Just can't.
I will. I will refrain from making jokes.
As the official This Space legal advisor, all of this is a joke referencing
Really,
bit.
we should cut this part.
it
We should
is.
cut this part in the final version. We shouldn't let this part.
We gotta
We are
cut it and
taping this,
retool.
right? This isn't live. Are we live?
Well, let's just check in with our Palantir contacts.
Oh yeah.
What is your favorite sketch comedy show?
I've just been informed we're live, by the way. So
Sketch comedy show.
Like I'm thinking
There are a
SNL,
few of
Kids in the
them.
Hall, Whitest Kids You Know, Mad
my
TV,
gosh. Mad
Oh
TV.
my God,
I
Mad
love
TV.
Mad
That's a
TV.
throwback.
Yeah.
Living Color.
I love
Mad
Living
TV. Color.
I haven't
Yeah,
seen
I
enough
like
to
both
have
of
a
them.
favorite, I'm
I
afraid.
did like both of those in Living Color and Mad TV. Yeah.
I used to watch Mad TV.
See, that's my attitude here is when I do a joke or comment, that's all I'm doing is making comedy, not to freak anybody out.
That's
Oh
the
my
thing
God.
is really Sandee should be called environmentally political
Comedy
comedy
House.
Yeah, the comedy house. There you go.
I could
Now
see
that
it.
would get you covered from any and all death threats and
Love to do it.
and also threats of violence. That would probably cover you from most of those.
You see, yeah, okay. Yeah,
You know,
I guess
Chuck L.
Well-
I got to address this. SNL is very generational. At some point, you age out. I understand what you mean, but I am a diehard. I will at least check out every new season because
You've
I want to
seen
see
them all.
where they're at.
You've seen every single
I'm,
ep. How many eps have you seen? How many?
You know
thou-
what? I will say there was a time in my life where I had no job and very little prospects, and I was watching just a ton of TV. Netflix was new,
Okay.
and they had all of SNL on Netflix. And I decided, you know what? Let me watch as every single episode from the year I was born all the way till now. So I have watched many episodes.
but not the
of
very
SNL.
beginning. So you skipped.
I did watch some of the very beginning, but then I was like, I'm not going to go through all this stuff. Let me start from my birth.
Yeah, who cares about that history bullshit?
I
Let's
have
start
one
with
piece of
the
history.
good
I know
stuff.
some
Let's
of
get
the
to the
history.
good
I got a
stuff.
piece of history. This is what I think of in my mind is anybody see the movie Moonstruck with Cher? When that's the whole thing.
Little Nicolas Cage action.
Yes.
going on.
And she says, snap out of it. And it's like, that's where I get this. It's like just from the movie. That's where it comes from.
So you're saying Nicolas Cage film has molded your personality in such a critical fashion?
Well, Cher
that
saying
you-
it, snap out of it. So
that,
when I
that one
think of
specific
that,
line,
yes.
spoken by Cher, has shaped your
So
entire
next
personality?
time I say and articulate it, I will say it like that. Snap out
Yeah,
of
there
it.
you go.
There you go. Because that's really what I was drawing on in my, my zest and zeal here.
It was very zesty. It was very zestful.
Yes, very zesty. I mean, I ain't no Cher. No. Yeah, but that was good actually.
All that was a great show. Also, all that was like SNL on Nickelodeon. It was
All
great. That's
that.
where Keenan and Kel come
I
from.
don't remember that.
Yep.
I haven't seen it.
That's where Amanda Bynes comes
I don't
from.
remember that one. George Carlin actually hosted the very first episode
he
of
did.
SNL.
I knew that because I watched it, Andrea. And Paul
You watched,
Simon
you
was
have
the
to watch
musical guest.
episode 1. You gotta
You
watch
watched
first one.
the first one?
Well, on Netflix.
Oh, yeah, okay. Because
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
Unfortunately,
watching the
Alex is
first
not a
one.
time traveler.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, that can't be.
There's a good movie called oh fuck, what is this movie called? It has a fucking long convoluted name. There's a movie about the history and the founding of National Lampoon magazine
Oh,
and
National Lampoon.
oh, it's called A Futile and Stupid Gesture. Because that's
There
a
you go.
line from Animal House, and he also
And that's a long. What did you refer to that as? A long name earlier?
a long convoluted name.
Convoluted. And what is
A
the
fu-
name again?
It's
The
called
so-
A Futile and Stupid Gesture.
Okay. I wouldn't.
Came out in 2018.
Hmm.
Very funny. little bittersweet at the end,
Sounds
but
like it's something I
it's
haven't
very,
seen.
very funny. And
What
you
is
get
a
all these
feudal- what
great
is it
comedy
called?
actors.
A feudal.
I can put it in the
Yeah, do it.
Toss
the
that
private
in the private chat room. The public chat room.
Oh, I got it.
The
I
one
got
that
it.
you're all watching. That's right. You.
Yeah.
I can see you in there, by the way. Can you?
Okay.
Yeah, anyway, you can't see this. We have a private chat room. You're
So
not
there's
allowed in
something
there. I'm
I-
sorry. You're not
I-
allowed. You're a piece of shit. You know you're a piece of shit. So
Sounds like it looks like a movie I can't believe I haven't seen, and I will watch it.
It's great. You should.
I
Really
can
do.
probably believe
It's a lot
Sandee
of
hasn't
fun.
seen it. I think
No,
I
I
believe-
can't believe I haven't seen
And
that.
you get all these great like new comedy actors playing the old. Like you'll get like people playing Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase and
Cool.
who's the guy who did the Best in Show movies and Spinal Tap? Christopher Guest. That guy was also part of National Lampoon. So you get a lot of it's very funny and cool.
An all-star situation.
All-star situation for
They're
sure.
all stars.
They're also
all stars.
Separately, on a different note, it just reminded me of the Onion movie. If you've never seen the Onions movie,
I haven't seen the Onion movie.
Onion
I was
movie.
watching the Potato movie. So
The Onion put out a movie in like 2007 or something, and it's basically a parody of
Okay.
Network.
Oh, there it
with
is.
a
The
lot of, like,
Onion movie
skits and stuff in between. It's so fucking fun.
on Netflix. Steven Seagal is in there. Oh my god, he's such a weirdo. Okay, all right.
Yeah, Steven Seagal.
Yeah, he's so.
He's in it
weird.
for like a brief.
He's made himself look
a cutaway joke.
completely Asian, like he's like completely.
Yeah, Seagal.
Wild.
say more, Sandee. Tell us more about
Steven Seagal?
this rant of yours. Yeah, tell us more.
I'm just telling you what he looks like. How he's.
And
his
what would you
aspect-
describe him? How would you describe him if you had like a couple sentences? Like, let's say a police person was asking you, like they were a robbery situation. How would you describe them to a sketch artist?
Dark hair, beard, little glasses, kind of heavy now, older.
Ponytail.
Yeah, with a Middle East, Eastern appearance. You know, I don't know how to explain it.
He's still doing the ponytail.
Eastern
Of
experience.
course, that's his trademark.
The
Appearance.
yeah, the yeah,
Still a little Eastern.
or maybe I don't know how to he wears what in the old days they used to call it a Fu Manchu mustache.
Right.
That's what they called it in the
A
old
long time ago. They don't call it that anymore. That's
no, but that's what he looks
They
like
definitely
because
don't
he's
call it that.
dated. He's that old.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he looks like. Gal. Yep. I mean, we could pull up a picture. You want to know what he looks like?
No, I just wanted to hear your explanation specifically. I already kind of know what he looks like. I just
Yeah.
wanted to hear you explain the situation. Really.
Yeah, the situation. He's definitely morphed a little bit.
Did you guys watch the movie Weapons that came out last year?
I have seen Weapons. I have seen the film. It's
What'd you
got
think
those
of it?
fucked up kids doing the doing like a little Naruto run. They're kind of running
Yeah.
around. And
Now,
starting to kill.
I'll
Would
post
they
this
eat
in
that
the
bitch alive? Is that what they did at the end? Spoiler alert.
They just
by the
ripped her
way.
apart.
They didn't eat her. Yeah, they just
Wait,
ripped
what's it
her.
about?
It's about
Uh,
kids
it's
ripping
hard to
that bitch
describe.
apart.
It's a
Tearing a limb from
2025
them?
film.
Yeah.
Weapons.
No,
It's
the thing I
actually
just-
pretty good.
Oh, I
would
like
check
that.
it out.
I
It
like
is
the
fun.
actress that's in it. She's
Yeah, she's very good.
she
Julia Garner.
is. Yeah.
They do
she's
that
good.
separate protagonist
Ooh.
situation.
There's
they
another
flip.
one I haven't seen.
You got one protagonist, then boom, switch. There's another one, and
Yeah.
then they just keep doing that. You
And we
never
keep
know.
getting different pieces of the story, and
Yep.
while advancing the plot, it was very well made. But this thing I posted in the private chat is a fraternity hazing ritual that it got exposed because cops showed up, and this is body cam footage. And the kids in this look like the kids in Weapons when they are first discovered by one of the characters we won't spoil.
Oh my god.
So
it's very weird.
We're not going to show this footage because I think this
No.
might be a little.
We can't.
I don't know. These are there are children. Well, these are college children. These are mentally speaking children.
Yeah.
And they're like, I guess, tied up in a basement or not. Maybe they're just standing there.
They're just standing there.
They're just standing there of their own free will.
Literally like the kids with weapons.
So they're trying to join some club, like a gang of some kind, like it's a gang initiation. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
So they're trying to they're doing a
called it
gang initiation. And they're like colluding and like they're packed in like sardines and they're naked, by the way. They're not wearing I think they're wearing underwear, but they're not very clothed. There may be some dinglings. I'm not sure. That's why we're not going to show you, but there might be. Right. It's possible. I'm sure there is. The further you go into this dungeon, this is seemingly a dungeon. I'm looking at this right now. This is a dungeon of some kind, and they're just standing there, and police are like trying to question them, and they're not saying anything. Is that what's happening? And you know more about this, Alex? Tell us more.
Well, they're not saying anything because they don't want to be kicked out of being a pledge for the fraternity. And I just wanted to point out that these are the people who end up as cops, as ICE, as Army, as hedge fund managers, as politicians.
Consumers,
they get initiated into these Greek cults. When I was in college, there was one fraternity and one sorority at Emerson. I went to Emerson for a year in Boston.
Is that the one you took the class that you failed?
No, that was School of Visual Arts here in New York.
Okay. I have to understand.
I went to Emerson before, and we at one point I went to in the first week of school there was like parties to get people to like sign up to, hey, you want to be part of these parties and do, I don't know, fraternity stuff, sign up to be part of the fraternity. And then throughout the next couple of weeks or so, you'd see people like doing weird shit. And you're like, what's that guy doing? Oh, he's doing pledge stuff. Someone told him to walk around with a backpack full of rocks, or, you know, walk around with the shorts on and no t-shirt when it's winter in Boston.
So these are just basically like the lowest of the low IQ
Cult
type
members,
of people.
yeah.
Just, they're trying to join gangs, roving gangs of criminal college students that are engaging in criminal psychological warfare and torture. Is this torture? Is there torture happening?
I mean, I'm sure there are been cases where people have died due to hate.
Yeah, I mean, hazing is basically that.
We've all seen Scream 2, I'm sure. Scream 2. Yeah,
I have seen it, but I don't remember it.
They got hazed, and then Scream shows up, Scream guy. And
Hazed.
with the knife.
I remember. So then after that, me and a couple other friends tried to start our own fraternity because they were like, "Oh, we could start a chapter of the National Jewish Fraternity," and I'm like, "Okay, I'm half Jewish. Oh, does that count? Yes. Okay.
Does that count?
Can my friend come join?" And they were like, "Well, no, he's not Jewish." And I'm like, "Well, that seems fucked up." And also, they wanted me to pay dues. I'm like,
They wanted you to pay
money
dues.
to be part of
I
this.
wonder where that money goes.
Maybe I'm a little bit more Jewish than you guys. I am paying. Money
Oh, that was bad.
I don't know why Sandee finds that. He loves that kind of humor.
That
That's
was
Sandee's
bad.
favorite joke.
No, it was bad.
Sandee's having a great
That's-
time. She's
that's-
like, "Whoa, buddy! I
that's
didn't know we were
New
allowed
York.
to say that kind of
That's
stuff." Sandee,
New
you have
York.
you want to contribute anything like that now that we've let loose here?
That's New York. No, he's just letting his New York out.
I'm letting New York out. And on that note, I will have to say goodnight to everyone because I'm dying.
We're letting New
Yeah,
York
it's an
out.
hour and a
I'm
half.
afraid.
It's been an
New
hour
York
and a
is out.
half. Pretty soon,
I'm
gonna
dying here.
probably
Thank you
go
guys
to-
for letting me be a part of Left Past 10.
It went
I would
fast.
like if you would try to get some sleep and hydrate so that you don't die, because we need you to feel.
That's why I got this jug. I got this jug with the sweet pumpkin sticker, and I got
I think I see the-
Offspring on there, and I got the
Yeah, there you go.
Distillers.
Okay.
Dropkick Murphys, who have been,
Nice.
making the news recently.
Yeah.
D12. Ooh,
D12. I like
I love
B12,
B12.
but that one's good too.
D's all right. I like B. But
Yeah.
Anyways, folks, thank you so much.
Well, thank you for joining. And be sure to enjoy the sheets. The sheets look very comfortable back there. Is that cotton? Is that polyester? Is it polyester?
Cotton. All cotton.
All cotton. All right,
Good.
that's wonderful. I bet that pillowcase is polyester though.
That
The pillowcase is like memory or like I don't know. What's it
Memory.
called? Purple. You know the
Nice.
purple mattresses.
Purple.
Yeah, Carlos knows. They're like
Carlos. So it's purple. What is this?
it's
Carlos?
Yes.
a brand.
It's a brand.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're really really comfortable.
All right.
All right. Well, it was
Yeah.
great to have you.
Thank you, folks.
Heck yeah.
All right. This is good.
Thanks for letting me come and chit
So
chat.
lively. Yeah.
I'm dying inside.
All right. Go to bed.
All right. Don't die on
Good
the
night, folks.
outside.
Yeah. I gotta go too. I gotta get up and get the cat to the vet.
So is the show over? Are we
Yeah.
ending the show?
I don't know. We have to hear from Carlos.
Yeah, Carlos.
I mean, the show goes on until we're done. The show
Well, you
keeps
want to
going.
keep us going, Carlos? You
Or
gotta-
until Andrea throws me off.
Yeah. So, what would Matt do?
We'd be talking about something else. We'd go
Matt would
moving on to
probably
comics.
he'd be telling us about that time when he and his father. Now you're not going to believe this. Okay, so they went. So they were trying to go grocery shopping. They were trying to feed their family. Right now, this is crazy. And while they're there, they're picking up food for their family. They see this poor son of a bitch, this poor guy, this poor fucking douchebag, this motherfucker, and he was stuffing steaks down his pants, like in there, like he was, like he loosened the belt, like the belt was kind of off, but he was like, it was still on, but it was off, it was kind of unbuttoned, so he was shoving the steaks in there. And then Letterhack's puny wimp ass, he's like, hey daddy, that man's stealing. And then the dad was like, hey, that you shouldn't snitch like a little bitch. And then little kid Letterhack, he's at least like 12 years old, the origin story of this guy. He runs to the nearest manager and he's like, hey buddy, call the cops. This guy is stealing. He's stealing. Turns out this kid was trying to feed his family. He had 3 kids at home. They were starving. The wife had cancer. She was dying. And she had chemotherapy. She was in the hospital that night. Turns out those kids starved. One of them died that night, actually, because of the Letterhack. And that's partially why he's not here today. He feels the guilt every day of that assassination, basically, that he did against that
Has he acknowledged this?
American child. He has not publicly acknowledged this. So he has privately acknowledged this to me personally. He did admit to me it was like a couple months ago. He said something, he denied it, and then I pushed him on it after the show it was over. And he told me basically it's all true. But for legal reasons he can't actually say it. It's like a statute of limitations. They built like a whole statute around it.
Well,
a whole statute.
Well, we got the private chat logs if you'd like to share them. You can provide some evidence.
I'm keeping them close for now. I might need them later. I might need them. So
I think the real important question on that was what kind of steaks were they? That's the real important.
well,
that's
these,
the key.
this was like the
Dead ones.
80s because Letterhack is like 50, so this was like the 1980s. So they did
Dead
not have
ones.
like a meat substitute steaks at that time. So they were probably like beef of some kind. I would imagine beef, maybe cow.
Oh, maybe. All right. Well, I'm going to do a Jake sit pretty soon.
You're gonna do a Jake sit. What
Jake
about
sit.
you, Carlos? Are you gonna Jake sit?
Well, there's only one, so I guess
gotta get up
only
early.
one of us can do the Jake sit.
Okay. Well,
You have the majority report panels. Jake usually has the panels, so maybe Carlos should do the Jake sit. You ever think about that, Sandee?
Oh, she beat me to
There
it.
she goes. Damn.
She beat me to it.
Yeah. So how much longer you want to keep this going?
I mean, that's
We got
entirely up to
short
you.
notice. I don't know if you had. Maybe it wasn't short notice. I actually didn't talk to you at all before this. I think Sandee talked to you about this.
Yeah, she just asked me to
brought
come
you on.
on, and
She didn't
I was
ask
like,
me
sure.
about this. She didn't. She just told me. She was like, "Hey, Carlos is coming." I'm like, "Oh shit, okay, I'll talk to Carlos."
No, it's all good. She just asked me. She's like, "Hey, Matt and Jake's having issues, computer issues, hardware issues. I don't know
Yeah,
what's going
so
on
Jake
there."
actually, and I'm glad you brought up Jake. Maybe you didn't. Actually, Sandee brought up Jake, but Jake's also in a pickle. He rented. We
Uh-oh.
mentioned this on stream. He rented this like commercial kitchen. He was doing this sauce. He had this like asparagus sauce or whatever, this like buttery, saucy bullshit. And he was going to he rented this commercial kitchen and he was gonna make, whatever amount of jars worth of this fucking sauce. And then and so he rents the kitchen, but doesn't get the jars, doesn't get the labels, kind of loses motivation. He's Jake, look at him. And so then because he rented the kitchen, this kitchen's just going unused. And the kitchen company had to turn down like a request from some orphanage or something. Some orphanage was trying to rent this kitchen. And I'm sorry, I'm trying not to be too emotional because you told me this in confidence, and I cannot believe that I'm just sharing this publicly. So I'm just laughing at myself for being such a disappointment. But yeah, so basically, Jake is in a lot of legal trouble. Let's just put it that way. And I shouldn't have said that much, but there's some more parts of the story. One of the orphans had an allergic reaction. Let's just put it that way. So it didn't really go over well. Jake's not. He's not going to be here for a while.
I think the real important question is: so are we getting the Jake sauce? Is that just not happening anymore?
Well,
because of this.
There were, suffice it to say, there was some Jake sauce made. A lot of it was destroyed after the incident. And again, I'm not going to try to go into the incident. But I did manage to secure a couple jars of Jake sauce in a safety deposit box in a bank nearby this commercial kitchen. So there is, I got Jake to set aside some for me, put it in a box, mailed me the key. So I got the key to the safety deposit box in Jake's location.
Dang, because I actually remember Jake talking about that, and I was thinking in the back of my head, is it going to be like hot sauce, or what was?
No, it's more of like a barbecue sauce type of a situation, but not barbecue. It's a different assortment of high fructose corn syrup.
Is it spicy?
Don't think so. He's very intolerant. Let's just put it that way. He's not very
Okay, so he's like me. Okay, good. I gotta talk to Jake and see if there's some.
Well,
hidden...
Jake, I don't know if you can contact him. I'm not sure. He might be in prison right now. I'm not really sure what's happening.
Well, I'm sure we could figure it out.
We can probably do the phone call. Do they let you do that remotely, or do you have to actually be there? I don't know.
I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll try to get Jake on. Maybe we can do a stream from where he's at, and kind of give us the breakdown of what's happening. Just to update the audience.
That's a good point, because after all of this stuff with the orphanage happened, and again, one of the orphans had an allergic reaction, that he had a little bit of a breakdown. So it's funny you mentioned that. That he's not doing so well mentally either, as well as physically. He doesn't have any free will. He's in prison, but
well, I can
or
imagine.
jail. I think he's in jail. He's not in prison yet, but he is in jail.
Well, we need to secure at least. I'm sure there's some secret way of securing at least one bottle, because I would like to try that.
Well, I got the key.
Okay.
So we're basically, what we need to do is we need to trek on over to Jake's hometown, or wherever I don't know if that's his hometown. Maybe he was born somewhere else. I don't fucking know. But wherever he lived, wherever this kitchen was, we got to go there. We got to travel there. We get like a caravan.
Yeah,
maybe we can get Alex to put his American flags on there. We can have a new meaning to the American flag caravan. We can travel up to bumfuck Michigan or whatever, and we can get into this bank and we can say, hey, we got the key. It's right here. Open it up. I'm sure that there's at least 2 jars in there, maybe 3.
I'd like it. We can do an Indiana Jones adventure for the search of the lost
We could
sauce.
hire a documentarian. We could pick up Sandee along the way. Sandee's, I'm assuming you said you were in Florida. Where are you now? Are you on the eastern?
I'm still here. I'm still in the East Coast on Georgia.
You're still, yep, right. Yeah, that's right. So we travel Georgia, pick up Sandee.
Mm-hmm.
And we just go to Michigan. We go there. We go for the original Jake sauce. Hopefully it's not expired by then. I don't know if he sealed the jars that well.
Well, at least we can try. Because
we got to probably leave sooner than later then if they're expiring. Banks get really hot. It's not like they air condition them that well. Oh, maybe they do. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, we could look up the next flight to Michigan. It can't be that expensive, right? I don't know how flights are this time. I don't really fly.
I don't fly for political and moral reasons and religious. I choose not to fly for religious reasons. Jesus would not want me up there.
Yeah.
He doesn't want me so close, really. He wants to keep me as far away as possible. So
That makes sense.
he tries to keep me down here, which is fair to him. He needs a handicap.
Yeah,
Am I allowed to say that? I don't. Okay.
Flights to Detroit are expensive. Nah, I guess we're walking. I'm sure if we start walking now, we'll get there in time.
I've got bad news actually. Sandee, shortly after signing out, she did it was under weird circumstance. She just kind of left, right? She just left the show. It was she said, "I'm gonna do what Jake said," and then she just kind of disconnected. It was out of nowhere, it was in the middle of a sentence. And we were talking. I think weren't we in the middle of a conversation? But now she's reporting that she's dying.
Yeah, this is confirmed.
She's not doing well.
I mean, it's in the chat, so I guess it's confirmed.
So, and this is from her official account. Let me look this up. I think it's her official account. Hold on.
Hold on. Did she have Jake sauce?
I don't know. Yeah, this is her original account. Wow.
Well, we just lost the documentarian.
If anyone is in Buffalo or around Buffalo, Sandee is in trouble. She's I mean, look at it. She said this. Maybe this is her dying words. Maybe you should have instead of calling 911, this is all she's able to get out.
Well, I mean, she's just letting us know what's happening.
She's letting us know. So thank you, Sandee. I guess she's not going to be here next week.
Nope.
But I think Sandee's channel is still live.
Yeah.
Sandee's regular viewers, unfortunately, I regret to announce this.
Oh, maybe they can tell us what's going on if the channel is live. Are we getting a live feed?
Well, she's live as in she's streaming us. We're live on her stream.
Okay.
Yeah, because she's dead. Well, dying. Well, she was dying a few minutes ago. She sent this message at 11:34. So, heart attacks, she's probably dead by now.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say.
3-4 minutes in, So.
Well, I guess we'll call up Alex for next week.
Yeah, I guess so.
Left past 10 is evolving in front of our eyes. Oh,
Carlos, did you know that you're on the soundboard?
You made the right choice, Matt.
Am I?
You made the right choice, Matt. You made the right choice, Matt.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
that is me. That is me.
Shortly before Matt went to jail, for no, that was Jake that went to jail.
Yeah, Jake. Hold on, let's get it.
Yeah, no. Matt actually never went to jail for killing that child. He got away from it with it. So, but shortly before he left us for a brief period of time, we're not sure how long, but shortly before he snipped out several sound bites of you, Carlos. He was secretly watching your show. And whenever you would talk about him or someone else named Matt, it was someone, it could be anyone named Matt. Anytime you say Matt, welcome Matt, anything like that.
So he was just watching my show.
Yep.
Matt, appreciate that.
Oh my goodness.
It's a classic.
That's me.
That one. Yep.
That's me. I can confirm that. Apparently, that is me.
Looks like the audience is not a fan of the soundboard, so I'll leave that to them. But we've lost Sandee. We lost Alex. Alex had some sort of viral, some sort of virus. I watched the zombie movie recently, and it had these guys. They had this virus. I started coughing, and then they started breathing fire. He was like had this like stick or whatever. He was breathing fire out of it. So he's dying and or dead. And then Sandee's, again, just according to the chat, Sandee's, she's crying, she's laughing, she's on the floor. It seems like she's falling over. You know, she's like rotated 53 degrees. It looks like a 53-degree rotation. So she's not level. She's not in any sort of homeostasis. Let's put it that way. She has not reached equilibrium.
Well, I mean, I think it's just gonna be us too. Then we'll carry on the flame. From going on.
Yeah, we'll carry on the flame, and also keep in mind, Sandee's got acreage. She mentioned this recently. She's got plenty of acreage, and she lives with a bunch of cats. So the cats will be fine for probably like a couple weeks.
Yep.
A couple of weeks, the cats will probably be able to survive, but hopefully we can get someone over there to go clean up the mess. Probably could score a couple of bones for our collection, our bone collection. Do you have a bone collection, Carlos?
I can neither confirm nor deny any of these.
I collect bones. Bones of all creatures, just any bones I find. They usually end up being like chicken bones. But there's a lot of chicken bones out there. People just kind of throw them all over the place. But
where are the chickens coming from?
I don't know. They come out of eggs. Where do those come from?
Who knows?
Don't ask too many questions.
Yeah. That's an entire conspiracy. I don't even want to get into that one.
I wouldn't. That's a difficult truth. I don't know. Maybe
yeah.
you got to save that one for your next show.
Yeah.
When's your next show? When's your next stream?
Mondays. Oh wait, no. Supposedly I'm streaming tomorrow.
Supposedly
tomorrow. Yeah, supposedly. That is what I've been told.
Who told you that? Like you have from the top down, you have some agents that are pressuring you?
Yeah, mostly myself.
You have like a multiple personality situation?
Yes, I'm my own agent. I've been told.
Is this like a beautiful mind type going on, Russell Crowe?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's good. Tomorrow, tune in for a difficult truth. Are you on this space, Carlos? I think you're on this space. You've been on here once or twice.
Sometimes it happens occasionally.
I think you had a show on here.
I think so. I mean, some people might call it a show. I don't know if that's what I would call it, but some people may say it's a show.
And you were in this. They had this video rotation on Monday, and you're in there.
I was not aware.
Yeah, we put you in. I didn't put you in. That was the producer. The producer's in charge of those, by the way. In case anyone wanted some behind the scenes stuff, if you thought those sucked.
Yeah.
That's producers. Real quick to interrupt. Sandee's now talking from the grave.
From
apparently
the beyond. Wow.
Either that or she's dying, and these are her last words.
Yeah.
She has skulls, like real skulls. Like she collects skulls. So like if we go to Sandee's property and the cats have devoured her, we're not going to be able to find out which skull is Sandee's or the dead animals. Is that a raccoon skull? Is that Sandee's skull? Is that a wolf skull? Is that a fox skull?
Well, she may be contacting us from the beyond, so this may be what she's seeing. She may be just describing what she's seeing. It's unclear.
She's now also saying, I should have stayed. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's a shame that you gone too soon.
Yeah, confirmed. Confirmed. See, she's telling us from the beyond that she should have stayed. So I'm thinking she's just describing what she's seeing around, and I guess that's what happens.
It's actually, we have positive news. Sandee, before dying live on air, she recorded her final show, and we're going to actually air that tomorrow, 5 p.m.
Wow.
We're going to air Sandee's pre-recorded final show. She sent us the file this afternoon, or sometimes morning for me. I wake up a little late. And she sent it over. And so we have her final stream before she doesn't have a bloodstream, at least anymore. It's not streaming. It's stationary. It's clotting inside of her artery.
I'm so glad.
Dead, or one of those. Anyway, do you have anything else you want to talk about, Carlos? Do you have any stories?
No, I don't have any stories. I usually just like bounce around. I see.
Just bounce
I was
around
not.
like you have like ADHD. You just can't keep still. You're like Hitler at the Olympics, you know.
I wish I was more prepared, like Matt, to have like stories. Although obviously I believe the one where he absolutely ratted out this person with the stakes. I'm convinced
It was brutal.
that is true.
It was brutal. The chain reaction, because the two other siblings that survived. I mean, again, this was when Letterhack was a kid. Like I looked those two other kids up. Well, one of them actually became a serial rapist. Like actually, like they grew up in such a terrible world. Like their sister died, their parents died, their dad went to jail. The dad probably killed himself, something like that. He grew up to be a serial rapist. So I wonder how many rape victims.
It's unclear.
We're trying to figure this out still. And this is why Matt cannot join us. It's a destructive chain reaction. It's a Dominoes. You ever see Dominoes Mousetrap? You ever play Mousetrap? The board game Mousetrap?
Yep.
And you build up the fucking the tower and then the marble. That's basically what happened. Like Letterhack snitching on that guy set off an elaborate situation. Terrifying.
Well, there you have it, folks. That's it. Sandee is talking to us from Otherworld. So that's it.
On too soon. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what we're saying about Sandee.
So,
yeah.
Letterhack is MIA. Sandee is in Otherworld. Jake's in jail. I mean, that's pretty much it.
Alex
right?
is patient zero. New zombie infection happening soon. Carlos is probably doing just fine. You seem to be thriving. Actually, you seem to be doing great.
Yeah. A little too great. Just
something's coming. Yeah, it's the first half of the movie.
Yeah.
It hasn't gotten real yet, so you better watch
Exactly.
out. So it's gonna be a Final Destination situation.
Yep. Unless I somehow managed to dodge that and pass the and pass the buck. Exactly.
Yeah.
Who put these soundboards together? Is it Matt? I'm just gonna blame Matt.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
You made the right
There you
choice,
go.
Matt.
100% Matt put these soundboards together.
That is the sound I am making now because the show is over.
Excellent.
Really? You're happy that the show is over? You thought that I would hit the outro there and you don't have to answer for that? You think this is good that the show is over?
I mean, I don't know. I thought that was just the way it was gonna end with a boink, like just a little spring.
A little boink. I kind of left it on a little too long, didn't
spring.
I? Eesh, I kind of fucked it up.
That's how the show should end.
You made the right choice, Matt.
I would like to thank Carlos and Alex and Sandee and myself, the surprising addition to that crew, for coming on the show today.
Heck yeah.
Thank you, Carlos, for the heck yeah. I'm now going to end the stream. Thank you for watching this space. This space is brought to you by nobody except us and Carlos. Carlos
Exactly.
the whole thing, I think.
Yep. At the end of the day, it was just me.